Recording. Let me know if you can hear me. That's just let me know. So let's try my other screens. See if everything connects with live streaming. And it says excellent connection. And what we'll do is we'll figure things out as we go along. I'll try and call some people in the meantime, get those upvotes going. And so we will bring on whoever we can bring on. Let's see if we can start anchoring this call. Got some incoming. Okay, so okay, there we are. Okay, so all right, let's do what we can do. Okay, we're gonna start calling people. Breathe. Okay, shit, which one is she? Okay, now that's right, this is the new Brooke Gibson. Here we are, the new Brooke Gibson. Yes.
Hola.
Can you hear me?
Thank you so much, baby. Have a good one.
Yes. Wonderful.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'm getting cookout.
What?
Cookout. Do y'all have cookouts out there?
Not really. San Francisco, there's hardly any barbecue. I presume you're.
No, cookout is like just a burger place, a hamburger place.
But
they're like open like 24 hours early or like most of it. It's really good.
God, I wish. No, we used to have some things like that. COVID killed all that. You still have those? You're lucky.
Oh my God, yes. They even built more of them. But like it's a teenagers love it. It's big in college towns. I just fucking dropped the fucking.
Sorry about that. You dropped the phone, you said?
No, the entire drink, which was great because I got cheer wine for the little brat. And no, he's not a brat, but cheer wine's red, and now it's in my beige floorboard. Not pretty.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I hope I wasn't the cause of that. And so let's see who else we can bring on to bounce off with you, darling.
If I told you you were the cause of it, would you make it up to me in any way? I mean, would you send me a check to get my carpet? Tell me what's the point. You just say just words, right?
No, it's beyond that. It's the sympathies that count. It's the psychic bond between us allows for other blessings to come your way to help balance out such misfortune.
Well, I would like to see some of those blessings instead of freaking being attacked or having like random people message me. That new fucking thing I got like 3 fucking crazy women. You can tell they're all like fake people.
That's what the enemy does. By the way, we are transmitting, of course. So that's
sorry,
fine.
I forgot.
No, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, the people should know that this is what the enemy does.
I mean, I don't know who it could just be like when you sign up for a Skype account,
you know better. It never happened until you started dealing with me, so you do know better, honey. That's so there we are. I'm calling a bunch of people. Let's see who responds. Oh my God, darling, it's just been.
How was your day?
It was okay. I do want people to know that's not myself in the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. That's my late and sainted mother, who did like myself go in for Ash Wednesday. So I understand you're probably Protestant, so you would find that just find that church cultic. And what's that, darling?
I thought that was more Catholicism on Ash Wednesday.
What?
Is it? I thought Ash Wednesday was more Catholicism.
It is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, don't forget, she married a man who was a Roman Catholic.
Yeah, well, I know. What's what I'm saying, but don't forget, like, until I got out of obviously, like I told you, my grandmother was friends. She had her best friend was Catholic, but at the same time, like the entire Baptist community was like, "Oh, you're Catholic." They're just basically saying you're the devil.
Yes,
you're not like the devil, but you're almost the devil. You're as good as the devil. Like That's what you are.
Oh my God, yes, that's how they respond. By the way, Brendan Zoget has joined us. Bless you, Brendan. You'll give Brooke someone to bounce off of for as long as you can stay. How long do you feel you might have with us?
Greetings, Douglas and Brooke. Probably a few minutes, maybe 10, 15.
Oh,
because that's exactly as long as Douglas has. As he knows, I'm going to hang up if he takes any longer to do whatever he needs to do.
That's unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than that, children.
Unfortunately, then you shouldn't have called because I gave you the message before you called. So you just stick to your word.
It's not like that. I made you no promises. Perhaps we'll do this after Peter takes his leave. I'll take the majority of my vitamins, but honestly, I just need to take my supplements, and it's a bit complicated process. But such
maybe
being
Peter can hold air with someone for 15 minutes.
Honey, the both of you have so much to talk about, but I did want to ask dear Brendan, what was the significance? I always appreciate, of course, anything about the Japanese forces in the Second World War, but obviously
Yes.
Wikipedia is the worst of all sources. So what was the significance of the Wikipedia link concerning the Miyoko class cruiser?
It was just some trivia, some fun trivia. I figured you'd have already, something to remind you about the trivia, but the method of how I got to it was interesting. So there's this Japanese American lady out of, I think, North Bay, somewhere out there in the Bay, who goes by Miyoko, and she founded this vegan cheese and vegan products company, and her company's probably the best on the market right now, or as far as quality and everything, because she's using like Japanese principles to create these like fermented products that are all, like plant-based cheese and pretty much everything to replace like the dairy.
Wow.
But it turns out that in July of last year, the board members of her own company got rid of her, removed her from the board. And so she's now coming out public because they're filing a lawsuit against her for stealing quote unquote trade secrets from the company.
Wow.
That she founded.
Oh my God.
So that's just
talk about a stockholders revolt.
Yeah. So it's just like, that was wild to me that I'm assuming if she wasn't Japanese, they probably would have let her stay. Like she's not full Japanese. She's American, but she has definitely the Japanese, like she's ethnically Japanese. But I thought that was a wild story. Like, I don't know the details on it, but it just seems from the outside to be definitely not kosher.
Right.
She is very animal centric, so perhaps she was trying to go too crazy and they were just caring about profits.
Right.
But at the same time, she did found it and make all the recipes. So
right.
I found that to be a wild story. Yeah.
No, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. So
I would like to see that. I would like to see that story just because I'm vegetarian and I'm interested.
See, this is what I was going to say, honey. You have so much to talk about with Brendan.
Yeah. Well, the fermentation type process of meat, like that's what I believe even more than like the soy and a lot of other things they're doing right now in America that are not that healthy.
Yes.
But I wonder, Douglas has threatened me with that same lawsuit. Like he said if I went and started my own show, and then just talked about random history and and anything having to do with occult or vampires or ghosts or words of power, and then I just had random people on that were either drug addicts or crazy or people drunk. Really boring to intelligent. If he said I did that with that array of people, that he would sue me for copying his plethora.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know you had a trademark on this format, Douglas.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't either. So I learned something new about myself every day.
Right.
But honey, you've got so much to talk about with Brendan, from astrology to the diet that both of you have, and of course, don't forget my biological father was also a vegetarian. Another point to emphasize. By the way, in the chat room, Dat Dude 873210 says sound is loud and clear. Vicky Johnson says, hit the like button. God bless her. Mwah. Hugs to all the men. And Douglas, and kisses to Vicky and all the ladies who join us. Entertainment Hub has joined us. We're going to read a bit more about what he says later. And I want to thank everybody. Again, hit the upvotes. I want to thank Clarice Claudette for another contribution, as well as our lovely Brooke Gibson, and of course Holly Coditis Kiefer. I'll speak most later of all three of these angels. Still need more. Lot going on. I'll explain it to people later in the evening. But right now, Brendan and Brooke have got this. I'll be gone for about a little bit, but really
you got till 8:16 Eastern time. It's 15 minutes.
Honey, don't be like that. It'll take me a few minutes to put my socks on. Okay.
It's fine. It'll come back, Brandon. It'll be around stuff. I'm sure Ian will come.
Wait, where are you at time zone wise?
She's Eastern Eastern Standard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she's just 3 hours ahead of us. It's whatever you are plus 3 hours, But honestly, the two of you have got. So, honey, are you in the car or what? Are you just?
Yes, of course. Okay. Do you think that I drive through somewhere? Just randomly told you I ordered food. I was talking to the girl at Cookout.
Is this food have a time limit on it? Like you got to get it to the kids warm or something? Do that first.
I am driving. I'm driving and talking. I'm a woman. It's called I'm capable of doing 2 or more. I could put on my makeup too, and I could probably take a dildo and jack off, put on the makeup, drive, and eat a French fry if I wanted to. It's a female thing. So you, on the other hand, plan on taking 15 minutes to take a couple vitamins and put a sock on.
It's not just that simple. I mix liquids together. It's like Brendan knows this. It's this viscous vitamin C liquid mixed with fish oil and other shit that I've got it down in a shot cup.
Do it before the show, like an adult, or do it during the 3 hours.
I told a lot.
At this point, it's what's sustaining him. It's the only thing left, sustaining Douglas.
Yeah.
You have 3 hours with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon does talk a lot. He'd be more than glad for you to say, let me have 10 minutes.
I was so busy. You have no idea, by the way.
What's interesting right now, just as a side note, it's actually snowing over here in Sacramento. Low elevation snow.
That's right. And they expect snow at some elevations in San Francisco even. The wind is monstrous. And we can hear the wind over where our man is because he's outdoors. But by the way...
You can probably hear my car. My car coming out the window crack.
No. Seriously. No, the wind is definitely from Brendan's area. He'll attest.
We're getting hit by this Canadian northern icy storm.
Yeah.
That's what they referenced it as a Canadian source.
Storm. Go.
It's dark here. I will say this just to make you jealous. It's dark here. The temperature's dropped. It's 8:15, and it's still 71 degrees.
Yes.
Right. But for the people on the East Coast that haven't been to California very much, it's not normal for it to snow ever, especially in the springtime.
Thank you.
Where I'm at least.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean the upper elevation. Yeah, the mountains way up high do, but other than that,
it's definitely apocalypse. And I want Clarice Claudette to know. She says, "Did you get your beers and cheers, Douglas?" And honey, not with your money yet, but I'll try. David Fitzsimons says, "Hey, DDD, and glad to hear Brooke is back. See, everybody loves you, honey. Well, not everybody, but anyhow."
Well, I'm appreciative to the ones that do, so thank you guys.
Yes, and so at any rate, I want you both to know that I'm sustained by various supplements on these transmission days because I got to be up 12 hours and I try to be healthy about it. So at any rate, let me go do my stuff now. But why don't I wait until you both get home?
Wait, I tell you what, just go longer. You got 16 minutes.
No, wait, honey. Why don't I wait till you get home? Let's wait till you get home first.
Why? I can drive. It's easy. It's not about price. I'm 4 minutes from the house.
We'll wait till you get home. I'd rather wait till you get home before I do this.
It's fine, but I'm going to sit in the driveway, and let my son come get his food, because that way I can time you. And then if you don't come back as I requested, then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my little sober butt who has to have a drink and since I fucking woke up hungover after the Super Bowl, and I will drive up to the QT and buy, I don't know, a cheap bottle of wine, beer, whatever.
There's no need to be threatening in that sense. That's a threat.
I'm not threatening. I mean, I obviously would love to have one, but it would be nice to blame it on someone else and to have an excuse. Like, well, I really, I could have been stronger.
You know what I mean by that? I meant the threat is
Douglas.
Yeah, that you'll use me as an excuse.
He didn't respect me. His life is already shitty enough.
I respect you, of course. Now, Brendan, help channel this detoxing individual in the right direction by talking vegan and healthy, and get her inspired to be all healthy and non-alcoholic and
Oh my God, shut up. I'm so inspired. I've been to 3 health food stores today, in addition to dealing with a dentist, which I dealt with yesterday and have a $12,000 bill for.
Yeah.
By the way, take care of these fucking teeth, let me tell you. Yeah, I have my Sujo. This one's celery, cucumber, collard greens, lemon, and kale. See, I don't have to mix my drink. All in one drink. I bought 5, 6 of those.
Okay, so I'll go now. I'll be back.
Pretty good.
I'll be back. You two can talk now. You're in the rhythm now. You're in the zone.
Yes, in the rhythm.
Okay.
In the rhythm.
Yeah.
Go.
After a while, like, the sobriety becomes a joy in and of itself.
I didn't drink for 20 years. From the time I had my daughter until like basically 2020. And it just went through. I went into 2020 because I could get outside those jobs all day. Had no idea what was coming. Left the job because I was moving, and then 2020 came. Ended up letting the ex that was already going to hell in a handbasket because she was an alcoholic of vodka every day, and stuck in the house and just started doing that. And then first couldn't get an outside sales job at that new one at that time, obviously. And it was just, everything spiraled, at that point. And, I started using alcohol just to cope to get through 2020 and get through all of that, I think. And then really didn't have a problem and quit the liquor because I was drinking liquor. But then I started an inside sales shop finally. And I thought that'd be great. I mean, it didn't pay quite as well, but it paid pretty good. And I said, well, I can roll out of bed, I don't have to get in my heels and dress every day and be out, meeting clients. So it was great, I thought. And that was great for about the first 2 months. And then it was just back to being stuck in the house, and they required more of you than really even working outside. I mean, like usually like when I was working outside sales, some days, I might not get off till late, but some Fridays, I would get to leave at 12, work my ass off. Right. Yeah. This was a job that they were wanting so much from everyone because they knew they were at home. So they put extra, they put more. There was no way you could do everything in the 8 hours that they gave you. Yeah. And they paid you hourly. So they was like, but they wouldn't allow, they didn't pay you hourly. They would not pay you commission. They paid you salary plus a commission. So, but it was a low salary. It wasn't like a salary where you're like, okay, this makes sense. Like, my first year to really bump it up. Like, it was a real cut for me, like $20,000 fucking cut on salary. And then I'm working every night, from the minute I wake up until, I'd clock out at 5:30 and still be working till like 8:30 at night. And you don't leave the house. It's dark in the winter, and there's no one leave by 7 or 8 at night. And so then I just caught myself drinking wine to get through the rest of the work, all the paperwork I needed to do. And it just slowly became where I was been drinking a bottle of wine at night. And it went that way. And then I finally left the job because I knew I could not do this anymore. I had family begging me to leave it. And I did. Right. And then it really had nothing going on. And kind of that's when I happened to Douglas's show, just being on YouTube. And never heard him. And so I still hadn't completely, obviously, just cut the wine out or cut drinking out completely. I had cut the bad parts of the lifestyle out, but I had not cut the dependency on, back before when I would drink, it was very rarely. And it would be, an occasional drinking. If I ordered a second one, I wouldn't finish it. Sometimes I wouldn't finish the first if I was out, Never kept alcohol in the house usually at all. So it became a different lifestyle. And you're right. As soon as you don't do it for a while, and I know that it's not an issue. It's just getting back in that habit of, and I've detoxed, not like a detox where, there's certain people that had so much and have to go into detox or whatever.
Right.
Go ahead and do that.
I like the word reset.
Yeah, it's just a mental reset. Like they say, if you do something for 8 weeks, it's just like sometimes I'll be like bored and I'm like, okay, what do I do? Because to be honest, that was my first reasoning for ever starting to have a drink was, in that relationship, anger, but it was pretty much more just boredom. The rest of the time, like I'm bored, like this will lift my mood, right? And then it just keeps going till you're lifted until, you've had too much and you pass out or whatever, say something you shouldn't.
Yes.
So, have you ever drank at all?
Oh yeah, I've drank before.
Do you still drink?
I don't. No, I've been off of a lot of stuff for a couple of years now, and it's just better for me. Well, mainly because I had surgery a few years back, and my liver got destroyed from all the procedures and medication to the point where like I can't drink like I used to, like in high school or anytime. Like back in the day, I used to go do stuff and drink a lot more, but now I can't even drink like one glass. Like it just makes me sick and stuff. So I couldn't even if I wanted to when it comes to alcohol.
Oh, because of your liver, yeah.
Yeah, because the liver, it's not what it used to be, and I think. But there's like natural stuff that you can use that's just as good. I mean, you have like things like kava, and
we have a kava bar around here somewhere. I've never been there, but I've heard you can go there.
So there are like safer bets that can get you that same kind of feeling if you're trying to get like more relaxed or whatever it is. Even simple things like valerian and stuff can get your nerves like calm down. So I found like alternatives, and now I don't even really need anything per se. But yeah, so that's
yeah. I have a combination of wanting those. My problem is I want a little bit of like relaxment with also a little bit of like energy, like because alcohol at first a lot of times it'll give you just a little bit of just like relaxed, but you're not like I have a they give me a nerve pill to sleep with, lorazepam, so I can take that lorazepam, which actually did that Super Bowl night because I didn't plan on going out, which was not a great move either with 4 glasses of wine. But I take that at night and it's fine, but it doesn't really work out well as far as what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like it just makes me really just want to go to sleep.
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't give you that energy. I mean, there's other like natural things, like I don't know if you've heard of like something like Kratom. Now there's like these kind of supplements. It's like it's a leaf that comes from a Southeast Asian tree.
Yes, I have heard of Kratom.
Yeah,
a lot of people are taking it instead of pain pills or something.
Yes, it's helped a lot of people with that kind of stuff, like getting off opiates or changing their habits in that way. But it can be habit forming, and it's not like perfect. It's, in my opinion, it's true to type that it is related to the coffee tree in some way, like through lineage, because it definitely can give you this kind of like, it doesn't have caffeine in it, but it gives you this kind of like caffeinated kind of energy. It's a similar kind of stimulant, depending on the type and where it's grown.
Are you talking about the Kratom?
Yes. Yeah.
I've heard about that. I had like a guy over here fixing my air conditioner, like, God, that's 2 or 3 years ago. And he told me that he had gotten off pain medication and that's what he took, was because I was vaping. And he said, he was like, you vaped, do you ever taken Kratom? I'm like, what's Kratom? And then he was telling me about it, but I've never tried it.
Yeah, so it's helped a lot of people. I mean, it's definitely...
maybe I should go try some of that next time I'm at the thing. That way if I get bored, I won't be tempted to...
Yeah, but it can be habit forming too, so just like be careful with it, It's like...
I mean, everything can be habit forming. TV can be habit forming.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And then,
I can be habit forming, I can assure you.
Yes. To segue, did you hear about how, or have you seen it? There's a grand conjunction happening with Moon, the lunar body, and Venus and Jupiter in sign of Pisces, sidereal Pisces. So if you look out to the west, when the sun is setting, you can see all 3 of them in a really beautiful conjunction right now.
Yeah, no, I didn't know about it. I don't, as you know, I know Vedic and sidereal. I say it's sidereal. That's why I like to say Vedic. But if you can get this right here, brother. I can open the door. Yeah. I just want the dogs to work. Just sit on the table and come down. But I let him know I got cheer wine. They give me cheer wine and stuff. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm sorry. God, my 22-year-old, she acts like she's the hardest working person in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so Vedic, I did know that, but I study obviously tropical more. And so to me, all of those I believe are in. Well, we have in Aries. We have a lot going.
In Aries, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and my moon's in Aries, obviously, and the moon is in Aries right now, at least in tropical. So yeah, it's interesting. I was not sure that was tonight though in Western. Is it?
Yeah, the conjunction's happening on the sky, whether it's in Western or, tropical or sidereal, because that's just the movement of them. So anyone can see it if they just go. And
I'm looking out. We have black skies right now, so I can't see anything. I mean, it's dark, but I'm saying if for whatever reason there must be a cloud cover. I can't see even a star in the sky tonight for whatever reason.
Maybe some overcast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I saw it very clear last night, but there probably will be some overcast tonight because of this rain, like freezing rain stuff.
How did you feel in that new moon the last 2 days before?
The new moon, I've been laying low and kind of like, as per the ancients, you want to kind of maintain a low key, so to speak, during a new moon. You don't want to be doing a lot of stuff or starting anything, or I've been doing some completions of things that I've needed to complete, so that's what I've been working on. But the feeling overall has been actually really nice, as far as like it's uplifting, and if you're going as per sidereal, it's like Jupiter is in its home sign, and then Venus is in her exalted point in Pisces.
So by sidereal, the new moon would not have been in Pisces. The new moon would have been in Aquarius, correct?
Yeah, the moon's in Aquarius, but the other luminaries are very well placed if you're going as per sidereal.
Right. So I guess what I was trying to say is before, like, the new moon, looking at the moon itself when it went into the new moon on Sunday night, which would have been Aquarius for Vedic, but Pisces, I did, it's supposed to be a really big new moon for the year. Now, depending on how you look at a lot of people, to set intentions or whatever. I did not enjoy that new moon. I've started keeping track of the moons to see which moons I do well with. I think that's a great thing for people to do, because I think moons affect us differently based on our own chart. And I literally, like, I remember yesterday I was talking to someone who was not even into astrology, and I was just bitching. Didn't even know I was talking about. And I was like, I just want this fucking moon to be fucking over with, fucking done. Yeah. And I was like, I'm just gonna go upstairs and shower. And I went upstairs, showered, and I get out and get in the bed, and I accomplished a couple things, and then my little phone pops up because I have a moon chart on there, and it says new moon. I mean, the moon just went into Aries, and I was like, thank you, Jesus. And I have gotten so much more accomplished today.
Right. Yeah, it was a bit of a tough. Yeah, I agree with that. It was a bit of a tough weekend as well, or like in that kind of space for the new moon, because of just like it was a very powerful placement, as well as Saturn is combust there with the sun, and so like that kind of combination, it can definitely stifle things. That's for sure.
I'm interested in really what's going to happen which I guess you believe more in Vedic, and I have some, I have reasons for both. I've looked at both, but I guess obviously being a Capricorn too, and knowing that I know for a fact, like, Capricorn had Pluto in it, since 2008. And I know what I experienced basically from, 2019, for 2.5 basically years, with Saturn being there with my Pluto. Like, that's when you're talking about, that's the time I started drinking again. Right. And it was just I was getting hammered. I was like, Pluto had already hammered me, and then it's like fucking hammered. Like, dudes, leave me the fuck alone. Like, I was so glad to see Saturn move into Aquarius. And I'm not saying it's been perfect. I've still had Pluto there, but I'm ready for Pluto to get out of my sign. So I'm going to have to stick with tropical, because if I didn't stick with tropical, then I'd be having to believe that Pluto's fixing to come into my sign.
Yes. Well, I mean, Pluto's going to Aquarius in both systems, I believe.
Oh, it is. Well, it's such a long-running planet.
Yeah, it has a very lengthy.
It would go in though. It would go in at a different time, I guess.
Hi, Brooke. Hi, hi, Brandon.
Hey, Sammy.
Yes.
How are
you guys doing? Freezing my nuts off here in California. It's really cold over here. At least where I'm at.
Yeah, we got some snow up north here in near the capital. Very snowy, or it was like this like slushy type snow, which we normally don't get any ice.
Right.
Very cool.
Brooke, your icon looks really hot. You look really hot in your icon.
Which icon?
Your icon, your new one.
The one on that we're talking on
Skype. Yeah,
Skype,
you look like you remind me of a Playboy mate, like your makeup and stuff. It's really hot.
Oh my god! No, it's just like I had like a button-up shirt on there, a little open, but I had deleted Skype and then I had to reopen it. So everybody says they can't see me because I had sunglasses on. So I decided at least I trust the people on here. Well, I'm not saying I trust everybody on here, but I trust them enough not to stalk my ass. And so that's why when I originally went back on Facebook, I kept those sunglasses on because I don't know who the fuck's on that.
No, you look hot. You look hot.
Thank you.
No, but it's really windy over here. Yeah, it's really, really windy over here. For some reason, the wind chill it has to be at least 32 because it's really windy. But anyways, go ahead, guys. Yeah. I heard you guys mention. Sorry, I heard you guys mention Kratom. That seems familiar. But anyways, go ahead, guys.
The Kratom is it's like this leaf that comes from a tree in Southeast Asia, and it's basically something you can take to, it activates certain receptors in the brain that, cause an effect. Okay. It's like a type of intoxicant, but it's very mild. In my opinion, it's mild.
It's legal. Like you can buy it at any like head shop or
right.
Any, place you'd buy tobacco or whatever. From what I understand. Yeah.
Do you still mulch in your pocket like you used to? Do you still do that?
What's that?
You mulch?
Mulch? What's that?
Who are you talking to?
Brendan Zogi.
I'm not familiar with that term. What is
mulch? Then I don't think it was you. Then it was missing someone else. Mulch is I guess people mulch. There's certain hippies that mulch.
In their pocket? Oh.
Yeah, something like that. I thought that was you, Brendan, that they used to do that. Never mind.
No, but I've heard of people doing this, but I've never had the need to do that. That's usually like if you're in some dire need, I think.
My sister makes her own mulch for plants. She makes all that stuff. She's really into that. But anyways, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. One of the best things that you can do for your plants, and it's free, is because they do so much. Just go by there, and when you want to put, obviously in spring, or when you're wanting to put, not just mulch out, but what am I trying to say? Fertilizer for your plants. And we bag. You just say, I want to get some bags of the coffee grounds. Can you bag the coffee grounds? And so basically, what we would do is we would bag, because we dump coffee grounds sometimes just in the trash in general. But anybody that we knew, like a lot of us that worked there, would take them. So we would just like keep bags just for the used coffee grounds. So then you put them out. And the great thing is, number one, it really helps the plants. And number two, it's so black, it almost looks like black mold. Or dirt. So it freshens it up a little. But that's a free way. You want to let her know, if she's doing her own mulch, she can also grab some of that. Just, usually let them know ahead of time, like, oh, can you do this? Keep up. But yeah.
Yeah. Coffee grounds have a lot of nitrogen, which is very beneficial for the soil.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was. Actually, I don't even know if I ever knew. I just was told it was good for the plants, and I dumped it out everywhere.
Yeah, it's very, very beneficial. Okay, I have to continue my journey, but it was a good convo. Tell Douglas.
Where is your journey taking you, my dear?
I have to go print out some paperwork. It's like great. Yeah, some unfortunate business.
Oh, sounded more fun when you said journey. I thought maybe you were going into the woods on a journey to find some elk.
It'll be soon though. So.
All right. Well, let's get talking to you.
All right.
safe.
Blessings. All right. Have a good night.
Oh my God.
What?
Sorry for the missed call last night, but I totally forgot your time zone. So yeah.
It's okay. I was just sleeping in bed, or I was going to sleep, like at the lights off when we were laying there, and I had a video that I've been playing. It's like a meditation video that you go to sleep with, that takes you into a sleep. So I was like almost out, and then it just stopped, and I was like, but I was still kind of. And then I heard the phone start ringing, and I was like, nope, I'm not coming out of the I knew I was too like almost asleep to like I might not get back to sleep if I started talking. So I just I
totally forgot. I'm like, oh crap, this is right the 3 hour time zone.
I knew that's where it was.
I'll let you.
Yes.
I'll fill you in, Brooke, later on.
Okay.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes, you sound loud and clear, Doug.
Thank you. Just checking in with everybody.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all.
Well, doesn't Brooke look really hot in her new icon?
Yes, as you say yourself, very playboy, playmate-ish. Yes,
very
I don't know how that is playmate at all. It's like hardly any makeup, and then I'm like hair pulled back in a ponytail.
You have that fuck me face, that really hot fuck me face.
It better not be like that fucking face that you talked about somebody else having.
Oh no, you have a good one, like a sultry one, like you wish you can fuck me. But anyways, pardon my French, I'm a pastor's kid. Yeah, with the words. But by the way, yesterday I went to the emergency, and I realized how terrible our healthcare system is. Terrible. We have terrible healthcare. And the thing is, where the part of Los Angeles where I went to the west side, which is a little bit more. For some reason, there's more bums. I've noticed more in those trendy areas. And it's literally The Walking Dead. There was a bum throwing his crap at, I guess there was another clinic. I don't know what it was. And I guess it was closed. So he decided to take a dump and throw his crap at the door, which was, entertaining. But at the same time, I made sure, all my doors were locked and, enjoyed but it was freezing too. That's the thing about it. Is last night was really freezing. Yes. It kind of reminded me of San Francisco. Yes. But the wind chill was up there. But no, it's terrible. Our emergency rooms are they're just terrible. They're just terrible. I wish they could just at least I wish they could Uber us from our house to the emergency room. Like, hey guys, we're not gonna help you guys right now, but we'll send an Uber to pick you guys up. That would be wonderful. But it is what it is. But yes, I guess to me, one of the reasons how we know we're screwed is healthcare, man. It's terrible, but you have to bite the bullet, I guess.
It's awful. It's believe me, I understand exactly what you're talking about. You and I will speak privately about the details later, but yeah, in the general sense, it certainly needs to be said. And Brandon Young has joined us, and I want you to say hi to everyone, dear Brandon.
Hey, everybody. How are you doing?
Hey, Brandon. How you doing, bro?
Hey, Sammy. Good to hear you.
Oh, likewise. Nice. We're freezing here in LA.
What is it? 70 degrees.
Yes, nipping 70 degrees. Yes.
Yeah.
So dear Brooke is at 77 degrees up above zero, where she's at, even though it's night and dark in the deep south. And this is why it's a nice place to live in many ways. Now, I do want everyone to know, I will speak later in detail about the San Francisco cold. It is bad. And the wind. It is bad. I had to be out for 2 days in a row. In terms of details I'll give later. It's funny, Sammy went to the emergency room. I went for another ultrasound, and I'll give some details behind that. And so I want everyone to know Sammy has been really doing yeoman work, doing his very best to try and help me develop some kind of professional standard level studio, and I want everyone to know, help encourage Sammy. He doesn't need to do that. He just needs to get me whatever is basic. Okay, because what happened with the new microphone was I opened it up, I assembled it right before, the show, and it doesn't have a inlet for my earbuds. I can't use it.
This is the Shure mic, SHURE.
No, this one is a Tonor, TONOR.
What I did is I got him a Type C one.
Yeah.
And I didn't know they had a mic. It didn't have your earbuds thing, Doug.
Yeah,
My bad.
They don't. So I can't use it because obviously I can't use something that operates through a speaker system or whatever. It obviously probably will work in tandem with some kind of system where a person is operating with headphones or something out of some other kind of motherboard or something. So so what I'm using right now is the same Shure. I've managed to get a hold of several things to kind of keep it from juggling too much, but it's still a challenge. But it's paper clips and it's duct tape, and we'll make it work. And so what we'll do is Sammy and I will deal with this. He and I will talk about that later. I have to go out and mail his receipt for the last one I mailed back. So
you should just get a little stand that you can just kind of fix to your level.
I understand. If I were doing anything logically or rationally, I'd have a desk, right? It's just instead of producing this off of my, as Judith Eggert would call it, my deathbed. It is what it is, and we'll make it work as best we can. And so with that being said, okay, so everyone's aware of that situation now. I do want people to understand that, and this is for our listeners, all of our listeners here, and I'll go into it again throughout the night. It'll be a running theme. Still trying to raise money for the rent. Holly Kaditis Kiefer sent me $100. I had to get that out of the bank in 20s when I cashed her check, because I had to pay cabs to go to the ultrasound and back, and I also have to get my prescription for Sudafed, which I can't get at my Kaiser, which normally covers all of my prescription meds for basically free through Medi-Cal, which thankfully has gone out of their way and made certain that I stay in Kaiser. So it's been going through some massive changes, but the Sudafed is the one thing I cannot get through Kaiser. I have to get that through Walgreens. I have to pay for that, and so that takes about $100 right there. Oh, it's basically $60 maybe, but since it's a higher, the doctor's even prescribing even more Sudafed for me now so it can last longer. It's more like $90. It's close to $100. So I just want people to know that combined with the rent. So that being everybody, just just want everyone to know, I'm still counting on people to donate out there. And aside from all that, these wonderful people are donating their time without any pay or remuneration. In fact, all they get is grief. I just want to welcome them here to continue talking in the opening hour. I do want everyone to know I did most of my supplements now. The one thing that I can wait till after Peter Moon leaves is basically the Mucilex, and I combine that with turmeric and and some protein mix that was from chia seeds and pumpkin seeds and stuff, so I get more zinc through there because
nice.
Yeah, I don't get enough zinc. All that being said, so glad to have all of you here. Brendan Zogit took off. Did he say goodbye before he took off, or did he just kind of quietly leave? Just curious. Brooke? Yes?
He said he was going on his journey.
His journey? Jesus, fuck it. Is he killing himself? What?
No, he said I got to continue my journey, and then I asked him, but he said no, it was just paperwork. So he just made it sound much more interesting. I thought you were going to find fairies in the woods or something.
Okay, so that was what. Did you two have a nice discussion about healthy food and astrology, or what?
Or what? I mean, don't care. Why are you asking?
What a thing to say! Oh my God!
They talked about Kratom. Something to do with Kratom.
You know what? While you gentlemen are here, we can gang up and bully her on something. Honey, could you do me a favor? Do me a favor. The other night, when it was getting close to your appointment, and you said, oh gosh, we were all kind of getting tired. We were all kind of winding down, but we were trying to keep you awake for your appointment. So during that time, I offered to tell some stories. And it's not that I felt that this was disrespectful in any way, but what happened was when I started to tell my stories, then Brooke said, yeah, I heard this one 100 times. I heard that one 100 times. And then, you kind of made it sound like I toot my own horn a lot. At least put it in context so that people understand that it's not like I was bragging to you.
I'll be more than glad to put it in context. I put it in context in this way, which I think I did.
Oh God, I'm afraid she's going to say something. I'm afraid what she's going to say.
Everyone takes their own.
Okay, Sammy, we love you. Sammy's going to go for now. Hugs.
Yeah. Somebody takes everything. Everybody takes things based on their perspective. Some of it is based on our own insecurities, what we think, and some of it can be based on what the other person said. But genuinely, I didn't say it. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like you said, let me tell you the story, and then you went, and then I let you tell the story because you said you know this, and I didn't interrupt you. And then you said, oh well, that, and then that's when I came on and finally went. And then you were about to go into another story. I was like, yes, I've heard that one. Like, I've heard all of these. I mean, it would just be like, I mean, I get that George will sit through the same stories like he likes to over and over about, like, whatever, Nazi Germany, the balloons and whatever.
but honey, the way you made it sound.
But it was also, I was tired and probably a little, I may sound a little cranky with it, but I didn't think that you were, I never said that you were, as a matter of fact, if you listen to that, I specifically said that it wasn't that I thought you were building yourself up. Like, it wasn't that. It's just that you were maybe tired, maybe you're fucked up, or maybe you just don't, like I said, you don't remember a lot of times.
What you made a point of was that it wasn't that you disbelieve me. That was wonderful of you to say that. But
that was not the point. I did make that point. That was one good point I made. The other point was that you have a tendency to not remember things, so I can understand you not remembering having told the story.
Right.
I compared it to my ex-husband, who I compared a much
worse
God!
Story. I mean, she's comparing me to her ex-husband. Now that's bad.
But then if you would listen, see, that's what I'm saying. Either you're not listening or fucked up. I said the reason I laugh about it is because I had an ex-husband who was married to for over 10 years. And he, every time I would bother to go anywhere with him, he always had to get drunk. This is back when I wasn't drinking. I would make myself drink a beer or two, and he'd be like, And
just to keep up with him, just to feel in
I
some
couldn't
sense
keep up
of
with
bonding.
him, but just to have something, because you'd be like, we have to get out, especially when the kids are younger. I finally just quit. But I mean, just every person we met, every single person.
He would tell the same stories.
Over and over and over.
Yes.
There were like 3 or 4 of them. And so when you've heard that same story like 70, 80, 90 times, and then he tries to get me in on it, and I'm just God.
No, that's bad. But by the way, for what it's worth, if you ever hear one of these days, there's an episode in which Crystal River brings on a friend who was an abuse victim. And one of the ways in which she was abused, though she didn't realize it, was the husband had one story. He had one story, and he told it again and again and again. So that's abuse. Definitely. If there's any other nuances, I remember, we'll talk about them later, but I thank you for helping to.
Oh my God, you have already gone off me enough. If you're going to go off on me anymore about anything else, just go ahead, because I might just be done, period.
It's not going off on you, honey. Oh my God.
Don't you
if anything, I'm obsequious. I mean, everybody knows that I prostate myself before you.
One time in this conversation. Did you know that bit?
What?
I haven't said bit one time in this conversation.
Yes, that's appreciated. Yes. Yes. So, Brandon, yes, tell us what's going on with you. How are things going? Is spring's coming? School, how's all the stuff and Kelsey? Catch us up.
Kelsey's great. We had lunch together today, and she brought me dinner.
Oh, wow.
She's a great woman, great girl.
Yeah.
And we work together now at the college.
Yeah, you don't deserve her.
I don't. One bit. I don't know how I got so lucky. But yeah, it was a great day at work, and I'm liking work, which is weird. And but I'm also at the same time taking a course which is one of the only courses in Old Norse in the whole world, unless you live in Scandinavia.
Right.
Wow. In America, it's one of the only courses offered.
Incredible.
And I'm teaching, and I'm learning with one of the best professors in the whole country, if not the world, and the greatest Beowulf scholar and the greatest J.R.R. Tolkien scholar, one of them anyway.
Wow, incredible.
So I'm learning a lot of, it's interesting, Douglas. It's like, you have all these people, sort of magicians, so-called, talking about the Old Norse runes and how magical Odin was. They don't know. They've never read the Prose Edda. They've never read Havamal's Edda. They've never read, the original texts, right, which are so much more fascinating. I'm reciting every day. We recite Old Norse, Dea Frenda, Dea Feda, something Kikar. Each, I forget exactly how it goes. I'll remember it, but we refer to it, and it basically says, my friends will die, my relatives will die, my soul will die, but that which remains is their memory. And he who, and then the cool is he who lives, better to live, because it is he who lives who gets the cow. And it's sort of like this old, you know what I mean? Like, it's like because it was really hard for them, these Old Norse people. And it's sort of like, I take it because I've studied Native American indigenous cultures in North America and South America and so on. And it's almost like the Western tradition has forgotten about the Old Norse. But they actually, in their earlier texts, refer to the Asian. Their gods are the Aesir, or the Asian. So and they always referred to Ata, which is daddy, which is Attila, the Hun. And so it's just fascinating, all these like connections and why they would want to be married to the East. They traveled as far as the Vikings did, North America to Ireland, but all the way to the land of Rus, which is Russia and Kiev, and the river systems therein. It's just fascinating seeing how the language evolved and how the culture evolved and so on and so forth. And it's like you said, it's like one of the only courses in the world taught about this stuff. So I'm very fortunate to work at this place and also be able to take classes for free.
Yes.
So yeah.
Wow. Incredible. Incredible. So did you ever have an interest in the Vikings, honey? I hope she realizes I'm referring to her.
I mean, not a deep interest in the Vikings. No, I mean, no, not like that. I mean, I know a little bit of Norse, and about Odin and things like that. But, other than that, and that island that they supposedly may have come to, where they're still trying to get the gold out of it, and they don't know if the Vikings did it. What is that, Oak Island?
Mm-hmm.
I learned a little bit more about them then, but no. Prefer like you were mentioning some quotes. Like I prefer somebody like, was it Khalil Gibran?
Oh, Khalil Gibran.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Love his poetry. His words.
Yes, he was. Oh gosh, which people? Druj. He was Jebel Druj was his tribe. They're a very specific ethnicity sandwiched between Syria and Jordan. There we have that. And so with Brandon, yes, I mean, you're so very lucky to be learning about this. It's all the rage now. So many people are going heathen and picking up the Norse religion or their idea of its religiosity. And so you'll be able to kind of become sort of I guess, a wandering priest in that regard.
Well, it's just interesting because you see the misinterpretations of it.
Yeah. But there's misinterpretations on every religion, right? And every
absolutely history. You're right, exactly, Brooke. But but it's just really funny because these people don't like Christianity, so they forsake that, and they're like, "Oh, what can I find that's in the Western?" I know the Norse tradition.
Norse, and they were more into what else was it, like woods and almost what we call witchcraft. What word am I looking for?
Yeah, sure. There was witches. There were the seers. In the poems, there are these amazing women characters who are tripartite, which is mean 3 people, like Hecate, or the 3 weird sisters in Shakespeare. And in fact, Shakespeare, I think, was very much influenced by the Old Norse stories. Hamlet follows the exact same story as Hamlet, and so on and so forth. Like, I mean, it's basically the same story. Same thing in Denmark, where you have Macbeth and all these different sort of Game of Thrones sort of things. But it's just a fascinating.
Well, they were, if I'm not mistaken, where they were more Wiccan as far as into natural rituals.
Yeah.
Versus like pagan.
Yeah, I use pagan in like a broad sense. No, you're right. I think they use the natural as far as, the earth and the sea and the thunder and the fire and the elemental sort of
right.
Prototypical. Yeah, I know you're right about that. So.
Yeah, I just vaguely remember something on that, and I was actually trying to look at the word to remember it, and I came across pagan, but then I saw Wiccan, and I think Wicca is more the natural. And I just remember like talking about some of the Norse gods, and and again, it may be wrong because this was just something that I learned on, which could be completely wrong, but it was just talking about they were into a lot of those things, and then of course Christianity came around and pushed that out and said, no, this is evil witchcraft.
Well, the witch or the seer of the village or of the tribe was usually a woman that was blind and was off in the outskirts, but you would be able to visit her and she would tell you your fate.
Yeah, a few of the movies have actually gotten that right. I don't know that they set it up.
Oh, really?
Over there, but yeah, I mean, in general, if I think of several movies where the witch, and sometimes it's in America. Or it could have been in Germany. Who knows? I don't think they necessarily set it up in Norse, where the Vikings were, but in Scandinavia. But I do believe they use that a lot. You go to the old witch's house and she's blind. Several movies, and she tells you. I mean, even in I don't know if she was blind. She wasn't blind in The Matrix. She was.
Yeah.
I don't think she was blind there. Maybe I can't remember. Was she
the mother?
The one that told him the pot was going to fall, and then be careful.
Right.
Just be careful. But there's like those old. I used to watch a lot of those type movies, especially when my kids were old enough to watch something like that because it wouldn't be too scary. But kind of
Oracle.
Just creepy. Yeah, we would watch that.
No, that's the same idea as like this. So it's just interesting, like this very masculine supposed, like the idea that we have in our head of Vikings. That was a job description, essentially. It was like a certain sect. It was like saying the Green Berets, of America. So it was the Scandinavian people were actually poetry, and they were actually pretty advanced for their time as far as like ship and sailing and everything like that. I mean, traveling to East Asia, and not to say that they didn't maraud. And they didn't invade France and kill everybody. They did that, and that's not to be forgotten. But, they had their time, and they did have their influence, and they did have their stories, and they thought that their story should be preserved and written down, right? So they wrote these things down, and it's just an interesting way of like figuring out European history.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of my, Douglas made this comment. I didn't really actually researched it. I just knew we have a lot of Scottish family, but those trace back to Norse.
Absolutely, yeah. They were there. They were there, and they went from North America to Asia. I mean, they were a vast seafaring cult. Essentially.
Yes. Yes, a wonderful descriptive. So people need to we need to redefine the descriptive so that people have a better understanding and appreciation of it as something other than negative. So we will speak of that again very soon in the near future. With your permission, dear Brandon, when Peter takes his leave tonight, I'll try and give you a call again. Just answer if you wish to. If you're unable to, no worries.
Of course.
Yeah, and the same for you, dear Brooke, of course. And though, of course, I would insist that I keep you for only a short time if I reach you at all after Peter leaves tonight, because definitely we want you to get your rest. And so I love you dearly, Brooke, and hugs to you, dear brother Brandon. And I'll end the call for now and bring Peter on.
Right. Yeah, have a good night.
Good night, hugs.
Have a good night. Good night, everybody.
Yes.
Good night, Brooke.
Blessed be.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, Brandon.
Wonderful. Bye. So with that, we're going to reestablish the call with Peter Moon. So let's do that. And here we are. My eardrums out. And then Peter comes on. There we are, dear Peter. So,
hello.
Yes, so glad to have you with us, and what a day it's been. And so by all means, take the stage. I'll do my best to participate, and I'll certainly, I think we'll have quite the dialogue tonight, but definitely take the lead.
Okay, well, it's nice to be here. I haven't heard any of the preamble, so I have nothing to say about that. I just tuned in. Wow, we have some. I think one of the things I want to focus, if not the main thing to focus, is in response to one of, somebody was asking me on Facebook, why do I work with Douglas Dietrich? What's the, paid me some compliment about, I don't remember what it was.
Oh, well, you're basically a light worker is what she was saying.
She didn't say light worker, she said intellect and maybe high-minded. I don't know, but whatever it was, I don't know if it was high-minded, but anyway, it was like, why would I, cavort with Douglas Dietrich? And
of all people, yes.
Well, yeah, it's the first thing I would say, and is not to liken myself to the Christ of the New Testament, but he hung out with publicans and sinners.
Yes.
So, so why not? But I don't look at Douglas that way. I mean, he has a lot more. He has, what's the word? A savant knowledge.
Thank you.
Of not only of the occult, but of just history. And therefore, because the history has been occulted, it becomes occult history, but it's not. It's rejected history, but it's history. The true history of the world is rejected by the quote-unquote historians of the world, who are fake, phony, and frauds. So I guess I will start addressing this of why would I work with Douglas Dietrich, who is, grew up in the gangs of Chinatown. As I say, I was sophomore year. I was assigned, or I made the elective of study Eurasian civilization, and we studied Asia, first with India, the Wheel of Life, and Nirvana, and we moved into China, and that included a field trip to Chinatown and San Francisco, and that was a real trip. Now, I'd been to Chinatown before with my family, but you're looking, and I think what remember my first memory of, I think, that stood out to everybody is that when you'd walk by the Chinese butcher shops or delis, they didn't call them delis or butcher shops, but they would have the full head of a pig sitting there, hung out. And you say, you don't see that in suburban America or even in urban America. So that was, you see, it's like, oh, look at that. It's look-see. And you see all the bric-a-brac. And we're given a tour of Chinatown, taken into a Chinese school where I think they spoke Chinese.
Yes, one would hope.
And I remember they had crucifixes on the wall. They were Catholic.
Yes.
And one of my favorite was the Chinese printer. The Chinese printer was he printed, he was the typesetter. He put the stuff in Chinese characters, and they take us to meet this guy, and he was like, this looked like a soundstage.
Wow.
In Hollywood, a soundstage where there's nothing in it, like it's just blank walls, like concrete walls where they haven't put anything in the soundstage. There's no construction. The set has to be put into this blank concrete wall where the concrete walls looks like a bunker. And I did a tour of Universal Studios in probably 1969, 68 probably, with my family. And it was, Universal Studios wasn't what it is now. It wasn't a theme park per se, but they take you into a soundstage. Right. And it looks like a bunker from Berlin. There's nothing in it.
Wow. And
they have on a like a coat rack is this green decaying piece of rubber. And this is the costume of the creature of the Black Lagoon, the original costume of the creature of the Black Lagoon. Wow. They have that in a soundstage. What an unimpressive thing to see. Yeah. And they said, this is a soundstage. This is what we do. We create a set inside. Then they took us to a set of Sweet Charity, which was a film starring Shirley MacLaine. That was elaborate. We all got to see that set. That was really impressive. That was huge. It was like an airplane hangar. Mm-hmm. But so anyway, this Chinese guy was in there it looked like a closet, a small closet, maybe the size of a walk-in closet. And I don't know what it was like. He didn't speak English. It was a translator. Mm-hmm. And I go, this is a printer, It's my future career. Or not a printer. I'm not a printer, but a publisher. I'm going to be using a printer. I'm thinking like, God. And he was all dirty, and he did the Chinese press. That was so memorable because it's just like, God, what a grimy job.
Yes.
But he was very nice, and everybody was very nice. And so that was, I had memories of experiences in Chinatown, and I would always go there whenever I went to San Francisco because it was a stop of convenience. The parking was near there. You'd park, I think what's the name? Grant Station?
Grant Avenue. It'd be the Grant's, I forgot what station. It's the, you got the right idea.
You park under this area because, it's a place to park. Yeah. You can walk over to Union Square from there. You can walk to Chinatown.
That's right.
And so whether I was on my school field trips, mm-hmm. Of which were there at least 3, mm-hmm. or with my family.
Place is one of the things that comes to my mind when you think of these kind of like central areas in Chinatown. But go on. Yeah.
Which place you said?
Waverly Place is what I think.
Yes. Yeah. So, and so I was taught to have an appreciation for the heritage of China, yes. and Japan. We also visited Japantown, which is not nearly as impressive as Chinatown in terms of its size, population, or culture, but that's where I ate my first sushi. And so I have a natural affinity for Chinatown. And it's a place of reference to me. And, Paula, my wife, Paula, when we went there, she complained of its dirtiness because she's very, I guess what you'd say, clean.
Yes.
And she, but I think after, a week or two, she says, I miss Chinatown, because it was so novel. And what was so special about Chinatown, when the day I met Douglas for the first time in October of 2000, I'm still thinking 2014, it was 2014, with my friend Doug from high school. And, we've got a whole afternoon to spend together. He picks me up in my hotel in Berkeley, and we drive across the bridge. And I said, first thing I want to do is see Chinatown. I want to go to Spofford Alley. And so we ended up walking around Chinatown a lot. And I took him into all the back streets of Chinatown, which I'd never really been into before. And I said, this is a tour of Chinatown that you'll never see. It's into all the tongs, which are the benevolent societies that are fronts for, enforcement, if we want to call them. Gangs might be a word. It might be kind of an inaccurate word, but they could be identified as protectors of the community. And, you're walking into these alleys, and at the time, my daughter had a Chinese boyfriend whose grandmother wrote Unbound Feet, the famous book Unbound Feet. Right. And I was telling him about that, and he says, oh, nobody bothered you? No, nobody bothered me. There was no reason to bother me, just walking up and down the streets. But they're totally empty back there. There's no tourists in them. And of course, on the streets there was a guy teaching martial arts to some of the couple of students. They were using wooden swords, and that was fun. We just sat and watched him for a long time. They were preparing the paper dragons, where people would get up in a dragon and they're going to come out and do their dragon parade. And they had all the flags of Taiwan sitting out there in protest. Yes. This was a very symbolic imagery. So these things were very relevant to me. And of course, I won't go into the Spofford Alley. That's the thing I've talked about extensively, the synchronicity of Joe Matheny and the Ong's Hat synchronicity after he got back from Montauk and encountered this strange character, Emery Cranston, in Chinatown, which was a place he liked to frequent because it was like there were certain areas of Chinatown, a restaurant you could go in, he said, where you could just feel like you're in another country. He could get away from Silicon Valley and all of that and just go eat Chinese food that Americans will not eat, because these restaurants he'd go to were for Chinese. They weren't for tourists. Yeah. And as many of you may or may not know, Chinese food in China is not the same as Chinese food in America. So the same in Mexico. It's not the same. We have some Mexican restaurants on Long Island that are for Mexicans. And you can go in and eat there, but they're not like the Mexican food you'll eat at a Mexican restaurant that's for Americans. Right. It's just different. So anyway, I have, by reason of my experience and my work, I have a strong affinity and an interest in the Chinese culture. So now I would also tell you, and this is kind of just a side affinity, this is not the real crux of my work, although it involves my work with Douglas, is that to walk through Chinatown with him, which was the first time last year with Jojo Mikolajczyk. We walked through Chinatown, we ate there, and he's showing, you walk with Douglas and he can read the signs. Yes. He can tell you what they mean. This is neat. Yeah. And this is like a tour of Chinatown. I was giving my friend Doug a tour of Chinatown that he's not going to get from any tour of Chinatown. Right. And now Douglas gives me an even in-depth, plus he colors it with all the stories of when he was a kid, doing this, that, and that. That was fascinating. So that alone is a good reason to collaborate with him, but it goes much deeper than that. It goes much deeper than that. So what I would say was that the Montauk Project. The Montauk Project, of course, is what I'm primarily known for.
So far.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what started my whole career. Was working with Preston Nichols. The Montauk Project is all about the master trigger of the mind control of the entire morphogenic grid, the planet. And it's using with the biorhythms of the Earth. The major biorhythm was the Montauk Project, 1983. And it was, suppressing knowledge, dabbling with the occult, manipulating time. And it was connected with a lot of occultism and Satanism. And so it became evident to me in the course of some of my other experience with San Francisco, when I was involved in Scientology, and I would, I visited San Francisco twice as a member of the Sea Organization. We took 2 journeys up to San Francisco. One was I was a new recruit in 1972, and later in 1974, when I was reassigned to the ship, and we went up there. And at that point, I was a Scientology counselor or auditor. And when I would audit people from San Francisco, because we did that, and in their auditing sessions, they'd come up with this. They'd be getting surveilled by the FBI or similar organizations. It was the FBI. These people would be dragged in and interrogated. And it was like it would come up, and so much of the mentality of San Francisco, the undercore, I'm talking about the government core. When I got involved with Montauk, I made a comment that San Francisco was like an extension of the Montauk Project on the West Coast. That's right. And of course, at that time, I wasn't even thinking of the Presidio. And the Presidio, my introduction to the Presidio, of course, I knew about it from the 4th grade because it was the second Presidio, the second fort in California. The first one, the original Presidio, which still exists, is in Montreal. I'm not Montreal, Monterey, which was the first settlement. And then they built a secondary Presidio, which became bigger on the peninsula of San Francisco. And so when you come into the Golden Gate Bridge and you come in from the ocean, Pacific Ocean, and you turn to the right, there's the Presidio. There's cannons to deliver ships coming in. It's a perfect place for a defense. On the other side, north of the Golden Gate Bridge, are the headlands, where they have bunkers, just like at Montauk. Bunkers with cannons. The cannons are taken out now. My friend Madeline used to go in there with others, and they used to chant in the bunkers because it had good acoustics. They do chanting and whatnot.
Ooh, that sounds sinister.
No, it wasn't sinister at all. It was, it was chanting. It wasn't. They weren't doing grimoire. Not at all. She wasn't into that. So anyway, the Presidio. So the first time I went, it really registered on me was on May 23rd, 1969. I remember the date when we were doing our tour of Japan town, and my teacher was driving down the highway, and we're going by San Quentin Prison, and he says, they got a new inmate there this morning. Anybody know who that is? I go, yeah, it's Sirhan. I heard it on the morning news, on the San Francisco radio station, which I'd wake up to every morning. And he says, oh yeah. So I remember that. And then we crossed the Golden Gate Bridge from the north. First time I'd ever done that, because when you come into San Francisco, it was more easier to just come across the Oakland Bay Bridge. But he said, we're going to do the scenic tour. So, we did the scenic tour, and the first thing you do when you cross the Golden Gate Bridge, on your left is the Presidio. You're driving on the Arguelles Gate, or the Arguelles, whatever it's called, highway or whatever it's called, Arguelles Street. And he says, this Presidio, you cannot go on there. It was the forbidden zone. And that struck me. You're not allowed to go there. It's huge. That was my first introduction to the Presidio, really seeing it. But you can't
see it. About a quarter of the city. Yeah, it's about a quarter of the city was off limits.
It's a huge amount. And so that was a Presidio. So all of these things were sort of pieces of my history. And I'll never forget when my father, told me we were moving to Sacramento. He was getting restationed in Sacramento. And it's kind of like, okay, I was really happy to be leaving that town. But this was a whole new experience. I think I'd been to Sacramento once, and all I knew about Sacramento was it was hotter than hell.
Yes.
Now, I was already living in a town that was hotter than hell.
Yes.
But the good thing about where I lived, it was dry heat. Sacramento was more humid, but nothing compared to the East Coast. The East Coast is so humid that when I first had my first exposure to it, whether it be in New York City or Washington, D.C., when I visited for the first time, it happened both in the summer. But I remember walking to my work in D.C. and thinking, like, how could the founding fathers ever have picked a place like this to live? It's insufferable.
Yes.
Absolutely insufferable. Now, D.C. was built on a swamp, like the Vatican. They're both built on swamps. So maybe that area is a little more inclined to be uninhabitable. But the truth of it, the humidity, and now that I was living in Florida at the time, by the way, when I went to D.C. Yeah. I was living in Florida where it's very humid. But I said, man, D.C. was, super humid. So seemed worse than Florida. But the truth of the fact of humidity is you get used to it. Yeah. So if I now go to California, I now understand what all these people would say when they'd visit there, whether I'd be sitting next to them at a ball game or whether they'd be visiting our family. And these people would say, it sure is dry out here. It sure is dry. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I said, this is so stupid. Why do you say this? Sure is dry out here. Everybody would say that. Now I know what they were talking about because when I go back to California, I go, sure is dry here. It's kind of pleasant, but San Francisco is not so dry. It's got some humidity. Yes. It's got some water in the air. Yes. And it can be quite pleasant. It can also be unpleasant because of the cold.
Yes.
So, but all of these are sort of geographical, historical reference points to me. So there's a great deal of familiarity and affinity for the area where Douglas grew up. And it's sort of like this is completing my education. And you might call my San Francisco experience, because what is that song? I left my heart in San Francisco. Yes. The city has a resonance that you won't find with any other city. I used to drive on Fridays, 1987. Every Friday I would drive home from New Jersey. I was working in Princeton Junction, and it was a long drive. So I won't go into the details, but every Friday I'd drive home, and one of the most beautiful sights is you're coming home via Staten Island. You cross the Verrazano Bridge, and you would have, if you drove on the upper part of the bridge, you'd have a beautiful view of New York skyline and the Twin Towers. And I tell you, when those Twin Towers were bombed, it ruined the New York skyline.
It did.
I can't explain it. It ruined it. It's like you don't even want to see it. And the Freedom Tower, I mean, you get some good views from New Jersey. Paul has seen some good views, taken some pictures. You get some good views from the New Jersey
it's not
side.
The same. Yeah.
You could get some good views from the Brooklyn side, but when you're looking from the south, no, it's horrible compared to what it was. Those things really made a skyline.
They were integral. They were integral to the visual identity of the city.
Yeah, and I would drive by it was usually sunset, and I'd say, what a great view. But the bridges, the Golden Gate Bridge, and even the Oakland Bay Bridge, which is now much more aesthetic than it was since the earthquake, they rebuilt it. it's like these New York bridges really suck. They suck because there's nothing special about them. They don't make them special. The San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge is such a special bridge because of the scenery. And of course, people are always disappointed because it's painted in red lead. It's painted in red lead to preserve it. It's not gold.
That's right.
And that disappoints people. But if you're used to it, you're used to it. But it's so scenic. It's so beautiful. And the Verrazano Bridges actually can be quite breathtaking at different times. But, you know, it's not any, if they painted it red, it would be a lot better, even the red. And it's just like, it just doesn't measure up. The bridges don't measure up. And so it's very, very, I guess, poetic city. And then there's so much that happens there. And now it's, of course, it's gone into a worse situation. But now we have to, that's geographical, historical, even sentimental. But Douglas is my only connection to San Francisco, really. I think I lost my last subscriber there. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Whoa.
He's probably still around. Maybe COVID got him. Who the hell knows?
Jesus.
But, and you know, and Douglas, I had a very weird experience on that trip that I saw you, the morning I saw you.
Yeah.
I don't remember who I saw first. I visited my friend Tantra in Berkeley one day, and I think I visited her first before Doug came down the next day. But the thing is, I'm driving from the airport in a rented car up the South San Francisco up there, and it's like I haven't been in the city, you know, since 2006 when I took my daughter there. And prior to that had been 1989 with my first wife. And I think I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, like I was in some other planet. Okay, how the hell do I even know where I'm going? I used to know how to get around in that town. You know, I drove around in that town, particularly on that road coming up from, you know, the baseball park, Candlestick Park, where I'd driven to. Was familiar with it, knew how to drive around. So what the hell am I doing? I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. It was like I was returning to my past. It was really surreal.
Yeah. And
then of course, you know, when I get back into the swing of things and I'm with my friend, you know, things kind of come back.
Yes.
But there's much more important reasons than just my own personal nostalgia and whatnot. Is the Montauk project. I can't minimize the personal, you know, experiences there at all. There were also experiences with Scientology there, which and I'll also say this. I want to say something else. I once had my astrocartography done. And astrocartography is when they take the planets in your chart and they put a line. And so they put a line. So an astrologer who I knew, who helped me with the Montauk project, I went out to his house once, and he had really helped me in the beginning. He was young, up-and-coming astrologer then, and by that time, when he saw me the second time, he was only working with billionaires. Wow. It's not, I mean, he worked for me. I paid for a reading. He picked up on stuff, but anyway, sort of when we ended the reading, he said, "I'm going to look at your astrocartography." So he puts these lines out, and you know, so you have, like, say, I had a Neptune line, I think it was, running right through Long Island, and it ran through Centerport, Long Island, which was literally right through the church I got married in Long Island, a Catholic church.
Wow.
And I said, God, it could get any closer than this. I got married, and on that line. And then there was a line, he says, there was a line running right through Montauk. I don't know which line that was, but he said, that's right through Montauk. So he blew it up. And he said, it really wasn't running through Montauk. It was running through Block Island, which is an island off the coast of Montauk. It actually is part of Rhode Island, but it's closer to Montauk, I think. Whatever it was, he says, you should go to that island. Now, I've never been to that island. I'd like to go sometime. You can't take a car there. You have to, ride a bicycle or walk around. But because your line right, but see, you want to be within 50 miles of your lines. So even though it doesn't run right through the town of Montauk, it's close enough. And I had my Venus and Mars running right off the coast of California, kind of extending right through San Francisco, right at the top of, right at the edge of San Francisco. So he says, you're bi-coastal. He says, you should do both coasts. And of course, I grew up on the West Coast. So he says, and you should follow your lines. My daughter has a line through San Francisco. She's living in LA. She'd be better off in San Francisco, I think.
Yeah.
But whatever. And she did spend some time there with her Chinese boyfriend. But
he wasn't the suicidal chap, was he?
No. He had other issues. Incredible artist. That's the thing. He just did art. He wasn't supporting himself. And his parents were enabling him. And to just do art. And the guy was brilliant. But, ultimately you have to make a living for yourself.
Yes.
And I hope that happens for him. Very nice guy. But to get back to Douglas, it's a long-winded question, and I'm filling it with a lot of fluff in a way, but it's meaningful.
Yes.
And it's part of the visceral experience that I had growing up. And we get into I will digress. San Francisco, I talked about Scientology. 1974, we're visiting San Francisco, and we're there for weeks. And we're docked right on Fisherman's Wharf. And most of the time we're spent, I'm basically auditing people all day. That's what I do. I'm also getting audited during that time period. I'm undergoing a lot of therapy. It's really a good time for me. I'm really doing well. And one of the things at the end of the day, and see, the auditors in Scientology are, as they say, they're supposed to be treated like prima donnas. They have their own life. They don't answer to authority. They do answer to some authority, but it's not the typical authority. So you're protected from the rabble, the fray. So you have your own little culture inside of the Scientology culture. And it's usually very positive and upbeat and, kind of psychic in its own way. Because when you go in and you counsel somebody every day, you might be dealing with 3 to 5 people in a day, depends. And you're going deep into their deep into their psyches, deep into their experiences. And I remember one person I know, he says, I could never be an auditor. You're sitting there in a box all day. You're sitting there in a box. I could never stand that. Well, that's actually something that could be, quote unquote, audited out of him. He had lives of claustrophobia. And sometimes these quarters were pretty tiny in a ship. Mm-hmm. If you're on a ship, because you could be in pretty, surrounded by paint and nuts and bolts, but you just got used to it.
Right.
And I said, but you're going into deep in somebody's psyche. You're vicariously living through the experience with them, particularly if it's interesting. I remember auditing some guy from France, and I'm going off into France, and then they go off into their past lives, and you could be going into their past lives. You're viscerally experiencing, and you become empathic. Whether you're an empath or not, if you're doing your job, you begin to have empathy for people, and you're also solving their problems by guiding them into directions. And if you're doing it right, you're making them not only happy, but very happy. And it builds up a great affinity between the two of you. So you're delving deeply into people's psyches, and you develop, if you don't already have it, a degree of empathy and simpatico with people. So it's a very deep experience. And then you also develop camaraderie with your fellow auditors. And at the end of the day, you write up your auditing sessions. You do it administratively, and they're turned into a case supervisor, and they're supervised. And if you made mistakes, that you're corrected. You're sent to a department called cramming, where you're, learn your mistakes. This is a part, and you do that generally in the morning, and so that you'll be fresh to do the next day. And it's a nightly ritual, and they turn off the generators. So, to save money or whatever, and they turn off the generators at night, and you go to sleep. The rest of the shift go complete, and we'd be doing our write-ups by candlelight. We'd have candles, and we'd write up our sessions by candlelight because they turn off the lights. They weren't going to leave them on for us, so we do it by candlelight.
Wow. And
it's kind of romantic, and we talk, and I remember one night, somebody said, let's go off the ship. Let's go to the wharf and see what's going on. Let's do something. Mm-hmm. And okay. Wasn't my idea, but it sounded like fun. And should we have done this discipline-wise? No, but who cared? Plus, we couldn't get in trouble as long as we did our right amount of hours. Even if we weren't supposed to do it, nobody would bother us. So it was not something we'd ordinarily do. I do remember we went out at the captain's recommendation and saw the movie Blazing Saddles in Ghirardelli Square. That was where I saw Blazing Saddles.
Why would the captain recommend that?
Thought it was funny. Thought it was funny. Thought it was a good movie, and we enjoyed the hell out of it. We were laughing our asses off, and then we went to. So we go off to Fisherman's Wharf, and of course Fisherman's Wharf is very bustling during the daytime. Except when I was there with Douglas during COVID, and there was nobody there. and it's bustling, but at night there's nothing going on. There's nothing going on. There's the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum. So we go there because it's there. It's not. I want to see the freak show of Ripley's Believe It or Not, but it was closed. It's closed. It's like 11 o'clock at night or 11:30, and we say there's nothing going on, and they say, well, the Witch Museum next door is open. So we go to the Witch Museum. Did we really want to see the Witch Museum? No. And this was really, it was kind of my first exposure to occult magic.
Yes.
And we went in. And of course, now we're used to auditing the mind. Like we're going in and getting rid of people's nightmares and demons and stuff like that. And so when you see these images of magic, and it's like what Scientologists would interpret that as, whole track mumbo jumbo engrams. They call them engrams, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. And so we go in there, and there were a lot of I guess what do you call them? Dolls, not dolls. What's the word?
Wax figures.
Wax figures.
Yeah.
A lot of, naked women, witch stuff, and then of course occult magic. But so much was Aleister Crowley. They had wax figures of Aleister Crowley, and I did not know who. I mean, I had heard of Aleister Crowley from Sybil Leek's book, but it was like he looked like this grade A buffoon to us. It's like, what is he doing? And he's got, this ritual with a naked lady, and it's just like, and they mention him, and he's the B666, and we are like laughing. And it became a running joke with this guy, this Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world. And so, it became like a running joke with us. And then when we came back to LA, now that all occurred in San Francisco, and we came back to LA, sailed back to LA eventually, and this guy joined the ship, and his name was Archie Davis, and he was bolder than a billiard ball. He shaved his head, and he looked just like Aleister Crowley in that, to the degree that his head was shaved. Mm-hmm. And so, I'd say, oh, see, Aleister Crowley's aboard. And, and I actually was the one chosen to do his security check. And his security check was, I think he'd been involved with Synanon, which was crime, people who'd been in jail or something.
Right.
And it was my job to pull his discreditable acts, what they call his overts and withholds in Scientology. And, he'd been in prison for grand larceny.
Jesus.
Now, in the great wisdom of the ship's personnel department, they assigned him to the Treasury Department.
Of course. Oh, that makes perfect sense.
First he was the chief cook, which he did a very good job as a cook. So they promoted him into Treasury, which was over the steward's department. And I remember it was Christmas. By this time, I had been assigned. I was working temporarily at the LA organization because they needed some help. So I was temporarily reassigned to, they called it LA Day or Los Angeles Organization Day, which nighttime there was another organization that took over. So I had nights off and I had weekends off, which was a very liberal schedule for a Sea Org member. Very liberal. But inevitably, because the ship was my home in San Pedro or Wilmington, wherever it was, I'd want to go home. I'd want to go to the ship on the weekend because that's where my friends were. So I remember, I think it was Christmas Eve. And I remember he was driving a bunch of us back because, and he was, he wanted to listen to Christmas carols on the radio. And I said, turn that off. That turns, I don't hear this shit. And it's because, we celebrated Christmas in the Sea Org, but I didn't want to hear these Christmas carols. And I just suffered through them earlier in the day. We were having lunch at some really divey pizza parlor in LA on Alvarado Street. And it was like they were playing this canned music. It was so embarrassingly bad. It was just, I said, I don't know Christmas carols. And I was having an argument with this guy. And he's like, Christmas carols are good. And I'm saying they suck. I'm arguing against the Christmas carol and he's arguing for them. It's not a real serious argument. And then, we go home, we have this Christmas party. And this is actually, I see. This is right after my parents died.
Oh, Jesus.
My parents had died on the 14th. So I had gone back and, done the funeral. I was there for several days. I remember the ship's supercargo, which was, in charge of personnel. He said I couldn't. I heard somebody says, he says you can't go. I said, to hell with him. Can't go to my funeral. Oh, okay. Good for him. I didn't pay attention to that crap, and the insanity of such a statement. I went and did my business, and still I was working at LA then. So I came back on the weekend and, didn't have much sentiment for Christmas. But I did celebrate it on the ship because I wanted to, get it out of I didn't want to think of my parents and all that.
Yes.
I had my, just put attention on having fun. But anyway, it was just practically right after Christmas that, it was announced that he'd absconded with like $30,000.
Of course.
And so much for the Christmas carols, The Christmas carols, and he's a criminal. I'm anti-Christmas carol, and I'm clean.
Yes, there you go. It says so much.
And they wanted to investigate me because, well, who security checked him? Well, I security checked him. All the crimes were there.
Yes.
I didn't put him on the job.
Yes.
No, I was clean on that too. I didn't screw up. They screwed up. The personnel department screwed up. And anyway, I'm not going to go into the details of how he did it, but he did it. The ship thought it was making its greatest gross income ever, and he was reporting the gross income and, putting it in his pocket. But it was all exciting. And then what happened was they did a whole security check on me in Hollywood, saying, well, it's like right there. I said, it's right there in the files, They're like scrutinizing me. Was I associated with him? Well, I exposed it.
Yes.
I didn't screw up, but they're over checking what they call cleaning a clean. I didn't get any trouble for it. Not at all. But they said, so anyway, but what the long and short of it was, he showed up there was this place, they still own it. It was called the Hollywood Inn on Hollywood Boulevard. And and he showed up, he was staying in a hotel or an apartment right across the street. And they recognized him. The Guardian's office recognized him and just went over and says, okay, come on, we're going to the police, Archie. They took him to the police, and he was arrested. And I don't know if they got the money back or not.
Wow. Oh, my God. But, so he went back to jail again. What a loser.
Well, they put him in an opportunity, where he could do that. But what was so ironic is I said, when it went through, I said, well, see, this guy was the wickedest man in the world. He was emulating him. And that was the funny thing. Because, we referred to him as Aleister Crowley. That was a joke, that was behind his back. And he lived up to the reputation. It was like the synchronicity was, and yet, he was pro-Christmas Carol and I was anti-Christmas Carol. I'm not totally anti-Christmas Carol.
I understand.
I'm not. But it can be overdone. And it can be too much. Christmas carols have their place. Just don't overdose me. And sometimes you need a break. And it's hard to avoid them, So my favorite Christmas carol of all time, and I don't think it's on YouTube anymore, Crystal River agreed, was my daughter's version of Silent Night. Oh. She did a beautiful version of Silent Night. And is my daughter Christian? Absolutely not. But she did a beautiful version of Silent Night. So I didn't teach her to be a Christian. She asked me some questions when she was young, because she was in a private school where the kids were Christian, Jewish, was a couple Muslims. So they were taught the difference between the different religions. And she comes home saying, are you Christian or are you Jewish? Keep asking. It was sort of a ball-busting question. It wasn't like, I don't know how serious she was. Are you Christian or are you Jewish? It's like she was saying it kind of like with this inflection. She's just a little kid, probably in the second grade. And she started asking me, she says, well, what is God? And I showed her a yin-yang symbol, and I explained it to her in sort of a context, and okay. And she never asked me again. She doesn't remember it. And then one day she was asking me about Jesus, because, and I explained to her the name of Jesus and what it was, and versus how people looked at it. They don't understand. They use the term Jesus, and it's kind of like a abomination to even say the word phonetically. It's ignorant, very ignorant. Yeshua is a little more correct, but even that is a transliteration of the true name. So it's like you have this derivative of a derivative of derivative. And I'm explaining it to her in a little more, language for a young person. And she says, I don't want to have anything to do with that, because of the, it's all a bunch of people who don't understand shit from Shinola. So it's kind of like, it's much ado about what they don't understand. So there's a lack of really, what are we talking about here? And of course, it's just a lot of misunderstandings. And as one of my Moorish friends used to say, the Holy Bible is named after Helios, Biblos, Helios, Biblios. Holy Bible, Helios, Biblios. Helios is the sun, the Greek name for Apollo, Helios. Biblios is book, the book of the sun. Not S-O-N, but S-U-N. It's a book about astrology. And there are so many astrological correspondences and references. And the Bible is a book of synchronicity. It's loaded with, I guess, what you call synchronicities and codes and all that, especially the first few lines of Genesis. If you study the work of Stan Tenen, it explains a vortex upon which all the Hebrew letters are based. But this is not what you get with evangelists and in churches. You're generally talked down to in a way that, controls the congregation. Yeah. And as much as I might sound like I have a jaundiced view of Christianity, it's even with the faults of its ministers, the faults of its priests, the faults of the congregation, it has a lot more redeeming qualities than these people who want to annihilate it and have no moral compass whatsoever. So that those are anarchists.
That's right.
So it's like I've talked, especially in the South, you can't talk to somebody for more than a few minutes in the South without the conversation turning to God.
Right.
And their positions are so myopic.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, it's okay. It's just, what's it called? Factionalized thinking.
Yes.
And, but anyway, God is, it's just a Western viewpoint.
Yes.
It's a Western viewpoint. And of course, I was much more attached to an Eastern viewpoint.
Thank you.
from my Asian studies that I did, because I did not grow up with my parents had been Catholic. My father wanted nothing to do with it because he'd been, I guess, what you call targeted by the priests.
Jesus.
And
molested?
I don't know to what extent. I believe my uncle, his brother was, which I heard, but they tried something on him, but it didn't go very far.
Okay.
Because he was an altar boy.
Right.
And he spoke derisively of them. And he would not have nothing to do with it. And my mother was Catholic, grown up Catholic school, and she, went along with him, I guess. So but when I asked questions, I was brought to Catholic Church. She brought me, but it was very difficult because it was all in Latin. So what the hell? I'm not learning nothing. And I remember she says, after kindergarten, she says, where do you want to go to school? You can go to, well, can I go to school where Greg does? Greg went to Catholic school. So I could continue at Holmes Elementary, where I went to kindergarten, where we all went to kindergarten, or I can go to Catholic school. So I said, okay, let's go. She says, I said, take me over to the school. And I go over to the school, and there's no playground to speak of.
That sucks.
There's a little bit of a play, but it's empty. Of course, there was nobody there. It was a Saturday. I look in the classrooms, and there's a big crucifix on the wall. I said, this place sucks. I don't have anything to do with this. And I had some friends there, and they all wear uniforms.
That's right. Yes.
And of course, I always had a natural fitting in and affinity with them because they were friends. I went to their ball games. I played ball with these kids. Mm-hmm. So they were considered bad kids by the public people because they were tougher. But I could always fit in with them because it was almost like I was one of them because I hung out with them. So I was never intimidated by them. But they were and they learned dirty words faster.
Right.
They knew about sex faster.
Yes.
Than the Protestant kids.
Yes.
But I went to the public school where I was much happier. And so anyway, I did not grow up, and then after age 4, no, I wasn't going to church anymore. It just, so I was not brought up as a Christian. I was not brought up at all as a Christian. So there was no enforcement. And by the time I got to a more thinking age, I saw people as just, believing in, a bunch of crap. And there was no existential, they were just doing what they were told. Yeah. And then as I got older, I said, there's no examination. There's no theological or existential examination of it. So it was very liberating. And I don't know if I didn't have that background, if I would have been suitable to do what I'm doing, because I wasn't programmed into Christianity. Now, having said that, you're still influenced by the stories and the programming that you're given on TV. What I mostly learned about Christianity was from movies like The Robe and Demetrius and the Gladiators and other Quo Vadis and other films of that ilk where they, say a lot of stupid things and do a lot of stupid casting and learned about Caligula and all that. But so Christianity was like, not something that could all be taken seriously at all. And then, I kind of got psychologically, beyond the intimidation that it inculcates. So, and this is a realm that most people are trapped in. Where I did begin to genuinely, I guess, have some learning and appreciation for Christianity was in Scientology, where when I did the minister's course and I was ordained as a minister.
Cool.
And we, as part of our study, we were to read the Gospel of St. John, which is a very extreme evangelical gospel. It's probably it is the most, I guess what you'd say, fervent, zealous of the Gospels. And we read on Islam, maybe some other faiths, because we were supposed to be an interdenominational faith. And we're supposed to minister the divine. And do marriage ceremonies and christenings and that sort of thing. I never did that, but I was ordained. And that was, but that meant you respect the other religions, which I learned a certain amount of, I guess what you'd say, respect. Now, that's not to say that the rank and file Scientologist respects religions. In fact, they were weak on that point, generally. Not everybody, but they were generally weak and disparaging. My ex-wife, who was a Scientologist, she could not process. She grew up Catholic, but she could not process any of that stuff. Whereas I could take it and relate to it and correlate with it if I wanted to. But and I do have a certain regard and respect, but then there's also the other side of the coin. But to get back to this fundamental question of why do I work with Douglas Dietrich, there's Preston Nichols offered me a lot of information. Well, a lot. Maybe I shouldn't say a lot, because he would lecture. But when I came along and to write the book with him, I went down to his location at Space-Time Labs, which was this extensive garage in the backyard. And we'd sit in his green room and I would tape record him. And then I would take the tape recording and transcribe it, and then do this descrambling process. And typed out a book. Then I'd go back and do another one. But you know, the amount of information he gave me was very sparse. That book is like a original book. It's 160 pages and that includes the front matter and the back matter. So it's less than 160 pages. And he doesn't necessarily tell a story. I mean, he's a great storyteller in one respect, but when it comes down to the nuts and bolts, it was my ex-wife first read it, she goes, "This book is all meat and no potatoes. It's all meat and no potatoes."
Interesting.
You know, there's no, so it's like, I was gonna, manipulate it as minimally as possible. In other words, add in, I had to construct and reconstruct, but I wanted, I wasn't going to put a lot of potatoes in it. Because, I don't want to be too inventive like these writers on TV shows. Yeah, you might find out in one of those TV shows that Napoleon was a fan of the New Orleans Saints football team or something. It gets ridiculous. So I didn't want to, wanted to keep that to a minimum, an absolute minimum, which I did. So, and then one time I went to him about this idea of writing a book, and, he comes out with doesn't even fill a page. In other words, there was something really missing in terms of he could talk for hours about stuff that wasn't book-worthy.
Jeez.
Because it would be too self-indulgent or just too weird, and it would only throw discredit upon
himself,
him at the book company. And there's enough of that
going around.
But there's enough of that in him himself, because he was, had a sort of a self-sabotaging program. He could state the most brilliant and intriguing things and give great insight, and then he'd talk about, spraying the gray aliens with Lysol in the shower room because they stunk so bad.
Oh God!
And he'd talk about this big lizard that ran the transmitter building, lizard type being reptilian, and he'd drink Drano. Now, maybe these things happened. Maybe they only happened in his mind. But when you say that to a listening audience who's intrigued by you, all you're doing is inviting people to reject you.
Yes.
And it's, that in itself is a dysfunction because you're not respecting the sensibilities of the audience. You're making a joke of your presentation. Yes. Even if you think, well, that's what I remember. That's what I remember. I'm being honest with you. That's what I remember. Well, even then you're inviting the audience to reject you. And many of Preston's friends wouldn't be so harsh to say that, what I just said, and I was his friend, but they loved him and they respected him and they knew there was something to his story. And they said, well, that's Preston, that's what he believes. They understood that it was off the wall. And it was off the wall. But so Preston really presented a lot of clues. It's like a murder scene. And, you've got some janitor who knows where all the bodies are buried. He's sort of like a weird occult character, like Igor or something in a murder mystery. And he knows where all the bodies are buried, but he's got a lot of weird dysfunction. And maybe he didn't do anything, but he knows where all the things are. And you run across this guy and you're trying to find stuff out. And his clues get weirder and weirder. It's kind of like, what is this? And, the inspector is like tearing his hair out and they're saying, well, and they're trying to find the mastermind behind it all. And, Preston was part henchman, the Montauk Project, and he was part mastermind because in his role was sort of as a guilty party, but he was also regaining his memories. So he had what you call cascading memory syndrome. And so his memories, but that he also had a complete, almost photographic memory of the Bible.
Bizarre.
He was trained in Catholic school and he knew it well. In fact, when my friend Ken Arthur was shocked to hear him talk about the Bible one time, he says, how the hell did he know that? And I told him, I said, he went to Catholic school. Preston went to Catholic school. He was already a genius. So he had like and he was studied, he had photographic memory of the Bible. He could talk it upside, downside, and backwards. And the one thing Preston never wanted to say publicly, never, he said, he'd tell me, he said, but we can't say this publicly. It's just too controversial. He'd say the Catholic Church is run by aliens. And I said, no, nobody really cares. It wouldn't surprise anybody. And, I guess you could contextualize that. You could say it's run by Edomites. And even then, there are redeeming features in the Catholic Church. There actually are.
Yes.
And that's, so it's like, you don't get, it's like not everybody's all bad. And this is where the yin yang thing comes in. It's like you can say, well, you can see all the negativity in Christianity, and then you can find some white light in it. And then you can find your occultists dare I say, Satanists. And you can even find some white light in them. And sometimes just because they're not, they're turning the boat upside down. But I'm very skeptical of them for certain. So yes. Montauk was a clue. And of course, when I began to investigate it, I began to have experiences of synchronicity with 666, with Crowley, and with the Wilsons. And I found out that witch museum in San Francisco was actually sold. I believe it was sold to Ripley's Believe It or Not by Monique Wilson. Monique Wilson was a famous witch from, I think, Scotland. And she was, I guess, criticized in her own, fellow witches for exploiting witchcraft and making a museum out of it or whatnot. And that was, but that was the Wilson name which came up. And I mentioned that experience briefly in my book, Montauk Revisited, which goes into my initial investigations. Montauk Revisited: Adventures in Synchronicity. So I'm penetrating occult wisdom, occult experience, occult phenomena. Now, there was a strong occultism and Satanism at Montauk. And, you'll find people that live out there with pentagrams on their floor. And I don't mean a red pentagram drawn on a kitchen floor. I'm talking about tiled work, and just all sorts of occult fascination with this area. And very dark stuff. Now, of course, these people don't operate, out in the open saying, yeah, here we are, come see our ritual. I did attend a Gnostic mass at the beach in Montauk that was conducted by the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis. I did attend it. I attended it with permission, I was allowed to be there because they knew who I was. They knew I had an interest. And of course, the only reason I went was because it was a Montauk. Yes. It was at Montauk. And they were there was this one friend of mine out there who wanted to go. And they gave me permission to go, and then she started asking so many damn questions. They said, no.
What do you mean? Asking you or just at the place?
I don't know. She was asking too many questions, and it's just like, don't ask dumb questions. Like, I don't remember what the questions were, but, I don't know. I mean, she might have been asking, is everybody going to be naked? I don't know what she asked. I don't know what she asked. Is everybody going to be naked? I don't know what the fuck she asked, but it's like just no. And of course, it was supposed to be very private and secret, and of course, it's out on the beach, so these Russian fishermen came and they were watching. That was pretty funny. I think that the titillation factor, to people, was that it was a mass based upon the Book of the Law, and the Book of the Law, your object of veneration is a goddess, and the goddess is naked. Now, I don't remember if she was naked all the time, and of course, what you're honoring is the menses, and there is a menses, and there. I don't remember what was done in this time, but you consume, instead of the Eucharist, you'll consume a light cake or a cake with, it'll often be the menses blood. You'll take a little bit of menses blood and they'll bake it into the cake. So you'll eat the cake. I don't remember eating the cake. I don't think I did eat the cake. It's usually optional, much like at a Catholic Mass. You don't have to take the Eucharist. This is a form of the Eucharist. It's the original Eucharist because, you're taking the blood, you drink the wine, it's the blood of Jesus. Well, the original Gnostic Mass is you're taking the blood of the woman. It's not a degraded version of the Christian Mass. This is the original Eucharist, the body and the blood of the woman. And the whole Christian New Testament is based upon taking the whole opposite of the woman. The woman's blood is the cleansing of the morphogenic red. She cleanses the women in a tribe, will cleanse the energies of the tribe. They'll bleed, they'll process the negativity of the emotions, and they'll come out through their menses. And they'll bleed together. They'll menstruate together. They'll be segregated because it's too intense. They're processing the emotions. That includes the deaths, the futures, all this sort of stuff. And this is where the women become very psychic. This is the ancient art of womanhood. And they are cleansing the morphogenic red. So when you have, and you put this into the version, whether it's done by manipulation or the spirit of the times in the age of Pisces, you're putting the blood of a woman into a man and saying the blood of Jesus will cleanse you. This is a later day co-opting of the natural function of a woman and the tribe of a woman and what the woman does. And you know, you have the woman being desecrated after the year, not, you know, I mean, the whole age of the patriarchy. And as much as we have freedom of religion, we do not have freedom of religion for pagans. It's no.
Now, so true.
No. You can't think like that. In fact, I remember I remember having this twice, and with my dear friend Nicole. We were in the sauna together, and she says, I don't know what we were talking about. You know, she wanted me to do she wanted to take me to her hometown and do get baptized.
Wow. And
she's describing this ceremony. And it's just, you know, she's making it sound so beautiful and And I said, I looked at her, and we were in the sauna together. And it was my last night in Romania that year. And I said, you know, the only reason I would do that ceremony, I said, would be to get into your pants. And she said, to get into my pants? What does this mean? So I told her.
How'd she take it?
Well, she understood what I said, and I said, you know, I can't accept your religion. It's just not who I am, and this is the Orthodox religion. Mm-hmm. And she says, what is your religion? I said, well, I don't really have a religion per se, but it would more relate to the goddess. And she says, God, what is this? This is not a religion. And I sort of explained to her. And I said, well, you know, and I said, maybe we could take a little bit of this, your religion, a little bit of mine, and maybe mix them. It might work. She said, this is not a bad idea. But, you know, that was about that. And, you know, she met a man from Canada who was teaching in her country, and you know, he readily accepted the orthodoxy.
To get into her pants, yes.
Well, you know, they got married, and they're still married. They've been in China, and he's a very nice man. He's a very nice man. And she's one of my best friends. I love her to death. You know, she's just a wonderful human being. And what happened with her, she was 6 years old, and she began to have her crown chakra spinning around, and Jesus came to visit her. She saw Jesus, and it was like a crown chakra. Now, she didn't know what a crown chakra was at the time, but that's how she described it. She understands chakras. She's very, very wise woman. And she learned English so she could speak to David Anderson. And when she met me, she was doing pretty good, but now she's a master at it. She speaks Chinese, she speaks Japanese, she's just an incredible woman. And she said, so all of a sudden she could read the Bible. And she was only 6.
Wow. And
her parents didn't know what to do with her. So they took her to the church. And there she became indoctrinated into Greek Orthodoxy. So what happened after that? Now that was probably the 4th time I saw her, maybe the 3rd time I saw her on that incident. But she took me to Sarmasejatusa the first time. And we stayed in an Orthodox monastery. It's the Old Orthodox. The Old Orthodox is different than the New Orthodox. And the New Orthodox, the New Orthodox, the priests will drive Mercedes and whatnot. And the Old Orthodox, no. They believe in the teachings of Jesus. They feed the poor, and they're very austere. And there were only 4 monks at the place we stayed at. And so we had a deep synchronicity there where the monks told us that the stone for this monastery was laid on August 11th, 1999. And it was exactly 10 years to the day. The next day would be 10 years to the day. It would be the day I'd go to Sarmasejatusa on August 11th. And I then said to Nicole, I said, that's the same day the foundation stone for this monastery is the day I met David Anderson on August 11th, 1999, the foundation. And he called us right at that point. He phoned her on her phone, her cell phone, and said, I'm sorry I can't be with you guys. I'd like to go, but I can't make it, because that was his last year at Atlanticron that he ever went. And so we went to Sarmasejatusa, and the last day, now when we would go into the monastery, I had my own room upstairs, and they had their own room. They did not want me, even, when we first got there, I was not supposed to be in the same room with them. Not even to sit down and talk. I mean, it was like, the super sex police, the 2 girls. There were 2 girls. And there was not going to be any sex anyway, but it's like, man, it's like, God. It's like, so the last day we were there, I'm doing Qigong and on the balcony. And when they'd have to enter the church after me. I would have to go first because I'm a man. And I'm not even a believer in the religion. But they had to follow me because I was a man. I explained to them how ridiculous that was. Yeah. It's to me, it's a degradation of women. Yes. And they had to wear this like kerchief over their head.
Oh my God.
That defeminized them. So I'm sitting there in my room the last day. Last morning, they're going to take me to the train, and I'm going to ride all the way back to Bucharest for 9 hours. And I think the priest is going to take, or the bishop is going to take me there. Yeah. Okay. And very nice man. And so she comes in, and she has this holy bread. I think it's the Eucharist. Mm-hmm. It's holy bread. It's different. And she comes into my room. I said, what are you doing in my room? How dare you come in my room? And she says, well, this is the holy bread for you to take. I said, what is it? She says, I want you to take this, but you must take it now on an empty stomach. I said, I already had a plum. I'm sorry. I had a plum. She says, then you take it tomorrow. But you take it on an empty stomach. First thing in the morning, and you say a prayer. And so, okay. So I took this holy bread, put it in my pocket, wrapped it up. It wasn't very big. And that next morning was August 12th. And I said, okay, so they put me on this train for 9 hours. It's a straight train, which is much better than stopping and getting lost on those we did on the way up. 9 hours straight to Bucharest. And you have a lot of adventures on that train. Even though they're not terribly exciting adventures, but you meet different people and whatnot. And they watch your luggage while you go to the bathroom, and, you know, they speak a little bit of English. And anyway, when I get down to Bucharest, Nicole's friend Anna, who I'd met earlier that week, is waiting for me. She's waiting there right on time. And they've prepared for me to stay at a youth hostel. Now, first she prepares for me to stay at an Orthodox monastery. It cost me nothing. I either gave or offered the priest a donation. I think I managed to give him something, but he didn't want anything. And then she takes me to a youth house. Now, I'm totally prepared to stay at a hotel, but I'm not in charge. You see what I'm saying? What am I going to do? I do what they say.
Of course.
I don't really have, So anyway, they're trying to save me money. And I don't need, this is not like a big expense. And so they take me to this youth hostel, and it's this co-ed youth hostel. It's a youth hostel. It's for college kids. And so it's co-ed. You go in, you're sleeping next to a girl. Not in the same bed, of course.
Yeah, still, there's nothing to complain about.
No, nothing to complain about, but nothing to get overjoyed about either. And I remember the girl, when I woke up in the morning, who was, she was at the desk. She was the classic epitome of a United States popular girl, the girl on campus. She could have fit her right in the United States. Very nice, very beautiful, and very efficient at her job, And, I might have had some interaction with her. And, I would go and cook my own breakfast, go on the balcony of the kitchen and do my qigong. But I took the Eucharist, what I thought was the Eucharist. It's holy bread. And I took it and I said a prayer. I said a prayer, I think, for synchronicity. I don't remember what the prayer was. I might have written a newsletter about it. And I get on the plane, and I see not a lot of black people, if any, and hardly any in Romania. And I see this black man get on board the plane. And I said, I want this man, this is my synchronicity. I want this man to sit next to me. Because, I was studying the Moors, and I was really into the Moors. And when I had been to the chapel in Yalomita Cave with Nicole, and there was this fresco, and they had, all the demons were black, like they were melanated Negroes, and the saints were white. And I pointed out to her, I say, see this? And she goes, no, that's not what it is. And I said, yes, it is. So I had this black man, and he was right in the seat next to me. And I said, hello, what are you doing here? Why are you in Bucharest? And he was actually had been in Moldova, where he and another woman sitting next to him who was white, they were members of Pentecostal church, and they had gone to, I guess, rescue a Pentecostal minister who had gone to Moldova, and he was doing his thing there, okay? He was spreading his religion, but he really wasn't that active in the religion. But what he did is he bought a farm, he bought equipment, he was farming his land, and he was also loaning his equipment to the local people and letting them have the benefit of his farm equipment. He was sharing his wealth and his technology. And the priests didn't like it because he was of another faith. He was competition to them.
Yes.
And they organized a stoning.
Oh, cool.
And they stoned.
Very biblical.
They stoned his son.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
and it was an adopted son, I think. I don't remember. I think the son was injured. I don't think he was killed, but it was bad injury. And it was a public relations nightmare for now this is the Orthodox Church.
Yes.
And,
oh my God.
And this was my miracle. I think the article I wrote was I took the Eucharist in Bucharest.
Yes,
and but it was holy bread. And I made my prayer. And this was, so like I take this magical instrument of the old Orthodox Church. He was the old Orthodox. And this, what was his name? Antonius. Mm-hmm. Father Praetor Antonius. He would have completely decried these people for doing what they did. This is not who he was. He was a very honest and pious man. And he was the old Orthodox Church. So this was the new Orthodox Church. Nicole did not like my story because it shed a bad light on the new Orthodox Church.
Right.
Now, when the bishop was driving me around, he took us on a tour up to what they call, I guess, the Jules Verne's castle in the Corinthians.
That's right.
Carpathians.
Yes.
This big fortress in Deva that is identified as the Jules Verne place. I don't know that it was, but it's a very neat historical fortress that was built by the Habsburgs.
Yes.
And there's a sort of a modern tram you go up, and he took us there. He took us to Hunadora Castle, which I've been to several, but we couldn't get in that day. And we had a nice time with it. He was a very gracious host. And then he said to me on he says 80%, I think he said 83% or something like that of the people are under the influence of the devil. And he says, and he gets to them through smoking. So we're driving along on this, this village road in, I think, the town of Orestia. And I say, and I see these people on the side of and he does not speak English hardly at all. And I see somebody on the side of the road smoking, and I point and go, El Diablo, El Diablo. and he laughs, he laughs. And he says to me, is there anything I can do? Is there any prayer I can make for you? Any prayer I can make for you? And I said, yes. I said, pray for us to have a successful journey to Sarmasijatusa tomorrow. He goes, okay. And so I've always wanted to go back and see him. I've never seen him since. It's been awkward, to arrange such a visit. It's kind of out of the way, not totally out of the way. And kind of tell him what's happened to my life since. But the irony of it is that the woman that I married her father was a priest of the Orthodox Church, and a very corrupt priest.
Yes.
Very corrupt. And it's almost like whatever prayer he made for me was was helpful, and I'd like to go back and thank him someday.
Yes.
And but it's just not happened. So, but still, these are, and I was able to interface with him. It's always through a translator as we'd eat meals, which were not easy for me to eat.
How come?
For a number of reasons. One of which, they didn't have a real toilet.
No.
And I was very reluctant to eat too much because using the what they called the Turkish toilet is, aside from the smell, it's very disconcerting to, bend down when you're used to using what we know as a regular toilet.
Right, squatting.
Yeah, what?
Squatting.
Yeah, and so anyway, it was a very challenging trip, but a very fulfilling trip.
Well, after you, they installed other toilets.
Well, that's a different story. Now, see, this is what happened. I had all sorts of anxiety about, defecating without a regular toilet in nature. And so when we got to Sarmasijatuza, it was probably my greatest fear, it was like, it's not a huge fear. We get there at 7 a.m. and, we're going, and we get to the, and I remember Christina is reading this, and translating this signboard talking about all the artifacts and stuff, and they're in Romanian, and she's translating them to me. We're sitting there, and all of a sudden I said, excuse me, I've got to go off and, visit nature. And I, run up the hill. Never would you do what I did now in that location. It's not part of the park proper, but it's right off. And I did what I had to do, and I learned the meaning of what it means to attract flies, because they came fast.
Oh my God.
And I came down, and I came down the hill, and I waved at them, and I said, I am now, I think I said it in an accent, I am now a European man.
Oh God.
I'm now a European man, because Europeans can
do that.
Do this lickety split, and and but that was my greatest fear, and it realized it was fine. So we had a really amazing trip, and that was my initiation into Sarmasijatuza and Transylvania, facilitated by Nicole, who I consider, one of my most special friends forever. It's just like, she's such a beautiful soul. And if you ever meet her, you can speak Chinese with her.
Wonderful. Yes.
I think she's been to Seattle, but she's not been, I don't think anywhere else. I hope she can visit someday. Well, she did once go to Rochester, where she surprised David Anderson. She had she happened to have I guess what you call a furlough or whatever and she went to Bosch, where he was working at the time. And she did a little internship there or something, and she went into his office and surprised him. Yes. That was very
incredible.
Very cute. Very cute.
I'm sorry?
Very cute.
Yes. And of course, just so people understand, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, was born in Rochester, New York, and always had a profound sentiment for it, sentimentality. So there you have that. And
I still haven't got to the punchline here of
oh, take your time. Yeah.
Why I'm working with Douglas Dietrich.
That's right.
But there's and I'm also digressing into religion, and I can hold my own and take myself. I can negotiate, much like I can negotiate on the football field with these young athletes, and somehow manage to participate in a meaningful way. I'm very good at doing this with religious subjects. And you have to remember, I was an ordained minister in a certain faith, which of course has a lot of detractors. I'm no longer a member of that faith, but it's something that, you know, is territory that I understand. And I've always had a certain amount of regard, if not respect. At the same time, you know, the Vatican has redeeming qualities, but it has a lot of unredeeming qualities. So it's like, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? And that becomes the great existential riddle, question, or nightmare of different people. Because in the end, it's your journey. It's not Jesus's journey. It's not the devil's journey. It's your journey. It's not God's journey. You say it is God's journey if we're all part of God. And you got to remember the word journey is another way of saying the way, the Tao, the way, the Tao. So Montauk brings up so many theological and existential issues, including that of time travel. And I wrote a book called The Spandau Mystery, which was designed to get at the answers I could not get at by normal historical means. And a lot of this had to do with the material I wrote in The Black Sun, Montauk's Nazi-Tibetan connection, where there's just missing pieces. So I wrote a novel which combined, and it's still very available, the Spandau Mystery. Of course, Spandau Mystery has to do with the Spandau prison, which is where Rudolf Hess was interred. He was the last prisoner to remain there. It was kept functioning at a very high expense until he died. And you read books which will tell you that he was murdered. And I write a novel about him as a young boy, Aleister Crowley and Noble Drew Ali being at the same place in 2000, the year 1904, or I don't remember if it was 1904. I think it was 1904. They're all in Cairo on the same day. They're all in Cairo on the same day. And that's historically plausible based upon all historical things I've read. Because Rudolf Hess grew up in Alexandria, Egypt. His father was a merchant. He was Egyptian in a sense because he was German, but he grew up in Alexandria. So in the novel, his father's taken him down to see the pyramids and the Sphinx. Noble Drew Ali, the first, I think, prophet, I think it's correct to call him the first prophet of Islam in America. It might not be an accurate statement, but I believe it's accurate. Noble Drew Ali, he was in Egypt at that time period. This is where he got his initiation into his Moorish heritage. And he was a great, gifted seer. And also Aleister Crowley is there at that time. And of course, they're all staying at the same hotel. And there's a lot of other interesting characters there. And that's sort of the beginning of the story. But it's all about Rudolf Hess being killed and why he was killed. Of course, he was the signatory on all the accounts. Now, whether or not you believe that that was the real Rudolf Hess, Rudolf Hess was the signatory on all the accounts. And this passed down to Martin Bormann, who succeeded him as the secretary of the Nazi Party. Rudolf Hess was actually deputy Führer. Martin Bormann was never deputy Führer. And deputy Führer was quite an impressive title.
Yes, second only to Hitler.
Yeah, he did not have the leadership skills of Hitler or the, I guess, punch, but he had considerable altitude and influence. Considerable altitude and influence. And he was technologically very savvy. He used to give lectures on the Vril craft. He was respected, even to the point where German scientists that worked for NASA would send him technical stuff, NASA prison, not NASA Spandau prison. So he was very influential. But the main thing, and the reason he had to be killed in the book and in reality is he was a signatory to the Nazi accounts in Switzerland. And that was the main thing. He was a money person. And he was not, because he flew to England to try and stave off the war with England prior to the war itself with England, prior to the Battle of Britain. I think it was after the Battle of Britain. But he was not involved in the war, World War II, so much at all. So they had to really parse their words to make him a war criminal. But they had to make him a war criminal because, in other words, he didn't share anywhere near the same degree of guilt as the other high-ranking members of the Nazi Party. But they had to put him away because of his signatory ability. And there can be other reasons for that as well. And of course, his knowledge of the Vril craft.
Yes.
And so I was trying to get answers that I could not get. I'd love to reread that book myself because I find it a very interesting book. And of course, it has a lot of adventure and fiction in it. Aleister Crowley traveling in time. Hitler appearing in mostly Payswick Hospital, where he's under the influence of mind control of some sort in Payswick. He mentions Payswick in Mein Kampf, but he doesn't say much about it. These are my own attempts to get its stories. But at the end, the two main characters, it's a man and a woman. They succeed in defeating this evil psychiatrist at Montauk. They defeat him, and they are in victory. And the story ends, but there's still more work to be done. And they're going to, in the novel, the sequel, which I've never written, I don't know that I'll ever have time, they're going to go to, you can take a vacation.
Right.
And they're going to go to San Francisco because it's the extreme opposite end of the nation, the
continent. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to go all the way to San Francisco. They're going to go to the Cliff House, and they're going to basically encounter. They're actually going to encounter me at the Cliff House. I'm going to put myself in the book for a cameo appearance, and I'm going to incidentally create a fire, not purposely. It's what it's not a direct. What is it? What do you call it? Indirect?
Collaterally.
Collaterally, what I do, because what I'm doing is I'm visiting one of my old friends, and I shut the lights off in the bathroom. This is based upon a true story.
Wow.
I met with a couple of my old friends from middle school that I was very close with, and we meet in Baltimore because one of my friends lived in Baltimore, and another friend, and we all meet in Baltimore, and we're staying in my friend's house in Baltimore, and so we all go out to this restaurant in Baltimore. And Baltimore is it's kind of got this Southern charm to it in its own way. And we're in this restaurant. It's kind of more fancy than we'd expect or want. And the waiters are wearing these kind of white jackets. They're black guys wearing white jackets. And I go into the bathroom with my friend, not the one who lives in Baltimore. And he's like, so we're in the bathroom, and I wash my hands, and then I just flip off the rights and run out, like I'm playing a trick on him, like we do when we were in school.
Wow.
This is me, going back into junior high school.
Yes.
It's a total junior high school stunt, and bring back some of the old memories. And he comes back to the table and he says, you shouldn't do that. Somebody could get hurt. And I go, oh my God. Are we old men? Are we old men? I wasn't even 40 at that time. It's like, well, are we old men? So I was gonna pull that prank in the Cliff House, and it was gonna somehow indirectly lead to the fire.
Incidentally, yes. An incidental outrage, yes.
Yeah, that's just yeah. It's like, and you can't leave your youth totally behind.
Of course not.
And I say these were my we were all Capricorns too, and Capricorns can be very young. They get younger as they get older, but he had a lot of youth in him to do. Unfortunately, he passed away of getting cancer in the spine. He died pretty young. I didn't know he died. My other friend told me he died and had cancer in the spine, and if he'd only stayed connected to me and learned Qigong, it never would have happened.
Right.
But so be it. We had a lot of great times together, especially as kids. But anyway, I was going to have that fire at the Cliff House, and of course who was going to appear on the horizon was Michael Aquino and the Presidio scandals, and they were going to start looking into the Presidio scandals. So to make a very soft answer, why do I work with Douglas Dietrich? Because my fiction story, which I didn't even write yet, was imitating life. Life was imitating my fiction, or whatever you want to say. And I wanted this book was going to be about the Presidio scandals. Aquino was going to become a fictional character, or a background of story that was really going on there. This was the continuation of the Montauk project. So then, even though I never had time to do that novel, I had ideas for about 6 or 8 novels off of that. And that was the next one. And of course, I run into this real life character named Douglas Dietrich, which is a continuation, which gives me so many answers that I did not have from my investigation of the Black Sun, the Nazi connection, even the Tibetan connection. And I will also reiterate for those who have heard it before and those who have not heard it for the first time. When I was writing the Montauk Project, I was almost done, pretty much done with the writing of it. And even though it's not published, and it's not going to be published for another 8 or 9 months, the book is written for the most part. It's in the ether. Yes. It's the dawn of a career for me. Nobody knows. I don't know myself it's going to be successful. But you kind of get a feeling. You kind of get a feeling that something's going to happen. I've got this incredible artist, who's my wife, who's going to do up this book cover, and we're going to, design this really marketable book. And it's like birthing a baby, because it was very challenging for us.
Yes.
Both of us. We had to learn, and it was a learning curve, but we birthed a book in a new book company and a whole genre. And we named the book company after my daughter Sky Books. That's why Sky is Sky Books. But so this forgot what I was going to say.
Well, with the where we've all come to, while you're working, yeah.
I said when I first wrote this book, I was going to talk about your mother. It's in the ether. The book is in the ether, and so I had mowed the lawn, and I went and I laid down on the bed. I laid down on the bed. It was like probably 6, 7 o'clock, and it was a summer day. It was beautiful. And I just laid down and I slept, and I began to have a dream. And in the dream, I'm taken aboard a UFO. I'm just appear aboard a UFO, and Preston Nichols is there sitting down. He says, "I've got your signature," meaning my electromagnetic signature. What the hell is this? And then I'm in a room where I'm being mentally forced, persuaded by a Japanese lady.
Yes.
Who's forcing me to read Japanese characters. Yes. I say, I can't read these characters. I can't read them. I don't know Japanese. You can read them. She's insistent. And after a while, my mind busts open and I can read them. I'm reading the Japanese character. Wow, I can read Japanese. Wow. And then I begin to say, you know what? I say this is me talking. I say, you know what? Something's out of control here. If I continue to do this, I'm going to have a seizure.
Yes.
It was like some warning bell went off inside of me. I said, I can't not continue to do this. And I willed myself out of that experience because it was a danger zone for me.
Yes.
Or so I perceived it. Now, had I continued, I might have been busted wide open mentally and channeling all sorts of, my filters would have been undone, and I could have been the next New Age channel, but I might have suffered some real, physical dysfunction.
Yeah.
And I've become like a, compromised individual. I'm not quite the same person.
Yes.
And, but I would have been, right there with the best of the New Age. And I could say a little more about that, but I said, this is not who I am. It's not what I want to do. It's not what I'm going to be. Now, after that, I was let down into a decompression chamber. I was let loose, they calmed me down. And then I woke up in my bed very relaxed. It was not a bad experience at all. And wow, that was something. I did not realize until a few years ago that during an interview, which we won't go into that, but that I realized that Japanese woman was none other than Douglas's mother on the causal plane. Yes. It was something about her inner self on the causal plane. Now, his mother was still alive then. And it was like, see, when you become, many times I will be approached, sometimes in a email or a letter, people want me to write their story, but it occurred much frequently back then. Or they will come to me in the dream on the astral plane and they want me to write their story. Well, this was Douglas's mother on the causal plane. I realized saying, you're going to tell my story. You're going to tell my son's story. And, my friend Nicole, when she read the manuscript, I had her read the manuscript of the new book. She says, this is very good. You must emphasize the mother.
Yeah.
The mother is the interesting one.
Yes.
She made a point of that.
Thank you.
And so this is, in other words, she has an incredible legacy.
Yes.
Douglas has an incredible story to tell. And there is a match in heaven. And look, we're very different people. We come from very different backgrounds, but there's a lot of, I guess what you'd say, similarity and synergy. And we complement each other. So, you don't want to have a team of people you know, that are identical twins. You know, find me somebody who has better and more important stories to tell than Douglas, and I'll work with them. Okay? I will. But you won't find them. And if you do find them, I'm sure Douglas would just be just as interested as I would. Yes. You know? But you're not going to find it. Of course, people will say, "Oh, much more important." You know, much more important. My story is much more important because that's how people are. They see the world through themselves and through their own myopia. And I'm just saying, but we all do. We're all myopic. You know, none of us see everything. I just had, you know, I'm on my own train of experience, which has involved, you know, time travel and some very esoteric subjects. And, you know, it's what I have to offer the world. So I could, you know, Douglas has answers, and I've learned from him. He's somebody I can learn from. And so much of the world is deluded and just looking at the wrong thing, obsessively compulsively, looking at the wrong thing, listening to the wrong teacher. Just before the show tonight, I was sharing something with Paula about a YouTube I had watched about, I don't know if he was a doctor or a scientist or just some very knowledgeable person. And he was talking about natural Viagra. This is not an herb. Viagra is very bad for you, by the way.
Go on.
It's really not a good thing to do. But he was talking about
could you go into detail
nitric
about
acid?
Okay, nitric acid.
Nitric acid. I wrote it down. Nitric acid. Nitric oxide. Excuse me. Nitric oxide. It is. It increases your blood flow. Now, what Viagra is going to do, very dangerously, get the circulation going down there to where you got a lot of blood flowing, and you know you're going to get an erection and that. But nitrous oxide, and this is the key thing he said. He says, the way you increase the nitric oxide is to breathe through your nose. And he starts giving all these reasons why you wouldn't think that would work, because if you suck in air with your mouth, you're taking in more air. No, he says, no. Now, this is what you're taught in Qigong. It's what I've been doing for the last 2007, 26 years. Breathing in through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. Every exhale is a detox. This increases your blood flow through your entire body. And I was sharing this with Paula because it was something she needed to do. She knows. I mean, I've taught her this, but she doesn't practice regularly like I do. She should do breathing techniques. I don't know if she breathes it through the nose with them or not. But this, I'm like, I don't know the specifics of whatever she does, but I'm like, I'm breathing like a son of a gun every day, and I could breathe more. I'm supposed to breathe all the time, and it has a lot to do with whatever, you know, longevity I'm experiencing. But the very important point with regards to this is just, you know, pure circulation. The other thing you need to do to get your now, he is also recommending taking beets, taking greens and getting proper sleep, proper relaxation. But another thing, what you have to do is massage your body with your hands. You don't want to use your thumbs. You massage it all over and get the fascia and get the blood circulating through all of the body, including the private parts. Those have to be massaged extensively to get the blood circulating down there. And it's really that simple. And that applies to the whole body. You want circulation all over the place. So this is, and so what happens is you'll find bits of Qigong in the Bible. You'll find bits of Qigong in medicine. You'll find it, but it has to be practiced every day. And so somebody had said to me, well, you don't talk enough. They didn't say spiritual mumbo jumbo or metaphysical mumbo jumbo when you do Qigong. But I will, when I do teach Qigong, I will say a lot of anecdotes. We'll talk about experiences. But see, the thing is you have to breathe. And you have to breathe because people are not breathing at their full capacity. They're not breathing at half their capacity. So it doesn't do good to talk to people too much unless they're breathing. And then they begin to get it. So this is a big problem that we suffer from, Douglas, is the audiences of whether it be alternative literature or any literature, it all goes into the mind and it just sits there and goes nowhere. And somebody was complaining about why do people do nothing? They, hear about Jeffrey Epstein. They hear about, Hunter Biden. They hear about, whatever Donald Trump's doing wrong, or this what was that judge that was caught was that died in the hunting lodge.
Oh, right. Oh, God. I'm forgetting completely.
Was it CircA or was it?
It was kind of like scoliosis. His name was Scolio or something.
I know, but whatever. You hear these things, Hillary Clinton bleach bit. Nothing is done. And there's an assortment of other cases where just nothing is done. And it's
Scalia, Judge
Scalia, yeah. So what, see, the thing is, the reason nothing is done is because people don't breathe. Their minds don't work. And when you start to breathe, it brings motion into the whole system. Now, that's going to seem like a foreign concept to people. What have breathing something, if I want to cook breakfast, what does have to breathing to do with it? Well, it makes a lot of difference. You put energy into your food. You can experience a cook who puts energy and love into the food, and it tastes so much better.
Yes.
My daughter would say that to me. She says, I like your food better than Mom. She says, you put TLC into it, Dad. She would say that to me. I do put care into whenever I cook something. I don't fashion myself as a cook, although I've done it professionally. And it's not something I pride myself on, but when I do it, I take care. And and you've seen this with some cooks can really, like my daughter's an incredible cook. God, she makes like really healthy food. It's like, it's fun to eat her food. It's just like, wow. I can't, and it's like, it's all healthy. Incredible cook. So, it's like, what does breathing have to do with cooking? Does breathing have to do with anything? Breathing is life and it is spirit. And when you put that into whatever, whether it be cooking, whether it be your job, it's like if you put your heart and soul into your job, you can see the difference with a musician who puts his heart and soul into the music rather than somebody who's, playing until hoping that the gig is over so he can get paid and go get drunk or whatever. The same with you see this in ball players who put their heart and soul into it, into the game and into the contest, and they're exciting to watch. They're fun. They're different. Whatever it is, it's just like the hot dog vendor who really enjoys his job. It's a lot more fun to eat his hot dogs or whatever the situation is. So, to get back to what I was saying about, breathing has everything to do with everything. And if people aren't breathing, they're not thinking. So I went through a phase in Qigong where he was really spending a lot of time talking, something he'd never done before, always insistent upon us doing stuff. And he's just talking a lot, just talking. Not like him, not the most talkative person. And he comes up to me afterwards and he says, I'm talking like this. He says, because I'm talking for you and Stan. These talks are for you and Stan. I don't know if the other people are going to really get it, but it's for you and Stan. Now, Stan is, he's the one who, got me this slant board I talk about. Oh. He got it in Bali. And I visited him, not last Christmas Eve, but the last Christmas Eve before in Manhattan. He lives in Manhattan. And we had a nice get together. And, Stan is tall. He's taller than I am. And he married this beautiful Japanese woman. He knows Japanese because he worked in Japan. And I gave him a copy of the Roswell Deception.
Excellent.
I want to go back into Manhattan sometime and visit him. And his kids are a beautiful blend of, melanin and Japanese. Yes. Paula thinks they're just beautiful kids. But the mom is like, wow, she's beautiful. I don't know if she practices the Qigong or not, but and I'm dying to think what she thinks of the Roswell Deception. Whether she liked it or not, I don't know. I'd only seen her. I never really talked to her because she'd come out to the park sometimes. But my teacher said that he says he's the only one who sees my world. In other words, my teacher could see the world in 4 dimensions. He was born dyslexic, but that meant he saw the world in 4 dimensions. And so he didn't necessarily, read words off the paper. And then he said one day, so he was treated like he was stupid when he was younger. And then one day he figured it out. He said, everybody else is stupid.
Thank you.
and then, and he nailed it, and he saw what his difference was. And so he could see things in different dimensions, and a very unique human being. And you got to consider here's another person who grew up as a gang leader. Yes. He was a gang leader in Coney Island. It was known as Little Vietnam. So here's another, opportunity to hang out with publicans and sinners. Of course, he was neither when I met him. He was martial arts when he was young, and he lived in a very uncivilized place, and he made it civilized. He helped civilize Coney Island, which was known as Little Vietnam. And even the Chinese came to him because he was black and asked him to clean up the drugs in the park. She did. And it's incredible human being. So but as I said, he's just, but by that time he said that I'd been doing so much breathing, and that I could, see and respect what he was doing. And, and so like, I can go spend an afternoon with Stan and, remind things that I didn't remember or whatnot. And there's a few other students I can do that with, like one of them is Rudy Curry. But so I guess what I'm saying is, when you breathe, it puts you on a whole different frequency. And one of the biggest challenges, Douglas, that I have had is people are, they're reading stuff, and it's not going anywhere.
Thank you.
And it's not just, they're not reading our books. Some of them read our books.
Detriment, yes.
It's like, and look, in all fairness, it's like, okay, you read the Roswell deception, you get informed, and it's very important to get informed because the more people know. And now we have this stupid situation with balloons in the sky, and they're shooting them down, and there's no mention of the Roswell deception, what they really represent, what they really could be. And all of this parlays into the whole situation with artificial intelligence. And if some of you people have not heard Douglas's broadcast on artificial intelligence and the art elect, you need to go back and do some listening. And I know it can be hard because the transmissions are so long and it's a big challenge. Somebody had the bright idea, why don't you just transcribe them? Well,
it's hard.
Bright idea. You want to transcribe them. You want to. It's a lot of work.
To say the least. Yes.
Yeah. So it's people don't necessarily assess the reality of what it takes to do anything, or go and do anything. It's just like life is got a lot of, nooks and crannies.
Yes.
Mountains and valleys. It's like, wow. We're here in time, passing time, talking about world events. And people have always talked about world events. And there was a time when Marco Polo talked about world events, and he was put in jail because what he was saying about the Far East was very threatening to the church and the people who controlled, Venice and Italy. Venice was its own city-state then. It was no Italy. Italy only came into being in the 1800s when the Papal States were overthrown. People think of Italy as a country that's been around a long time. It's not even as old as the United States.
That's quite true.
And so there's, people are, they're reading a lot of stuff that ignites them. The whole idea of literature is quite fascinating because, okay, one of the big pieces of education I got when I went to, school night, back to school night, this is one of the problems with me. It's not a big problem. I went to, took my daughter on a tour of Hearst Castle in California. And I'm asking so many questions that the whole tour is slowed down by a tremendous amount of time and starts backing up in the end tour. You know what I'm saying? And the tour leaders, she loves my questions, because I get into it. I'm like into the history. I'm asking questions about the Hearst Corporation. I didn't even know they were still on the campus, so to speak. So like I can like involve people far beyond what the ordinary citizen's going to ask. And this what was I just talking about?
Well, we were talking about, of course, the fact that you get really into whatever tours you're taking.
Yeah,
and
but there was something I was going to mention, and I went off her story.
Coming towards the fact that you're working with myself, that you're telling people, of course, the fact that we're dealing with a lot of innocence here, just a lot of naivete. I don't know if that rings any bells.
Well, no, it does, but I ask questions that go beyond the normal person's capacity for even. I know what it was. My daughter's Italian teacher.
Yes,
because my daughter, she speaks Italian.
And
because of her grandmother, and she talking to her Italian. She learned Italian. She's very interested in it. I don't know if she's still up on it, but she. So I, went to talk to the Italian teacher, and I start getting into it with her, just talking. I mean, not, And she tells me, I said, well, with the Italian language, I'm talking about different dialects of Italian and whatnot, and she basically tells me that the whole Italian language forms in Calabria. Calabria is the boot, the tip of the boot of Italy, the bottom of Italy. And it spread upward, up the peninsula, because there's different, I guess, vernaculars and versions of what was originally the vulgar Latin, which is the same as the Romanian language, but it's all spread open from Calabria. And Calabria is where they have this fruit called bergamante. And this is a citrus that pretty much only grows in Italy. Very specialized, powerful fruit. But it's also where it's kind of the last tradition of the mafia, the quote-unquote honorable mafia. It didn't become what the Sicilian mafia did. But this is where the language of Italy spread up, but it spread up because this was the language of Dante. When Dante wrote the Inferno, he wrote it in what we know as Italian. And that piece of literature codified and formulated the Italian language. It gave a reference point so people could speak Italian. And that is how the Italian language basically crystallized, was through Dante's Inferno. Just like Shakespeare's plays codified and crystallized the English language. So literature is a very formative influence. Now you can go back to the Gospels. The Gospels were first written in Syriac,
yes,
and then into Greek. And Syriac is very related to the Romanian language. Very, very close. But basically, when you put literature into, like, say, the New Testament, it bites, it holds. You can't get rid of it. It's there. And then when you have something like the Council of Nicaea endorsing it, and you start reading it to everybody, it's like, I was telling Douglas earlier today, when the movie Road Warrior came out, I was in Clearwater, Florida with Mel Gibson. They showed the previews for it. Yes. And said to my girlfriend at the time, I said, oh, I want to go see that movie Road Warrior. The previews looked interesting. Previews were far better than the movie itself. I can't watch the movie. But the previews looked interesting, and it was apocalyptic. And she says, no, they're not showing that movie. When they showed it, riots started breaking out. I didn't hear about the riots. I didn't hear about the cancellation. And I was when I was in Scientology then, and I was much more on top of current events than most people, because I would read the newspaper. People either didn't or they weren't encouraged to, but I would always read it. I would read the financial and the sports section. I also remember one time reading an article about hermaphrodites. I'd never heard of a hermaphrodite. And they were talking about it in the newspaper, and I started telling people about it, and they just told me I was full of shit.
Jesus, that's so fucking awful.
Because I was the type of person that would say off-the-wall things, and they would be dismissive of it. Oh, it's just bullshit. No, I read it in the newspaper. I thought, okay, they're saying it. They're not just making it up.
No, of course not.
But so anyway, I didn't hear about Road Warrior, but it just shows how people are suggestive. If you put and this is why you have to be careful about what you write, or what you teach. And I've deliberately withheld from writing certain ways to kill people when it would come up in the context, so I'm not going to say it. because I don't want to put that out there.
Yes.
And my teacher would sometimes teach us this. You know, maybe it's part of the course of martial arts. And he says, but don't do it. You know, it's like part of it's self-defense. And maybe it's, you know, it's more contextual in a martial arts class or something. But it's like you have to be careful about what you say. Because, I mean, the Montauk Project had quite an effect on people. And, you know, people have accused me of stirring up all sorts of shit because it does stir up stuff. But the purpose of it for me, you know, okay, let's expose this and let's find out more. That's my purpose. I wasn't trying to stir up people's agita. But so be it. How much agita does revelation stir up? This is the truth. And people are programmed, and they believe in revelation. They believe in the rapture. And the only reason they believe in it is because they've read it. It's been suggested to them. People are very suggestible. Radu's books tell us of an incredible story. It excites people's imagination. It's a wonderful story. It is inspiring. All told, I think it presents a very positive paradigm. Delivering the paradigm to people or attaining the paradigm is a whole different issue and a much bigger challenge. Nevertheless, my point is that people are influenced by what they read. Now, we have a whole, as is explained in the Roswell Deception, and I want to remind people to support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
The rent is coming due, and we need to support him. And the Roswell Deception, you can support him by buying the Roswell Deception. You can support him by, if you've read the Roswell Deception, or if you haven't read it, donating to his cause. It's douglasdietrich.com, and you can go to the upper right button. There's two buttons. Go to the upper right button and where it says donate. If you can donate $10, $5, $20, or yet even more, it's very important to continue this. And he's going to treat you to some interesting diatribes tonight. He's, as they say, he's the most important thing on the docket for me right now because of what he has to offer. And the Roswell Deception will reprogram your outlook. Because the outlook you have on history has been so altered and twisted by the Office of War Information, which was a real office that was started by FDR to misinform people. It misinformed people. This information and other agencies were eventually evolved into the CIA, which is the Central Information Agency, which is dedicated to steering people into views, which means disinforming them. At one point, when I was doing the Montauk Project, I was informed that at least 60% of the CIA were Mormons.
Whoa. Yes, that makes sense. Jesus.
Yeah. There's also a big faction in Congress which was connected to, it was a non-clerical corporation tied to the University of Notre Dame. Notre Dame is it's really, like Sid Catlett taught me about this. It's sort of a pseudo-Catholic society. It was, I really wish he would have written the book I wanted him to. But people are just, they're under the influence of whatever they're under the influence of. And you have TV that's highly monitored as to who can watch what. In fact, I had a wonderful talk with JoJo today.
Oh, great.
JoJo is such a remarkable human being. And she's going to introduce me to a woman who's tied to the inner earth. And we're going to be having a get together with Stephanie South. Unfortunately, Stephanie's not going to make the trip to Choclavina Cave for reasons we talked today as well. But we are going to have, I should also make some other announcements. We're going to have and two of her best friends are going to be with me that will more than make up for her absence. But we already have a full complement for that trip. And the event at Shasta that was scheduled for the end of March, for the 27th to the 27th of March, has been rescheduled for May, the last weekend in May, Memorial Day weekend. Now, the reason it's been rescheduled is because there were a problem with the facilities, and he didn't want people using porta potties. So if you, JoJo put some money, she lost some money on this because she reserved her stuff, and we're going to try and, I'm not the one calling the shots, but Jonathan's going to, we suggested that we, put the speaker pool money in to give it back to those people, the speakers who can't get refunds and lost their money. I'm going to try and work out something for people who, customers who, screwed up by not getting travel insurance. You should always get travel insurance if you book something. Refundable tickets. Pay the extra for the insurance. Jonathan's going to try and, make that up to him in one way or the other. I've got some ideas, but they say it's not my responsibility ultimately, but I want to help people. But we're going to, those people who haven't gotten tickets, I don't know if the website's up yet, but we're going to be there the last weekend in May. And the weather in Shasta is going to be much better in May than it would be in March. So it's been rescheduled, which means, Douglas, I'll get to see you probably on that Thursday before. And my friend Joan Roth is going to be with me, and transformational healer. And we've scheduled a podcast. It doesn't mean it'll air on Monday. I'm going to do this with her on Monday. It won't be live. No way it'll be live because I don't have the, facility or acumen to do a live YouTube broadcast. Nor do I want to be doing live YouTube broadcasts. Mm-hmm. I'm already doing two with you.
That's correct.
Yeah. And, but I'm going to be doing one with her, and I'm going to get her to tell her incredible story. If she can tell it 3/4 as good as what she told me live, it's going to be an incredible story. And she has a great gift. So I'm looking forward to doing that with Joan. I'll be recording my interview with Milko from Bulgaria on Saturday. We're going to do this on Saturday. It'll be approximately a 2-hour interview. And of course, I don't know when and how he'll make that available. He's going to animate it. He wants me to tell him how he wants me to portray myself as animated. Should I be, it's animated. It's like, it's not necessarily supposed to look like me, but maybe it could be a genie. I don't know. What do you want to be animated as, Douglas? You know what you want to be? You know what you want to be animated on? Do you want to be animated as a ninjutsu? A shogun, a geisha? Who the hell knows? Do you know what you want to be animated as?
Yeah, I will figure it out. I'm sure. It's as you yourself understand. It's well, what you'll do hopefully is get kind of acquainted with the his process of animation. Then maybe you'll have a better idea of.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
And that's a good idea. Get acquainted with his process of animation.
Yes.
And I like the idea of a genie. It's.
Well, you remember how I used to
make it that it could appear as a disciple of Christ.
Something like that.
I don't think so.
You remember how I used to portray you back in the day? I used to.
I didn't care for that at all. I could not relate to that. I couldn't relate to it at all. But be that as it may, Milko is going to be with me, and his partner is going to, business partner, I stress, is going to be with me in Romania. And I'll be delighted to see he's going to be part of the Dream Workshop. And it's so important. I'd really like to get the Turkish ladies up from Istanbul, that were Atlanticron last year. Because Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, it could, there's a lot of interesting energy there that you're not going to get from our American audience, and you cross-pollinate different people, and it's very, very potent and powerful. That it's very, very exciting. So I'm going to do that, and then Milko is going to do a 6 or 8 hour interview with Douglas. Yes. And Milko is very appreciative and respectful of your work, as is my friend Stephanie South. Yes. There's so much time in a day to listen to you, but she respects and appreciates you. Joan is really eager to meet you. She appreciates you. But there's only so much time in a day and to process all your information. That's where I come in, so it can be better understood. Yes. Yeah, better processed. And I wanted to address. I did address, the question of why I'm working with you, and people plug into the show. They get a part of it. They get a slice of the pie. And there's, so many times we can reiterate it, but we do get comments, and we'll address some of these comments now. I don't have them to hand, but I had read, and we'll do that one with the Japanese war, where I had a YouTube feed of this Russian general. And it said that this Russian general was somebody that Stalin feared. And I said, well, who is this guy? What was his name? George Zhukov?
Georgy
Zhukov. Georgy Zhukov was a top Russian general. And I looked him up, and it said that, he was, one of his many merits was that he had, it says, in 1938, Zhukov was directed to command the 1st Soviet Mongolian Army Group and saw action against Japan's Kwantung Army on the border between the Mongolian People's Republic and the Japanese-controlled state of Manchukuo. You can tell me better how to say it.
No worries. You just say the correct pronunciation is far too difficult for any Western speakers. So the way the Americans used to bastardize it was Manchukuo. Just say Manchukuo. The Americans most of them would.
Say it as it should be said. Can you pronounce it as it should be said?
It's Man Jiao Chosu Guaya. More like that, but that's still like, shall I say, shortening it, abbreviating it. So the Americans would usually just say Manchukuo. And that's actually just acceptable as just like the most immediate way to get it out there.
Efficient. It's efficient.
Yeah, it's efficient. It's the most efficient way of just saying it would be Manchukuo. Better than, but, honestly, it's simply, the Manchukuo is simply kind of like a rough kind of American-speaking Japlish, so to speak, in their way of saying Manchuria. It would be like an American trying to emulate the Japanese saying Manchuria, so you may as well just say Manchuria, because that is what the Emperor of Manchuria would refer to it when he was interacting with Westerners. That's how he would refer to his own nation.
Well, thank you for that. Now it says here that the Soviet-Japanese border conflicts lasted from 1938 to 1939. What began as a border skirmish rapidly escalated into a full-scale war, with the Japanese pushing forward with an estimated 80,000 troops, 180 tanks, and 450 aircraft. These events led to the strategically decisive Battle of Khalkhin-Gol. Zhukov requested major reinforcements, and on 20 August 1939, his Soviet offense commenced. After a massive artillery barrage, nearly 500 BT-5 and BT-7 tanks advanced, supported by over 500 fighters and bombers. This was the Soviet Air Force's first fighter-bomber operation. The offensive appeared to be a typical conventional frontal attack. However, 2 tank brigades were initially held back and then ordered to advance around on both flanks, supported by motorized artillery, infantry, and other tanks. I'm reading from Wikipedia. This daring and successful maneuver encircled the Japanese 6th Army and captured the enemy's vulnerable rear supplies. By 31 August, the Japanese had been cleared from the disputed border, leaving the Soviets clearly victorious. Now, I read this and I said, I'm very suspicious of if this is true. So somebody had simultaneously, while I read this, had approached Douglas on this and gave him some reference on YouTube, trying to correct, the great Douglas Dietrich, or in his own mind. So I'd like you to address this battle of Khalkhin-Gol and to explain to people what really happened and how, it's not Wikipedia to blame. They're just echoing although they're
actually,
blame,
it is Wikipedia.
They're blame general, but they're just echoing the so-called Office of War Information and later day descendants of them.
Yeah, well, just remember this. This is part of what I was speaking to with Our Lady Brooke Gibson just on our latest episode. So the latest episode preceding tonight, as Peter Moon attested, he caught some of that, and he had heard me talking about Ukraine and World War II and aspects he didn't know about the Jewish empire that existed in what was called the Pale of Settlement throughout Eastern Europe. And this was, of course, why when the Bolsheviks conquered Russia and had no literate middle class to act as commissars, they simply took all of the Jews and gave them the job of the commissar status, because they were the only people who could read and write. So this effectively turned the Soviet Union into a Jewish occupation government. And what they did was they plundered, and they plundered ruthlessly and murderously, and killed hundreds of millions of people. This is like just the insanity of the position that America has when they sided with the Soviet Union. They took the side of the most murderous regime in history. And beyond that, they glorify these people because you had a Jewish domination of American academia. So since you had a Jewish domination of American publishing industry, the movie industry, academia, they made heroes of the Soviets because most of these were Jewish commissars who were running the Soviet empire. This was their great success on earth, is they were running 2 empires, the American and Russian empires. So they were running the Americans through their media machine and their finances. This was essentially what it was coming down to. And so when it came down to what I was talking to Brooke about, was because she said she shut down on watching the interview because she felt I had said something offensive about the South. concerning my interview with our British friend Christine Joanna Hart, that she didn't hear my talking about this subject to Christine. So people are also recommended, of course, even more so than our latest episode, which acts as kind of an appendix to that interview with Christine Joanna Hart. And you could consider my episode that I hosted directly after that interview with Christine Joanna Hart. Just look at the date of that interview. And then after that interview, Brooke Gibson was not there the next night, and I was speaking most of the night with George Knight. And George Knight and I went through quite a bit about World War II, and that could be quite an appendix to my interview with Christine Joanna Hart. But if you take a look at the interview with Christine Joanna Hart, you'll get a lot of this. But essentially, it's but a prelude to understanding what was going on in the East. So when you had this incredible situation in Soviet Russia, which was a commissarocracy with machine guns, and the commissars were overwhelmingly, if not almost exclusively Jewish, then you had this situation where they took advantage of an illiterate peasantry and just exploited them mercilessly until millions of them died. And they wanted to, of course, cater to the majority. That's what the very term Bolshevik means, is majority, even though it was always the minority. But they ruled by force. Then the majority to them would be the Russian people that were their primary saps. Then they were taking the rest as satraps. And the satraps would be basically the slaves of the saps, the satellite states of Ukraine, White Russia, the Baltic nations, the nations in Caucasia, meaning Georgia, Azerbaijan. All of these occupied nation states, these cultures, were exploited mercilessly as colonies. Russia was this enormous colonial power, and all of its colonies were on its immediate border. So the idea that they won a war with Japan is absurd because they would have colonized Manchuria. So the idea that they would defeat Japan and not follow up on it by occupying Manchuria, the lie speaks to itself. It speaks for itself in the boldness of the lie. Now, what really happened, and my mother was there on scene to see quite a bit of this, was there were 3 massive clashes, one each year, from 1936 to 1937, 1938, around that period of time. It could have been 35, 36, 37. But basically, it was certainly outlined to a degree in the Roswell Deception, which you can read, and alludes to this. But it was certainly during that period of time that the woman who was known as, oh my God, I forget her name, Amelia Earhart. And Amelia Earhart was something that I was called into to speak about on Coast to Coast AM, and earned the ire and enmity of this author who wrote a book on Amelia Earhart. And I went so far as to, the next time I was on Coast to Coast AM, bring his book up, bring his name up. And he didn't appreciate any of it. It was just inimically hostile. And but at the same time demanding that I read his book, which was like something I didn't need to do. I understood what he was saying and simply agreed with it. But one of the things he was pointing out was that, and by the way, this is his insanity as well, is like nobody fucking cares. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's like one of these things where, look, every bit of history is important to somebody. And some people pursue the forensics of history, but the forensics of history has very little to do usually with anything that I deal with in general, which is very strategic in general, but can get very detailed technically. But when you take a look at the forensics of Amelia Earhart, so you've got different groups that are trying to find her remains, and some of them are trying to find them on certain islands of the Pacific. And they base their theories of why they're looking in certain islands on she lost her memory, she had amnesia, and you realize almost at that point that's really reaching. It's a bizarre thing to say, So what this man was pointing out was that she was executed by the Japanese. So the reason she was executed by the Japanese was because she basically, for those of you who don't know, Amelia Earhart was a spy, and she was running aerial reconnaissance for the Americans. And so what she was doing was she was spying on the Japano-Soviet conflicts. So when she went over this area and basically kind of divert it into regions where she thought she could get some aerial reconnaissance on how the Japanese were redeploying their forces from the Pacific into the Northeast Asian region, she got shot down and the Japanese executed her. Now, all of this was essentially covered up by the Americans as soon as the war ended because the Americans lost the war, which, by the way, is another sign that they lost. Just another one of the infinite number of pieces of circumstantial evidence that render the only possible conclusion being that the Americans lost. If the Americans had won the war, they would have brought up Amelia Earhart's execution by the Japanese as something you would have heard of growing up in school. You would have grown up in school hearing about her being executed like as this great American patriot, which is what they do for spies. If you basically, for your nation, you honor your spies just as heroes for your nation, saying, oh, these were people who made this ultimate sacrifice for you, for freedom, so to speak, would be the American way of expressing that. But they never talk about Amelia Earhart. She's just totally covered up. And then you get people that are literally funded by the government to go around stupid islands and find nothing and claim that, well, she must have died here when she had amnesia and somehow starved to death and all this other shit.
Well, why is it so? Why are people so obsessed with her? Why is it such a mystery? I mean, I never really,
got it. Yeah. It's like she's again, she's a snoozer. I mean, yeah, that's how that. By the way, the term I'm using was exactly what Lori and Ann Fenton said. The reason she actually put her nose into this was because I was still working with her at the time this happened. So at the time that I was being called by Coast to Coast AM to speak on Amelia Earhart. And, I just relayed what was the general knowledge that as I understood it. And that's when this man attacked me, and I responded to him, I think, with remarkable restraint. And, I said, look, I respect what you say, and I agree with what you're saying. I never looked into this myself, but everything you say makes perfect sense to me, so I'll relate that the next time I'm on Coast to Coast, which I did. But he was still, incredibly abusive. It's just another crazy white guy who, but in terms of Amelia Earhart, her importance is at that time was that she was spying on the Japano-Soviet conflict by scoping out the redeployment of Japanese forces from the Pacific. What was there before was no longer there, and reporting back that they were gone. So they were redeploying to the Northeast theater of operations where they were fighting the Soviets. Now, at the time that journalists on the ground were reporting it. Now, remember, Amelia Earhart was running a military reconnaissance, and she's not a journalist. She's basically a kind of primitive U-2 pilot. She's like the equivalent of, who's the U-2 guy who was portrayed by Lee Majors, who was shot down in Russia? Gary Powers. She was the forerunner of Gary Powers, a U-2 pilot who got shot down. And so she basically, when she got shot down, the Japanese didn't do what the Soviets did, which was to make a big political stink out of it and then send the guy back home so he could live in disgrace the rest of his life. Instead, they simply killed her. But when it came to the Americans never speaking about this, obviously it's because they lost the war and they couldn't expose, how they'd been involved from the beginning. But, regular journalists on the ground who were really ignorant of the power politics in Washington, I remember one guy writing a book. Bear in mind, this book was published before World War II as Americans understand it. So you're talking about a book published in the 30s, and this American journalist is saying something the way most Americans would think. He's saying, the Japs and the Russians are about to go to war in Siberia and in North Asia, the Manchurian region. And he's saying, this is one of those wars in which every American is hoping both sides will lose. And so when you have that kind of attitude, where the Americans hate both parties supposedly, and really don't care what happens, a faraway conflict in a faraway place in which they have no vested interest as far as Americans understood it, you had every opportunity for lies to be spread. Now, we've already explained before just how Americans have no concept they lost World War II. How on earth are they going to have any concept of who won the battle at Nomonhan? So just to express to you how fucking brainwashed you truly are. The fact that this battle is referred to as Khalkhin-Gol. Okay, Khalkhin-Gol is spelled Khalkingol. And so Khalkhin-Gol is a Russian term. So you're given the Russian name for the battle. It's not the name of the battle. The name of the battle was Nomonhan. Nomon. Hon. Nomonhan. That's the Japanese name for the battle. You get no information on Nomonhan because all you're getting is the Russian side of the story. So the Russian side of the story, all they're going to tell you is how they won. And it's all bullshit. Because if they won, there would have been no Jewish settlement established as a buffer state between Russia and Manchuria. Again, there is this Jewish, quote-unquote, autonomous oblast that is established between Russia and Manchuria by the Japanese, who brought through the Fugo Plan, which you can look up, FUGO, the Fugo Plan was, or Fugu Plan, FUGU. Fugos are the balloon bombs. FUGO is Fugo, balloon bomb. So the FUGU, Fugu, the Fugu Plan, was named after the poisonous fish. The Japanese brought the Jews over, and they named the entire project after this fish that is a delicacy, but can easily kill you. That's why it takes a licensed person to prepare the spinal fish that has the porcupine quills that can blow up like a balloon, and hence the similarity between the balloon fish and the balloon bombs in terms of their names. So in terms of the balloon fish, the Fugu Plan is named after that fish because the Japanese realized that Jews are dangerous as hell, and they're no one you want to be living next to. So they put them in a buffer state that was outside of Japan itself. They didn't want them in Japan. So they put them as a buffer state between the Russians and Manchuria. So since the Japanese succeeded in doing this, obviously the Soviets were soundly defeated, or the Japanese wouldn't have been able to establish a homeland where they put over 1 million Jewish people. The logic speaks for itself. So the Russians had their asses kicked, and they said, we won, and the Americans under Roosevelt reported, the Soviets won. So what our man Peter Moon is referring to was that in YouTube, while I'm casually looking around, and I never look for these history things, for some reason they show up on an aggregate for me, even though that's never what I'm looking for. When I go on YouTube, all I'm looking for is the ass, basically hot chicks and music videos. But instead they give me shit like this, and I guess it's because of, what I publish in terms of like my promotional banners and the like. So one of them is this YouTube video of World War II actually started in Asia in 1937. And it's like, you're going to find lots of videos like that on YouTube now. All this shit came out after the Roswell deception was published.
No question about it. No question about it. And it's disgusting.
Thank you. Until the Roswell deception was published, you had extraordinarily few references to World War II starting in Asia. Once the Roswell deception was published, suddenly you get all these videos on balloon bombs, putting it in this ridiculous context. And now this one was World War II actually started in Asia in 1937. And so in the thread of comments, I noticed some clown wrote Joe B as his avatar. Now, this is almost certainly a pseudonym. If it's not, it's incredibly ironic, because Joe B, what's the first thing you think of? Joe Blow, meaning like I'm a regular Joe. It's like saying he's everyman. So this guy, he might as well say Joe Smith or John Doe. Those are like names like, hey, I'm John Doe. This is my friend Joe Blow and Richard Rowe. That was a joke from my father's day as a sailor for how sailors would try to disguise their identities when they were on shore leave or something. So Joe Blow comes out and says, the Battle of Khalkhin Gol is amazing to study. The Soviet Union completely swallowed a Japanese army group when the Japanese military was at their prime. General Zhukov developed a strategy he would later use at Stalingrad. The Japanese developed a real terror of the Soviets, which meant they would never come to Germany's aid, ultimately dooming Germany while millions of Japanese soldiers sat idle in China and Manchuria until the end of the war. A lot happened militarily before the German-Soviet invasion of Poland. So this is obviously a government shill, and he's promoting the Office of War Information line. And if he's not, that's even worse, because this shows how thoroughly indoctrinated all Americans are in the Soviet party line. You may as well be communist Soviet citizens, card-carrying communists, all of you. Anybody who are stupid enough to believe this and regurgitate this shit, understand that this man wrote this. You can see it there in that YouTube video just a week ago. He entered this. At the time I looked at it, it said, oh, entered 5 days ago, something like that, a work week ago. So at this point, at the most, you're talking about a comment that's 2 weeks old, a 14 nights at most. And this fucker is saying this after the Russians have been getting their asses slaughtered in a meat grinder. And their asses chewed up in a blender and spit out by the Ukrainians for over a year. For him to say how they swallowed up a Japanese army in one blow, and, oh yes, this is the same bullshit about the Russians are the master race. The Russians can never be defeated. The Russians, take a look at this shit. It's basically, you've got our man Putin. He wanted to boast about Russia launching a nuclear-capable ICBM. After he said, I'm withdrawing from the nuclear treaty, he said, I'm withdrawing from the nuclear treaty because the West is responsible for the war. He said that in the 1-year anniversary of the war. And then he said, let's show them our power. And the IBM couldn't even start. The launch failed so spectacularly that he couldn't even report on it, not even say it happened. But for those of you who don't believe me, you can just look it up. Putin's failed missile launch of his ICBM to scare the West. So these guys can't do anything right. They can't pull shit out of their ass. Americans won the war for them in every respect. It doesn't matter how many of them died. The Russians lost what? 120 million fighting the Nazis. They'll be the first to tell you that. They'll say there's not a single Russian alive who hasn't lost a member of their family to the Nazis. All that shows is how bad they got their asses kicked. Everything that was sent to them in terms of trucking, which is a major logistical part of conflict, it's all American-made. Every truck they had was an American-made truck. It's a terror. I could go on about this for hours. There's no point in getting technical about it. The point is that when they attacked Japan, they got their asses kicked. Then you ask, instead of asking, hey, why didn't the Russians attack Japan and start a second front throughout World War II? This guy wouldn't dare ask that. Like, how come they only showed up after the Americans dropped atomic bombs? And then suddenly they say, okay, we're in, because they were promised bomber support by the Americans, and they were supposed to take half of Japan, northern Japan, and they got their asses kicked doing that, and they couldn't even take the northernmost island. So then the Americans say, oh, but they're the reason the Japs surrendered. And by the way, don't take my word on this. Again, you can look this up. Academicians these days are saying it's not the atomic bombs that caused the Japanese to surrender because of what we brought up in the Roswell deception, that the Japanese had no intent of surrendering and the atomic bombs were a moot point. So now all the academicians are saying they surrendered because of Stalin. Again, don't take my word for it. Look it up. You'll find all the academics are saying that these days. The Japanese surrendered because of Stalin. Again, without the Russians, we'd be dead. The Russians are the master race. They save everybody. The Americans worship the Russians as if they're gods. The fact that this guy wrote this shows that. So as I was explaining to Brooke, which is why it was so important to articulate why I was explaining what I was explaining to Brooke, this all goes back to the Jewish influence. Jewish academia said the Russians won the war. Jewish academia said the Russians won the war for you, that without them, you couldn't win the war. And because the academics pumped this into everybody's head in school, every American has grown up believing the Russians won the war and the Russians can never be defeated, that the Russians have never been defeated. All of this is a lie. Everything they say is a lie. So, but people believe it. And it doesn't matter what they see in front of them. So what we're dealing with is a conflict of narrative. You either are going to believe gravity is real, and if you step off the roof of that building, you're going to die. Or you're going to believe that you can overcome it if you simply don't believe in gravity and you can fly, then you're going to basically victimize yourself. So this is what's happening with everyone. Try and look at it this way. When it comes to this conflict of narratives, the Russians are operating on the narrative that they won World War II. They're operating on the narrative that the Ukrainians are Nazis. They are going into Ukraine to destroy the Nazis. And they're losing their ass. And they're saying, gee, how come we can't beat them when we beat them at Stalingrad with geniuses like Zhukov? With all these incredible strategies and technologies and all this shit they were told they had, because none of it is real, because it's all a lie, because they didn't defeat the Japanese. They never defeated the Japanese. And they never defeated...
Let me say something about that is, when people haven't read the Roswell Deception, they don't really understand the facts. And it's just that because the narrative has been so imprinted upon them, it's hard for them to just, okay, well, it sounds like we're giving them propaganda. This book is based upon facts. There's no need
to lie,
to fill in the dots.
Yes,
because it's just the history of the world has been so misconstrued.
Thank you.
But before I go, there's another point I wanted to address.
Hold that point. I just want to point something out. I'll emphasize this and elucidate upon it once you're gone, and we will get to that second point because it's important. But I do want people to understand that Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich are like, in a sense, and I say this in the most positive sense, we bring it up in the book. The Reichspropaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, could be considered one of those German generals who never lost a battle. His job was to keep the Germans fighting to the end, and he did it. He kept the German people mobilized. And what we're doing is we're waging a war of information to inform you of the truth. And the entire Ukraine conflict that's going on right now, in which the Russians are being decimated, it's a war of narratives. And the Russian narrative is crumbling. So people understand the world. And that means where we came from, how we got here, and where we're likely to go through stories that we tell about ourselves and others. So the political and social environments in which we're embedded are rooted in these stories, these narratives. Peter Moon and I are presenting you the narrative of reality, the narrative of truth. And you have to read it, and then you'll realize you're forced to accept it just as you're forced to accept the reality of gravity, the reality of physics. Because if you operate against those realities, you can't operate at all. It's like the engineer will tell you that form follows function, whereas someone who is occultist will tell you function follows form. If you just appear the part, you will, like Think and Grow Rich, dress like Ritz, and the wealth will come to you. In other words, birds have feathers and they can fly. Just cover your car with feathers and you'll be able to drive it off the edge of that cliff and fly. That's what you're operating at now. That's what the Russians are operating on, and that's why they're crashing. And therefore, if America goes to war based on their fantasies, they're going to crash too. In fact, they've lost every war. You were beaten in Afghanistan by a group of men in flip-flops. You can't win shit. You've never won shit. And you never will, because you're operating off the gravity doesn't exist thesis. Take it from there, Peter.
Well, it's hard for people to believe that so much of, as Eisenhower said when he talked to Nikita Khrushchev, he said that they both suffered from the same problem. Their generals were telling them how much they needed these weapons and all these threats, and this is what led to his, I think, statement about the industrial complex. It's just bunch of crap. But nevertheless, this is how warriors think. But what I wanted to address was this question I got by one of my new friends. I'm not going to mention her name, but she's a very nice lady. But I had sent her these pictures of what were allegedly pictures of the underground base beneath the Sphinx. And I was skeptical of them because they weren't coming from Radu and they didn't ring per what I'd read in the book. So anyway, I had written to her that she could see these, and I thought they looked photoshopped and they didn't strike me as being genuine. But she says, thanks, Peter. But why would anybody want to Photoshop these pictures? What motivation would they have?
What possible motivation?
Yeah. And I said to her as politely as I could, but it's very firm. I said, if you have to ask that question, you are way beyond naive. And you have to think deeply about that. People want to co-opt the narrative of this story for either their own glorification, perversion, and or the perpetration of an evil agenda. If you read the Roswell deception, it will help you understand how the general population has been made to be so clueless. And she says, oh, well, I guess it takes all sorts. And I say, it's a huge problem. Well, all sorts. It's like, this is a person who's living on the assumption that, who's going to go to that trouble to create a false narrative? Who would dare create a false narrative? And of course, this brought to back one of my favorite comments from somebody in the chat room. And Douglas was talking about the Chichewa, the tribe from Southeast Asia that, goes into people's dreams and kills them and is responsible for so much of the abduction phenomena we know. Not all of it, because the military has a hand in it. And they use the Chichewa. And this person was writing, why would they want to hurt us? Why would they want to hurt us? And it's like, how can people be so clueless as to even ask that question?
By the way, just so people understand, the reason that question is so ridiculous is because it's like a sheep or saying, why would the wolves want to eat us? Or a mouse saying, why would the cats want to hurt us? It's at the level of, this is just what such predators do. This is essentially what they feed off of. They're sleep eaters. They feed off the essence of you in your sleep. So the idea that when somebody says, why would they want to hurt us, is because they cannot do otherwise. It's simply what they evolved to do. So it's the question becomes offensive in context. At the same time, it's hideously funny. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. It may be acceptable from a young child to say such a thing, but the horror of this situation, as I shared with Peter, The reason it sickens me to hear questions like this is because it brings us back to that of the child who honestly does not understand why an adult predator is hurting them, doing something that they understand to be vile and wrong, uncomfortable, painful, and they're being exploited and degraded before they have a concept of such wrongdoing. And they wonder why, and their questions become pathetically just irrelevant to the situation, such as like when I told Peter about the time Lori Ann Fenton was bragging to me in great detail about how she was masturbating herself to climax, one of the best orgasms she ever had in her life, when or series of them, when Max Spears was in the hospital next to her with the Norcan in his system, purging his body of drugs in an extraordinarily painful fashion that Brooke Gibson described in great detail because of her familiarity as a pharmaceutical salesperson with such narcotics. That this man was, of course, for all intents and purposes, what his nervous system is feeling is he's burning alive. But at that time, he had reverted into his child alter. So you're talking about somebody who had the concept of what was going on. He's filtering it through the mind of a 7 to 9-year-old. And one of the things he kept screaming was, "What did I do wrong? I won't do it again. Please stop this. Why? Just why?" Going on constantly, that question. And again, tell me what I did. I promise I'll never do it again. This sort of thing, as if she were he took her as his mother at the time that he was going through this, while she's grooving off this and orgasming off of it because of the vile kind of creature that she is. And you can ask, why would she do that? It's, well, because she's deviant. It's like, doesn't even matter at that point. You just take someone out like that and you shoot them. I mean, there's nothing constructive they add to the world. So this brings us back to, what about these naive people who say, why is this happening? Why would they Photoshop photos of places they've never been to? Why would the Troll want to hurt us, etc.? Why would the Americans or Russians lie about World War II? Well, because they fucking lost and they want to maintain their power over you, even though the world economy clearly belonged to Germany and Japan. So again, back to Peter with this. Yes.
Well, it's just, you can understand a child saying it, because, why did the dentist hurt me? But that's a matter of ignorance, and it's sort of like people have to be explained, like there is evil in the world, and some people aren't, they're just walking around. And why would the newscaster not tell us the truth? He's there to help us. It's just like people who are just embarrassingly clueless. And, what else can you say? It's just, it's so absurd that it becomes funny. It's utterly absurd that somebody could have their head buried in the sand so deep, because it makes absolutely no sense at all. And I guess this is what we're doing. But when we mention these things and we get these questions and people start surfacing things, it begins to make a little more sense. It's like, how much nonsense can people listen to? Apparently quite a bit. You see people preoccupied on television, sports stations, people talking about this, that, and the other thing, which have no import or impact other than amusement. It's amusement. And to tell you the truth, it's a lot more amusing than listening to the news. How many games is LeBron James going to take off or whatever? Who's better? The NBA All-Star game has lost its panache. It's like, okay, And then, you can tune to looking to Joe Biden braving himself in the war zone. It's like, and what's there to watch? It's just it's a stupid show from one stupid thing to another, and you can listen to it. I really wonder, you hear all this stuff about all of these outrageous things about transgender and stuff. We wouldn't know about any of it if the media didn't tell us about it. They constantly keep this transgender hypocrisy or transgender this or transgender that. And what they're doing is they're actually mocking the transgender issue movement. They're actually mocking it, but at the same time, forcing it down our throats by mocking it, making it seem totally reprehensible, totally disgusting, totally inappropriate, yet something we have to face and deal with and accept. Where in actual fact, these incidents, if you didn't hear about them, there'd be no outrage. And the outrages are only fomented and fostered by the media, which creates problems for the transgender media, for the transgender people. It's like there was this one incident where I don't know what he was, what G was, I should say, but there was some person who was, I think, a man, and went into some electrolysis place and wanted his pubic hairs removed, and it's so the problem is the electrolysis practitioner was going to have to sit there and deal with his private parts or G's private parts. In other words, his penis. He's going to have to looking at it every minute. It's like it was outraged, so he ended up suing the the electrolysis establishment. And it's like, I don't even, I wonder if that's even as true as they tell you it is. Did that really happen? It might just be a perpetrated story. In other words, if they didn't talk about all this, and one thing that happens that's much more, there's these stories almost every day on Yahoo Newsfeed about, people being shot. It's like happening with more and more frequency. And it's to the point where you don't even hear about them on the news too much. You see the now it's Florida, now it's Montana, now it's Illinois, whatever it is. It's like a lot of shootings. And, you wonder what's behind all of this. Are these real shootings? Is it real? Is it fake news? Is it it's like, the media creates so much foment with what it does. But that's the comment I will end on tonight.
Right. By the way,
wish I would wish people peace in their sleep.
Yes.
And to breathe with their nose, long and slow, and exhale with their mouth, and increase their circulation. And I will, today's
Wednesday, but by the way, before you go, I do want to bring to your attention, because I just couldn't get a good pose for myself today. As I said before, I put an image of my mother, late and sainted mother, from when she was younger and healthier, in the thumbnail of tonight's live stream. Just to bring to your attention, Peter, the sign that she's using is the correct sign that the Taiwanese Confucianists used among themselves within certain secret societies. This is what was taken and basically, in a sense, warped by Leonard Nimoy and Mr. Gene Roddenberry for Star Trek. You'll notice that the separation of the fingers is different, but it does create the same sign that really symbolizes live long and prosper. But that was the original one that the Star Trek series took and basically changed for the sake of the franchise. They felt that, of course, that the occult power behind the real symbol was simply to something too dangerous to share. She is holding a spell book to her breast, and that's one of the ancient spell books from the on Myoji, the office of the occult, that she was using. Had helped retain her youth. So among her, of course, her own biological proclivities as half vampire. So just so you know the story behind that, the cross on her head is because of Ash Wednesday. She married a Roman Catholic by the man who raised me, so she would go into church to get the ash along with him on Ash Wednesday, which is today.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And everybody, remember to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner button for donate. And thank you very much, and I will be with you on Sunday.
Yes, we look forward to it. Share our love with Paula.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. So that's Peter Moon. We're going to reestablish the call. That is skybooks.usa.com, named after his own daughter. So not quite sure if he saw my mother in that sense, the way she appears in the photograph in his dreams, the time that he did see her. But then he said later on he realized that was my mother he encountered in the astral. So there we have that. He should be able to recognize her. So what we're going to do is reestablish the call here. Give me enough time to get my head out of my ass and then go into full monologue mode. Let's see if we can give people a try. We're going to try and anchor the call on Mark H. Our dear lady Brooke Gibson said she would be unable to join. Let's see if Mark H. is able to answer. And he did offer himself, so to speak. I can refresh myself, of course. Bless you, dear sir. How are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good. I'm so glad you can hear me. So let's try and bring some other people on for you to bounce off against before I run off to refresh myself for a bit. And thank you so much for joining us, dear Mark. And yes, you can start by telling us a little bit about your situation these days, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, while I try and contact others.
Absolutely, Douglas. I'm going to be driving, so hopefully that it won't be too noisy.
Understood.
But
are you sure it's safe? Are you on speakerphone or earbuds?
Yeah, I'm on speakerphone. It should be fine. I'm going to be driving slow anyway because it's kind of snowing over here anyway.
Okay. Yeah, do be careful. And so aside from all of that, how has work been? Share with us, what you see fit.
It's been interesting, Douglas, and it's kind of cool that you sent some great information a little bit a couple weeks ago, and a lot of these states are just gearing up and just getting ready for the online betting, which is it's gonna be nuts. And I was actually gonna send you a video of some crazy, just people acting completely nuts during the Super Bowl time, and how it really just kind of changes people's behaviors. I don't know if it just triggers people, it brings the absolute worst out of people.
Oh yeah.
I'm not seeing that typically where I'm at. It's pretty controlled. It's a controlled chaos where I'm at. But it's definitely there, and it's definitely the sports betting is definitely a different beast, a different animal of, I would say, degeneracy. It is what it is. It's a vice just like anything else.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's really interesting in all the different just learning the terminology. It's literally a different world, Douglas. I had no idea. It's these people are just living. Sports gaming is just so huge, and it's exploding right now. So it's just going to get even more busier for us. I mean, we're just kind of gearing up for it,
And so what you're bringing up is people who are basically living this world. They're kind of like this. Oh, geez, I can't even imagine what that would be like.
It's day in. I mean, just imagine seeing people day in, day out. the same time, the same, almost the same clothes, pretty much the same clothes. It's definitely sad. I got to say, it's kind of wearing on my heart a little bit. Unfortunately, at this moment, obviously, I do need money, so I got to figure out a way to do that. It's kind of tearing away at my heart to see people, human beings, in a situation like that. I mean, literally, people come up to me and literally tell me, you know, I'm a degenerate gambler. I'm a degenerate gambler, and you know, breaking down in tears.
Wow.
And I just sort of have to figure a human way to. Yeah. So I mean, it is somewhat trying, especially because, you know, I'm not a callous dude. You know, I consider myself somewhat sensitive. You know, and no one wants to see people in that nature. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, I guess.
I mean, all you can do is you got to do what you got to do. You've got to earn a living. And basically, it's kind of like, you know, if you were a hitman, you'd be paid to kill people. And, you know, you can't look at every one of them and just say, I can't do it.
No, you're absolutely. There's no picking and choosing. There's no picking and choosing.
Yeah, if you're a bartender, you can't, you know, say, God, this alcohol is destroying these people's lives. I can't serve them anymore. It's not the moral thing to do. I mean, obviously, well, if you don't do that, you're gonna starve. I mean, so it's but for, oh my God, so you're helping to expedite these people with their self-destruction, and that's just it's just what it is. I mean, you know, but they chose that route, and if they want to sever themselves from that path of self-destruction, they have to do that themselves. You know, you can't do that for them. And
exactly. And honestly, that's kind of the way I view it, Douglas, is that, you know, I mean, I do view, you know, the corny saying everything happens for a reason. I do believe that I'm put in a position I'm at for the right reason, or a certain reason of way. So if I can ease, you know, the tension, if I can do something, which I've done, you know, for certain individuals, certain people, whatever I could do to sort of brighten their day, the situation, any way possible. Because, you know, as you know, and as also George Knight, because he came from that industry in the hospitality, that you have to provide this experience. These people are just dropping their life savings. They're dropping their grandkids' life savings.
Oh, shit.
So it's like you need to, you know, provide them with something, anything really that just helps them feel better while they're there, just draining their bank accounts, you know. And it's Jeez.
Yes, they're in the moment, so you serve them in the moment. Everything is in the moment.
Correct.
So,
correct.
Yeah, you develop that focal tunnel vision for that moment, and you're making the situation as exciting for them in the moment as it can be, while they cater to that addiction. I mean, I could never understand that, because, of course, I mean, I can think of so many better things to do with just forget the money. I mean, well, forget the money. I mean, just your time. I mean, just
time is more valuable anyway.
Yes. I mean, oh my God, I would enjoy myself so much more just jacking off than gambling. I mean,
it's bad. I mean, you just take I mean, it is what it is. You know, like you said, it pays the bills. But I mean, any person who has any kind of sensibility, take a stroll through a casino floor where there's like slot machines and whatnot, and oh, Jesus Christ, and you'll see just the absolute misery in people's eyes. Just, you know, I kind of see him as almost like a succubus, like just walking around, looking for anybody to sort of just take them out of their misery. Yeah. That's the kind of look that I get from people as I walk by them, you know.
So are you in those environments? You're in those environments where you're like, I mean, because I didn't know whether you're doing your work online or whether you're actually in these environments where you actually.
I'm in the muck. Yeah, I'm in the muck. Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yep. So you get to see the people at the slot machines.
Yes, I get to see all of them. I get a little taste of everything where I'm at right now, Douglas. A little taste of all the property. Yep.
Oh my God. So I definitely want people to understand that the interesting thing about the slot machine phenomenon, but by the way, the thing is that you remember one of my former sponsors, Ben Estenius, the guy with the Man of the Soil. You remember that guy?
I don't.
The guy who had me go down to Arizona. I try so hard to forget that. You might remember that vaguely, but he was the guy I used to have to read out The Man of the Soil, and would do that commercial for him, and he finally stopped.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about it actually. Yes.
Yeah, and he was on the show just a few times to talk about the book he was writing about the serial killer and the Pied Piper of Tucson, as the guy was known. And so when that guy, he would make a good deal of money gambling on the slot machines, and but we didn't know that at first. We had to kind of get it out of him. He was just saying gambling. So you think of this high stakes roller, and you think of people in the James Bond, right? You think of people in the James Bond fantasy. The James Bond fantasy is, guys show up in suits and maybe it's like that in Monte Carlo, but it's certainly not like that at most establishments outside of maybe very exclusive Las Vegas areas. But, most of these people who are showing up with just, gambling of any sort in some of these other facilities, they're not like that. It's so he was just, we found out after talking to him for a period of time and a few times that he was doing slot machines, but that was how he made extra money because after a while you can get kind of a rhythm and lose and then make some. But he's like doing what senior retirees do. This is what senior retirees do, is they go to the slot machines and they but the funny thing was you said about their eyes. I mean, just so people know, I mean, certainly many people have probably seen this, but probably many people haven't. The lights are so bright on those slot machines. It's like the lights kind of overwhelm. I never have, my eyes are never drawn to their faces for some reason. My eyes are drawn to the lurid glare of the slot machine, and the person is almost like secondary to the slot machine. They become almost like invisible. And
exactly.
And so the closest parallel I can think of is a bar. When you go inside, I'm not talking about like expensive bars or nightclubs. I'm talking about like bars, like bars you find in a small town or the ghetto area of a city where people are just drinking. They're just there to drink. They're not even really there to socialize. They're just drinkers. And when you go in places like that, what our man Mark has talked about is this kind of phenomenon of the spirits. I mean, they call alcohol spirits for a reason. All of the dead alcoholics are hovering around, and they're all just trying to get a whiff. They're all trying to get a whiff of that intoxicant. And you see these people are haunted. All these people are haunted, and they're just like they're the source of food for these disembodied, incorporeal dead alcoholics who are hovering all around them, sucking what they can out of them, their essence. It's so much more than just the alcohol that's draining them. So you get that feeling with the people at the slot machines and the gambling in general, right?
Oh, I mean, it's honestly, Doug, it could be a little worse.
Yeah.
I think gambling addiction, it could be slightly worse than drug or alcohol addiction. Yeah. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. It's just such a strong urge. It's such a just powerful urge that just takes over people completely. But yeah, I mean, like you said about the slot machine, like, it almost becomes like a part of the person. It becomes like an extension of them as they're banging away at the buttons, slamming away at the buttons, just giving away every possible hope for anything in the future, just for a quick few seconds of glory. It's intense, man. But there are some people that win, and it sends shock waves out, and it sends a message that people can win, which is cool too. And there are some lucky people that do win, which is great.
Oh my God! But it's like, but you can't. I mean, the slot machines are more like some people just.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, it is what it is. You're going there. You're coming there to spend money. if you think you're coming here to break even every time, you're sorely mistaken. Sorely mistaken. As soon as you come on the property, everything on that property is designed to be aesthetically conducive to getting every last penny of your money.
Yes.
Everything from the aesthetic, from the people that work there, everything. There's literally everything is designed that way from the people that created Las Vegas, and they trained everyone else and everyone else has casinos to do similar. Yes. So it's a very calculated thing.
Yes, I am just so sad about that. Thank you for sharing that. I feel better about myself now. I feel
as long as we can do that,
Yes, yeah, it's but in reality, yeah, it's just like our man Mark said, he's he's got a job, and the experience he brings. So any stories like so obviously, say for instance, if you're a bartender, there's stories to share about, oh, there's one guy or here or some other thing you experienced. I mean, and also a bartender develops a certain kind of people skill, and you've obviously developed a certain kind of people skill in the sense of catering to people. Yeah, so some stories to share maybe.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too specific, but I would say definitely a good one is like, from today. And, I kind of just bring it back to, I try to really humanize the situation for these people. And, honestly, it comes down to listening, Douglas. Like, it comes with listening skills. And if you want to ignore somebody and treat them like a piece of shit, then go ahead and do it. But if you're going to be fake and pretend to listen, that's not gonna do anybody any good. You're just wasting your own time as well. So, for something like, for me, instance, today, a woman kind of broke down a little bit, and she's, clearly she doesn't have any issues with money. That's not the issue. She has a problem with gambling. And, I just kind of was trying to be a really nice person to her, Douglas, and, smiling to her, and just, I didn't try to flirt or anything, but I smiled and just tried to show her my good, kind nature. Yeah. And you'd be surprised how much that changes it changes everything for some people, and some people don't get that at all, Douglas. They don't get any kind of kindness at all. They've never been, the last time they've probably been shown any kind of compassion or kindness was God knows when. So, for some of these people they just want it from anybody. They want it from a stranger. They just want someone to care about them in any way, shape, or form. So that's kind of what recently I've kind of been dealing with, like some of these people that, they come to me with troubled people, or, they come to me with like, Mark, can you handle the situation? This is really complex. And most of the time it's not really complex. It just has to do with the individual themselves. So it's just listening to them. It's listening to what their concerns are. Most of the time you can figure it out. You can just figure it out if you just listen properly, and you don't jump the gun and make rash decisions and things like that. So, rather than I have a million stories that, I'd rather not, embarrass people, or even the essence of embarrassing. But that's kind of what I've been seeing recently is just kind of trying to de-escalate. I think that's pretty much where I come in, is de-escalating situations and like depersonalizing them, so people can walk away from our desk, from our casino, and have some pride, have a little dignity, and even if it's just making them feel like they have it, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's really what it comes down to, and that's what recently, that's kind of everything is sort of culminating to where I'm at now. Recently, that's what I'm experiencing.
Yeah. Is it raining where you're at?
Yeah, it's like an ice storm, man. But don't worry, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, yeah. It's concerning. I mean, geez, it sounds like it's pretty heavy duty. And oh God, what's that noise?
Yeah, no, we're getting kind of slammed over here in the northeast over here.
Yes. Just as we are in San Francisco in a different way, it's a different sense, and yeah, and again, I really enjoyed talking to you the other day, privately, and catching you up on a lot of things. Now that we're awesome. Of course, now with where we're at into tonight's shall we say, arc of narrative has yet to begin. I'm just going to try and catch people up on some things after I refresh myself, but we'll need somebody to come on and kind of like, now I've called enough people where hopefully somebody will jump on soon enough, and then, you can hold the stage with them for a bit while I refresh myself. Maybe if they don't come on in about a few minutes, do you think that you could hold the stage alone? Talking about...
Yeah, I mean, I can figure it out, Doug. Yeah,
great. Now we're gonna wait until you're parked safely before I ask you to do something like that. So so just let me know when you've reached a destination. Just out of curiosity, where are you heading right now? May I ask?
Oh, I'm just going back to my place.
Okay, you're home.
Yeah,
you're home.
Yeah, just going back to my home. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So when you're there, let me know when you're safely ensconced and comfortable. Then if nobody showed up by then, I'll just have you take the stage alone for a bit, and you can, tell people a bit about some things. Now, in terms of the weather, tell us a bit about how the weather has been impacting everybody where you're at, what it's been like up there. I mean, I hear that there's a tremendous snowstorm is going to hit basically some parts of the United States. Is your place one of them?
I think it's going to, I mean, hopefully it's going to pass us by from what I'm seeing in like the weather apps and all those things. I think we're not as far north. I think the northern hemisphere, more of the like New Hampshire, Maine, I think they're probably going to get hit worse than Massachusetts will.
Okay.
So yeah, I think most of this stuff is going to, it's hail, it's ice. But I think most of it will turn to rain overnight. I'm hoping so.
Yeah. And so
what kind of stuff is over there at San Fran? What are you experiencing there?
Oh God, I'll get into it in some detail during monologue, but just so people understand, the winds have been very high, very violent. They've caused some deaths. It's if you were here, you would understand that. Now, granted, we're all facing challenges everywhere in the United States, but for some of these places, it's just very odd. We're experiencing some snow here in the San Francisco area, which is just extraordinarily unusual, as you know, I'm sure. By the way, those horrible noises, they sound like landslides of ice that are just like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, Doug, if it's unbearable, I don't mind.
Oh, no, I don't mind that at all. No, don't go away. Don't hang up.
It's just driving over ice patches and things like that.
Interesting. Yeah. I have this nightmare vision that you're driving past these like kind of high cliffs like you see in some of these films, and these avalanches are rolling down as your car's vibrations cause them, it's kind of like that sound effect that you would expect.
Well, I mean, for Christ's sakes, I mean, you would think with all the taxes we pay in Massachusetts, which we do pay. Actually, you guys have the worst. I found that out. San Fran's got the highest. It's incredible. But yeah, I mean, nothing's even on the roads at all. There's nothing, and people are flying all over the goddamn place.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, that's awful. It's
really...
I
noticed that about San Fran's. I didn't realize that the taxes in San Fran were ridiculous. The sales tax. It's crazy.
Yes. How did you find out about it?
Well, because at the point I was selling luxury goods and jewelry and stuff, we had a lot of guests and customers that were from San Fran. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, because we have to charge if we're sending something to another state, we have to charge the state's tax.
Yeah.
So that's why I couldn't believe it. I just didn't understand that.
Thank you. No, it's pretty outrageous, and it's just because we have a lot of social programs. We're a socially conscious state, and we're environmentally conscious. So there's all kinds of things that we're paying for, and it does help to render life very hard to live, and in some cases unlivable. So
that's insane.
Yes. And in terms of and this is why a lot of the more conservative pundits are constantly saying California is dying and shit. They'll say everyone's leaving California, and they'll say how the California is just basically there's no future for it.
The biggest economy. Yeah, it's
yes.
the biggest economy in the country.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. It's otherwise we wouldn't have these taxes. It's just the way it is. When it comes to all of this, you got a choice. Sometimes for a quality of life, it does take high taxes. At the same time, it is what it is. So aside from that, when like you said, you weren't flirtatious with this woman, you were just being kind and helping her feel better about herself. Are there any lookers that get addicted to gambling?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I would say not as. I wouldn't say not as much. I would say most of the clientele, I would say, that are highly involved in the property are probably mostly older male types. But I would say there's a couple nice lookers that come through that definitely throw you off every now and then. You're just like, oh shit, absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, this woman was. I mean, I particularly, I do enjoy, older females myself. I think older women are beautiful, are absolutely gorgeous, and
thank you. Yes.
And yeah, this woman was an older woman. She was just very beautiful too, and it's an unfortunate situation. That's why it kind of wears away at you. You kind of have to numb yourself, from it. But yeah, I mean, she was a beautiful woman too. Just a difficult situation, or self-made situation, I guess.
Yeah. I knew this one Asian woman who was she was Chinese, and she was a gambling addict and an alcoholic. Oh my God. She was it was just so sad. I felt so bad for her, and it just was what it was. But it's amazing what people do. And of course, she had worked in the salon with Rose, that woman who's a friend of course, of these. And what happened was that she had one guy who was working in the salon at the time. She had asked him for, it seemed like several $1,000s. And he just lent it to her, and of course she never gave it back. So she was. These are what these people do. They burn their bridges. I can understand why you say it's worse than alcoholism. It's the worst.
Yeah, no, it really is, because I mean they'll deplete everything. I mean, you think at some point, at least with drugs and alcohol, you kill yourself.
Yes.
But when you're gambling, you'll kill your whole family. You'll drain your family's life savings. Everything, man. It's fucking brutal. It's fucking brutal. And yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, the Asian culture that comes in, they have some serious spending power, man. They can really spend. Really spend. It's incredible. It's incredible. Most of our hosts, I think, are Asian because of they have to speak, the 8 different languages and be able to speak. And they put a lot of they just put a lot of like the average American gamblers to shame.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, that gambling is for them what drinking is to the Russians.
Yes. Yeah. Which most people don't realize. It is part of their culture. Mm-hmm. And it's not always seen as something. That's the problem, because it being something a part of the culture, it's not always seen as being negative and out of place. And before you know it, it drain your family's income down, and you don't even realize it. It's not good. It's not good just because it's part of the culture.
Yes.
But I mean, there's good and there's dichotomies of everything. There's good and bads for everything. So we can go. Yeah, you can go into that. So.
Yeah. Definitely, so aside from all of that, obviously it's pretty much been work and sleep for you. Has that been it? Work, eat, sleep, or is there anything else going on?
No, just work, eat, sleep, hibernation, catching a couple of your shows, enjoying the follow-ups and any kind of update we can get, and just trying to enjoy life and just being appreciative every single day, and truly meaning that, because I think really recently, Doug, I've come to the realization of how important life is in any aspect. because people will do, in my experience, people, on their deathbeds, they're willing to do anything to get a few more minutes of life, a few more hours of life. People that have come with inches of their lives, even in almost horrid circumstances, and they're left in terrible circumstances, still extremely appreciative of whatever life they have left. That blows my fucking mind. And that kind of really makes me focus in on how amazing I feel right now, how I'm doing now. And it's important to feel that way, because then you can reflect that on other people.
Yes.
And that's very important, I think, to do that.
Thank you very much so. And so Clarice Claudette in the chat room was saying oh my God, my aunt's husband, and her aunt is got that 86-year-old husband with the elder abuse situation. You might remember Clarice Claudette talking about that with us, that she's been so upset over, and she was thanking us earlier, Peter Moon and I, for the spiritual explanations of these things. Daniel Cardenas has joined us in the chat room, saying, hello, beautiful people. Fantastic talk as always. Perfect words for the perfect time are magical. Clarice Claudette was saying, oh my God, my aunt's husband is doing this online betting with basketball sports, draining her aunt's money. So, oh my God. So she says even old people are doing this gambling. Well, I would say
most of them.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say.
Well, that's the thing. So this is the handicap, Douglas, is that the older generations aren't familiar with the apps.
Okay.
So that's where we're going to get hit on the older generations with using apps and, the technology and shit like that. Yes. The older generation would rather come in and gamble straight up, rather than use an app online or whatever. So, but yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. It sounds like it's already started.
Yeah. Yes. So thank you. That's alarming. That's alarming. I didn't know how bad her situation was with her aunt and this predator or this creep. And as for yourself, with like you said, resting up, and thank you for listening to the shows. What about anything entertaining? Have you seen anything entertaining, or do you feel that there's anything in current affairs that really stands out as something to pay attention to? Have you seen anything on the news that stood out as particularly interesting or alarming?
I mean, honestly, everything, Douglas. I mean, if you have to be living on a rock not to think that some crazy shit is going to happen or is happening. But yeah, I mean, just keeping up with everything that's going on with, Russia, Putin, the arms. Things are getting hectic, and I try not to watch it too much, just because it's a little too much. But yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing with the UAPs, or the unidentified objects, things like that. What I did want to ask you, Douglas, is that are you familiar with a woman named Elena Danan?
It doesn't consciously bring anything particular to mind, so feel free to explain.
So she is, I think she's like a druidess, spiritualist. The reason I came across her is because, remember that guy that was broadcasting your show, that was trying to expose people like Marina Saren and things like that. I don't even remember his name, but
right.
He was posting stuff on his show, and I just kept going through it and seeing who else he was posting about it. And I think her was on there as well, and Alex Collier. And I think they talk about a lot of about not much UFO stuff, but I guess spiritual things and extraterrestrial things. But it's not so far out that I couldn't listen to it. But I was just kind of curious what you thought about her. I might even send you a quick video to see what you kind of think about it. But
that's probably the best thing to do. That way I could just get an impression of her. So it's amazing that there are people out there who attack people. Now I hope he's all right, because he just the call just dropped. So he's hopefully his car, didn't take a roll or hydroplane or something. I'm afraid to call him back. Don't want to, add further to whatever he might be facing. So hopefully he'll let me know if he's okay. So I'll type this word into his little box here, the text box. Call dropped. Let me know if you are safe. Let me know if you are safe. Okay, and then we'll take it from there. Oh, at any rate, what a day. It's so we'll probably just have to start doing monologue, and I won't have any chance to really refresh myself until somebody else volunteers. So I called people on the call, but nobody can just jump on the call anymore like they did before. So I'm going to try to reestablish a call. Maybe. How am I sounding technically? Let me know how the quality of my sound is. And whoever's out there, and if my sound, that will help me decide whether or not to go forward. So it says he's still active, but of course it would say that. Okay, he's typing. Let's see if we'll see what he types, and hopefully that's a good sign. Hopefully that means he's all right. I don't want to distract him further from his driving. He says, "Sorry, Douglas, phone died. Probably best I wait until I get back home. It's pretty nasty right now." Okay, good. So that tells us that. That's probably for the best. So with that, I'll just we'll wait for him to get home. In the meantime, we'll leave it at that. In terms of trying to call other people, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much point. So he says, sounds good. Thank you, Entertainment Hub. Entertainment Hub is our Rock of Gibraltar. Entertainment Hub is there. By the way, shout out to T-Tank Barry. Haven't seen him in a few days. And of course, good God, owe him a call. With everything being so busy as it has been, I hope he understands. Just things are incredibly overwhelming right now. So understand, of course, today was Ash Wednesday. It was also George Washington's birthday. All of this amid Black History Month. And George Washington was, of course, that slaving traitor to the crown, the general of the armies, who was known in the Mohawk language as the village burner because of the villages that he ordered razed. The term is razing, R-A-Z. Razed. To raze something is to destroy it. Villages would be surrounded, and as the people came running out, they would be shot and stabbed, women, children, elders alike. In one campaign alone, hundreds of thousands died from New York across Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and into Ohio. Yet still, his disgraced name shames the capital of these cursed United States. Now, of course, Ash Wednesday, well, due to the ever-changing dates of Pancake Day, Ash Wednesday does change every year as well, and is always 46 days before Easter. Easter is determined as the Sunday following the first full moon that occurs on or after the March equinox. In 2022, Ash Wednesday fell on March 2nd. This year it falls on February 22nd. So it was today. Now, I want people to understand as well, there's three lovely angels I want to give credit to. That is Brooke Gibson, Clarice Claudette, and Holly Caditis Kiefer. Clarice Claudette's, her full name, if I remember correctly, is, oh yes, that's right. She had that hyphenated name we don't want to use because it was, like Brooke Gibson's ex-husband, just another asshole. And so Clarice Claudette contributed $250 United States dollars. Before that, again, KP contributed an equal. She said, never about the project. Honey, God, I've been so busy. Honey, you're on my mind. You're on my mind all the time. Jesus. Right now, my biggest project is trying to make rent. So I'm going to be asking everybody, help me with that. Jesus, it's like, the problem is Holly Caditis Kiefer, she sent me $100. I had to cash the check and asked for it in 20 so I could pay cab fare, to, these various ultrasounds. I've got 2 more appointments, just at monstrous times. One at the end of the month on the 28th, one at, with the dentist on the 3rd, which is the day my check comes in. I'll have to ask Peter Moon probably for cab fare for that day. Now, you certainly don't want me to be homeless in this weather that's hitting us now. Strong winds ripped through the Bay Area yesterday, beginning to pick up just after 1 p.m., downing tree limbs and power lines, causing widespread outages and whipping up debris and dust across the region, sending debris, trash, and dust flying into the paths of highway commuters and shaking vehicles as they drove across our greater Bay Area Metroplex region's bridges. All northwest winds signaling, well, this is all in the lead up to rain and snowstorms across California. You see, these unusually strong northwest winds, they signal a rapid shift to a much colder, rainier, and snowier weather pattern in the Bay Area in the coming 18 to 24 hours. Wind gusts along the Presidio and Alameda Island, they were predicted to reach 45 to 55 miles per hour. Alameda Island was where we used to have a naval station, by the way. The strongest wind gust measured Tuesday afternoon in San Francisco was 73 miles per hour, occurring at Golden Gate Park at 4:20 p.m. A station in Twin Peaks measured a maximum gust of 63 miles per hour. Widespread gusts between 40 and 55 miles per hour were measured along the west side, Twin Peaks, Diamond Heights, the Presidio, and Golden Gate Park. Across the rest of the city, gusts reached 30 to 40 miles per hour. Anything not secured was flying around San Francisco in these intense winds. In the south of Market District, some signs were leaning precipitously from their bases, and trash items and dirt were racing across sidewalks. I personally saw a light post with street lights collapse, fall down, a miracle no one was hurt, blow along the sidewalk. Impressively alarming, very disconcerting to experience all of this. Yesterday afternoon, the San Francisco Fire Department tweeted, "We are seeing a lot of trees and wires down due to the winds. Luckily, no fires, because the winds would help spread the blazes exponentially." San Francisco fire officials emphasized that they were responding to a spate of wind-related issues yesterday, including the 1100 block of Russia Avenue, where parts of a roof flew off and landed on the roof of a house across the street. The San Francisco Fire Department reporting down tree or branch issues at 24th Street and Potrero Avenue near Lawton and 7th, 1100 Russia and 2525 3rd Street. A fallen tree took down a light post in downtown San Francisco near Drummond Battery, bringing both down upon a Corvette and damaging the car's roof. No injuries were reported, but people were still advised to avoid the area, which is a block away from John McLaren Park, I think it's called. The fire department spokesperson, Jonathan Baxter, attested that at California and Davis Streets, a sign flew off and hit an adult, which resulted in minor injuries. Crews were also responding to the 2500 block of 3rd Street for wind-related issues, as well as the area of 24th and Potrero Avenue due to a downed overhead wire. At Clay and Battery Streets, a 2-story tall tree fell on a car. No injuries were reported. The San Francisco Zoo was closed for the day due to the winds. The zoo tweeted, "Please stay safe. And on Twitter, Golden Gate National Recreation Center officials said Muir Woods National Park at Mount Tamalpais in Marin County was closed for the day because of the weather, attesting that power was out there, along with Crissy Field Center, the County Fair Building, and the field station at Presidio Tunnel Tops in San Francisco, which is a mockery of all the victims buried below the picnickers. Representatives for both San Francisco and Oakland International Airports said their operation so far had experienced no significant impacts, although just before 2 p.m. yesterday, wind gusts reached 64 miles per hour near SFO and 59 miles per hour near the Oakland airport. Yesterday afternoon, Braden Murdoch, a meteorological forecaster with the Weather Service's Bay Area office, said, "We're seeing some of our strongest winds from the weather system starting to build up this afternoon. It's going to stay windy through most of the night, and these winds will linger through a good portion of tomorrow morning as well. Those winds are very strong, and that's why we have a high wind warning for San Francisco, as well as a very high surf advisory, naturally. San Francisco can be a windy city, going back to what Braden Murdoch was saying. But usually we issue wind advisories, and with this system we have a wind warning. And that's all along the coastal areas, from Marin County to the Big Sur coast. Santa Cruz itself is not part of that. We have been getting reports of antenna and dishes falling off houses. A lot of the weaker trees and tree branches probably have fallen in the January system that came through, so that's probably why we're not seeing as many damage reports." So he's talking about that parade of storms we had earlier already took down a lot of the weaker or more dilapidated vegetation. So it's not necessarily as bad as it could have been with this sudden invasion of sheer wind power. Regardless, the effects were felt all across the region. Gusts toppled garbage and recycling bins in downtown Santa Rosa, and an early afternoon ferry from the San Francisco Ferry Building to Harbor Bay in Alameda was canceled due to the weather. Spokesman Thomas Hull said ferry officials were monitoring weather conditions closely and would notify the public of any additional cancellations. The region's tallest peaks, such as Mount Tamalpais and Mount Diablo, could also see strong gusts over 60 miles per hour. Yesterday, Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Now, this is one of those felony companies. Now, this is like, remember, a corporation is legally, in these United States, a person. So they have all the rights and responsibilities of a human being. They're supposed to pay taxes, send their kids to school. Well, they don't have that responsibility, do they? Basically, they get all the benefits of being a United States citizen, none of the responsibilities. At any rate, this is why they privatize all the benefits, the profits, and socialize all the costs. Talk about, anyhow, that's not capitalism. That's criminality. But PG&E beats them all. PG&E has gone to court as a murderer and was found responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. So they are a felonious corporation, and they're loose. They're on the loose. You can't put them in jail. I mean, what can you do? So we're all dependent on our energy from a felonious corporation that's basically on a kind of parole. They're supposed to make up for all their murders. So they were mobilizing their crews in anticipation of downed power lines that could damage equipment and cause outages. The utilities, this is what they are, a mass murderous utility, but a public utility nonetheless. That's Pacific Gas and Electric for you, PG&E, said it was opening its emergency operations center to allocate resources and workers for restoration efforts because these powerfully howling high winds over 65 miles per hour, roared into and ripped through the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, wreaking havoc across our region starting early yesterday afternoon, ahead of a winter storm that's expected to bring a fierce mix of rain, hail, and snow, well, today through to Friday, toppling trees, including one that left a young 1-year-old boy in critical condition after part of a redwood tree crashed into his family's Boulder Creek home early Tuesday evening, amidst all the gusts triggering power outages for tens of thousands across this region. Boulder Creek Fire Chief Mark Bingham confirmed that crews responded to reports of the incident around 6:25 p.m. at 110 Bobcat Lane. Arriving firefighters saw the top of a giant redwood tree that had snapped off and slammed through the roof of the home, leaving the young boy pinned to the floor in the living room. The department conducted a two-pronged approach with crew members inside trying to stabilize the ceiling and the crew outside trying to get the pressure off the tree. Firefighters also used the jaws of life to help free that little boy. Fire Chief Bingham said it was a traumatic scene for both the family and the rescue crews. 5 other residents, in addition to the boy, along with 2 dogs, were evacuated from the damaged home. The boy was initially taken to Dominican Hospital. He has since been moved to Valley Medical Center in San Jose. In Sonoma County, another falling redwood tree split a home in half. The house that was struck is the Camp Meeker. It's in the Camp Meeker neighborhood. A neighbor said the family was inside the home and the tree just missed them as they were cooking dinner. Himself going on record to say, "I was driving by and the tree fell and a branch broke and hit the car. It was scary." In fact, there were numerous downed trees across Redwood City, which is named after the redwood trees. Get it? It's a redwood forest area. Some trees ended up on cars. Other trees ended up on homes. Another tree came down across a portion of Woodside Road, blocking a lane of traffic. In Redwood City, a home near El Camino Real and Woodside Road sustained serious damage after a tree was blown over, knocking into a fence and the roof of the house. Authorities said the homeowner is okay, but it remains to be seen if the damage is significant enough for the home to be red tagged. A neighbor said that the tree, which is about 50 to 60 feet tall, ripped through the ceiling and crushed the support beams. At approximately 1:27 p.m., Fremont Police Dispatch received a 911 call regarding a downed power line in the area of Walnut Avenue and Guardino Drive. Arriving officers located several downed trees in the area that had fallen onto power lines. Authorities said Walnut Avenue is closed between Overacre Avenue and Gallaudet Drive. The Walnut Avenue area and parts of Maury Avenue from Mission Boulevard to the BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit tracks, are experiencing power outages. PG&E crews are on scene. It is estimated it could take up to 24 hours before power is restored to the entire area. Police and fire personnel are on the scene to provide assistance to city maintenance with the current road closures. The downed trees and power lines weren't the only ones in Fremont. A fallen tree created an emergency in Trois apartment complexes. At least 5 units were affected at 845 Maury Avenue. Rachel Campbell, one of the residents in the complex, said, "As I turned into the complex, I noticed the trees were blowing like crazy, and the tree to the right, I saw it crashing down, falling. The emergency prompted a cleanup process that started around 3 p.m. and is expected to continue Wednesday. Still another giant tree from the Golden Gate National Cemetery in San Bruno fell onto Sneath Lane early yesterday evening. The major road was closed off in both directions between El Camino Real and Cherry Avenue while crews are still trying to deal with it. Crews have been working on removing the tree for several hours. Thankfully, it didn't crash into any buildings, but it did force drivers to find other ways to get home. Miguel Andrade Lopez was one neighbor, said he had seen trees leaning all day in that area. To quote his actually, it's a little concerning. There are a lot of big trees around this neighborhood, and just the fact that massive tree could fall down made me realize that maybe I should get home insurance and probably be on the lookout of massive trees around my home." Now, on Highway 101, motorists reported encountering objects like ladders and large tumbleweeds in the roadway. Shortly before 3:30 p.m., the CHP, our California Highway Patrol, confirmed that a fallen tree had closed westbound lanes of the Bay Bridge just east of Treasure Island. A large tree fell onto the Bay Bridge at Treasure Island, blocking the 3 right lanes of westbound Interstate 80 and slowing traffic for afternoon commuters. The downed tree was reported around 3:15 p.m. There were no injuries, the CHP adding that workers were clearing the roadway and delays were expected to be minor. The right and center lanes were blocked as westbound traffic stacked up. CHP confirmed that San Francisco Fire and Caltrans personnel were assisting in clearing the debris. So far, there was no word of any injuries relating to the fallen tree, but one vehicle was reportedly damaged as of 4:15 p.m., the CHP said the right lane still remained blocked. It said shortly before 5 p.m. that the far right lane would likely remain closed for at least a couple more hours as they tried to clear what was left of the tree and what was still obstructing the lane. According to the CHP, the far right lane reopened shortly before 8 p.m. In San Mateo County, trees were down on Jefferson Avenue, Kingswood Drive, Woodside Road, Clinton Street, and Southgate Avenue at around 4:45 p.m. San Mateo County Fire responded to the 571 Hillcrest Way in Emerald Lake Hills after a roof was blown off a structure. The roof of the home was seen lying on top of a truck in the middle of the roadway. So a shelter-in-place order was issued in a Novato neighborhood after high winds knocked down multiple high-voltage power lines. Wilson Avenue remains blocked in both directions from Hanson Road to Doris Avenue. And according to KCBS Radio, PG&E, our Felonious Pacific Gas and Electric Utilities, reported at least 23,000 customers across the Bay Area were without power as of 3:30 p.m. Strong winds knocked power out to thousands across the Bay Area on Tuesday. Thousands without power across the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. It's amazing I'm able to host this transmission at all. PG&E said power outages may last longer than a day. Be prepared with supplies. Now, the more severe wind warning is for coastal areas of the Bay Area, which are under a high wind warning through 9 a.m. It was through today. The downed trees and power lines possible. There was a report of a downed tree on southbound US 101 at Embarcadero Road in Palo Alto, blocking the off-ramp. The rest of the region is under a less severe high wind advisory through 1 p.m. today. According to PG&E, outages caused by trees, limbs, flying debris hitting power lines left more than 112,000 customers without electricity, more than half in the Peninsula and South Bay. Over 60,000 customers are without power across the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region as of this, certainly was the case this Wednesday morning. Most of those customers, as I said, are on the peninsula where high winds knocked down trees and rattled ridgetops. The most blustery conditions were unfolding along the coast, especially near my Golden Gate at San Francisco, according to ABC7 meteorologist Drew Tuma. 76-mile-per-hour gust was recorded on the Golden Gate Bridge. The NWS, the National Weather Service, is warning of sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour, with isolated gusts up to 65 miles per hour across the region. The strongest gusts will likely be on the coast. At 1:20 p.m., the Weather Service said a 68-mile-per-hour gust was recorded at both Ocean Beach and the San Francisco International Airport, while confirming there were reports of downed trees, roof damage, debris moving across rows, blowing sand that reduces visibility, and power outages. Because there are currently so many outages, PG&E is not listing estimated restoration times for many residents. As a matter of fact, we're left checking their outage map for the latest information, which is what I've been sourcing. So the Pacific Gas and Electric reported 12,357 customers on the peninsula without power as of 1 p.m. By 9 p.m., the number had grown to over 60,000 100,000 as of or opening hour this transmission. PG&E said 112,400 households were without power, with 2,514 of those customers in my Golden Gate at San Francisco, 52,106 on the peninsula, 10,599 in the North Bay, 12,676 in the East Bay, and 34,505 in the South Bay. As of 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, just an hour ago, PG&E was reporting a total of over 109,000 customers without power, with 32,439 customers affected in the South Bay, as well as 5,562 customers in the North Bay, 8,919 in the East Bay, and 1,667 impacted in San Francisco. PG&E has an outage center providing information for customers on the utility's website. In their statement, the company says strong winds continue to cause widespread damage to PG&E electric equipment due to trees, limbs, and other debris striking power lines. Customers are urged to stay away from downed power lines, especially if downed trees are in the area, because power lines can often hide tangled in trees and could be energized. Report downed power lines to 911 immediately and stay the hell away. Some of the highest gusts measured around our Bay Area include a 73-mile-per-hour gust recorded at Ocean Beach in San Francisco, SFO recording a 68-mile-per-hour gust, a 51-mile-per-hour gust at the Oakland International Airport, and a gust of 55 miles per hour in San Jose. The high winds were also impacting ferry service across the region, with a number of ferry trips being canceled, and in the case of Golden Gate ferry service between San Francisco and Tiburon, replaced by Golden Gate Transit buses. According to the San Francisco Chronicle meteorologist Jerry Diaz, ferry riders will be dealing with some of the strongest winds over the open water of San Francisco Bay, where brief gusts of up to 60 miles per hour will be possible. Now, these winds have announced the arrival of a cold weather front that will send temperatures plunging, which is why I exist only through the grace of electricity, the electric blanket. Basically, this is all going to trigger rain showers and bring a dusting of snow to the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region's mountaintops. The Weather Service forecasts snow at elevations as low as 1,000 to 1,500 feet Thursday night into Friday across the greater Bay Area, especially in the North Bay. Forecasters concur that this stormy weather will linger for days, and the impact will include, strong winds arriving yesterday impacting the area through today for the rest of the Bay Area. That wind advisory went into effect at 1 p.m., warning of 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, with the strongest wind gusts over the higher terrain forecast to be in excess of 55 miles per hour at the higher elevations. Cold temperatures arrived this morning and will last through Sunday. Frost advisories and freeze watches have been issued for, tomorrow morning. Rain showers arrive. They're going to be impacting coastal areas. They did so today, becoming more widespread tomorrow night into Friday. A few thunderstorms are possible on Friday and Saturday, with lightning, heavy rain, and small hail as the primary impacts. And snow expected at elevations above 1,500 feet, most certainly with the highest confidence over the Santa Lucia range. Winter storm watch has been issued for the higher elevations of the Central Coast. To quote the forecasters, wind, cold, rain, thunder, and snow all over the span of 4 days. Truly a dynamic system, with all these hazards impacting the area for a prolonged period of time. In a briefing issued shortly after 5 a.m. yesterday, The Weather Service added a winter storm watch to the forecast beginning Thursday for the higher elevations of the coastal mountains of, south of San Francisco Bay. The Santa Clara and Diablo ranges in the South Bay could see 4 to 8 inches of such crystallized precipitation. The revised forecast lowered the elevation that could see snow from 1,500 feet to 500 feet. We're going to see it at 1,000 feet in most of the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region on Thursday and Friday. The National Weather Service forecasters warned the rain will come in waves. To quote from them, the coldest morning low temperatures of the week will feature Thursday, Friday, and even Saturday morning. Temperatures in the interior locations have over a 70% probability of dropping below freezing. While the ocean will help limit the drop in temperatures for coastal ranges, these areas will still have temperatures that range from 33 to 38 degrees. As this system will be a prolonged event, there will be periods of breaks in the rain. Rain will likely be confined to the coastline Tuesday night through Thursday morning, then become more widespread as it moves inland. Total rainfall between Tuesday to Saturday has been bumped up slightly. Interior valley areas are likely to get between they say 0.50 inches to a full inch, with isolated areas receiving around 1¼ inches. Higher elevations are forecast to receive 1 inch to 1½ inches. Now, San Francisco officials are warning residents to drive carefully, to secure outdoor items, and to call 911 to report downed power lines, and 311 for downed trees. Now, all of this made for one hell of an Ash Wednesday in which I went out to get a smudge on my forehead. So, I'm just glad to have made it back. It marks the first day of Lent, 40 days before Easter. Sundays, at any rate, Lent is a time when many Christians prepare for Easter by observing a period of fasting, repentance, moderation, and spiritual discipline, sometimes giving things up, sometimes taking on something new, or raising money for a charitable cause. I'm trying to raise it to stay away from being the hell homeless. Now, during the Ash Wednesday service, the priest will make the sign of the cross with ashes on the foreheads of worshippers, saying, "Remember that you are dust, and to dust ye shall return. Turn away from sin, and be faithful to Christ." The ash is made by burning last Easter's palm crosses and mixing with a little holy water. You can bring yours to church on the Sunday before if you still have it. So, in terms of any Ash Wednesday reflections, all I can say is Mardi Gras ended just in time. As police in New Orleans, I remember how the ladies have so much fun with how I say New Orleans. They walked through the streets around midnight to signal the formal end of the city's often brazen public bash. The Lenten season was officially getting underway, on which you could officially regret everything you did. Across the land, Christians from various denominations commemorate it today by fasting, praying, or participating in ceremonies in which ashes are crossed on their foreheads. Many abstain from a particular food, beverage, or activity until Easter in recognition of Jesus' great sacrifice. These rituals symbolize our connection to God and our acknowledgement that, despite being created in His image, we are mere mortals who sin and, fuck up more often than we get it right. What I personally enjoy most about this season is the opportunity it gives us to publicly embrace our shortcomings, or at least recognize the fact that we don't often measure up, faith-wise. In our survival of the fittest, may the best man or woman win society, it's not easy to admit that you're not perfect. most of us know that perfection is impossible in human form. But let the tabloids, news magazine shows, and celebrity profiles tell it, perfection can be bought in a bottle or Botox needle, discovered in a therapist's chair, or molded on a personal trainer's gym floor mat. It can be acquired at an elite university or in some of the boardrooms of the most powerful companies across the globe. The truth is, if we were perfect, we might not feel any need for God. And surely we wouldn't give a second thought to Lent. Then, where would we find ourselves? So, to quote from the most holy book of the Bible, at least the New Living Translation I have in front of me right now, the book of James, chapter 4, verses 8 through 10. Draw close to God, and God will draw close to you. Wash your hands, you sinners. Purify your hearts, you hypocrites. Let there be tears for the wrong things you have done. Let there be sorrow and deep grief. Let there be sadness instead of laughter, and gloom instead of joy. When you bow down before the Lord and admit your dependence upon Him, He will lift you up and give you honor. Speaking of which, there was no honor to be had through this President's Day weekend. I find it incredibly ironic and certainly apropos that the Japanese Americans internment camp Executive Order 9066, Remembrance Day, the 81st of which was this weekend last, the 81st Nikkei Beiko Kuhito Tsuiku Noai, the Day of Remembrance for Japanese Americans, fell on President's Day weekend, as it does every year because of the crime of Franklin Delano Roosevelt giving that order. On the Day of Remembrance, I asked Peter to remind me to let you all understand the kind of barter system I have going with my son's husband, Sugar Daddy. No financial support from he. It's counted on myself to support myself through you. And what I get from him in terms of sustenance, in terms of drugs, access to the blood boys, a time, the opportunity to bathe. I can't do that in my own home. There's no heat here. There's no hot water either of any substance. We have a hot water tank that's 30 gallons. That's smaller than most fucking aquariums, which are 60 gallons. There's no way to shower with anything other than ice cold water, or the same for bathing. It's a nightmare. It's just uninhabitable. So therefore, the estates are my only option for truly bathing safely. In terms of the opportunities I get to do that, sustain myself with the human blood I need to survive. I educate the blood boys. Now, granted, there are other tutors that are brought in for schooling them, a form of homeschooling, in chemistry, physics, mathematics, and the like, but I'm their historian, and I do teach them history. So I had to go with them on President's Day weekend to various internment camps we were driving to. That's how I got the pose for the image that's embedded in live stream of last episode, where I'm wearing, of course, my typical child prostitute's garb, the gilded garb of that's quite bladed. For those who do not understand, I show the exposed blades, the live blades, so people understand that I'm fully bladed in that garment, the vest, and various other accoutrement that's upon it. These are blades that are all removable to deadly effect. I don't think most people get that. It's not some bizarre form of ornamentation. These are knives. So definitely that tradition taught to myself by my mother, who's embedded in tonight's image on live stream. This is where we are basically educating you all the time in Asian culture. It's a situation in which I had that photograph taken by my son while I was educating the Blood Boys on what many of the Japanese had gone through during World War II here in America. So on the President's Day weekend, from this point forward, consider it really the weekend of remembrance. And never forget Nikkei Amerikajin, the Japanese Americans' incarceration in World War II. I am proud of those who protested Japanese American internment when no one would listen. We spracketh up, we protested, we mobilized and fought for an apology, fought to right the wrong. Prior to World War II, anti-Asian sentiment was widespread, particularly on the West Coast. Beginning in the 1850s, first the discovery of gold and then the building of the Transcontinental Railroad brought large numbers of Chinese and Japanese miners and laborers to these United States. Between 1870 and 1924, Congress passed act after act targeting us, barring Asian people from naturalization, banning marriage between white people and Asian people, preventing owning property and land, and restricting or barring immigration. California, Oregon, and Washington passed their own laws limiting or prohibiting the same. Days after the preemptive surgical strategic strike on Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December in 1941, the Department of Justice and the FBI had arrested over 3,500 people of Japanese descent on the West Coast and in Hawaii who were considered suspicious and had taken them to federal prisons. The Department of the Treasury froze the assets of all Japanese residents and citizens who were born in Japan and confiscated the assets of all Japanese financial institutions. The funds were never returned. It is no wonder that it took just 74 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor for politicians and politicized organizations to convince military leaders and Congress to act. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066 on February 19th, 1942, authorizing the War Department to designate military zones from which any or all persons could be excluded who were considered a threat to national security, and specifically targeting the West Coast Japanese and Japanese Americans in toto. February 19th, 1942 is the day that began the mandatory removal of over 127,000 Japanese and Nikkei Amerikajin, Japanese Americans. 79,000 at the very least of whom were adult United States citizens. It is the day that violated our Fifth Amendment rights of the United States Constitution, that life, liberty, and property cannot be taken away without the due process of law. On April 7th of 1942, over 300 of San Diego's Japanese American families, over 1,100 men, women, and children from 3 generations, were notified that they were to evacuate their premises and report to the Santa Fe train station on April 8th. They had a week to vacate their homes, farms, and businesses and had to sell whatever they could: furniture, appliances, cars, trucks, equipment at 10 cents on the dollar, if that. They could only take what they could carry onto the trains. They ended up at Santa Anita Racetrack, living in horse stalls, filling cotton bags with straw for mattresses, waiting for months for the internment camps to be built. 5 months later, they boarded trains again and ended up at the Poston War Relocation Center in Arizona, one of 10 American concentration camps in Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. Each held roughly 10,000 Japanese American families. Each family was given a 20-foot by 25-foot space in wooden tar paper barracks 100 feet long, with nothing dividing their rooms. There was one cot per person, a potbelly stove, and a single light bulb overhead. The camps were surrounded by barbed wire fences with guard towers manned by United States Army soldiers pointing the machine guns inward. There were long lines in the mess halls, in the communal bathrooms and showers. Many people became sick. Some died because of the lack of medicine and medical equipment. And no one was prepared for the intense heat, the frigid winters, or the sandstorms of the deserts. After World War II was brought into ceasefire by a victorious Japanese empire in 1945, our communities had to rebuild the lives they lost. Just further evidence the Japanese won the war was that any of us survived. Now, some returned to the West Coast. By some, I mean like one or two. The rest did not, choosing to settle in the Midwest and the East Coast if they settled in the United States at all. As there was nothing left to them, everything had been stolen, the overwhelming majority returned to Japan or relocated to South America. Their pain and suffering was felt for decades. 30 years later, in the mid-1970s, the CINC, third-generation Japanese Americans, my generation, learned and asked questions about this forced removal and imprisonment during the war. The Issei, first generation, and Nisei, the second generation, they didn't talk about it. They wanted to forget. But we could not remain silent. We spoke up. We protested. We mobilized and fought for an apology, fought to right the wrong. The National Coalition for Redress and Reparations and Japanese American Citizens League, chapters up and down the West Coast, led a campaign that resulted in the signing of H.R. 442, the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, an official apology from the United States government, and a 20,000 United States dollar redress payment to those internees still alive, which of course is nothing. That's like, it's meaningless. Nevertheless, on the day of this weekend last, it saddens me what our country did to our community, what our community lost. But as I've always said, I've been very ambivalent, yet nonetheless proud of the fact that our Nisei, U.S. Army's 100th Infantry Battalion and 442nd Regiment and the Military Intelligence Service, who fought under the threat that their families would be annihilated, fought to give us a better life in the sense of whoever of us survived, they were awarded the most congressional medals of honor ever to be awarded in history. They were the most effective American military unit of World War II. Don't take my word for it. You can verify that yourself. The best soldiers Americans had were their Japanese. I am proud of those who protested the internment when no one would listen. I am proud of how our communities found the strength to rebuild to persevere. Of course, there are no Japanese communities in America today of any essence. They're unicorns. We live in the same precipice, on the same precipice of extinction, Japanese Americans, I mean, as the vampire do, that I've tried to educate people about in my book. So I'm most proud of how we spoke up, how we stood up, and how we continue to do so for others. Now, I am proud to be more of an American than any American. No matamake, at all costs. So this brings us to the narrative, the challenges we face today, and of course my advisements concerning them. How you're not listening imperils yourself, and how you've got to bring the Roswell deception to the attention of your representatives, your congressmen, your senators, all your representatives. Bring to them the fact that Douglas Dietrich exists. The character assassination campaign to suppress me has gone on forever. There is no limit to its finances. It's your deep state behind it. It is your enemy. And it's up to you, because it's your war. It's up to you to fight it. And the only way you can do that is to bring my existence to the attention of your world. People understand the world. That is, where we came is from, how we got here, where we're likely to be going, through the stories we tell about ourselves and others. Indeed, this political and social environments in which we are matriced, embedded, are rooted in these stories, these narratives. The Ukraine conflict is but the Spanish Civil War of the Third World War, the precursor, if we're going to use a European parallel. It's a war of narratives. The Allies' narrative, Putin's narrative, which is the World War II Allied narrative, is crumbling. And so it is with the current conflict in Ukraine. As the months of fighting have progressed, so too have the narratives that underpin the actions of both sides. It is as if both Russia and Ukraine are attempting to write the history, the whys and hows of the conflict, in real time. Now, as a historian, I know narratives have problems. First, although they may be true and relate to facts and actual occurrences, narratives that take as told can also be completely fabricated. Second, once a narrative is put out there, the implication is that whatever story you tell is just as valid as the one your opponent tells. Often, it is not. Take the case of Russia and its catastrophic war in Ukraine. Russian politicians and their media claim the Russian Empire is fighting Nazis in Ukraine, who usurped power in a 2014 coup d'etat and pushed that country toward an alliance with the West, posing a direct threat to the Russian Empire itself. In this narrative, Russian boys are dying to protect their Ukrainian brethren, Russians and Russian-speaking Ukrainians, from fascism, just as their ancestors did during the Second World War. For Ukrainians and most people in the West, this Kremlin-inspired narrative, which is really just your World War II Allied narrative, is patently false. Their counter-narrative is that Ukrainians decided in the Revolution of Dignity in 2014 that they wanted to free themselves from Vladimir Putin's suffocating pressure to give up their aspirations to join the West, fortify their democracy, and be a fully sovereign, independent nation-state. Inspired by that narrative and the unprovoked invasion of their country by their powerful neighbor, Ukrainians have courageously and effectively resisted the Russian assault and even triumphed significantly on the battlefield. This brings us to the concept of perceived existential threats. Because the truth is, Ukraine was never a serious, immediate threat to the Russian Empire. But for Putin and his cultists, anxious about their loss of geopolitical clout vis-a-vis the United States and NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Ukraine's gravitation toward the West portended a vulnerable future. This narrative pushed Putin into what he sees as a preventive war, a preemptive war. It is premised on anxieties about future dangers, yet clothed not in cold realist terms, but rather in the hyper-emotional narrative of the supposedly harmonious brotherhood of Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. In other words, all the Russias, which the Tsar used to claim dominion over. Ukrainians do not have to manufacture grand narratives that fly in the face of facts. Yet exaggerations in wartime are almost inevitable. The government in Kiev, as well as Western leaders, they do not understand, cannot even begin to perceive, that the war has become a struggle for the very existence of the Ukrainian nation, that Putin is determined to eliminate Ukrainians as Ukrainians. Since that narrative is the true narrative, there can be no compromise with Russia. Compromise that the West's pundits continuously seek. Putin's narrative is similarly existential. It is framed as a struggle against the neo-colonialism of the West, which he believes seeks to dismember the Russian Empire. In Putin's narrative, the war with Ukraine challenges the American Empire's claim to a global hegemony that reduces the Russian Empire to a humiliated regional power. This is what's broadening the threat. Now, in his speech on September 30th of yesteryear, annexing Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporozhye to Russia, Putin abused history to justify his imperial grab. The lands he referred to as Novorussia, Novorossiya, or Novoya Russia, New Russia, were sanctified, he said, by victories of Russian heroes from the 18th century. This was a land where Katarina the Gross, Catherine the Great, founded cities. He then pivoted to the painful year of 1991, when 3 representatives of the Communist Party elite terminated the Soviet Union. In Putin's words, without asking ordinary citizens what they wanted, and people suddenly found themselves cut off from their homeland. Putin compared this legal act as something illegitimate, something on par with what Lenin and the Bolsheviks had done in creating Soviet republics on the basis of their nationality. In Putin's narrative, the invasion of Ukraine is part of a process to rectify what he now sees as criminal acts at the dawn and twilight of the Soviet empire. He explicitly rejected the notion of restoring the USSR, saying, Russia no longer needs it today. This is not our ambition, but believes he should aid those torn from their historic homeland. In Putin's narrative, Ukraine needs saving from the clutches of the West and Western culture and must return to the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, and its unique culture. In his speech, Putin declared that in Russia, what he really said was, in Russia, there will not be parent number 1, parent number 2, and parent number 3 instead of a mother and father. It's all down to some weird sex game for him, where the West represents a third partner in the sex act. And he went on to continue. Do we want our schools to impose on our children perversions that lead to degradation and extinction? Now notice the narrative here being very similar to what Peter Moon says about transsexuality in the media, always in our face. Something which is to, Fox News and Putin an obsession bordering on the pathological, where they feel that this is somehow being indoctrinated into our youth. Putin went on to say, do we want to drum into their heads, meaning children, the ideas that certain other genders exist along with women and men, and to offer them gender reassignment surgery? This is all unacceptable to us. We have a different future of our own. This move to the war, a third global conflict being started over homophobia, over transphobia, over culture wars that have been mobilized into a perceived attack on Russian values as part of Putin's defense of his actions in Ukraine, broadening the imagined threat from the West to include culture, as well as Russia's survival and status as a great power, comes amid suggestions that Moscow's existing narratives are failing. Domestic resistance to the war has erupted sporadically in large Russian cities, in non-Russian regions like Dagestan, and even in Russian-occupied Crimea. Young men are fleeing to Finland, Georgia, Armenia, and Central Asia to avoid the call-up issued by the military. Few want to fight and die for a war that makes no fucking sense. So we're talking about someone backed into a corner. Historians look back into the past and find out how we arrived where we are in the present. Investigating that past can help us understand why the war in Ukraine occurred and may in fact help us find a way out of the conflict. But neither illuminating the causes of the war nor the possible outcomes necessarily leads this conflict to a common narrative to which both sides can subscribe. And narratives, once expressed, can take on a life of their own. The Soviets' vision of a bright future that Putin grew up with, it lies shattered now. Lies shattered in a now distant past. He has attempted to replace it with an alternative, heroic narrative, fearing where history is taking him and his countrymen otherwise. But that, too, looks to be a narrative in danger of crumbling in the face of reality. Another empire that faces that same crumbling. That's, I think of a Japanese poster I saw for Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. I think it was Gojira versus Mechagodzilla. And the poster translated into English, instead of saying, "Get ready to rumble." Japanese can't pronounce ours. It literally was translated very inaccurately into "Get ready to crumble." So that's where we're at with the British Empire on its World War II narrative as well. And Britain is much worse off than it understands. Things weren't nearly this bad in the 1970s, but the empire's leaders haven't grasped that yet. Political distortions. The gap between the narrative of the greater British Empire's economic performance and its reality for its average citizens has widened to a breaking point. What I'm exposing now is how all the Allies are in this together, in their insanity, their belief in sheer fantasy over reality, that they won World War II. The way I've just expressed that sounds off as a commentary on the unacknowledged problems in Britannia, but it is also a warning for these United States. Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and other countries where far-right extremists have disproportionate power. The extremists are so wedded to their ideology that they will ignore reality forever, launch one destructive policy after another, and take the country down with them. By any criteria, the United Kingdom faces a serious economic and social crisis, one that will deepen without big shifts in policy. Yet there is little sense of this crisis among the country's elite, not least its politicians. The power of narratives helps explain this disconnect. The gap between the United Kingdom's reality as portrayed by the dominant narrative of its economy's performance and real life as experienced by its average citizen has widened to the breaking point. The resulting political distortions are now making the underlying problems even worse. Narratives and the emotional impulses that drive them play an underappreciated role in our understanding of the way economies work and whether they are perceived to be performing well or not. Sometimes there is real grounding to those narratives. Other times, they are largely fictional constructs. This does not necessarily mean that those who believe them and propagate them are dishonest, only that their personal experience may not be representative of the economy as a whole. In the 1970s, in the United Kingdom, they're widely portrayed as a decade of economic stagnation and political strife, which only came as to an end with a paradigm shift in economic policymaking at the end of the decade. According to the dominant narrative, this opened the way for a successful drive to curb the power of special interest groups, such as organized labor, sound macroeconomic policies, and much improved economic performance. The 1970s are seen as a failed decade, and the 1980s, the Reaganomics era, what sound economists called voodoo economics, is seen as one of renaissance, rebirth, the benefits of which last until today. Although there be no doubting the scale of the economic challenges faced by the United Kingdom in the 1970s, not least those brought on by the oil crisis and very confrontational labor relations, Popular perceptions of the 1970s and 1980s draw more on fictional creations than reality. Across developed economies, the 1970s was not a worse decade than the 1980s in terms of growth, productivity, and living standards. Even in the United Kingdom, which was forced to borrow money from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, in 1976, growth rates stacked up better in the 1970s than the 1980s, averaging 3.38% per year, against 3.0%. The kingdom ran a substantial trade deficit at the height of the so-called Barber boom, named after the conservative then-Chancellor Anthony Barber, but then surpluses for much of the rest of the decade. By contrast, the UK was running record trade deficits of almost 5% of gross domestic product by 1989. Yet British politicians, and not just conservative ones, still talk about the risk of a return to the 1970s, as if that decade was the nadir of the greater British Empire's economic performance. There is still a tendency to raise the specter of a return to 1970s as a warning. There is little sense that the current crisis is comparable with the 1970s, let alone worse. On the face of it, this is odd. Although the United Kingdom was a relative growth laggard during the 1970s, this was nothing in comparison to today's current collapse in living standards. Average UK real wages are now lower than 18 years ago, which is unprecedented in the empire's peacetime economic history. On most measures, the country has the most limited welfare state of any developed country, including these United States, with the result being that working households are shouldering more risk than their peers, and as the Resolution Foundation recently found, today's young Britons face paying far more in tax than they will ever receive back in terms of pensions and other benefits. The reverse is true of older cohorts. There is also an unprecedented housing crisis, with young people increasingly excluded from home ownership if they cannot access family wealth. Public services are under unprecedented pressure, especially healthcare. Excess deaths have risen, while Britain is the only country in Europe suffering from declining life expectancy. The United Kingdom is also running a large structural trade deficit. Were its economy growing rapidly, driven by high rates of capital investment, this would be less of a concern. However, it is not. Britain faces a deepening economic growth crisis, not least because business investment is running at the lowest level in the G7. That trade deficit matters. The trajectory is unsustainable, implying as it does a rapid increase in abilities, a rapid increase in liabilities, I mean to say, to the rest of the world. If the United Kingdom's economic performance is so poor, why are comparisons with the 1970s considered outlandish by myself? Narratives are often crafted by those who have profited from the changes, especially if those winners are powerful people in politics and media. The policy shifts in the late 1970s and early 1980s benefited particular groups within society, the better off primarily, leading to a steep rise in inequality. The United Kingdom remains one of the most unequal developed countries to this day. You can reference the Equality Trust think tank. That organization has got all the numbers to convince you if you don't believe myself. In a very unequal society, people with the influence to sustain narratives tend to be insulated from what is happening to most of the population, meaning the rest of everyone else aside themselves. Many individuals genuinely think the empire's economic situation is better than it is because their personal circumstances are strong. They are among the higher earners and have wealth to cushion themselves against risk. In the United Kingdom, they also tend to have generous private pensions and usually purchased their houses before prices rose dramatically relative to earnings. Second, there is an abiding belief that the United Kingdom must be performing well because it is run how an economy should be run according to the dominant narrative. That is, with a small state, limited welfare benefits to provide the right incentives, and relatively low taxes on high incomes and wealth to encourage risk-taking and, hence, economic growth. This encourages denial about the scale of the country's underperformance or a tendency to scapegoat others for it, be it the poor for being lazy or immigrants for consuming public services and scarce housing. Now, in reality, there is plenty of evidence, not least from the IMF, the aforementioned International Monetary Fund, that high levels of inequality are bad for economic growth, that a bare-bones welfare state makes it hard for people to take risks and hence holds back social mobility and productivity growth, and that the underfunding of public goods, in particular healthcare, education, and infrastructure, hurts economic growth potential. There is certainly no correlation between the size of a country's state and its economic performance. However, a narrative can be seductive if it legitimizes a system people personally benefit from. The third reason is that the Greater British Empire's political class is loath to admit the scale of the problem, because to do so would mean calling into question Brexit, which neither of the main political parties is willing to do. The Conservative Party, because many of its politicians and a majority of its voters continue to believe in Brexit, and the Labour Party, because it fears losing the votes of Brexit supporters in close-fought parliamentary seats in England's Midlands and the North. This leads the country's politicians to downplay the scale of the problems and ignore policies, such as rejoining the European Union's single market, that could alleviate them. The bigger the gap between the dominant narrative and reality experienced by most people, the greater the political risk. A government needs to be honest about the challenges a country faces and put in place long-term strategies to address them. Voters do not expect miracles, but they need to feel confident that things are moving in the right direction. If not, the way is open for social unrest, a loss of respect for political institutions, and growing ungovernability. What we have is an attack of the zombie populace. When, in September, Boris Johnson left office after 2.5 turbulent years as Prime Minister, he defended his record with some jokes and a sprinkling of classical allusion. To quote his tea, "Like Cincinnatus, I am now returning to my plow. As many commentators were quick to point out, the reference to Cincinnatus contained a coded meaning. After this Roman consul left office, he returned to his small ancestral farm to till the fields, only to be recalled to government at a moment of great crisis. Johnson was hinting that he might himself soon enjoy a similar fate. His prophecy nearly came to pass. For a brief spell over the weekend, well, I'm trying to remember just which weekend, I've been burning my brain cells out through a lot of them. Britain's Conservative Party seriously considered the idea of calling Boris Johnson back to power. In the end, of course, the party anointed Rishi Sunak, a former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who lacks both Johnson's charisma and his irresponsibility as its leader, it was assumed, and thus the country's prime minister. Sunak's ascension was easy enough to understand. After the extended chaos of the Johnson years and the short-lived debacle of Liz Truss's premiership, Sunak was virtually the last remaining conservative of any public standing whatsoever who could credibly promise a modicum of competence and stability, it was thought. Harder to parse is why Johnson was in contention at all. How could Johnson have come so close to returning from the political wilderness less than 4 months after disgrace forced the announcement of his departure from office? The story of Johnson's near resurrection, though remarkable, is less peculiar than it might seem. Charismatic populists have a knack for making unlikely comebacks, even if their own friends and allies have long given them up for dead. And irresponsible politicians can do very well when they have a good feel for the pulse of public opinion. For this type of demagogue, Johnson's enduring appeal is the norm, not the exception. The plausible, if short-lived, prospect of Johnson's return to Downing Street should be a warning sign of what is to come in other countries, for it illustrates 3 underlying truths about populist leaders that will continue to shape the politics of the United Kingdom and other democracies, including these United States, for years to come. First, populists have extraordinary staying power, showing virtual immunity from the sort of scandal, disgrace, or failure that can finish a conventional politician's career. Second, policy counts nearly as much as style. The degree to which a populist's program is actually popular really matters. Third, because most of the politicians who are attacking democratic institutions at the moment come as from the right, conservative parties have a crucial part to play in preserving democracy. So, checking in on my quality of sound. Let me know if you can hear me. Critics like to describe Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson, as a populist, placing him into the same category as America's Donald Trump, Magyarország's, or Hungary's, Viktor Orbán, and Asian India's Narendra Modi. That label has never been a perfect fit for Johnson. While he has, at times, been willing to play dangerously fast and loose with democratic rules, he never attempted to concentrate power in his own hands or to impede its peaceful transfer. A second term for Trump would presage a genuine democratic emergency. A return of Boris Johnson would have been more likely to turn into a depressing farce. And yet, Johnson does share some important similarities with other figures in that political constellation. Like them, his appeal has much to do with his willingness to break the ordinary rules of politics. Like them, he has a larger-than-life personality that gives him a direct connection with his supporters. Like them, he manages to suck the oxygen out of every political situation, making himself the red-hot center of debate for years on end. And like them, he shouldn't be counted out just yet. Populists around the world have proved to have remarkable staying power, even after they were hounded from office in ignominy. Italy's Silvio Berlusconi left office in disgrace after being sentenced to a term in prison and ruining his country's finances. He later successfully appealed the criminal conviction. Now he is a crucial partner in the country's new government. Peru's Alberto Fujimori was pushed out of office because of corruption after his right-hand man testified that the president had handed him suitcases stuffed with cash. Yet his loyal daughter, Keiko, remains a high-profile politician who came within a hair of winning that country's presidency yesteryear. In the United States, Donald Trump seemed to lose his hold over the Republican Party after the January 6th assault on the Capitol. Now he appears poised to claim the party's nomination for the 2024 presidential election. Orbán in Magyarország, Hungary, Jaroslaw Kaczynski in Poland, and the Marcos family in the Philippines have all shown similar durability. The next twist to the story involves the populists' platform. Johnson's success is often chalked up to his personal charm. But because Johnson's personality is larger than life, many commentators have overlooked the deft political positioning that also made him popular. On cultural issues, Johnson was robustly center-right. He preached an unapologetic patriotism and opposed the dismantling of statues of Winston Churchill. But he also championed a narrative that was comfortably inclusive, courted voters from ethnic minority groups, and presided over a notably diverse cabinet. On economic issues, by contrast, Johnson presented himself as robustly center-left. He opposed tax cuts for the rich and promised ambitious investments in the comparatively poor regions of England's north. During the coronavirus pandemic, his government moved quickly to distribute generous financial aid to prevent economic hardship. And though himself an unabashed product of class privilege, Johnson could speak about the less fortunate with real conviction. He once said, "If I had one insight into human beings, it is that the genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not." A similar deviation from right-wing orthodoxy also helps explain how Donald Trump managed to broaden the appeal of the Republican Party in 2016. On cultural issues, Trump was more extreme and alarming than his adversaries in the primaries, and much more so than Britain's Johnson. But on economic issues, Trump initially took positions that tempted millions of Americans who did not traditionally vote for the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency. He promised to defend blue-collar workers, to spend enormous sums on infrastructure, and to provide a universal insurance plan, a health insurance plan at that, his own Trump Care, instead of, I guess, counter to Obamacare, which was actually signed in by Hillary Clinton and should be called Clinton Care, really. Trump failed to deliver on any of these promises, but they played a crucial role in helping him secure his first term in office. Now, Johnson's unusual blend of policies also helps explain why his successor proved to be so hapless. When Liz Truss took office, she turned sharply to the right on economic policy, slashing taxes for the very wealthiest. And when her program forced the Bank of England to raise interest rates steeply, hiking mortgage payments for middle-class Britons, she quickly became far more unpopular than Johnson had ever been. Her downfall was precipitated not just by her personal weakness, but by her deviation from Johnson's more moderate economic policies. Johnson's ability to retain significant support offers valuable lessons for the future of democracy itself. But so does the fate of this comeback attempt. Why, this time at least, did he fail in his mission? The overriding factor was simple. Senior figures in the Conservative Party did not want him back, and they were able to take effective action to prevent his return. As the political scientist Daniel Ziblatt demonstrated in his 2017 book titled Conservative Parties and the Birth of Democracy, which includes a painstaking analysis of interwar Europe, the survival of democracy has often depended on those very parties. Where mainstream right-wing parties resisted the rise of authoritarian movements, as they did in the United Kingdom, they succeeded in containing what was deemed to be the threat to democracy. Where mainstream right-wing parties thought they could co-opt extremist groups, striking a deal with their leaders, as in Germany, the conservative establishment is perceived in the Allied narrative as, well, ending up being a handmaiden to the death of democracy, as propagandized by the Allies. How conservative parties choose to act, in turn, depends on two important factors: political will and practical capacity. To resist the temptation to turn in an authoritarian direction, they need to care more about preserving democratic institutions than about implementing their policy objectives. And they also need to have enough control over rank-and-file members and ambitious newcomers to punish those who deviate from that commitment. Although the stakes are lower in modern Britannia than they were in Ziblatt's period of study, this framework helps explain how moderate political parties are able to close off a demagogue's path to power. But given the shambolic state of Great Britain's Conservative Party, whether it retained the will and the capacity to stand up to a resurgent Johnson was never a given. When Johnson was Prime Minister, he threatened to suspend Parliament in order to push through the Brexit deal he wanted. and, well, which would have been a clear breach of democratic norms. Most of the party's parliamentary members supported him in this attempt, which was ultimately blocked by Great Britain's Supreme Court. And the party's recent record of internecine conflict also put in doubt whether it would rally around a candidate who could keep Johnson out of office. Nevertheless, to prevent Johnson from capitalizing on his popularity among the party's grassroots, Conservative members of Parliament closed ranks around Rishi Sunak, making him the sole candidate and thus enabling his installation as Prime Minister without a vote of party members. To keep other demagogues, including Trump, out of office, their party colleagues and erstwhile allies have to choose to put democratic norms ahead of their pet policies. And they need the institutional capacity to retain control over their organizations, ensuring that politically extreme activities, well, politically extreme activists really, who do not represent the Democratic majority, cannot take control. All of this, however, should worry American listeners. Like other populists who have left power under ignoble circumstances, Trump retains significant public support. If he runs in 2024, he can count on the passionate supporters who make up a large portion of the Republican Party's primary electorate. And unlike some right-wing parties, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency seems to have neither the will nor the capacity to stand up to its most radical members. Before Trump has even declared his candidacy, most senior members of his party are scared to criticize him. The attack of one zombie populist has, for now, been beaten back in Britain, but the next one could break through. Now, consider that a Christian nationalist defeat of liberalism would bring horrific violence and subjugation. More than once, the words Christian libertarian have been used to describe Bonnie Christian. That's the journalist/author who's known for her work for Christianity Today, as well as the magazine known as Reason. And while Christian, surname spelled Kristian, actually an Armenian name, is right of center politically, she is critical of the far-right Christian nationalism that has found its home in the Republican Party. In an op-ed, an opinion editorial column published by the Daily Beast on January 17th, Christian argues that if Christian nationalists succeeded in smashing liberalism in these United States, the country would not be peaceful and orderly as they claim. Rather, the result would be horrific violence and forcible subjugation of anyone who disagrees with them. So Christian notes that in an article published by the conservative Christian publication World on October 25th of yesteryear, the Baptist Andrew T. Walker posed the question, "Tell me, how are you going to achieve sufficient enough majorities in a nation where Christianity is in decline?" Now, Christian's written response to Walker's question was, well, I'll just have to read it. Realistically, they won't. Christian nationalism isn't a decades-long evangelism program. It's an illiberal politics supported by a minority of a shrinking demographic. The answer to Walker's question, then, isn't conversion and persuasion. It's delusion or force. Like other advocates of illiberalism, Christian nationalists typically don't spell this part out. They don't acknowledge the comparative unpopularity of their cause, and they certainly don't openly endorse a return to the ideological violence that fueled demand for liberalism in the first place. Illiberalism is rising on left and right alike here in these United States. Ideological anti-liberals, the sort of people who know what David Frenchism means, who explicitly reject liberalism's insistence on tolerance and want to fundamentally change how our government works, don't have the numbers to sweep to power. That means their plan to overhaul American politics depends, at best, on a delusional belief that if we toss out liberalism, their party will somehow come out on top. At worst, however, it depends on something much darker. Forcible subjugation of the many Americans who have not embraced their vision for a post-liberal United States. And that's a plan which could only appeal to those who have forgotten the centuries of horrific violence that led the West to liberalism. Now, Christian witnesses that the illiberal promise made by Christian nationalists is a false promise. To quote St. at length and verbatim, the illiberal promise is that once we've dispensed with liberalism's inconvenience, uncertainty, and constant rumbles of public dispute, you will end up empowered. Your morals will be enshrined in law. Your culture will be propagated by the government. Your friends will be rewarded and your enemies punished. But a litany of wars, inquisitions, and purges show that for almost everyone, this promise is a lie. Without liberalism, you probably won't end up empowered. You'll end up bearably oppressed, if you're lucky, or persecuted or dead if you're not. Liberalism doesn't have a perfect record of precluding injustice and peacefully settling disagreements. Anti-liberals' charges of inconvenience, uncertainty, and the messiness of pluralism are fair. But unpopular ideological minorities, of all people, should realize it's the best option that we have. Now, America's conservatives adore Vladimir Putin's far-right Christian nationalism. More than freedom! These right-wing evangelicals all frantically rushed to Trump's defense as impeachment moved along. Lauren Witzka, the Republican Party's nominee for U.S. Senate from Delaware in 2020, gushed with praise for Vladimir Putin. Last February, after the Russian dictator unleashed a military invasion against Ukraine. While somewhat shocking, given the timing, Witzka's admiration of Putin's Christian nationalism has a long precedent among U.S. Christian right leaders who have all embraced Putin as a savior of Christian civilization during the Obama administration. This is the open direction from which John Miranda was coming from. Now, shortly after Donald Trump became president, far-right activist Pat Buchanan praised Vlad Putin as a God and country Russian patriot and champion of Christianity against the Western progressive vision of what mankind's future ought to be. In 2018, prominent Trump-aligned dominionist Lance Wallnau brushed aside Putin's tendency to kill journalists and run the country like a mafia state, and praised Putin's anti-LGBTQIA+ policies as having been shaped by Christians, adding, "I fear more liberals in America than I fear Putin in Russia." At an infamous 2018 press conference with Putin and Trump, the U.S. president said he was more inclined to believe Putin than U.S. intelligence agencies that had concluded the Russian government had interfered with our 2016 election. Now, pardon me while I recover my voice. Understand that far-right figures, like conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, were thrilled when Putin mentioned philanthropist George Soros, whom any on the far right portray as the embodiment of sinister globalism. InfoWars' Jerome Corsi declared Trump and Putin were working together in a fight to the death with the deep state. Now, Christian nationalists in these United States cry religious persecution over business owners being required to abide by anti-discrimination laws, but they don't spend much time decrying Putin's actual assaults on the religious freedom of non-Russian Orthodox Christians and other religious minorities in Russia and in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine. Putin's government has been a key ally of American Christian right groups who happily partner with the world's most repressive regimes in order to promote traditional views of family, sexuality, and gender, as well as to try to prevent and reverse international recognition of reproductive rights or the equality of LGBTQIA+ people. The alliance between United States and Russian promoters of traditional values goes back further than the Trump administration to the creation of the World Congress of Families. When the WCF, the World Congress of Families parent organization, was rebranded as the International Organization for Families, with anti-marriage equality crusader Brian Brown at the helm, he made a trip to motherless fucking Russia to seek funding from oligarchs and political operatives aligned with Vladimir Putin. Indeed, Brian Brown spends enough time in Russia to have a favorite restaurant at Moscow's airport. In 2013, Brown joined far-right European activists on a trip to Russia, where he praised pending legislation to ban adoption by same-sex couples. In 2014, when the WCF announced plans for a Moscow summit, WCF leaders defended Putin from Western critics. A major funder of the World Congress of Families is the Putin-aligned billionaire Konstantin Malofeev, known as God's oligarch, for his close ties to the Russian Orthodox Church. Malofeev wants to bring back the Russian monarchy, but instead of reinstating the czars, placing Putin himself as the Neo-Tsar. At WCF's Global Summit in 2013, Malofeev told the traditional values activists that Christian Russia can help liberate the West from the new liberal anti-Christian totalitarianism of political correctness, gender ideology, mass media censorship, and neo-Marxist dogma. Now, Right Wing Watch reported on the adoration showered on Putin by the American Christian right in 2015. To read from their report, evangelist Franklin Graham hailed Putin as a hero for taking a stand to protect his nation's children from the damaging effects of any gay and lesbian agenda, even as America's own morality has fallen so far on this issue. Brian Fisher called Putin a lion of Christianity and called upon U.S. lawmakers to adopt similar speech prohibitions. Matt Barber marveled that Putin was able to out-Christian our once Christian nation. Sam Rohrer called Putin the moral leader of the world. Scott Lively, responsible for homophobic genocide, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in East Africa, specifically the nation of Uganda, lavished praise on Putin for championing traditional marriage and Christian values. And Rush Limbaugh applauded Putin for stopping a full frontal assault on what has always been considered normalcy. That same year, radical conspiracy theorist Alex Jones praised Putin for promoting masculine men and homeschooling. You see, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has gone down the rabbit hole. Understand, Michael Aquino keeps appearing in people's dreams. He's not dead. Not in the sense that we understand death. And he appeared in the dreams of Christine Joanna Hart, the lovely British lady who interviewed myself recently, telling her, "I'm the great white rabbit. Come down my rabbit hole." Max Spears warned her, "Don't go down the rabbit hole. You'll never return. You'll never come out." And if you, the listener, were hoping that a razor-thin majority in the House was going to moderate the behavior of congressional Republicans and create some sort of platform for governing, well, I'm sure you've been disappointed by now. Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent House leaders have told us what to expect, and we should have taken them at their word. Although 2022 was, overall, a good year for democracy, I did warn back in late November that the authoritarian right was regrouping and that there would be challenges ahead in 2023. And here we are. Brazil has only just recently endured its own version of a January 6th insurrection. The rioters were even egged on by American seditionists. Russia's Vladimir Putin and his obedient poodle, the Belarus dictator Alexander Lukashenko, are conducting joint military drills near Ukraine. That's according to Belarusian state TV. And the Republicans, this side of the Atlantic, have, after what was 15 rounds of voting and a possible shady deal with its crackpot caucus, taken control of the U.S. House of Representatives. There were still some on the center-right who were hoping that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party had learned its lesson and would restrain its fringe and finally leave Donald Trump behind. Ross do that, for one, wrote during that infamous weekend in a column that was hopeful to the point of fantasy that the fight over the House speakership was the old world come again, a return to the grand old party ancient regime with all its dysfunctions, stalemates, and futility, and that Trump, although hardly finished, has lost, or had lost, much of his grip on the party. Well, we all know there was no good luck with any of all that. A more authoritative voice, the new House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, well, he also had a few things to say. I have to reclaim my voice before I can relate them. That Sunday afternoon, after he was finally sworn in, last month, was it? It feels like last year by now. He tweeted that the new House Republican majority would move in its first week to pass legislation to defund the 87,000 new IRS agents, establish a committee on the weaponization of the federal government against citizens, end strategic petroleum reserve oil sales to Red China, and, in a nice flourish, hold woke prosecutors accountable. So, the new House Judiciary Chair, Jim Jordan, was to lead the committee on weaponization, virtually guaranteeing that its hearings would turn into a festival of prancing nonsense that was ever and always unlikely to do very much but enhance Jordan's visibility while he tears into United States intelligence and law enforcement agencies at the expense of American national security. Jordan even then dropping unsubtle hints that he intended to impeach Joe Biden. Meanwhile, Jordan's fellow leader in the coalition of the unhinged, Paul Gosar, also tweeted that Saturday that Republicans will conduct a real investigation into J6, meaning, of course, the January 6th insurrection. The effort to attempt a coup d'etat between Traitor General Mark Milley and Nancy Pelosi will be reviewed and exposed. That's what he said. He refers to Mark Milley as the Traitor General. And Nancy Pelosi, of course, is no longer with us. The chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, 2 days after January 6th, because she was concerned that Trump might try to start a war as a diversion from his election loss. And she wasn't alone. Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, among others, had the same concern. So did I. I doubt that most Republicans in Congress actually believe that the most senior military officer in the United States, at that time at least, Mark Milley, was a traitor, and yet they all remained quiet because under the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's rules, any one member can move to vacate the Speaker's chair and start the whole leadership fiasco all over again. And that includes Gosar, the dentist from Arizona, turned conspiracy-obsessed crank who now sits in the People's House. But Gosar's gibbering raises the larger question of what else McCarthy might have agreed to while he was slicing up his political soul like a pound of cheap olive loaf. We're in the dark, and so are many members of Congress. Apparently. Punchbowl was reporting that the rules package, the first order of business taken about how the House would run, contained a secret 3-page addendum, some sort of deal between McCarthy, and his fellow Republicans that the rest of the members never saw. Meanwhile, Trump was taking credit for getting McCarthy the Speaker's job, and rightly so. McCarthy himself was thanking Trump. The former president, according to Politico, did not insert himself in the struggle in the House at the last minute. Rather, some of the Republicans called him. And when he spoke with the recalcitrant legislators, in that account, he tore them a new asshole over their opposition to McCarthy. Shortly thereafter, one of the holdouts, Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, changed his vote to present, which lowered the number of votes McCarthy needed to win. Matt Gaetz, who in any rational Congress would be a man of no account, therefore was able to stand firm by continuing to vote present and thus handing the gavel to McCarthy with a minority of the votes cast by the entire House. Of course, the Senate and the White House remain in the hands of Democrats. This fact could make the House Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party even more prone to performative muttery and nuttery, because most members know that most of the time, indulging the fringe is unlikely to have real-world legislative consequences. If Biden continues true to his political form, he'll likely ignore most of what goes on in the House. Biden is over 81 years old. His political career spans 100 years of American history. And the antics of the extremists will probably remain in his peripheral vision, if he notices them at all. The exception here being Jordan, who made noise about going after Biden's son Hunter. But even if those hearings take place, they are unlikely to have any major impact on policy over the next few years. The good news being that most of the United States government remains in the hands of functional adults. The bad news being that the House is headed down the rabbit hole to its own wonderland, where things will become curiouser and curiouser, as that pedophile mathematician once wrote. And its members will have to placate their extremists by believing 6 impossible things before breakfast every goddamn day. I mean, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's first bill exposed the lie of right-wing populism. After that bruising battle over the speakership, House Republicans kicked off their legislative agenda on Monday, starting the work week last month. It was a farce. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's first policy bill would defund President Joe Biden's efforts to help the Internal Revenue Service crack down on tax cheats. It was a bill that was predicated on disinformation, whose only real constituency is wealthy people who don't want to pay their fair share. And it underscores how the Republican Party's so-called populism isn't about empowering the working class at all. It's about exploiting them. So after that historic struggle to become House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy immediately tried to rally the troops by promising to repeal funding for 87,000 new IRS agents, because the government should be here to help you, not go after you. It was classic red meat for the base. For months, Republicans have messaged that the new agents would be recruited into a heavily armed shadow army designed to weaponize the IRS against the middle class. Conservative activists and media which have frequently and wrongly accused the IRS of bias against the right, enthusiastically encouraged these claims. This narrative is a work of fiction. In reality, the funding was going toward an understaffed federal agency in desperate need of personnel to perform its basic functions. The IRS's staff size today is the same as in 1970, and there are a lot more tax returns to deal with today. The 87,000 figure refers to the total number of employees that would be hired by the Treasury Department, and a majority would not be agents involved in any law enforcement. According to the Treasury, just 1% of new employees would be agents assigned to details that require carrying firearms. Additional IRS funding would not be a worry for the middle class, but for the elites. As experts like Georgetown University's Don Moynihan have pointed out, an understaffed IRS is of greatest benefit to the rich, whose finances are more complicated to evaluate, and who are more adept at finding loopholes. In August, Don Moynihan wrote, "The audit rate for individuals earning more than 1 million United States dollars has been divided by 4 since 2010, feeding massive tax dodging." Now, the IRS had its budget cut nearly 20% since 2010. The Treasury Department has said it will focus on hiring staff with experience working with large corporations and high net worth individuals. It also says that taxpayers making less than 400,000 United States dollars a year would not see an increase in audits, but they would get better customer service with extra funding. So, a reduction in tax dodging doesn't just mean more fairness under the law. It means more revenue for our government to carry out its services for citizens. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, estimates that the additional funding would improve tax compliance and generate roughly 180 billion United States dollars of revenue through 2031. Now, theoretically, anybody who likes to complain about the federal deficit, as Republicans do, should be fond of the idea of a highly functional IRS, since it's a rare opportunity to generate more government revenue without additional taxation. But they'd rather exploit milquetoast reform efforts at the IRS for political fear-mongering and shielding the 1%. Meanwhile, the CBO said that the Republicans' new bill would add 114 billion US dollars to the deficit over the next decade. When Democrats controlled the House in the last Congress, their first bill focused on voting rights and campaign finance and ethics reform. The Republicans' first major policy bill proved a similarly succinct illustration of their values. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is mostly fiercely loyal to the rich and the powerful, and they enthusiastically mislead ordinary Americans to serve those interests. Oh, good. Debbie Starborn says, "Good morning, dear ones." Good morning, honey. Good. That shows that I'm audible enough, and that's important. So you see, Republicans are caught in a paralyzing trap of orthodoxy. After the embarrassing struggle to elect their speaker, Republicans in the U.S. House should have turned their attention to governing. It's clear, always was, they would need to regain the confidence of the American people and in the institution of governance itself. To do that, they should have started by having a positive agenda, something they failed to do during the midterm elections, which caused them to have such a dismal performance. I myself believe that Americans want their elected leaders to have positive ideas, principles, and a forward-looking, optimistic agenda. Unfortunately, voters have been offered little of this from Republicans in recent years, and it shows. Today's Republican Party and its candidates are stuck in a trap of orthodoxy, a paralyzing fear of stepping out of line and doing or saying anything that might upset their noisy party mates who can't see past Trump cultic dogma. Unable to look at problems in any new way with constructive policies and solutions, they bring only anger, resentment, and intolerance to the table. It's a tiresome and ultimately losing platform based on being against anything the Democrats are for, mixed with intolerance of anyone different from themselves. Solution-minded policies, once a staple of Republican leadership, grow out of time-honored principles. But today's Trump-dominated party has no use for principle-based leadership, simply because it has no principles. Playing their zero-sum, win-at-all-costs game of situational ethics, the party has forgotten what it means to be a compassionate conservative or how to address issues by observing those underlying faith-based values that once formed the core of what it means to be a Republican. Think of the problems that cry out for solutions in today's America. Problems that a party freed from paralyzing orthodoxy would be able to find the principles, policies, and energy to solve. A search for solutions is the perfect way for Republicans to flex problem-solving muscles they haven't exercised in years. It's difficult to prioritize so many complex domestic and international issues demanding principled solutions. But for starters, that list would have to include balancing the federal budget, rebuilding America's faith in immigration, developing a stronger military, strengthening Social Security and Medicare, reducing community crime, investing in mental health, and getting serious about climate change, each helping to build a more prosperous America. Solutions to these and so many other difficult problems can only come from a party committed to a strong policy agenda, one that's based on principles, compassion, and human needs, not on anger and resentment. Of course, this goes as well for Democrats, a party with problematic inflexibilities of its own. Whatever the issue, finding workable, cost-conscious, and politically viable solutions in this new 50-50 Congress will require both parties to make daring breaks from their stubborn my team versus yours mentality. Relearning how to talk together would unleash political skills not applied on Capitol Hill in years. Bipartisan cooperation, negotiation, and compromise. Most important, it would give Republicans one last escape route from orthodoxy and a chance to jump off their party's single-minded rush to oblivion. But instead, Kevin McCarthy immediately began inviting the next pandemic mess. When that week of chaos on the floor of the House ended with a near fist fight and Kevin McCarthy finally claiming the gavel, that infamous weekend towards the end of last month, yestermenses, it was easy to forget we were living through a pandemic. But the novel coronavirus is still killing hundreds of Americans every day, with the XBB.1.5 variant poised to spark another major, if less than overwhelming, surge. And McCarthy and his fellow Republicans had a disturbing set of plans for so-called oversight of the coronavirus that could divert precious resources from what must be our main goal in the coming years: preventing the next pandemic. Now, it's still early, and the shape of Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party intentions and their ability to enact them are still very much coming into focus. But it's clear that after years of far-right anti-science resistance to vaccines or basic pandemic safety, the Republicans plan to satiate their base's lingering anti-government rage. This could mean fresh epidemiological disaster. And not in 20 or 30 years, but within this decade. Just after he became Speaker, as the New York Times reported, McCarthy specifically singled out the origins of COVID as part of a pending portfolio of wide-ranging investigative activities. This may include creating a panel through imminent House rules, a previous version of which stated plans to make findings and provide legislative recommendations on the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, including the federal government's funding of gain-of-function research. Now, the gain-of-function fixation, referring to research that may promote the functionality or transmissibility of an organism like a pathogen, on the part of fringe groups, reflects a long-time obsession with the idea not just that the coronavirus may have leaked from a lab, but that it was actually man-made. Now, just prior to the new year, Republican members on the House Committee on Oversight and Reform also made a series of misleading or downright outlandish claims. Among them, they had evidence that COVID-19 likely originated from a laboratory in Wuhan, that experimental and risky coronavirus research was funded by the NIH, the National Institute of Health, and that said information may have been covered up by Dr. Anthony Fauci. The problem is these perspectives represent an alternative reality to the findings from the mainstream community of biomedical scientists, especially the virologists. Yes, it's true that the so-called lab leak theory is not confined to the total fringe, and that well-credentialed experts, including Fauci, remained open to it, but 3 papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, USA, but yesteryear, tell a very different story for COVID-19 origins. First, a paper by the Tulane virologist Robert Gary found that a smoking gun, or signature of virus alteration in a laboratory, known as a furin cleavage site, is actually found in many other coronaviruses and was not engineered as claimed. 12 other PNAS papers also provided compelling evidence for COVID-19 emerging within the wildlife trade in Red China, as I've exposed years ago. While a fourth paper in Science magazine found that Wuhan's Huanan seafood wholesale market was the early epicenter of COVID-19 origins, proving it came out of the wet markets, flooded with biomass in the wake of the Russian African swine fever weapon, wiping out China's major source of protein, its pig population, which was the largest in the world. Now, no findings can entirely rule out the possibility of lab leak. And I myself have long argued it is theoretically plausible. But the extensive studies and information collected even in the past years overwhelmingly point to animal origins of COVID-19. Animal origins also account for how earlier serious coronavirus infections, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and MERS, MERS, Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, began in 2002 and 2012, respectively. This brings us to the most important point. We have now had 3 serious epidemics or pandemics from human coronavirus infections in this 21st century. First SARS, then MERS, MERS, and now COVID-19. This is a reason that research groups began making coronavirus vaccines a decade ago. Mother Nature is not being obscure or coy with us. She has let us know the plan. Every 7 to 9 years, the world will experience a serious, potentially worldwide pandemic from coronaviruses that likely first arise from bats before they jump to humans. Typically, this happens through a second mammal host, such as a civet cat in the case of SARS, camels for MERS, and likely the animal that was determined was pangolins for COVID-19, because their DNA was matched up well over 99%. Another recent study suggested that every year, roughly 400,000 people become infected with SARS-related coronaviruses. COVID-19, it must be remembered, is caused by the SARS-2 coronavirus in spillovers that never grow into detectable outbreaks. The point being that coronaviruses are jumping from animals to humans all the time. And then, perhaps once a decade, one catches fire or gains critical mass to ignite an epidemic or pandemic. Okay. Assuming this is true, we are just a few years away from COVID-26 or 27. Make no mistake, the 4th major coronavirus epidemic/pandemic is approaching. So instead of calling for hearings to investigate low likelihood lab leak scenarios and the even lower to non-existent probability of human-made origins of COVID-19, we should be getting ready for number 4. Unfortunately, we are not prepared. And even if McCarthy and friends can't dismantle the executive branch with one house of Congress, it's already in rough shape. In 2020, we saw how the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, missed the entry of the SARS-2 coronavirus from Southern Europe and Asia into New York, and then failed to get diagnostic testing underway at all. The CDC also fell short in scaling up the genomic sequencing of the virus, failed to model the path and scope of the illness in these United States and globally, and had to rely on the United Kingdom or Israel for measuring the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccinations, among its other deficiencies. Under the leadership, if we can call it that, of Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the CDC has improved in many of these aspects, but it is still far from ready to handle another coronavirus outbreak, such as one resembling the COVID-19 pandemic. If the U.S. Congress truly wanted to be helpful, rather than embark on fruitless scientific witch hunts, which will serve to distract the scientific community, it would focus on getting us ready for the next pandemic. We must modernize and strengthen the CDC's activities related to basic and molecular virology, epidemiologic modeling and forecasting, and measuring the benefits of vaccinations in real time. We need to restore the CDC's reputation as the premier disease-fighting force globally. In other words, the Biden administration has yet to get us ready for the next pandemic in 2 years, which is understandable. But now McCarthy's henchmen could be writing the roadmap for a new Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party administration to wreak havoc in 2025. In the meantime, government experts will have to look over their shoulders. So long as he enables pandemic skeptics and detracts from the urgent need to get ready, Speaker McCarthy is personally working to risk a fourth devastating coronavirus pandemic. It could come sooner than you think. Virologists concur that Kevin McCarthy's debt to the anti-science resistance is a recipe for epidemiological disaster. 3 years ago, in January of 2020, reports of a then new disease in Wuhan, China were becoming increasingly disturbing. That disease came to be called COVID-19 and has since killed more than 7 million people worldwide. More than Jews died in the Holocaust by their own reckoning. This is all according to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. And over 1 million of those fatalities have occurred in these United States. In 2023, COVID-19 remains highly contagious, but isn't killing nearly as many people as it was in 2020 and 2021. Millions of people around the world have been vaccinated, and at this point, most COVID-19 infections are not fatal and are not serious enough to even require hospitalization. But in an op-ed, an opinion editorial column published by the Daily Beast on January 9th, Dr. Peter J. Hotez of the Baylor College of Medicine in Houston noted that COVID-19 is still killing hundreds of Americans every day. And he fears that as House Speaker, Representative Kevin McCarthy of California won't give this problem the serious attention that it deserves. Hotez fears that McCarthy, as House Speaker, is catering to unscientific members of his party, which is basically all of them. Now, the Baylor College researcher, Hotez, who is known for his expertise in virology, warns that in the future, new coronaviruses will lead to deadly pandemics. To quote his T at length and verbatim, McCarthy and his fellow Republicans have a disturbing set of plans for so-called oversight of the coronavirus that could divert precious resources from what must be our main goal in the coming years, preventing the next pandemic. it's still early, and the shape of grand old party intentions and their ability to enact them are still very much coming into focus. But it's clear that after years of far-right anti-science resistance to vaccines or basic pandemic safety, the Republicans plan to satiate their base's lingering anti-government rage. This could mean fresh epidemiological disaster, and not in 20 or 30 years, but within this decade. Just prior to the new year, Republican members on the House Committee on Oversight and Reform also made a series of misleading or downright outlandish claims. Among them, that they had evidence that COVID-19 likely originated from a laboratory in Wuhan, that experimental and risky coronavirus research was funded by the NIH, and that said information may have been covered up by Dr. Anthony Fauci. The problem is these views represent an alternative reality to the findings from the mainstream community of biomedical scientists, especially the virologists. Yes, it's true that the so-called lab leak theory is not confined to the total fringe, and that well-credentialed experts, including Fauci himself, remain open to it. But 3 papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, USA, but yesteryear, tell a very different story for COVID-19 origins. No findings can entirely rule out the possibility of lab leak, and I have long argued it is theoretically plausible. But the extensive studies and information collected even in the past year overwhelmingly point to animal origins of COVID-19. We have now had 3 serious epidemics or pandemics from human coronavirus infections in this 21st century. First SARS, then MERS, and now COVID-19. This is a reason that research groups began making coronavirus vaccines a decade ago. Now, the severity of COVID-19 infections varies from person to person. Some people test positive for COVID-19 but never manifest any symptoms. Other infections could resemble anything from a minor cold to a bad case of the flu. Millions of people who are getting sick with COVID-19 will feel bad for a week or two, but go on to make a full-scale recovery. Those who have the misfortune of getting laid, or rather laid down by long COVID, however, can suffer debilitating symptoms that drag on for months. According to a new study authored by University of Washington scientists Sarah Wolf Hansen and Theo Voss, and published by the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, even mild COVID-19 infections can have long-lasting on people's health. Well, long-lasting effects on people's health, I mean to say. A wealth of symptoms begin to develop. Now, Hansen and Voss found that nearly 1 out of every 7 people suffering long COVID, as they call it, were still experiencing these symptoms a year later. To quote as they, at length and verbatim, we found that patients who were hospitalized for COVID-19 had a greater risk of developing long COVID and of having longer lasting symptoms compared with people who had not been hospitalized. However, because the vast majority of COVID-19 cases do not require hospitalization, many more cases of long COVID have arisen from these milder cases despite their lower risk. Long COVID is defined as the continuation or development of symptoms 3 months after the initial infection from SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. These symptoms last for at least 12 months after onset with no other explanation. It has been found that, or as Hansen and Voss in their study say, we found that a staggering 90% of people living with long COVID initially experienced only mild illness with COVID-19. After developing long COVID, however, the typical person experienced symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, and cognitive problems such as brain fog, or a combination of these that affected daily functioning. These symptoms had an impact on health as severe as the long-term effects of traumatic brain injury. Our study also found that women have twice the risk of men and 4 times the risk of children for developing long COVID. Now, in this context of epidemiological virology, Brazil is just the latest victim of the global authoritarian virus. This moment in history may be seen to be defined by 12 pandemics. One was COVID. It brought massive human and economic costs. It also revealed much about how governments must work together to contain global threats. The second pandemic has been the spread of right-wing authoritarianism. Its dangers are well illustrated by the worst attack on democracy in Brazil since 1964. The Sunday assault on the Brazilian capital of Brasília by election-denying supporters of Brazil's defeated, discredited, populist thug president Jair Bolsonaro. That assault, of course, was strikingly, if not shockingly, similar to the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol by election-denying supporters of the United States' defeated, discredited, populist thug president Donald John Trump. The roots of Brazil's Capitol riot run deep and far. When supporters of Brazil's former dictator Jair Bolsonaro stormed the Capitol seat of government just last month, everyone's mind flashed back to the events of January 6th, 2021 in Washington. The 12 assaults on democracy were driven by many of the same forces, with similar ideologies, similar playbooks, some of the same players. The reason the carbon copy insurrection was not shocking is that the twain are so clearly and intimately related. Bolsonaro has long been a Trump imitator and wannabe. The twain have long expressed support for one another. As happened in these United States, advisors close to Trump, such as Steve Bannon, spread the ideas that Bolsonaro supporters should contest any election result that did not favor him. Bolsonaro moved to Florida shortly after his electoral defeat. His son met with Trump personally, and as the chaotic scenes unfolded in Brasília over that last weekend of last month, Bannon and other Trump allies offered words of support for the Bolsonaro mob. Steve Bannon and MAGA allies promoted fake, stolen election claims ahead of the Brazil riots. The former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, who played a central role in the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol, praised supporters of Brazil's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, who stormed the National Congress and other government buildings in Brasilia to protest his election loss. Similar to his claims casting doubt on the results of the 2020 U.S. presidential election, Steve Bannon began spreading baseless rumors and promoting unproven claims about electoral fraud leading up to the runoff between the far-right Bolsonaro and former leftist President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. In different episodes of his War Room podcast, Trump's former advisor and his guests repeated false allegations of a stolen election and made claims about shadowy forces. He even promoted the hashtag Brazilian Spring to encourage Bolsonaro supporters to oppose the results. The hashtag trended on Brazilian Twitter several times. January 6 style riots hit the Brazil as the ex-president Jair Bolsonaro sought refuge in Florida. And the demonstrators were photographed holding signs hashtag Brazilian Spring and hashtag Brazil was stolen in English, underscoring the close ties between right-wing movements in these United States and Brazil. When rioters broke through a blockade set up by security forces and invaded government buildings, Bannon described them as Brazilian freedom fighters on the conservative social media app Getter, Gettr, which should be renamed Gutter, whereon Bannon wrote, "The criminal atheistic Marxist Lula stole the election, and the Brazilians know this. Now see Lula crack down like all communist dictators." Oh, there we are. George Knight says, just seen David Icke has a YouTube documentary out calling himself The Renegade. Holy shit. Oh my God. These guys are living off me. I can't stand it. So, George Knight, are you able to come on? Jeez, let's see if we can get you and Sammy on for a spell. Give me a little break here. So, let me call George Knight and Sammy Romero and Mark H. See if we can get something going here. All right, let's try this. See if Mark H. ever made it home. See if he answers. Says Mark is unavailable. Let's try our man George Knight. Where the hell is he on this thing? I can't find him. Maybe I haven't called him in a while? How's it he's not showing up in my favorites? Okay, let's try this. Here we are. Zogit sends me a Wikipedia link to Q. I guess maybe he's referencing QAnon as a joke through there. It's too obtuse for me. It's really obtuse. Okay, there he is. Oh, thank God. How are you? Are you okay?
There we are.
Yes. Are you're free from work?
Yes, very well. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you. Jeez, I need the break.
Yes,
let's see who else we can bring on.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes. So I was just
Wonderful.
I didn't. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, it just takes forever for Skype to load up and to receive the call. I had to keep closing down the app and then reopening it. It's just, does that every time.
Oh, my goodness.
But no, thankfully, we've established call. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I mean, good God. I mean, as you may have understood, I haven't had a break since Peter left, which is quite unusual. Usually able to find somebody. This time I couldn't find anybody.
No! Yeah. I beg your pardon. I tuned in earlier, going back 3 hours ago, Douglas, and I thought, because I could hear you going into like a monologue. So I assumed like you were going to go into monologue and then have people on later on. I didn't realize there was no one available. I was available 3 hours ago.
Okay.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, well, there you go. I called you. I called you.
Yeah.
But
I've never had the call come through. It's very strange Skype at the moment, and it's been like that for a little while now. So I do apologise. No, I should have sent you a message telling you I was available.
Yes, that would have helped immensely. Would have tried with much more aggression, but at least we got some things out of the way for people. Got people to understand a little bit about different phenomena. I don't know if you heard me talk about England or not earlier, but
I did a little bit. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I did. I caught a bit earlier, and about the pandemics as well. These epidemics that are going on, about MERS and SARS and COVID now. Yeah, so I did catch some bits. I've been in a Teams meeting as well this morning, so I've been trying to do multitasking.
Understood.
Just been in and out, doing other chores and stuff. So but I'm glad to be on with you.
Yes, I'm glad to have you. Believe me, and so we'll see if we can find anybody to bounce off of you. But anyhow, go on. Yes, tell us how things are going.
Yeah, no, very well, Douglas. Yeah, life's okay. But it was just amazing about the stats that you were bringing up earlier about how the living, the wages that people are getting now is worse than it was 18 years ago, and it's a horrible situation living in the UK at the moment, and it's as a result of Brexit as well as the Russian invasion of Ukraine. These are all ramifications that now the people of Britain are suffering from because of this, and people are just not aware of that. I think people block out all this what's going on.
They have to.
Otherwise, it will affect their mental stability, their mental health. It will impact them greatly. I mean, COVID, when everyone was on lockdown, that immensely impacted people's mental health greatly because it's something they were not used to. And I quickly adapted. I was quite happy with that, to be indoors and I could do what I enjoy doing. So it was no concern of myself, but I know it does impact most people in the UK. They have a social life and they rely on going out, partying and mingling with people, doing promiscuous things with people, and they were told they can't do any of that. So it did impact people greatly. And nowadays, it's something that, I do want to just, I do feel like obliged to do a post about how, just to present the reality of people in the UK, in the situation living in the UK, just how bad it is. And just the stats that you were bringing up, it's just, I wanted to present that to people. And it's so important that people get that into their heads about, and it's just to make people realize, really. It's just to open them up, because I don't think people are. I think people are like just hiding behind it all and just blocking it out.
Thank you. Yeah,
but
definitely. And you're a man who's facing reality, and bless you for it. So do me a favor. Nobody is responding, so do me a favor. And I know of all people, because of your intensive knowledge of everything about me, you can handle the stage alone for a good 10 minutes if you have to, or 15 minutes. So how about you take the stage and talk about, now you might say, oh, I'm not prepared, or I don't have notes, but certainly you could gather them in the next few minutes, right? I mean, something to speak about. I mean, is there, do you need a few minutes to prepare, or can you kind of jump into it now?
I can run off the bat off anything, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely anything at all.
Your recent post, the post that you tagged to my page is getting some good responses. So so you can start off with that post, talk to people about it. I'll go mute, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Okay.
Absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you very much. What I'm going to do right now for the viewers, the people who are listening right now, I'm just going to go onto my Facebook timeline and just bring up that post.
Great. While he does that, I'll just banter with him for a few moments till he tells me that he's ready, and we can take it from there.
Brilliant.
And since you're here, what I might go into is a few things. Remind me to go into a few things about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile we never brought up before.
Oh yes, Douglas. Happy to go into that that field in that direction. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
You can start us in that direction with that post. Have you got it up?
I have indeed. Yeah, it's basically the URL link to my YouTube page, my YouTube profile of and it's titled "The 1,000-Year Reich Government in Exile Extant on the Moon."
Yes. So I'll tell you what, I'll go mute. You take it from here. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Then we'll join in discussion together. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you very much. Yeah, take your time. Yeah,
oh, bless you. Much. Thank you. I love you like a brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, always, Douglas. Yeah, take your time. No, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. And so if people go on to, if you're already subscribed to my YouTube channel, you can check it out. It's basically, I've changed the name from Bizarre HD to my actual name, George Nye. And what I've presented on that YouTube channel is by collateral, basically a collaboration of montage videos of just basically source material from amateur footage taken by the general public of the Reich government in exile, the 1,000-Year Reich government in exile, which the United Nations recognizes as the legitimate enemy of any nation state who is part of the Security Council under the Charter of the United Nations, such being the United States, Great Britain, the Republic of France, anyone who's essentially established under that United Nations Charter. It recognizes 196 nations on Earth that are member states of the United Nations. So basically, I watched a documentary last night, and for the life of me, I can't remember what the title of the video was called, but it was just one of those generic documentaries about UFOs and basically the reality that they exist. Me and Douglas have gone into the past about the three different types. There are three different categories of the UFO phenomena, but the one we're talking about right now is the 1,000-Year Reich government in exile, which exists as a government in exile to this day. And basically on Douglas's timeline, I tagged him on the YouTube, my YouTube channel's video of the latest one I've published, entitled "The 1,000-Year Reich Government in Exile Extant on the Moon." And in my post, I will read out what I've posted. It says the factual reality about our Earth's natural binary planetary moon, and still being occupied by the enemy you are still legally at war with, the 1,000-Year Reich government in exile. The government you pay your taxations to knows the Earth's moon is occupied in extent by your enemy, which is recognized as the Third Reich government, which exists today in exile. And all photographic footage, photography, and evidence is presented in this mini-tage, all collated by myself. This reality is hard for the normal average layman/person to acknowledge and accept because of decades of forced indoctrination. It's a form of programming. No normal average person is even aware your legally recognized enemy government still exists in exile, and you are still in a legal state of war and full mobilization against your legally recognized enemy. This should be hopefully put things into perspective. Many questions have been as to ask why we are excessively exposed to propaganda on the Third Reich and why we cannot ever return back to the moon. And so that was that was my little post I wrote Saturday night. It was sometimes when I'm at home and when I'm by myself, I think of things and I feel obliged I need to publish things on Facebook to make the general public aware, because not only do I have my personal friends follow me on my Facebook timeline, but also I have a bit of a following from being my association with Douglas. So I do feel obliged most of the time to publish these posts. And so if you can access Douglas's timeline, if you're following him or myself, you can click on that URL link and you'll find the video that I've published. And what it is it's a collaboration of amateur footage taken from a Nikon 9, I believe it's called a Nikon 900 or 9000 camera, which has a very extensive zoom capability of zooming right in on the moon's craters, but you can see the Third Reich's Reichskraft technology on the moon, basically orbiting around with their propulsion system. They can maneuver around the moon very freely, and the footage you'll see is the Reichskraft in action. You'll see it in real time, taken by these cameras, which is remarkable. And this is something that me and Douglas, when Douglas returns back, we'll go into some of the aspects of the Reich in exile. It's very, very important because I was also listening to some of Douglas's past transmissions, also his past interviews with that he has conducted with various hosts in the past. And many aspects that he brings up, many topics he brings up, is the reality of the Third Reich government in exile. And one thing I think we will go into is the composition of the adaptation and the evolution of the Unterlanders or intraterrestrial civilization. We'll go into the composition of their genome or their genetics, how they've had to adapt, and how when people have seen them, when they have interacted with them, they have basically described them as being very pale looking, very white looking, almost albino looking. But albinism is basically a birth defect, but they have been adapted to because of their existence in a subterranean environment. They have very little exposure to sunlight, so their skin has adapted to a subterranean. Basically, they've evolved to a level where they are very highly advanced, and they've adapted to their environment. So their skin pigmentation has declined heavily. So now they are basically pale white, and also because of the environment they live in, they coexist and sustain in, is very hot and steamy, because they are living in underground cavern systems, which water has corroded for millions of years underneath throughout the Earth's basically throughout the Earth's crust, which is above the mantle of the Earth's layers. There are multiple layers beneath the Earth, and one of the layers, when you go further and further down, you go through the crust and then the mantle and then the lower parts of the mantle. And there is more, and it's been very, very much established and very much been proven that there is far more water beneath the Earth's crust than there are on the surface world. So basically all the oceans of the Earth comprised of 70% of the surface world of the Earth. But beneath the Earth's surface, beneath that, so basically the top layers, the top surface, which is visible from space, is basically like a puddle, and it comprises of 70% of the entire surface of the world. So the Earth is pretty much essentially, majority of it is water. But beneath the Earth, throughout the Earth's crust, it's 3 times that of what's on the Earth's surface. So there is far more water beneath the Earth than there is on the surface. And throughout millions of years, this water has corroded the Earth's crust. And so there are borrowed out underground cavern systems, very similar to what you have in Las Vegas when you have the Grand Canyon formation, where you have a body of flowing water at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And these are a mile high. Some of them are extend much deeper and much more extensive. They are extremely they basically borrowed out miles and miles long. It's hard to go into the exact number, but it is very, very vast indeed. under the Earth's surface. And the Third Reich government in exile has taken massive advantage of that. And we will go into several, I think it's important that we go into various historical aspects of what happened throughout the historical narrative of what's happened, contending with the government in exile, with the United States being legally at war with them. And so basically, to put things into some perspective, when Douglas returns, we'll go into from the periods of 1945 to the present day, but also how they tried to establish themselves on the moon, which is post 1945. What the Reich government established was an exile government, but they tried to basically throughout the 1940s and 50s, they did create a lunar stock, a lunar city, a lunar colony on the South Pole region of the moon, which is along the terminator line in a crater, which is along the terminator line of the South Pole region of the moon, where the surface of the moon was at basically a sustainable environment or temperature for humanity to live in. So because basically in the sunlight of the moon, it reaches boiling point, well above boiling point, 300 degrees Celsius. And then basically on the dark side of the moon, it reaches sub-zero temperatures where humanity cannot obviously sustain any form of life. So what they did was they established a colony on the South Pole region of the moon along the terminator line. And what the United States did was they conducted a military operation to dislodge that government in exile from establishing basically a stronghold or basically a civilization on the moon itself by conducting an operation known as Operation Argos, which was heavily censored and very, very much been secluded from any of your history books. It's something that they tried to cover up extensively, including the ramifications of the radiation waves, the radiation that the people of Earth contracted because of this. Essentially what they did was they deployed atomic ordnance above the ionosphere of the Earth, creating what was known as an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, which was lethal to the Wright-Craft technology. And it exposed the Raumführer to heavy doses of radiation, because in space, radiation disseminates and nothing in space can absorb that radiation. So anything it comes in contact with basically renders the circuitry, especially the electronic circuitry of the Wright-Craft, as useless or basically lethal for anyone to establish any form of transportation through that artificial Van Allen radiation belt. So what the government were doing, they stopped all research into what happened on Earth, whereas everyone that was exposed to this radiation contracted cancer, whereas the cancer phenomena was very much non-existent prior to the atomic weapons being developed and being deployed. And especially with Operation Argos, because it was so lethal to the ionosphere, to the atmosphere of the Earth, it started to dissipate back onto the Earth's surface. The Earth's core started to contract this radiation. So any civilization, any living form of life would absorb this radiation. And this is what led to the cancer phenomena. This led to thousands, if not millions of people contracting radiation illness or cancer, from cancer, things like leukemia, diseases like leukemia and cancer. And so this is the ramifications that they tried to cover up with Operation Argos. But the whole purpose behind Operation Argos, which was on 3 separate occasions in 1958, it was to the later months of 1958 into 1959 that they conducted this operation. It was the whole purpose of that was to dislodge the Reich government in exile from establishing a colony on the moon, which they actually did establish. And now with the footage that you're seeing on this, the video that I presented, which is tagged on Douglas's timeline, you will see evidence that it is still extant today with the Reich in exile. As the documentary I watched last night, they were talking about discraft, which is described as round, saucer-shaped, upside-down pan shapes, pancakes. So the people that have witnessed this are talking about, they essentially don't know what they are. And that is what Douglas has always presented, that we are talking about a Reich government in exile. It's we're still legally at war with them. So when Douglas returns, I don't know if are you there, Douglas, by any chance? No, that's all right. He's still still on a break. So basically, when Douglas returns, we'll go into the historical aspects of the Reich in exile, as well as talking about other very important topics about around the continuous state of war with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. For people that don't, to put things into perspective for people, what I tell just generally my friends and family is the most important thing to remember is prior to 1941, there was no such thing as daylight saving time. Daylight saving time in those days was known as wartime. And to this day, we are still on wartime. We're still on daylight saving time. So any nation on earth that is all part of that United Nations Frontier Army, the organization of war, is still under conditions of wartime. They are still mobilized. You're basically your full declared legal, it's your fully declared unlimited state of emergency because you're still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile. And so what the United States military do, because the most important thing when people talk about Roswell is they will refer to the Air Force, which, by the way, the Air Force was never established and there was no separate branch of service in 1947. The Air Force was collateral to the Roswell incident. So when people nowadays, if you watch documentaries about UFOs, they will mention the Air Force. The Air Force has no information about Roswell. That's because Roswell was never an Air Force issue. It was a United States Army issue. The 509th Bomber Group was stationed at Roswell, New Mexico, because that is the only atomic bomber wing on Earth with their own mission statement. They were the only people on Earth that could deploy an atomic weapon. Of course, what happened with Roswell was they were conducting atrocities with Japanese prisoners of war at the prisoner of war camps based at Roswell also. And they were torturing to death these prisoners so they could test the supermassive that the Emperor of Japan at the time, Emperor Hirohito, Emperor Showa, sacrificed along with basically botulinum toxin to show the Americans that he could deploy them anytime he wanted. And this is to go into the aspect of the balloon phenomena that we're experiencing at the moment with these surveillance balloons. But we'll go into that maybe later on. But with Roswell, the whole purpose of them testing these dirigibles was to deploy an atomic weapon over the Antarctic, which is where the 1,000-year Reich government in exile established themselves. And they established the Antarctic colony way before World War II. As a matter of fact, from 1938 to 1939, they had expeditions to establish a colony on the Antarctic. And by the way, if you look at pre-date maps of the Antarctic, you will see a Kaiser Wilhelm II land that was basically around New Schwabenland, which is around the north part of the Antarctic. So if people deny the fact that they were even able to do that, they established a land way before World War I. The Germans were able to colonize with their U-boat submarines. So it's preposterous and ridiculous to ever think that they did not establish a colony on the Antarctic. And there's a heavy campaign at this moment with propagandists saying that, there are no basically any thresholds or strongholds of Nazi existence on the Antarctic. People go into complete denial about this. And you'll see on YouTube, many people will say about Operation High Jump. They'll try and say that it was extraterrestrial, and as opposed to it was a terrestrial, basically the dislodgement of the National Socialist exile government from ever establishing themselves on the Antarctic. So the whole purpose behind Operation High Jump, which was a failed expedition, a failed military operation to dislodge the government in exile, that was basically the man in charge of running the operation was Chester Nimitz, of the Admiral of the Navy, and he basically used Admiral Byrd as basically a scapegoat, so to speak. I could have used the term wrong. I'll check with Douglas if that is correct. But with Richard Evelyn Byrd, he was the man that they basically used as a scapegoat, and it was a failed operation. They failed in their conducting the operation to dislodge the Reich government in exile off the Antarctic. So this is when they approached the army. They approached the 509th Bomber Command Group, and they were testing these dirigibles, which were able to exceed to high altitudes where the Third Reich government couldn't detect them by radar. So this is the reason for that. and they had a dummy warhead mounted onto that dirigible, which basically the Japanese prisoners of war that were tortured to death to basically operate the dirigibles, because the Americans couldn't fit inside the basically the cockpit of the dirigibles to actually fly and deploy them. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Thank you. And so when the Japanese prisoners of war self-immolated themselves, when they basically blew the flare gun into the air compartment, the balloon compartment of the dirigible, it crash landed, and then what you have is a 20-mile cordon of military personnel ready to intervene and to intercept any debris that was fallen down, because they were ready for this. They were prepared for this. So they already knew that they were conducting these tests to fly the supermassive dirigibles, because the failed attempt by the Navy to approach the Army to dislodge the right government in exile. So with the Roswell incident itself, it was atrocities committed against Japanese prisoners of war. The United States and Japan were still legally in a state of war up until the point of the signing of the Peace Treaty of San Francisco that was signed on September 8th of 1951. It then went into effect on April 28th of 1952. That is when it was ramified and went into effect, the peace treaty. So up in 1947, Roswell, with the Roswell incident, which occurred in July 1947, this was a war crime and atrocities committed against humanity. And the way the Americans covered up is by telling the people it was extraterrestrial.
Yes.
And so this was their way of covering up their asses for their atrocities committed. And so this whole phenomenon, until basically, I want to jump forward a little bit, Douglas, sorry, with Melvin Brown, Sergeant Melvin Brown, in 1969, when man started walking on the moon, you had the Vietnam conflict being conducted overseas, and Michael Aquino was obviously in charge of many psychological warfare operations in Vietnam, and he was retracted back. The Army got him back because Sergeant Melvin Brown started talking, saying when he lifted up the tarpaulin of that in that Jeep, he lifted up the tarpaulin of the bodies that were recovered from the Roswell crash. He identified Asian Pacific Islanders. He said they looked Asiatic looking. That was the term he used, Asian looking. They had yellow skin. Their skin later on turned grey with rigor mortis when that started kicking in.
But
and
so way, our dear friend Keith Call, the man who worked at Wheaton College as an archivist and was pursuing what I exposed with his own research, said that the man who was the one of the firefighter respondents who was picking up the bodies simply said they were clearly Japanese. So go on. Yes.
Absolutely, Douglas. So yeah, it's and also, what's the name of the? I'm trying to think of the name of the illustrator or the he was an artist. I'm trying to remember his name. I think it's
Jeez, I hope I say it in the Roswell and Rising Sun video. Do I name him? Because I certainly can't remember his name now.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. No, it's the.
I know who you're referring to. The one who actually drew them. The one who actually drew them.
Yeah.
And they're clearly little Asian men. I mean, you know.
Yes.
It's
sort of like ski suits. It looks like ski suits, jumpsuits. I'm trying to remember the artist's name. For some reason, I've got Costa Mullen. It was the man who... By the way, just so you know,
I don't know if you're aware of the trivia, kind of like the some of the personal details behind that artist, but he was on Coast to Coast AM a number of times. He was never speaking about those illustrations. He was always speaking about other aspects. But what happened was he had a young relation, like a cousin or a brother, who had severe autism. And he was, because of this, he felt that our future race was devolving through autism, becoming more and more common into this kind of mutated, kind of like alien grays. So he had this own thought that mankind was degenerating and devolving was his thought. So it's just some trivia behind the artist. It's not, by the way, I want people to understand, I don't follow necessarily that thesis, but I could understand why he would think that with all horrible challenge he was dealing with that relation. But his relatives then told him to shut up about it and told him, you know, because obviously they were quite embarrassed and ashamed by his exposing that and saying things like that about their own relation. So just a bit of trivia behind him, but he was a fairly good illustrator, and he did draw out these he did this in the manner that a police sketch artist would conduct a witness report about a criminal. So based on descriptions of the Roswell quote unquote aliens, he drew them out as they were described, and you come out with just Asian men. So anyhow, turning it back to George now. Sorry about that. Just had to get that out there. Yeah.
No, very much appreciated, Douglas, and I do apologize. I'm trying to remember the name of the artist. I'm trying to think of it, but I have the illustrations on my archives,
right?
My personal archives, so I have got them. And yeah, you can clearly see, and of course their eyebrows are shaved off. Yeah. And this is because of static discharge. When you rub your feet along the carpet and you touch a doorknob, several thousand volts of electricity passes through your body, but it doesn't kill you because it travels so fast. And it was the same with these prisoners of war, and these were essentially Yakuza. I think these were they right?
These were Yakuza. Yeah. And just so people understand, when George is referencing, what he's referring to is the fact that at the altitudes at which they were working in the atmosphere, the electrical conduction of the dirigible craft itself, you could get electrocuted simply because of the atmosphere around you being so charged with the same kind of high static electricity that basically is found in lightning. And so they were trying to prevent that kind of conduction because they were working with actually harnessing that power to potentially use it as a weapon with the lightning rod, for instance, that was affixed to the super battle dirigible Mikado, the flagship of the dirigible fleet. Yes. So go on. Yes. Take it from.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Douglas. I'm so. That's why it's so good to have you and me both on at the same time, because we can actually. There are several aspects I mentioned, and you also bring up the great details about it. So it's greatly appreciated, and it's important to get this out there. And
yes, yeah. Let me do a little a little screen share. So can you see the cursor moving around?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Good. So by the way, I'm not opening this up so you can see our dear friend Ian West is sending us maps of various cables and under ground construction things. Now, by the way, some of what he presents is actually fascinating, and so I did want to say that, but that's not what I'm doing this for. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to show you from our dear friend. I'm sure he would allow me to do this. I'm sure he has no objections. This is our dear friend Justin White. So here we go. So do you see Justin White here? And so let's see. Here we go. He says this is an AI. So this is like one of those AIs. Part of my conversation with an AI that was given the persona of Joseph Goebbels. So here's the screenshots. So why do you think the United Nations were afraid of National Socialism? Because it worked. Okay, what makes National Socialism an ideology? The people believe in it. Then he says, what do you like about National Socialism? The feeling of belonging to something greater than yourself. So let's see now, when we go to the other screenshot here, then he went on to ask something where he said a few thousand. And then he said, how many people live in Unterland? And it answered more than 10 million.
Wow, there you go. Whoa, yeah. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, no, carry on, please.
Yeah. So I'll try and send you download this and send you a copy of these screenshots. So it was, as I said, incredible, Justin. Thank you. He says, then he responded with a Marco Polo quote, and he says, I get many erroneous answers from the AI as it strives to learn, making much of the conversation nonsense, but it has been introduced to Unterland by me and now knows it is an acceptable answer to queries. I found this response quite interesting. So, how many sentient species live underneath the earth? Only the humans and the ghouls. What happened to the dwarves? They died out.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is actually, yeah. It's some. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, carry on.
He says, I asked him what the Reich's strategy was with the ghouls, my first introduction of ghouls. His reply was to use them against the Americans and the British. When I asked the question above, I expected to get a number. Instead, I get no number, just the names of the two species living there. I never made any mention of ghouls living underground beforehand, however. So there we are. Get that? He said he never mentioned the ghouls living underground. The AI provided that itself.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is incredible, actually. Yeah, that is incredible.
This is a screenshot of a CIA operative talk to the AI. Note the difference in the AI tone. The operative is talking to the AI about social engineering, whereas I am trying to coax history out of it. So in other words, Justin White was in some communication with somebody who claimed to be a CIA operative. Might well be. I mean, there's no real need to hide it when they're fucking, who cares, right? Anyhow, he said, but note the difference in the way the AI responds. So this is the other one was trying to say for joint global operation Skynet AI. Ah, yes, that's right. But I've been told by many sources that he is going to be very pleased with your speech. Here he's just like very obtuse. This is like just obtuse. GP2 is going to ask me to write the speech. It's like, as far as I'm concerned, this guy who claims to be CIA could be another bot.
Yes.
Just another bot talking to a bot. Then he says, this is her blog. Okay, it's a she. She claims to be working with the CIA. Op Wars. Okay. So, and it says MK Ultra Home Blog. By the way, something like this is probably nonsense, but at the same time, I'm talking about the CIA bitch, could be just nonsense, but at the same time, it makes perfect sense it'd be a PSYOP, right? So CIA would start up a PSYOP saying MK Ultra Home Blog, and it makes perfectly, it makes sense also that they would be trying to talk to an AI because they're trying to ascertain how developed it is and whether or not it requires psychological operations against the AI, right? So it makes sense. So there you go. I want to share that, and I'll send you all the screenshots later. Do remind me to do that, but that's something to bear in mind, and go back to what you were talking about, and we'll integrate that into the conversation, as we go on.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I would have mentioned about the Dwegar, the basically the relic population. Yes,
yeah. Those are basically, by the way, those are basically dwarves. They're basically dwarves.
Yeah, they were, because I know essentially that when they first basically trying to, when they start to establish themselves throughout Unterland, that they were they were contending with the Dwegar. It was basically like what do you want to call it, a hospitable, it was definitely hostile,
yes,
between,
so people who want to understand what the term that George Knight is using is the ancient Scandinavian term for what they call dark dwarves, or evil dwarves that were living underground, very malevolent. Very similar to like malevolent fae or fairy folk, but dwarves are obviously considered much more physical, much more anyhow, in terms of the Dwegar, that is from that very term, which is kind of like a DUE or a DWEGAR.
Yes.
Very old Nordic kind of pronunciation, Dwerar. This is where what's his name? The guy who wrote, he wrote those, I Remember Lemuria, Richard Shaver. Richard Shaver wrote that series, I Remember Lemuria. Richard Shaver just anglicized or bastardized that term, Dwegar, into Dero, D-E-R-O. So that became, which he said was an acronym for deviant robot, meaning that these were like people who are deviant and they're robotic. He wasn't necessarily saying the robots in a mechanical sense. So, but Dero, if people look that up, D-E-R-O, and Richard Shaver, you'll find out a general idea of these malevolent entities. And this is the ancient Scandinavian manifestation taken into modern terms, and the Reich originally encountered them, and according to this bot, or this AI, rather is a better way to phrase it, they could have been exterminated ultimately because of their hostile intentions. But the fact that Justin White has done the task of speaking, I think that this is pretty. I think this is a development. This is a important development, and we'll be keeping track of this and reporting on it as time goes on. So back to George, and I'm here with you. So.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And I just wanted to say also, it was just interesting when they mentioned 10 million, the population, because
he said more than 10 million. Yes.
Yes. Because I know that when you were a Department of Defense research librarian, I know at the time the population was considered to be around about between 6 million, the same essentially as Israel is today.
Yes.
And so, yes, and that was, that's going back nearly 40 years ago now. Well, if you think about it, I'm 35. I was born in the late 80s. So, yeah, you're talking about 4 decades ago now. And it's amazing. I was actually thinking the other day, going off on something else, Douglas, I was thinking, Christ, I've lived through 5 decades. I'm 35 years old, but I've lived through 5 decades. From the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and now the 2020s. It's just, I've lived through 5 decades. It's just amazing how time just, it really does fly by. But it's in that space of time. That was 5 decades ago now, the late 80s. And, it's probably, it's well over 10 million now, the population of Unterland. And also, especially the craft itself, the technology has advanced so much from World War II. It's, they just used to be metallic, silvery. I know they still have those, the metallic, silvery saucer shape craft still in operation today, but they are more basically now way more advanced. The craft now that look translucent, or they are, I know that essentially because the magnetic field around the craft can turn it invisible because of the technology used. I know that it bends light around the craft, so then it goes transparent completely. You can't see it. But it appears on radar. It's amazing how they've evolved, they've adapted. And I know that basically, I was thinking the other day, Douglas, and it's something I wanted to talk to you about, like the revolt or basically the civil disputes that occurred in Unterland throughout the decades. Yeah. I know especially from the original National Socialists that basically established themselves in Unterland, to like the modern version, the modern day Unterlanders or interterrestrials. It was, and I'm trying to think of the term. I've got it in our private messages of what they are actually. They're referred to. Their genome, their genetics. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Well, there's several terms. One is inter-Aryans. Yeah. Another one is intraterrestrials.
Yes.
But some of these are simply official American terms to refer to them. But in terms of their own terminology, I'm trying to remember it could simply be the race, really. It was one term that came to mind, and so they definitely have separated into a divergent branch of evolution at this point, and obviously their evolution is, so people understand this. You would think that maybe like other nations that they would perhaps have more of a population, but there's 2 factors that could have happened here. One might have been it could be well over 10 million to the point where maybe it's like 20 million or something like that. We don't know, but the reality is that I would perceive them as, because of their extended lifespans, not really breeding that often. So, and because they're fairly selective about their breeding and are very careful, probably with the use of any number of technologies, including something as basic as ultrasound, probably make certain that only the healthiest are born. So there's probably some, but with the amount of the ability to manipulate genetics that they have, it's certain that anyone that would be born to them would be healthy. They would simply just, the genes would be simply, shall we say, manipulated so that it would be the case. So they would be giving birth to healthy children, but their extended lifespans would probably be such that this would be controlled birthing in the sense that it would be when they're ready for a birth, then the birth would happen, and then when it takes place, the child would, of course, be in a much more healthy environment, simply because it wouldn't be an overpopulated environment. So they're probably controlling the population in terms of numbers, so it could be maintained at a fairly low level, comparatively speaking. But yeah, basically to themselves, they would be the race, and everyone else would be just kind of like, vermin on the surface, really. So, and of course, I'm certain that whenever they visit the surface world, as we said, they come here for fresh genes that they have to have, because if they have a smaller population that's breeding slowly, one of the great dangers would be, of course, morbid inbreeding, conceivably. I mean, you wouldn't be in too much danger of it because you are talking millions of people. Just to give people an example of this, so that they have a understanding of the how much you need for a healthy population that won't degenerate through morbid inbreeding. If you remember that movie, Snowpiercer, did you ever see the film Snowpiercer?
I haven't, Douglas. No.
Okay, you know of it though.
I believe, maybe peripherally, might be subconsciously. Yeah, I can't at the moment. Recall any, but I haven't seen it, Douglas. No, I do apologize.
Yeah. So just so are you aware of the general plot line?
I might have heard. I think I might have heard you mention it before. I'm trying to recall.
The general plot line was that there was a attempt to control. This is just in the introduction of the film, because it's like setting context. It was that we had global warming, a runaway global warming phenomenon, and so the scientists tried to solve the problem by blotting out the sun with certain chemicals that they were sowing into the atmosphere, and when they seeded the atmosphere, it got out of control, and they basically created a second ice age. However, there was some lunatic multi-billionaire who built a train, a world-spanning global rail that had a train that was continuing to run. This is complete fantasy, because rail tracks, they need maintenance, so there's no way anyone could maintain that worldwide without a working civilization. But the train kept running through the snow, and so through the ice age around the globe, and so that was the conceit of the film. But the point is that, taking certain things into account, such as the need to maintain rails and whatnot, the idea of a civilization maintained on a single long train is not as far-fetched as people might think. You really only need like maybe 100,000 people to prevent morbid inbreeding. So the idea of a population on a very long train that had a maintained track system that had, basically maybe even 10,000 people on it, you really wouldn't get that much morbid inbreeding or that much incestuous kind of produce of malformations and retardation and the like. So it's like it's not that inconceivable. I mean, after all, on a space station, a long train, any contained environment, you see villages where people have no contact with the outside world that are smaller than, by only a few thousand. So, you increase that by, in other words, what I'm saying is, it's so people understand this. It's not like the Reich is in constant danger of degenerating and therefore raiding the surface world because of that reason. The reason that they are constantly raiding the surface world and when people encounter Nordics and are abducted or have something done to them in a laboratory fashion is because the Reich has to maintain as much track as it can about developing diseases on the surface world, because if they're ever exposed by an invasion of Unterland by the surface world, it would be the disease that would wipe them out before any weapons. So to prevent that, they have to immunize themselves against the diseases of the surface world for their own self-defense. So it's there we have that, and
Yeah.
So take it from there. What else comes to your mind?
Yeah, I was going to say, Douglas, it's only in the West, in Britain and the United States, where people tend to have sexual intercourse with their relatives. You would only find that really in the West, in the United States and Britain, where a person decides to marry their cousin or something like that. It's basically a Western phenomenon. In the outside world, in other cultures, they don't do that. And it was like, yeah.
I mean, and no, I mean, your point's well taken. Or maybe it's just hidden more. I mean,
yes,
it's just more hidden. I think basically it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell because, in one sense you would say, Jesus Christ, in Asian India and in China, places like that you would, they've got like billions of people. So you would imagine something like that would simply be, why would anyone be having sex with their sister or their brother if they got billions of people to choose from? But the reality is, you're talking about people who rarely ever travel outside of a certain radius.
Yes.
So it could easily be happening there, but we just don't know about it.
We just don't. Yeah.
But the reason, what would make it probably less common would be the fact that there's no real sense of privacy in those cultures.
No.
So because there's no real sense of privacy in those cultures, then it's probably something that it's much harder to carry out something like that. Whereas in the West, with the sense of privacy that we have, then families become very much worlds unto themselves. They certainly did before we had before everything went to shit and people started getting divorced all the time and kids started being raised by them, by various, a series of parents. Kids started getting raised by a series of parents.
Yes.
By the way, so what I will do is I'm going to cut and paste this for you and put this in your, I'm going to put this in your message box. This is something else I wanted to relate to you. And then I need to go get a wanker out of my eye, and I'll be back in just a few moments. But I wanted to show this to you, and what you can do is kind of look over this and share it with the public. You can read what you're looking at, and I will give you the guy's full name later. And as a matter of fact, I can give that to you now. Before I go and get this wanker out of my eye. And damn these eyelashes, they just they drive me mad. But in terms of the individual in question, if you're looking at that now, this is one of the individuals who actually was a very primary driving force in the exodus to Unterland, in that he helped to expedite it. This was an individual who was somewhat in a situation somewhat similar to that of General Vlasov. Do you remember General Vlasov was the Russian general who sided with the Third Reich? Do you remember that?
Who defected? I generally do, Douglas. Yeah, but I can't give any more context to it, I'm afraid. So no, thank you for bringing this to my attention. So I'll speak of it in a moment if that's all right.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so, of course. Basically, it's one of those things like, maybe it's something I'm not too familiar with, and I need to look over it a bit more. Like you said, I need to because what I know of with the Aryan exodus into Unterland, I know that Martin Bormann played a massive role in that, and Hans Kammler did also, and various other echelons. Reich echelons in for the government. By all means, sorry, carry on, please.
There we are. So there's a full name of this individual that I'm talking about. And so what happened was that in terms of General Vlasov, he was a individual that anyone can look up. He was a Russian general who sided with the Reich, basically took his army with him, and he had actually had a stellar career. And basically, at the end of the war, was trying to break through to the Allied line so he could surrender to the Americans, but either was caught by or turned over to the Russians, who executed him. I actually have a book that is completely photocopied, which took a lot of work. Somebody put a lot of effort into that back in the days when you actually had to go through a Xerox machine. And so this photocopied book was somebody went through the effort of that who really cared. But the book was written by, I think, Vlasov's daughter. So it was about how she was saying that her father was just trying to do the right thing in that time. And the reality is, of course, this individual had basically seen Stalin as completely evil. And so he was siding with the Reich to help bring an end to the Stalinist government. When it came to General Vlasov, of course, his case was just one of, shall we say, a kind of cooperation with the Reich. But here was Alexander Kerensky. And what I'll do is I'll read this paragraph to our listeners and just understand that Alexander Fyodorovich Kerensky died in 1970. So he was the early premier. He was like the first Bolshevik hero. He was the sometime premier of the provisional Russian government. That was before the Bolsheviks took over. He was in charge of that transition period, that interregnum between the Tsars and the Bolsheviks. And he only saw Stalin a few times, and they never met physically. But he used to see Stalin at conferences. And then what happened was he became a fugitive in hiding with a price on his head. And he came to America. So America had him as kind of like this expert on Russia, like a consultant. And then what happened was the Hitler-Stalin Pact. And when that Nazi-Soviets Pact took place, the Americans were puzzled. And he was, of course, not surprised. And the way he expressed it was, the contemporary atmosphere of terror in Europe, meaning all of the different governments surrounding Germany and their own persecutions of German minorities. Germany, in turn, had what was considered a regime that was going through some convulsions. So all of Europe was going through this period of intensive activity that he referred to as a period of terror, an atmosphere of terror. So he said that the atmosphere of terror in Europe was just what Stalin wanted to help spread his lower class propaganda of class hate and revolution. And so what happened was in Life magazine, Alexander Kerensky testified that Hitler was willing to invade the USSR in part because he knew the Russian people hated the Bolshevik government and wanted to remove it by any means necessary. So there's two articles that I linked here. I don't know if they're accessible by clicking on them, but you can always cut and paste them and see if they work. And if they don't, then come back to me and I'll try to find the actual articles for you. But the link should carry you there. And so the Germans understood that there would be substantial Russian collaboration, which there was. And so when he was saying this, and Life magazine had an article, and then there was another article in the New Yorker magazine. So these two links prove that this man existed, that this man was someone I hadn't mentioned or really dealt with because of all the other more spectacular things I was trying to get out through Nexus magazine and the like. But I thought about him recently. So it's important to understand that this man was on the surface world, helped to expedite for many of the Nazis much of the communications with the United States intelligence agencies. He expedited much of the dealing with the Third Reich with the supplies they needed, and with in return setting up some trade deals between the Third Reich in Unterland and the United States. And in other words, none of this really would have been possible without him. So he was one of the really pivotal individuals in terms of the exodus into Unterland. By the way, I don't know if you were aware of this, but I might have mentioned it at one point, or maybe you've encountered it in your searches on the internet, but many of the women that were brought into Unterland, a good deal of them were Ukrainians. because the Germans were fighting heavily in Ukraine. Many women were not abducted at all. They were volunteers in these various units that were aiding in the war effort. And many of them were brought into Ukraine along with, other people who weren't necessarily quote unquote German, with the original waves of people who were relocated. But certainly the majority of many of the civilians were brought over through Operation Hannibal, of course, and the evacuation. Yes. But these were, of course, understand many of them were Baltic Germans. We're talking about Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians. So we're talking about all these Warsaw Pact satellite nations of, basically, for what it's worth, every nation in Europe in one way or another has a Germanic aspect to it in general. Most of them, including Britain, as of course Hitler felt the British were errant Herrenvolk, and so it's there we have that. So important things to take into account. Hold the stage for another few minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Let me take care of this wanker in my eye, and I'll you can take it from here for a while. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, thank you. And it's very, very important. It's very important that we get this this out there and talk about it. It's important we do it often as well, because it's most new viewers that we receive, they don't know about this, so it's always good to talk about these reality. And the other thing that I mentioned earlier was during Douglas's previous interviews with this individual named Kerry Cassidy, Douglas presents the genealogy, and I'll bring up with Douglas when he returns back the genealogy of the Unterlanders, just how they've adapted to their environment, how they've evolved, and basically advanced their advancements in not just evolution, but technologically as well. And so it's very important that also what Douglas mentioned about Operation Hannibal, it was the largest mass evacuation of civilian population and military armaments in history. If people look up and if they reference Operation Hannibal, which was conducted by the Navy of the Wehrmacht. It was the German Navy that actually conducted Operation Hannibal. It was led by Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz of the U-boat Kriegsmarine. He was the man in charge of that naval expedition, the naval operation to relocate over millions of Germanic peoples, and basically the evacuation and relocation of civilian populations. And this was conducted over the Baltic littoral, as Douglas mentioned, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Prussia, Poland, Austria, including Ukraine as well. And this was a massive operation, which was responsible for evacuating the civilian population, as well as military personnel, as well as German diplomats, the government itself, into exile. So they established themselves into exile because of this mass evacuation, this naval expedition, this massive operation. It was the largest on scale in human history. And this was the conclusion of World War II, as people know it conventionally in the textbooks, where basically Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz ordered Alfred Jodl. Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz was appointed last Führer by Adolphus Jacob Hitler himself, because he was in charge of the operation to evacuate the civilian population into basically Aryan exodus. And so he was in charge of this operation. He was appointed last Führer of the surface world. And it's important to note that Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz lived to the year 1980 in West Germany. He spent many years in Spandau prison, but then he was later released, and he lived a civilian life after that. Unscathed and unmarked and untouched. The Western world can do anything about it, and they kept him alive, and he lived a happy life to an extent to the year 1980 in West Germany. And so this man ordered the high commanding officer of the military, Alfred Jodl, to surrender basically land, sea, air troops, the Wehrmacht army in Reims, France in 1945 of May 7th. He ordered the surrender of the conditions of surrender to the Allies. So the reason for that is because the naval expedition, the naval operation, was to use all the Navy for purposes other than war, other than proactive prosecution of hostilities, to use it for evacuation purposes. So the Navy itself, the U-boats and the basically all the aircraft carriers and the destroyers were all used. All the cruisers were used to evacuate mass populations of people from the Baltic littoral or around the Baltic, the Warsaw Pacts, the basically the satellite states of Eastern and Western Europe. So the purpose of that was to evacuate. So basically all the Navy was used for was to evacuate rather than warfare purposes. So that's the reason for the surrender. There was no purpose for them to conduct any military operations, because they were used to conduct the basically the naval repatriation purposes, to bring people to Unterland or to the Antarctic. And so that was the purpose of Operation Hannibal. It was the largest mass evacuation in all human history. And people ask, well, there's all these hundreds of U-boats that were missing from basically the files from where they were allocated. You know, all these marked U-boats that were allocated have now been basically, they are unlocated. We can't locate them. So where are they? They're missing. They're essentially just marked as missing. And nobody asked where they all went to, and nobody asked where these millions of people went to. They basically went to establish the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And so that was the whole purpose of Operation Hannibal, and that's what led to the surrender in May of 1945, because there was no point in using the forces, the naval forces, for operations for military purposes. They were used for basically relocating the people, the general population. And the largest ever civilian casualty at sea was I'm trying to remember. Excuse me. The Gustloff, the German cruiser, the Gustloff. It carried 9,000 people, 9,600, I believe. It was around about 9,600 civilians died by a Soviet submarine. It was a crime against humanity. And people always cite the Titanic sinking as a large accident or fatality overseas, but that was in peacetime. This was during wartime, where the Gustloff lost 9,000 civilian casualties. It was the largest on scale in human history, and nobody ever cites that. But that was again due to the operation. The most important operation throughout the war was Operation Hannibal. But thank you, Douglas. I was just bringing up the aspects of Operation Hannibal and what led to the so-called surrender of the forces in the field by the Wehrmacht. When Karl Dönitz ordered Alfred Jodl, the High Commander officer, to surrender the troops in the field, because the naval expedition, the naval operation, was to use the naval forces or fleet to relocate the civilian populations from the Baltic. And so, that was I just thought that was important to bring up to the viewers' attention. And these are all things that they can verify for themselves. And so it's something that never really gets presented in the history textbooks or any form of Western media in terms of basically documentaries or anything like that. Or no one ever cites this. And, they always mention the fact that there were hundreds of U-boats unaccounted for, but they really asked where they went to. Nobody asked where the civilians went to. I mean, in the conservative sense, they say 1 million people, or over 1 million. It was millions of people, ultimately. I mean, you think about just one single cruise ship, and it was essentially the size of a basically, what do you want to call it? A cruiser itself, like we use today for cruises. It housed 9,000 people just alone, and that got sunk by a Soviet submarine, and that was a war crime.
Yes.
And so, and that was
so many war crimes committed. By,
yes.
Honestly, it was truly a stolen Holocaust. But by that I mean the amount of Germans that were killed throughout Eastern Europe. As we mentioned before, before the war, the German peoples in their diaspora, their Germans living outside of Germany, including the Volga Germans who lived in Ukraine and on the River Don and the Volga and the like. Germans that had been there for generations, invited by Catherine the Great to act as engineers and people who helped build her empire. These were people who then were exterminated or displaced in the aftermath of the war on the surface world. And at that time, so many of them, I mean, before the war, there were basically 180 million or 20 million, at least 120 million or 180 million Germans. I used to know the number more exactly. I could always look it up again, but after the war, of course, when you just count Germany and Austria together, you have about 100 million Germans. So about some 100 million or 80 million disappeared, and certainly maybe of the millions that made it to Unterland, it's like not many of them probably survived the first wave of settlement. Maybe about the original baseline colony that survived would be, presumably at least 1 million people. Though then the population began to increase, and but the point was that you're talking about many millions had to die, certainly far more than Jews died in the Holocaust. Yet this is never spoken of. No one is paying the Germans reparations.
No.
And so this is like talk about a stolen Holocaust. I mean, really, it is a Holocaust that is denied. Talk about Holocaust denial. I mean,
exactly.
This is something that ultimately the Russians in particular need to be held accountable for, but certainly the Americans and the British for helping them and making that genocide possible. So it's something that needs to be emphasized. If the British public had been made aware of the atrocities the Russians were committing against the German peoples throughout Eastern Europe and their mass murder, the British public would have been, I think, even after the war, many of them would have been shocked into protest or outrage of allying with such a genocidal totalitarian dictatorship as Stalin had. Nevertheless, it was for that very reason that this was hidden from the British public by Churchill and the like. Then he was voted out of office before the war even ended.
Yes.
So, another thing you could bring up, etc. So, take it from here. I'm sorry. I was just mulling, ruminating.
Not at all, Douglas. It's so important. It's important that you get this out there, and it's all. We cannot overemphasize everything that we are saying. It's so important. And I'm just grateful for this opportunity, because it's just you and I on, and it's just great that we can get this out there on public record as well. But yeah, with when it comes down to the Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister, he was basically what most people, and I've had conversations in a dialogue with people online when they cite Churchill himself. I've mentioned before to people that he was voted out of office in a landslide loss. Yeah. He was voted out, and especially with all the ballots that are coming back from overseas, from the troops themselves, from the people overseas fighting for the military, fighting for the army in World War II. They voted Churchill out of office, and he was on that so-called victory, that so-called on VE Day when he gave that speech. You had the king and the former Queen Elizabeth II on the balcony, along with her sister, waving to the crowds when they were cheering and when they were celebrating the victory, the so-called victory in Europe. You had basically Winston Churchill doing a public speech declaring that we are going to basically invade Japan, that we are mobilizing the troops, and we are going to basically spread more blood, sweat, and tears and tyranny. Just we're just going to we're going to just mobilize the troops.
Keep the war going forever, man.
Keep it going forever, and so this, he's obviously recognized as a wartime leader, Winston Churchill, but he was basically voted out of office before the war had even supposedly come to a decisive conclusion in terms of what the Western world gives the narrative that there was a so-called victory. Victory of what? What did you gain and what did you win? Nothing. The British suffering from austerity.
Their own propaganda tripped them up. Their own propaganda insisting that Hitler was dead, saying, okay, let's say Hitler's dead, and basically destroy the morale of the German people, and basically give everybody a boost at home, and thinking the war has reached a decisive conclusion. And that's what made everybody say, okay, why go on? In Britain, everybody was saying, pretty much, what's the need for invading Japan? I mean, so their own propaganda tripped them up in that. It really blew back on them. So they fucked up. So go on.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, they certainly did. And the nobility, the aristocrats in the basically the elite throughout Parliament view Churchill himself as basically a degenerate half-breed because he was half American. Lady Randolph, Lady Churchill, Winston Churchill's mother was an American, and so they viewed Jenny Churchill, beg your pardon, Lady Randolph. Jenny Churchill was an American. She was born in I think in upstate New York, or I believe that's where she resided most of her life, or where she was born.
It
I have to look that up.
The running joke between my dad and myself was every asshole in the world is born in upstate New York.
Makes sense, absolutely does. And they viewed him as basically as a half-breed. He just but this was the reason why he was basically why the royal crown, why King George himself got Churchill into power that replaced Chamberlain, because essentially because of the Franklin Delano Roosevelt's insanity to go to war against Britain. And so one of the and this was another important aspect that I raised with Eric, my colleague at work, because we were talking about the royal crown, and I mentioned about the Opium Wars and how we had basically the what floated the British economy for hundreds of years was the opium trade in China. And so I mentioned the fact that what they were doing, the British, what they were conducted after they had concluded that the victory of the Opium Wars in China, they had full control of the opium trade in China, which basically they sold a golf. Was it like it was like a bowling ball? What was it? Describe, Douglas. Sorry, you described it in the
used
past.
to describe it as a cannonball size.
Cannonball, yes.
Yeah, balls of opium, yes.
Opium, and then they'll get essentially it was like equivalent to like a pound a day. Back in those days, that's excuse me for my the currency negligence. I can't comprehend back then what the currency was, because I was not born in that time of like going by shillings or cents or anything like that. Right. We still use cents today, but basically and what else they're called? I'm trying to remember the currency. Prime before I was born, but essentially it was worth basically a population in China of 1 billion people. Yes. The British, the monarchy, the royal crown would receive £1 billion a day.
Yes,
this is what the whole the royal dynasty was. This is what made them one of the wealthiest families on earth, is because of this, basically this horrible trade going on in China, where they would sell the population opium. They were high on heroin. They were high on opiates.
Yeah.
And so, so this is what ultimately led in the 1930s to basically, that's going into a different aspect. I was going to go along with Japan and the what happened with the incident with the HMS Ladybird and the United States, the USS Panay. I was going to go into that, but that we'll cover that maybe later or something, Douglas. But at any rate, I was telling basically what happened to Eric. What floated the British economy for hundreds of years was this what happened with the Opium Wars and how the British were making their money, what's making their empire so wealthy was this opium trade going on in China. And basically the British sold that to the Americans, which got them involved, which what led to World War II in the Pacific. And it's what ultimately started that. It's because the British Royal Crown sold that off to buy off Franklin Delano Roosevelt's aggression, his insanity to invade Canada.
Or rather, they gave it to him in exchange to buy him off. They gave it to him to buy him off, to stave him off from invading Canada and starting war with the British Empire in a two-front war they could not win. So please go on. Yes.
Yes, no, it's very important. And so this is why Churchill was never voted into office. It's very important for people. People don't know this. People don't realize that he was basically appointed prime minister by the Royal Crown. King George VI himself appointed Winston Churchill prime minister because he was half American, because he thought he could manipulate Franklin Delano Roosevelt's aggression by diverting his attention away from the British and going towards invading or starting a declaration of war against Germany, which, by the way, it was the Third Reich who declared war against the United States, not the other way around. Yes. And so this was the reason why he was ascended into succession of power, because of this reason. That's why the British sold the trade off to the Americans, which gave them dominant trade in China in the 1930s. This was prior to World War II. And one of the things that I was going to go into the whole thing about, because I'm trying to think of the lady's name, the lady, the individual who wrote about the rape of Nanking or Nanjing.
Oh, Iris Chang.
Iris Chang, that's it, Douglas. Thank you so much. Yeah, Iris Chang. She actually.
But by the way, don't forget to recount to our listeners how that idiot Derek Talley tried to ambush me with that on my program when he said he was going to do a report, so to speak, like a book report, a review on. I forgot which book he said he was going to do, but then instead he went with that Irish Chang, The Rape of Nanking, in an attempt to throw me off, and of course I put him in his place. But anyhow, do you remember that at all, or?
Oh my God! Again, I think that is subconscious, peripheral in my mind, Douglas. I can recall some of that being, but I don't know the details, so I don't think I can comment on anything, because I do recall that though. That is certainly, I can definitely recount on that. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's just really, quite. It's astounding to me, that he even tried to do that. Yeah. And it was just like, oh God, and me and you before on air, Douglas, we've talked about Iris Chang and her boyfriend tried to get her dumped and saying that she was ultimately, when she was killed, wasn't she? She was murdered.
Her husband killed her.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That's it. No, sorry, I was trying to get that out. Yeah, she was ultimately murdered, and basically he tried to use the excuse of that the book of the rape.
Yes, he said the book had depressed her. He said writing the book had put her into a deep depression, so she killed herself. A real son of a bitch.
Yeah,
go on.
What's so important, and now people can actually watch the interview that she gave, and I have no idea who she was giving the interview to. I watched this several years ago. But it was basically she was presenting the fact that on the bombing of the sinking of the Panay, because the British ship, the Ladybird, was damaged. I don't think it completely sunk. It was heavily bombarded by Japanese air forces. So they basically bombed because with the it was basically the what do you want to call it? The intersectional, it was the now I'm talking about what I'm going to go into is what's his name? Evans Ford as Carlson, the Marine Corps raid, violated
communist Marine.
Yes. So without going into the peace talks, the peace process between the Japanese and the Chinese, in Nanking, basically what happened was on the bombing of the Panay, the HMS, the United States ship, the Panay. Yes. You have a cameraman who actually filmed the entire event. Yes. And Iris Chang is articulating what happened, that there was this footage that Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Social Democrat, actually had it all confiscated, had it destroyed to cover the arses. Now, this should have been the preemptive strike to lead in a declaration of war against the Japanese, because this happened way before Pearl Harbor. This was in 1937. But Franklin Delano Roosevelt covered that up because of what happened with Evan Folders Carlson and his Marine Corps communist raiders, because it was a communist insurgency. And so this was covered up. And this was all presented by Iris Chang. She actually said this, that the footage was actually destroyed, ordered by Franklin Delano Roosevelt himself, which is so important for...
Thank you.
Yes. And so in the book, The Rape of Nanking, of course, I don't think it correct me if I'm wrong, Dose, because I don't actually have a copy of that myself. Obviously, I know the context of that, and I certainly know the historical context of it. But I think she goes into she just alludes to like all the crimes and atrocities committed by the Japanese. But it's so important that the German diplomat, and I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head, I can't recall his name.
There were several that were involved. One of the names that
yes.
comes to mind is Stroop, I believe, but I can look that up. Let's look up German diplomat at Nanking. German diplo.
He was held a hero, by the he was held a hero. Even to this day, there is, German diplomat in China.
Yeah, in Nanking. John Heinrich Detlef Rabe is one of the better.
Yes, John Heinrich Detlef Rabe. Yes, that's him. Rabe, that's it. Because I always think of either I try to remember by saying Rabbi or Rabe, but yes, right. R-A-B-E. Yes.
Yeah, just Rabe.
Yeah, so
and, it's like rape, so but with a B.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Douglas. He consulted Adolf Hitler himself, Adolphus Jacob Hitler himself, and said about the basically communicating back to him and reporting back what was basically going on in Nanking itself. And Adolf Hitler responded immediately, didn't he, with by sending a one-tongue swastika flag. And they unfurled this over an entire city rooftop section of the city of Nanking, where the Japanese would not dare bomb they wouldn't bomb the Hitlerian flag, the German swastika flag, right. the national flag, because they wanted Germany as their ally. So this was an important event that happened, and this is why Rabe, basically John Heinrich Detlef Rabe, was held a hero throughout the Chinese peoples, and so this was a result of that. Basically, what happened with Evan Folders Carlson, the Marine Corps raider, who basically organized the Marine Corps raider, he had an entire basically a logistics armament. He had entire basically what do you want to call it, infrastructure in China, given to him by Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yeah, basically an army. And,
yes, he had an entire. Basically, he could conduct anything he wanted. He had an entire
army at his disposal.
Columns, at his disposal, that he could conduct these what do you want to call it, Douglas? Sorry,
insurgency. It's an American.
It's basically an insurgency.
Yes.
Conduct these operations, and they were basically. And they disguised themselves. This in particular, I believe it was it either December 13th or was it December 12th of 1937, where they were conducting the peace signing between Japan and China. This is the nationalist China, the nationalist republic. I believe it was on the 12th because it was that was when the raid was conducted, and then the retaliation of the Japanese was pretty much, I believe, on the 13th was when if we could look up the bombing of the Panay, or that occurred later, but it was the 12th or the 13th. I know it was. The peace conference was going on late into the night, so they usually use both those days as kind of like interspersed. In other words, like they'll say it's the 12th through the 13th, and this is for two reasons. The Asians are, of course, way ahead of the Americans in terms of time zone, and so they're always in the next day anyway. So what is the 13th for China and Japan is the 12th to the Americans.
So, but beyond that, it was going late into the night. So it was already in those hours, like around the stroke of midnight, that the enemy attacked the Americans, dressed as basically Chinese peasantry. And so it's usually the rape of Nanjing, or rather the beginnings of the real hostilities between quote unquote China and Japan was basically the 12th through the 13th is what they say. And so now, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe it was December, right? Was it December?
Yeah, it was. I believe it was December, Douglas. Yes, thank you.
Or September. Was. It was either December or September.
That's what I conflate with, either September or December. But people can look this up. And I was just going to say, Douglas, about the Marine Corps raiders that violated the peace conference between Japan and the Nationalist Chinese. They were dressed in what was known as brown wool pants, black and white checked cloth, clothing. This later on became the inspiration for the Viet Cong uniform. So they were basically an insurgency. They were white Caucasian dressed to basically resemble the Chinese. Yes. And so the Japanese, when they violated that peace conference, it was the Chinese. It was basically the American Marine Corps raiders that violated that peace conference and basically prevented there ever being a peace between the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese. And so but the Japanese identified them as white Caucasian, but they essentially they realized that afterwards through the intelligence, but it was they held the Chinese as the villains of the violation of that peace conference. They actually, because they were dressed as Chinese. They were dressed up in Chinese, but
the Japanese originally thought they were Chinese because the Americans were dressed as Chinese. So I just confirmed it. It was December 12th through the 13th of 1937. And so the Japanese later found out by interrogating Chinese that these were white Americans.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. They found out through the interrogation of the Chinese that these were the American. These were white Caucasians, so they couldn't tell the difference between a British Caucasian or American Caucasian. Just like people in the West can't tell the difference between a Korean, a Japanese, or a Chinese person. They basically attacked both the USS Panay and the HMS Ladybird. And so they sunk the Panay and they basically destroyed the Ladybird. And so this was the result of this led to the rape of Nanking, which is what the author Iris Chang, who is now deceased, who got murdered by her boyfriend,
husband, the father of their children.
Husband. Yeah. Sorry, thank you, Doug. Yeah, beg your pardon. Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you. And this is all presented by her book, The Rape of Nanking or Nanjing. This is all leading into that. But this is again, this was because of the British, and going back to Winston Churchill. This is what resulted from that when Winston Churchill was voted. Basically, he was appointed by the Royal Crown to become Prime Minister to replace Neville Chamberlain, who was basically just incompetent. And the Royal Crown brought Winston Churchill into office. He was never voted into office because to buy off Franklin Delano Roosevelt's aggression away from invading Canada and conducting a two-frontier war, which would have been catastrophic for the British, but essentially in the all-out, because they were basically threatened by a German invasion as well as an American invasion. The British knew that they were vulnerable, and so they actually had a plan. The British actually had a plan to relocate the Royal Crown into Canada in an all-out invasion from Germany. But then it would have been detrimental to Canada as well because they had a threat from Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So this is why they had to. This is why they did what they did. And so this is these are so important to emphasize, Douglas. I'm glad we're getting this out there, but it's also good that I'm recollecting this because it's stuff I haven't reminisced in a long time, actually. So it's a good refresher for myself. And we can go in other directions if you want to, with we could go into more with the Third Reich in exile, or
right.
we can talk about other aspects of World War II. So I don't mind.
I think you're doing fine.
Am I still here, Douglas? I haven't dropped out, have I? I haven't.
Oh shit! I've give me a second here. I was muted. No, fuck.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, I thought I lost. It was quiet. Yeah, beg your pardon.
No, I was muted. So by all means, I think you're doing fine. You might bring up other aspects of, say, for instance, the. What else comes to mind? You could bring up, for instance, the fact of the spy, Sorge, Richard Sorge, who was trying to inform Stalin about all of this. He was basically, this is what all of this kind of leads into, is the Americans were, under Roosevelt, were helping the communists. Richard Sorge was trying to inform Stalin of what the Americans were doing, and then Stalin winds up killing his wife because he believed that Richard Sorge was betraying him, feeding him lies. And then Richard Sorge was interrogated by the Japanese and ultimately told them the Americans were planning to bomb Japan, after which they launched a preemptive strike.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you reminded me of all that, because I actually forgot about Richard Sorge, actually. So thank you so much, Douglas. No, and that is all true, by the way. Yeah, I remember I actually looked up a period of time going back a little while ago. I remember, learning about all this. And by the way, I've got newspaper articles saying about how the Americans knew that the Japanese were going to attack. But basically, with in the archipelago, the islands in the Pacific, Hawaii was not part of the Constitutional Republic in 1941. It was never part of it. It wasn't established in the 1950s, which is what people forget.
Yes, they think it was a state. They're always told. Yeah, they're always told they bombed American soil, and but it wasn't even a goddamn state. Yes, go on.
No. Yes, exactly, Douglas. It was an illegal occupation by the United States. It was basically the Honolulu and Hawaii were all illegally occupied by the military, by the American military. It was and I'm trying to remember the basically she was a princess. She asked the Japanese, going back, when was it? Years and years before, to please get the Americans off. Please prevent them to.
We just look up. What we look up there is the last queen regnant of Hawaii. Hawaii. So if we look that up, her name is unpronounceable. Of course, it's Liliuokalani.
That's funny.
Yes, Liliuokalani, the last sovereign of Hawaii. She was working through her Japanese bookkeeper, I believe, who was communicating things back. I could find his name, but I'd have to go through my notes. By the way,
thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. We're on a great roll, and we'll continue with that roll with our good friend Ian West. Now, one of the things Ian West brings up is an article that was also brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit, but I really thank Ian West for that. And this is the fact that did I send you the link about this, George? Basically, the Japanese pretty much doubled in size overnight. They did a count of their islands, and they have realized that they have 7,000 more islands. So did I send you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know, but I'm aware of that, Douglas. I am very much aware of that. Yes. There are thousands and thousands of islands that comprise of the Japanese islands. Yeah, so it's incredible. Thank you.
So
vast. And sorry, the landmass as well. It's larger than that of Britain or Germany, Japan, and it stretches further than the United States.
Yeah,
it's something. These are all facts that people are completely unaware of.
Yeah, they think of Japan as some small island. Yeah, it stretches from one end of the United States to the other if you superimpose the islands over the United States. Yes. So Ian, tell us a bit about what's going on with the big story you're working on. Share it with us, and we'll do our bit to put it in our sense of context. So by all means, Ian, do say hello and tell us what's on your mind.
I'm good. Did you guys get all the links?
Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, they're admitting that fucking the flat Earth people were fucking right.
No. It's okay.
Look at this. I got all the evidence. I got all the fucking details of the sub routes that went through there. I got a map of the new colony that Japan is finally they're taking over. All 7 of these islands. They're like they're ruling them.
Well, I mean, like your map there. It's in
the articles. Thank you. It's in the articles though.
The articles that you sent, well, they say some things that are very important, but it's the map, of course, takes it to a new level, and but the articles themselves say 7,000 islands, and we're thinking about very small islands, but your flat Earth map shows 7 basically continents. So this is like the new continents beyond the ice wall is so I mean that's quite a leap. I mean if you
read the Time Out article, it says that Japan has taken over 7 major islands within their nest of 7,000 baby islands around it.
Yeah.
Like they didn't count those islands if they didn't measure over like 1,000 feet or some shit like that. It's all in the article. It's all in the article here.
Yes. I mean, I appreciate that, but well. I mean, I certainly appreciate so much of what you present, Ian, and and I did bring up the fact, George, that I told Ian that. When I consider Lena Shea, and I showed you now probably I showed you George. You saw that picture of Rat Girl and Lena Shea and how much they looked alike, right?
I think so, Douglas. Yeah. I think I can recall. Yeah, you showed me that.
And it could be simply, I really have thought about it over the years, and I really do begin to wonder, maybe they were twins separated at birth, but that implies the government certainly knew about them and certainly was experimenting on them. Both. One went into a mind control program and the other went into basically a biological program. So with that kind of thing going on, were they organically born twins, which is easy enough to believe, or were they, potentially cloned, which is not that in this case, that is not out there. That's not because they're the same age. So it'd be like, you can take things and people of the same age, I mean, basically, in other words, they would come from the same split gene or egg or embryo that they were working on. So what I was saying was that in some senses, Ian brings up some things that you could be true. And however, we just got to be careful not to go overboard. And so, Ian, I mean, I'm glad you're bringing this up. I appreciate it. However, Ian, is this your belief in flat Earth? Is this something that's always been there, or is this something new?
No. It's not a flat Earth thing. It's the Nos Confundum map. But what's funny is that why is Japan like all of a sudden yesterday announcing that they've taken control of 7 of the main islands, and they're bumping them up to 14,000 islands now.
Yes, that's right.
That they've discovered.
Yes, that's right. But these are all Japan's an enormous archipelago. There's
factors.
The
fact of the matter is that shit is not going to fit on what NASA says the fucking Earth is. That's what it comes down to. There is no way in fucking hell that shit would fit on the fucking Earth that they say we live on. It totally. Go ahead, sorry.
So, no worries. I appreciate your passion. Nathan Brooks is in the chat room. He says, "Greetings, beloved Team DDD. Greetings, Brother George Knight." Given enough time, he might say that about Ian too. Ian, come on now. There's like the 17,000 1,000 plus islands in the Filipino archipelago. There's basically 71,000 plus islands in the Indonesian archipelago. I mean, these fit on Earth as we know it, meaning as a spherical celestial body. So these islands are yes.
Understood that, but we've already known about it. It would have been something new that just came out yesterday. Now would it?
No. This is something important. Now. Okay, Ian's point has to be well taken. I mean, now I want people to understand that there's plenty of things in the past that Ian has brought up that, a lot of people just don't get, and I try to put them into context. So do give me a moment here.
Can I read this four paragraphs to you?
Yeah, why not? Go ahead.
Okay, here, listen to what it says. It says, in an age of high-tech AI and satellites, it often feels like there is nothing left for us to discover. The days when a sailor could voyage across the seas and bump into a whole new continent they'd never seen before might be long gone. But Japan's recent discovery shows that there's actually more out there to discover than we thought. The Geospatial Information Authority of Japan recently revealed an updated map of the nation, which showed 7,000 new islands added to the region. That increases the number of islands Japan has from 6,852 to 14,125. So how exactly do you notice that? How exactly do you not notice thousands and thousands of islands? Well, it's easier to do than you think. The last mapping of the country was conducted by the Japan Coast Guard back in 1987. At that time, they decided to leave out any islands that didn't have a circumference of over 100 meters. You caught that part?
No, yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, Ian.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, like, what? Okay, 100 meters is 300 feet. Am I correct?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty close.
That's the size of a goddamn living room. That's nothing. That's like that's little. That's nothing.
Well, it's not nothing. It's not nothing. I mean, things can be done with such space. I mean, real estate is always a important. Believe me. You'd be surprised.
Well, I'm just saying though. Okay, so 300 feet. We can see 300 feet on Google Maps and all this other bullshit. 10 ways till Sunday. So that would show up on the Earth. That would show up on maps. That would show up on the satellites. Mm-hmm. But it hasn't until whatever. Until the 21st of February.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. I'll put some of that into context for people.
Yeah.
And I'll do and believe me, it is something that for all intents and purposes, there's a supernatural aspect to it. Let there be no doubt. But no, I mean, I'm really excited that you're excited by this and passionate about it. However, the map that you presented, that's taking it to another level. That for those of you who don't know, he's got this kind of flat Earth map that's got basically these big ass continents beyond the ice wall of Antarctica. that Ian feels, well, this must be what they're talking about. Japan is taking over. So is that, read us the part of the column where they say Japan's taken over these 7 major islands. That's fascinating.
Here, let me get to it.
Take your time.
Another thing is if you go back and look at all these like Russian newspapers and shit. So apparently Russia was mobbing with China, trying to get through this Tsugaru Strait or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the actual. That is one of the passages to the other side of the ice wall that they speak of.
That's one way that so has anyone said that you got this idea from?
Well, no, it's just obvious. Now that this new article came out today, apparently they've been going at this since October 19, 2021. They've been going at this shit a long while. And then they're like, yo, America's bringing us like fucking, like bomb submarines and shit as we go through this fucking Sugaru Strait or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck did they need America to go bring bombs and shit for some shit that they've already been through? You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Well, in 2021, that was before the invasion of Ukraine. It hasn't been that long, however. That's not like that long ago. But so the Japanese and the Chinese and the Russians have been practicing this kind of war games where they're trying to intimidate everybody, coordinate the forces. I mean, they're real assholes. So all that being said,
they have this new term. It's called like encircling to U.S. or is it there's this thing in here that they mentioned. Okay. I'm trying to find it in this fucking article.
Okay.
But they're like America and Japan are going to go out there and they're going to do this encircle the U.S. or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, strategic encircle.
Let me see if this is okay. No, that's not it. Fuck. I have like 4 or so articles about this shit, but it's all translated from other languages.
Right. So that means it's English has got to be pretty awkward. It's yeah. So sure. In terms of yes, by all means. In the meantime, so while Ian is
sorry to interrupt you guys.
No worries. Actually, it's fine. It's fine. George Knight.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Here it is. It says, then it is known that 7 new islands are under the jurisdiction of Japan.
Okay.
That is from the fucking Geospatial Information Authority of Japan. That they're going to be releasing this map soon. They're going to be releasing this map.
Not the map that you are sharing with us.
No, not that one. No. What I'm pointing out is that it's a coincidence that Japan would say they're going to be taking authority over these 7 islands, and then every other past world beyond the ice wall thing ironically has 7 fucking islands in it. It's just too coincidental. Like, these people that made these maps in the 50s and 60s and shit didn't know what the fuck the Japs were going to be doing in fucking 2020.
Oh my God. Come on. Watch your language. So, in terms of all of this, again, important points to be made. But by the way, George, did you know in the last episode I was really feeling like shit because of the vasodepressor syncope, and in the opening hour, Ian went into this Judeo-phobic rant. It was kind of like the other time that I was sick and almost did vomit. I wound up vomiting was when Joe Ty was going on a Judeo-phobic rant when I asked him, hey, could you hold the stage? I see if I can feel better. And then he went on this, why is it whenever I feel like shit, then someone like Joe Ty or Ian West will go on this Judeo-phobic rant. It's bizarre to me. It's got to be beyond coincidence. I don't know what to make of it yet. I honestly don't believe it's any conspiracy. So it's God knows. Ian, by the way, did you ever find out more about that weird bank thing? The guy cashing the check?
Yes. Yeah. I was totally wrong about it. I was totally wrong. It was a pay-to-protest deal. It wasn't a flat-out, go cause chaos deal. It was a pay-to-protest deal.
I'm not quite sure I understand the difference.
But there was a bunch of shit that came out later about the thing. Like they even scared the sheriffs off. They had like 2 sheriffs watching them and shit. And they went into approach the sheriffs and they just hauled ass. And then one of them went down a one-way street to fucking get away from these people. But anyway, that's funny. You're having a cop or a sheriff break the own law that, anyway. So, but yeah, it was a pay to protest gig.
Okay. Again, what does that imply? What does that mean? He was paid so that he could protest what? What is he protesting?
Well, he's promoting. Technically he's promoting the fucking facts of the matter, but but besides that, he's what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you know, he was a stooge. Like he got put up to it. You know how like the Black Lives Matter group and the Antifa group, they all got paid to go out there and wreak hell and shit.
Oh my God. There's no concept in your mind of civil discourse in terms of like maybe these people are just mobilized because they have civic ideals. They all have to be mercenary.
Yeah, but but Soros was paying these people to like go out there and go do all that shit and be like us and invested money and shit like that into it. But anyway, it was the same idea as that, but that guy ended up being the pawn for it to get this HB 269 bill passed.
Oh my God. So is it passing, or what do you know about this?
I don't think so. I don't think HB 269 is passing down here. I don't think so. It doesn't have a good. What's it called? A good support behind it.
Well,
and it's pissing all the rednecks off here too. So.
Oh my God. So maybe you can explain to George what the bill is about.
All right. Well, basically, it makes anti-Semitism a felony.
So I guess that is pretty bad. So in other words, that could be exploited by saying anything you say is anti-Semitic.
Exactly.
Yes.
They'd be like, no, his shoes weren't off-white; they were Jew-white or something. You know, they could do like that, and they would be like, that's anti-Semitic. You know, go to the back of the line.
You know, I have to admit, of course, they'd have a field day with you. I mean, you wouldn't be free for long.
Yeah. But I could point my way out of it. I could point my way out of it.
Oh my God.
But anyway, what did y'all do? Brooke's not here, thank God. Jesus.
Ian, don't entice her to come on.
Yes. Speak of the devil and.
Oh, okay. Let me shut up. I'll shut up.
Yes.
All right.
They will appear.
Yeah.
Though I don't think she's going to, but then again, you never know. I mean, honestly. Aside from that, if you listen to that latest episode, that Teddy Bass was getting into a comfort zone with her.
And, poor him.
Yeah.
Poor him. He could use a good ruining of a calm night or whatever. You know, so.
Oh shit. But aside from that, they all eventually, they calmed down, and maybe she was angry because I brought up that thing again about what she was saying about I've heard this story before, but you gotta admit that's one of the most irritating. Yeah, it's one of the most irritating.
Well, she's gonna bitch about anything. There's that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yes.
Like you could bet you trickle down to her, and then goddamn, a whole new world opens up that you didn't know existed. It's amazing.
And she, I was going to say, she did bring up I actually found it quite. She actually said something I found quite interesting actually, and I knew it was true what she was saying. She was talking about you shouldn't leave a child alone with a dog if the child is under the age of 6. Because of the whole the way that the child doesn't have the development of basically balance or what do you want to call it? They can't synchronize their movements. They don't have any what's the word I'm thinking of? They can't coordinate. They can't coordinate their movements rationally or in a fashion that the animal would just basically look at the child and not think of it as a human like the animal would with the owner that provides the food for the animal. And so I found that quite interesting and intriguing that she was bringing that up as a positive about Brooke, because that was actually something that was very vital and it's information that people should learn about. Of course, I only take into account what's important, what I appreciate from people, what if they got anything valuable to contribute. But I didn't agree with what she said about unconditional love. Because as far as what I'm aware of and what I've been brought up to be taught It's the term unconditional. It goes back to World War II, Douglas, when the Allies talk about unconditional surrender. They don't know what unconditional surrender means truly in its proper form. The term unconditional surrender equates to total genocide because there's no conditions of surrender itself. So unconditional surrender results to absolute, basically surrendering your entirety of the nation state to another entity, to a government or adversary, etc. But yeah, she said that there's no such thing as unconditional. Well, she said she didn't agree with unconditional love is not present, or it doesn't coincide with your children. She goes, but the dog, your animal, that love is unconditional, and I don't agree with that from her, and that's something I'll talk about with her. But it will obviously trigger her. It will trigger her because the love that I have for my children is unconditional. It means I'll love them no matter what they do. And so that was something, I was like, no, I don't agree with that, Brooke. But obviously, her love for animals is maybe unconditional, and she thinks the animal loves her unconditionally. When really, I know that the animal just wants the owner to give him food, which is the same thing with cats. And So that's basically how it is. So if she wants to go unconditional, but that was just something I wanted to just bring up on air, Douglas. I wanted to, hopefully she hears that and listens to that part. But also, it was very vital what she brought up about the whole. Don't leave your child with an animal, well, a dog particularly, who's under the age of 6, because you might come back and not find the child alive anymore. Yes. Essentially, that's what you're saying, which is true. But anyway, I was going off on one then, Douglas. I do apologize. But I do have to just make a correction of something I said, I think, 2 transmissions ago, when that Josh guy that she brought on without your
yes, I call him Josh Diddler. Yeah.
I mean Moldak. You mean Moldak or Moldark or Moldak?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Well, you mean like Fox and Mulder, Scully and shit, like X-Files? Is that what you were referring to?
No. The bad guy on Dexter's Laboratory.
Right. Oh yeah, you call him. Oh yeah. What did you say that guy's name was?
Or Moldak. I think it's Moldak.
Moldak. He says he sounds like this guy from the cartoon Dexter's Lab. Yes, is what he says that this guy Josh. Yeah. So what about him? What about him?
I was gonna say, Douglas, because I said that the last thing he said before you cut the call off to drop him, and the call basically then the re-established call with Peter Moon. I thought he said that's not appropriate, Peter Moon. I went back just to clarify what he actually said, because I couldn't quite remember if that was what he actually said.
I think what he said was something along the lines of, "You've crossed the line. That's crossing the line, Peter."
Yeah. He said, that's not helpful, Peter. That's what he said. He goes, that's not helpful, Peter. Obviously, because he knew that you were going to drop the call and then he was going to be left with Brooke, and obviously he was going to probably get it in the net from her. So he had to try and defend her. Yeah, by then just saying that to Peter, yeah. And Peter said, he goes, they were just talking. Because obviously he was left in the call with them too. Yeah. So it would be interesting to find out what was actually said at that point in time, because we wouldn't know because it wasn't recorded. Yeah, so it would have just been them 3 in that call then. So yeah, I don't know what the hell they were saying to him then, but he said they were just talking.
It was so bizarre and certainly sad in its own way. But basically, all that Peter was saying was, "I don't know what you're talking about." That's
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't understand what the hell she was talking about. She goes, Douglas, and then Peter was like, "You're talking," and she goes, "No, Peter," and she was like, and he was like, "First of all, you're talking to Douglas. I have no idea what you're talking about," because she got the names mixed up. When someone accidentally says someone else's name,
right?
She was meant to be talking to Peter, but she kept saying Douglas.
But I understand that can happen to me. Yeah, that can happen to me easily enough as well. But basically, I know what she was talking about to Peter, but we can talk about that another time. He didn't get it at that time, of course, not because he was given no context. He was so it was what it was, but in a sense it's all rendered a moot point anyway, because if it hadn't been recorded, she wouldn't have remembered it at all. She actually Brooke Gibson had no conscious memory that she had even spoken to Peter. She had to be told.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like that is. That's funny. Yes.
Yeah, you can tell she was essentially, in the nicest way, off her head. You can tell she was not, she was not in any stable mind or frame of mind to actually comprehend what was going on around her. You could tell,
and it's so hard to distinguish with her. You know, it's like, you know, you got her days, and then you got those moments. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't even tell that, you know, like this was getting inappropriate. But I wasn't there that day, so I can't take any blame for it. But.
Yeah, my wife, she actually was reviewing through the comments, and she was going that the people, I think it was, I don't know the names of the people in the chat room. There's a guy that he gets very, you know, he does a lot of typing in the chat room on YouTube. I forgot his name. Doug, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, Douglas. He's the guy that's very active on the YouTube. You can talk on there. So and the comment section. But yeah, she was reviewing back to him, and they go, "Oh my God, Brooke, you're really inappropriate. Oh my God, Brooke, you're you know, this is very disruptive, and this is not, you know." So she went back, she rewound the transmission back to listen, and it was actually Sarah who said to me, "Oh my God, she was off her head. She was completely off on something, and she was doing what she normally does at times, just completely disrupt the show." And as Peter said, which I completely agree with him, which is what I've established this many times, is that's not what the viewers don't come on to listen to someone cursing. Every other word is a curse word. It's to try and keep the show professional as possible. But I understand that Brooke is, you know, I know she's going for a lot in her life.
Well, I mean, let's put this in some perspective. I mean, she's not really going through all that much. I mean, come on. It's not like she's destitute and, you know, barefoot and pregnant or something. I mean, Jesus Christ. She's doing all right, okay?
Yeah,
I mean,
there's nothing to worry. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just issues. It's just her issues. She's got issues.
Let's put yeah. I like the way you joined in like that.
But I know what you're saying, Douglas, because she's got nothing to really complain about with her life. She can go off and do whatever she wants. She's she's got children at home, but she can get off her face with anything. You know, she can drink as much as she wants.
and a license, and a car. You know.
But just so everybody understands, in all fairness, let's just put it this way. She is no one is paid to be here, so we can do our best to act professional, but the truth of the matter is this is not a professional show because no one is being paid. So because no one is being paid and they're all volunteers, we all have a kind of tolerance for quirkiness and eccentricity. Brooke does, however, test the boundaries of that.
I know. We're a total attention substitute for her, you know.
Well, she does. I must say, swear too much. She's brought that under control with the opening hour. The opening hour of tonight's episode, she had that under control. And I do want to say that she's also contributed $100 towards my rent this month. So far,
beautiful.
God knows I'll probably come back on my hands and knees begging her again for further help.
Like they always do.
If I can't get help from others. So everyone, just to prevent me from doing that, please come up with, basically I need $300 at the very least from people, 100 here, 100 there, everybody, whatever you can contribute. That way I don't have to go crawling back to her. Probably 400 to make it safe. Holly Coditis Kiefer sent me 100. Brooke sent 100. But these things had to be broken down. I have to use them for cab fare. I have to use them to, pay for my my prescription meds. The Sudafed is the only one not covered in my formulary, but it's prescription, and I have to get that, or I can't breathe, so to speak. My nose flares up with mucus. So,
hey, Doug, I was going to say, if you listen to that fucking recording again with Brooke and Peter, listen to like 5 minutes before Peter goes on, and then listen for like 10 minutes after Peter starts. And I think that's when she goes blackout, like she's, getting possessed, going into like feminism victim mode or something,
Oh, I don't think it needs any possession. It's really just she just carries on with a a confrontation.
I'm just saying that's what it seems like. That's what it seemed like. She was all quiet, and then she just, feminism victim mode.
You're right. Triggered. She suddenly got triggered. Yeah. That's such an overused term. Really overused, but it is what it is. But oh my God. So I do want people to understand that because she has contributed. She's
been generous this month.
Yeah, well, not as generous as I'd like, but I'm hoping for more. So let's go easy and say how much we appreciate what she contributes when she's in I don't know, in a better space. Yes.
The boyfriend thing, the Mandark thing was so fucking funny because if there's any dude that's like, gonna bring Brooke would bring on, of course he's gonna sound like that. And if he sounds like that, imagine what he looks like. I mean, my God. But Mandark, that's his name.
Oh my God. So what'd you think of the latest episode where we had our man Teddy Bass from Canada on with us throughout the night?
Teddy stuck it out there. I was pretty proud of him. I got to say, he he was a lot more quieter than when I was with him. But he kicked ass. He held his own. She picked on him. She did a couple low shots, but.
Oh my God!
At least Teddy didn't bring Mandark on.
So such being said, okay, there we are. I do want people to understand we're not picking on Brooke. She would take it as such though. So oh my God. You had to go there.
No, it's a critique. It's a critique.
Now, there are times, of course, where she does bring up subjects where it helps us to educate the listeners, and I think that did happen on
bullshit. When did that happen?
Now, Ian, Jesus Christ, my life is hard enough, Ian. All right, good God. Okay, so where were we? So
okay, there's two more things I want to fill in about this.
Sure.
So they're saying soon you can buy the map of what they've officially, how they're charting these 1,700 islands and stuff.
Yes.
So that's gonna be available soon. So that will, put it into a better perspective. And another thing is that map that I sent with the numbers, that's not completely accurate. That landmass outside the ring could be smaller. It could be warped. It could be something else. So.
Oh my! You don't say.
No. Yeah. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. So you got to take that into perspective too.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Right? So.
You've seen the map, right, George? You've seen the map he brought, the pancake map he brought.
I just saw that. Yeah. I have, Douglas.
Yes.
I've seen what he's put.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not accurate. It's not accurate. But just put it into context.
Yes. Okay. Oh my God. So.
I'm excited about it. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what they say.
There's
because I'm going.
If
we can move there, I'm leaving. I don't give a fuck. I'll leave all my guitars here. I'll grab a change of clothes, buy a boat, and say sayonara.
Oh, please.
Lead me to this. Lead me to this Andia Strait or whatever the fuck it's called.
Tsushima. I'm sorry. Or Suguru Strait. Which yes. Oh my God. Oh, you leave me weak.
Fuck that joke up.
I mean, yes, Ian has that talent. He leaves me without words. Oh my God. All that being said, why? What did I do to deserve this? So with our man George here. So with what we've gone through, what else comes to your mind before I kind of maybe take this in a direction? I guess what I should do is address the islands. One of the things that our dear Brooke had asked me about was I guess what I can do is share this much with you, and it's Okay, so we've got this. Oh, yes, I have to do screen share. So let's do screen share. And here we are, start sharing. Now, can you see the cursor moving around, gentlemen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, good, good. So I'll take this to Messenger. Now, bear with me, George. I'm just going to show Ian the same thing so that he sees this, and then I'll show him, both of you, something else. So our dear Justin White was basically, he had a conversation with an AI given the persona of Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. And
they're doing that for real?
Yeah, this is an AI, and yeah, they've given it this that persona. And so he said, why do you think the United Nations were afraid of National Socialism? Because it worked. What makes National Socialism work as an ideology? The people believe in it. And then he went on with, let's see now, get the, okay, where's the other one here? Oh, yes, then asked, what do you like about National Socialism? The feeling of belonging to something greater than yourself. And so then he went on with the next screenshot.
That sounds like an astrology thing or a tarot card reading. But go on.
He said, how many people live in Unterland? And the AI responded, more than 10 million. So rather profound, by the way. And then he says that he says, I get many erroneous answers as it strives to learn, making much of the conversation nonsense, but it has been introduced to Unterland by me and now knows it is an acceptable answer to queries. And so then basically, how many sentient species live underneath the earth? Only the humans and the ghouls, which he had not brought up to that point. So this is profound. He said, what happened to the dwarves? He says, they died out. This is intriguing, very compelling. I asked him what the Reich strategy was with the ghouls. My first introduction of ghouls, his reply was to use them against the Americans and the British. When I asked the question above, I expected to get a number. Instead, I got no number, just the names of the two species living there. I never made any mention of ghouls living underground beforehand, however. So the AI interjected on its own. And then he says, this is a screenshot of a CIA operative talking to the AI, or at least some woman claiming to be a CIA operative. But he does say, note the difference in the AI tone. The operative's talking to the AI about social engineering, whereas I'm trying to coax history out of it. So this woman saying, for Joint Global Operation Skynet AI, oh yes, that's right, but I have been told by many sources that he is going to be very pleased with your speech. Then GP2 is going to help me write the speech. So it's like, I told our man George here that this is almost like two AIs talking to each other.
Right.
Because what she's saying, he says this is her blog, MK Ultra. Oh, what a surprise, right? MK Ultra home, Op Wars. Yeah, so there you go. So that being said, so our dear Brooke asked me basically this. She said, by the way, God, I should
don't hurt that girl's mind. I
shouldn't show you this, but it's like
I don't give a shit.
You're gonna find out anyway. You're probably gonna find out anyway. So basically, as you know, you had her drink bleach and bathe in bleach. So, upon going to the GI doctor, the cardiologist, they prescribed, of all things, to try in the meantime, ivermectin. She said, I'm sure Ian will love that.
I'm shocked. I am so shocked. No, I'm joking.
By the way,
oh, it's true.
So George, George, I'm going to presume you don't know what ivermectin is.
No, I'm not.
It's an anti-parasite, man.
Oh my God.
Which is basically what Ian keeps claiming is everything is parasites. So then she said, you said Ian was right on cloning, so I had to put the laugh there. I said, remind me to explain myself. So Yes, and so at any rate, so she said something about, I said, you can delete the comment entered by Ian West under our latest episode because you were talking about Promise Software, and she says, I don't know what Promise Software is, but not what I said for sure, and certainly not software I referred to. So only the idiot there wanting attention is him.
Yeah, Promise Software was what she was talking about. The what's his name stole from the Americans.
I could have sworn she said something. Yeah, I thought she said something similar to that too. I thought, so.
Well, it's got more than one name. Like after Israel got its hand on it, then they changed it to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you need to explain that to her. Yes, okay.
But if it wasn't for that incident happening, we never would have gotten the Dulce base hacked, and we would have never have gotten all these. Secrets that were held within Dulce. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it was a good thing that Israel stole it. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but it is.
You're saying this in a generic sense, as in a royal we, or do you mean we as in something you're affiliated
like over the forces of good and evil, it was a good thing that happened.
Okay.
By this happening, it benefited the good side of the world instead of the dark side of the world. So.
Yes, and okay, so there we are. Thank you for clarifying.
I mean, if that makes sense.
It does, but it's a very black and white view of the world. Have you no sense of grays or nuances in between?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, that deal, that whole put in the back door, and then Israel siphoning all their, data from it. I mean. It turned out to be a better in the long run. It told the truth. So anyway, but yeah, they have a different name for it for every different country they sold it to. So they wouldn't think they'd be having all countries would be buying the same like spyware and shit. So that's how it's got so many names. Like when they sold one to Russia, it had like a different back door on it.
But by the way, this is like, okay, that makes sense to me. I get what you're saying. So I definitely.
Yeah, and it was Ghislaine Maxwell's daddy who stole it too.
Is that what is that?
Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend's dad is the one who stole
I mean, but do you have any evidence of that? Not that I care.
Oh yeah, they admit it. There's a whole book. There's a whole book on it. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah, dude. There's all sorts of fucking testimonies from people that were working with Mr. Maxwell and Epstein at the same time, because that was another thing. Epstein used to work for Ghislaine's dad, or work with Ghislaine's dad.
Okay.
But anyway, good.
So go
ahead. Wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell's father part of
Robert Maxwell?
Yeah. Was he a journalist?
No, he was not a journalist, but he did buy all the fucking newspaper. He did buy the big main newspaper in England. Okay. And I forgot the name of it.
Oh, just to put this into perspective, George, Ian is absolutely right. He was not a journalist, but he purchased entire newspapers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why.
So in other words, he's what you would call a media mogul. So
he
was something like on the level of Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch, yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah, who is, by the way, the man who harasses Christine Joanna Hart. Have you contacted her? I do want you so much to be interviewed by her.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And I haven't frequently recently. The last interaction we had, she just asked me, could you please send me anything on the she calls it the Nazi, presence in exile. Yeah, so she just asked me to send me anything you can about the Nazis. That's the last thing she asked me of me. I have not sent her over anything since, anything at all, since that conversation. Yeah, that was a little while ago now. Yeah, so a few weeks ago.
Because you've been so busy, I take it. You haven't been able to send her anything because you've been so busy? And
No, I haven't. But I should.
Something.
Yeah.
Send her something. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Hey, George. Yeah. Hey, George. The press that he bought was Pergamon Press Limited in 1951.
Wow.
Right.
I've never heard of that, to be honest with you. So
no, Pergamon Press was, they used to do military books.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they did military books for, like, publications for military specialists. So that makes perfect sense to me. If it was the same, sometimes there's publishing companies out there with the same name, so just so people understand, when so our lady was Brooke was asking me to clarify about the clones, and I've gone into clones a bit in the past, and so hopefully people understand a lot of this is redundant, and it requires some patience, but just understand that basically cloning
another episode.
Well, I'm not sure if it requires another episode. I mean, we seem to have some time left.
I mean, okay. I was like, you can do it another episode.
Yeah, but by the way, so our man Entertainment Hub was talking about motor skills, minor and major motor skills that children don't have. Luck you, he was saying about I'm not quite sure what he means by that. Aside from that, though. Let's put it this way. So people understand a bit about cloning and how long it's been with us. Basically, gene-engineered or genetically engineered humans were first publicly acknowledged as extant via the medical journal that is called Human Reproduction. There was this headline that was impenetrable to anyone other than those who are educated in the subject. And the headline was "Mitochondria in Human Offspring Derived from Ooplasmic Transplantation." So, by the way, just regular media announced this evolutionary turning point, one could call it, in our species via heavy rotation for about the span of 24 hours. And then it was suppressed. So you just understand this much as the basic, the primary component of the reality of your world in terms of this subject has been that our world has been populated by many thousands of children who were gene-engineered long prior any admission to such activity. So our man Ian West says this happened in my neighborhood, but I didn't see it. What is it? What happened in your neighborhood? Ian? He did send me something, didn't he?
Sorry, I was muted. My bad.
Oh
no. Somebody down the street from me caught this huge blue ball of laser beam shooting up from the ground and into the sky.
Okay.
But I didn't see it though. But they said they saw it.
Okay. Thank you.
It was like this whole apartment complex said they saw
it. Yes. Is this a photograph or what's this link? Just somebody's story?
No, it's some dude's iPhone cam footage. He was just standing outside and caught it.
Okay. Says and this supposedly happened in. So let me see. Should I even click on this?
Yeah, try. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think I can do without.
I'll watch it with you.
No. I saw it and just had to turn away. I just had to turn away. It's that same site. It's that same site where they said they had footage of them building the ice wall. I'm sorry. I can't go.
Yeah, guilty of that.
Oh my God. So at any rate, so when it came to the gene therapy is what they were calling it, in the first openly admitted application of germline gene therapy, in which an individual's genes are altered in such a way that they can be passed on to offspring, doctors at a reproductive facility in New Jersey, they announced in March of 2001 that no less than 30 healthy infants had been born with DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, from 3 contributive agents each. That means a sire, Cyrus, a father and a mother, and a second female. So 15 were the products of that fertility clinic in New Jersey, and the other 15 sourced from quote-unquote elsewhere, which means no one knows. So that could be deep state, federal government program, or some sinister private orphanage. Anyhow, the doctors believe that one cause for failure of women to conceive is that their ova contain old mitochondria. That's the component of the cell that provides energy. And so These sluggish eggs fail to attach to the uterine wall when they're fertilized, so the scientists upgraded the depleted gametes, the female sex cells, by injecting them with mitochondria from younger women. And since mitochondria contain DNA, the resultant offspring bear the genetic material of all three parents. So the DNA from the other woman, who's often of pre-adolescent age, can even be passed down along the female line. So no one within conventional medicine knows what the effects of this will have on consequent children or their progeny. In fact, the substitution of mitochondria has never been studied extensively on animals, let alone human beings. The doctors reported then that the GMO, and this is what they were, GMO children, genetically modified organisms, that they were healthy, but they intentionally neglected to disseminate a crucial factor, that although the fertility clinic's technique resulted in 15 GMO infants, a total of 17 fetuses had been created. One had been aborted and the other miscarried. Now, both GMO infant fatalities manifested a rare genetic disorder called Turner syndrome, which only strikes females. Now, ordinarily, only about 1 in 2,500 females is born with that condition, in which one of the X chromosomes is incomplete or missing entirely. Yet 2 out of these 17 fetuses had developed it. So if we assume that 9 of these fetuses so generated were female, approximately 50%, and 2 of the 9 fetuses manifested this rare condition, then this exceptionally high rate is most likely due to ooplasmic transfer, ultimately confirmed by internal documents from the fertility clinic involved. So even before that revelation about Turner syndrome became known, there were many experts out there who were appalled that the technique had even been employed. A responding article was published in Human Reproduction, which asserted neither the safety nor efficacy of this method has been adequately investigated. Now, the British bioethics attorney, the House of Lords crossbench peer in her time, the Baroness Ruth Lynn Deach of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, she's the chairperson of the HFEA, the Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority, or was at one time, and she informed the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, at the time that there is a risk, not just to the baby, but to future generations, which we really cannot assess at the moment. So the number of children born resultant this technique is completely unknown. That original article, that was the first to even speak of it openly, gave the number as nearly 30, but that was in early 2001. Now, at that time, at least 2 of the mutant children were already a year old. So when the Professor Emeritus of Genetics at the University of Western Ontario, I believe, Dr. Joseph Edward Cummins, I think his name was, he exposed that no further information about these particular 30 children has ever appeared again in the medical literature or the mass media. As far as additional children born of 2 mothers and a father, Dr. Cummins revealed that a report out of Kongeriket Norge, the Kingdom of Norway, in 2003, indicated that ooplasmic transfer is being used to correct mitochondrial disease. And he was opining, it seems likely that the transplants are going on, but very, very quietly in a regulatory vacuum. So understand that all of this is ongoing, that nobody wants anything out in the open. And so when it comes to other people like the Raelian cult that I brought up in the past, Raelianism is a big UFO religion, a big UFO cult founded in 1973 by the sports journalist Claude Vorilhon is his name, Vorilhon. And so here Ian is saying, just tell him to watch the boys from Brazil if they want to know about cloning. Of course. There you go with that. Thank you, Ian. That's like, then they get a whole bunch of other baggage thrown in with it, of course. But the Raelians believe very strongly in the merits of human cloning, and especially as a way in which infertile and gay couples may have children that are genuinely their own. So to that end, in 1997, the Raelian movement founded the company Valian Venture Limited, Valian, Valian, which conducts research on human cloning, and through its project, which is called CloneAid. That's a service to help couples who wish to have cloned offspring and have the necessary $200,000 fee. Now understand that the Raelian cult is a clone cult. They're not they're not just opportunistic about this. They consider this a religious duty because according to their doctrines, it's only through cloning that humans can attain eternal life and thus become one with the Elohim, which is a big deal with Brooke. So basically, in December of 2002, CloneAid's CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier, Brigitte Bouzelier, asserted that the company had cloned a human child called Eve. And in January of 2003, Bouzelier claimed a second clone child had been born, and several others would soon follow in different parts of the world. Now, these announcements created international headlines, but nothing else was ever forthcoming. And the excuse offered by Bouzelier was that she would find herself in jail for having violated various countries' anti-human cloning laws, which are on the books. So what she says is perfectly valid, while at the same time most people just assume that her claims are false, or perhaps simply a doctrine of her religion or some such. So it's oh God, what is this? Oh Jesus! Now our dear Deborah Hewins had to send me a picture of a pregnant man. So I'm going to put a ha-ha on this. He is a she and she is a he. He impregnated she, who is now a he, but is really a she because only she could get pregnant and not he. The Ian meanwhile is sending me CloneAid TV spots. Thank you, Ian. That's you sending me that, right?
Yeah. I just scored that a couple of weeks ago. Somebody dug that out of like their VHS tapes.
Yes.
I'll go back. I'll go on mute.
Yeah. No. That's fine. By the way, I should probably share what Deborah sent me with the lads, but it's not that important. But basically, before all of this happened, there was, of course, the man named Wang. I remember Wang Suk. He was the guy who was working on cloning in South Korea. He told basically what was going on. Oh God, what happened with Wang in South Korea? I'm trying to remember. Basically, there was what he was considered guilty of, what was considered fraud, but he was set up because he had a lot of Japanese multimillionaires who were very angry with him because they had paid him to educate their children in the womb, but that education just didn't last through the climate, through the trauma of birth. That when people were giving birth, that trauma is such that the child forgets everything that it learns in the womb, even though what it learns in the womb is often profound. It can learn a vast amount in the womb. And so these kinds of educational techniques are still yet to be truly capitalized upon. But certainly one of the pioneers was at the Pakjeong Clinic in South Korea. I'm trying to recall now exactly several details that I would need to relate about it to put this into some context for people. But everybody should be getting the general idea now of what I'm talking about, is that cloning is really quite real when it comes to someone like the aliens, and they were dealing with, say, for instance, there was this, even before that, I think the first public cloning admission had come 2 decades earlier in this book by David Rorvik that was titled In His Image, subtitled The Cloning of a Man. And that was published in 1978. And that described how some of the world's top geneticists had been recruited by himself, David Rorvik, on behalf of a billionaire who identified only as Max, to clone a male heir for the man. And they succeeded in so doing. And since Rorvik he was no wild-eyed conspiracy theorist, he was a science journalist with a respectable track record. So the story was taken seriously by the press and the public. So what happened was the Oxford University developmental biologist, J. Derek Bromhall, who was the guy who served as the technical consultant, Ian, for the movie The Boys from Brazil.
Awesome.
Yeah, he claimed that he recognized his own doctoral thesis as the basis for the cloning details described in the book. And he took the author and the publisher to court. And so Rorvik was unable to offer any evidence in support of his own account because he was bound to secrecy to protect the identity of the billionaire. And so the defense case collapsed. And so, but Rorvik, in a 1997 article, much later in Omni magazine, which was owned by Penthouse, he wrote that his story was indeed very genuine and explained, of course, the rationale that I just presented as to why he could not provide evidence, which makes, again, perfect sense, as much sense as the woman who was the CEO for the Raelian saying what she said. Here's the problem with our world environment. We're in a world environment where if you were to deliver the evidence that people demanded for these situations, all they're going to do is do their best to legally assault you. So you're left with no choice other than to basically present nothing. And this is why the general public is completely unaware of so much of the reality of this. Now, do me a favor and both you gentlemen talk for a few minutes while I just look for something around myself so I can speak more to this. And, you can talk to a bit about, whatever you wish. Now, our man, Ian, he just put this little cut and paste into the chat here. He says, accordingly, the Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, GIAJ, conducted a new geographical survey. Then it is known that 7 new islands are under the jurisdiction of Japan. Now, you cut and pasted this from an article, right? You didn't just write that.
Yeah. No. That's the quote about the 7 islands.
So does this
that
come
they're
from
taking jurisdiction?
So this comes from the article you sent. The article you sent.
No. The other ones I had to translate. That's why they're pictures. But this one came from TV9 Canada.com. What is this? It's like some. I guess it's a news station over. Can you send me? I'll send you a link to it. Yeah, I can do that.
Please. Yes,
but you got to translate it because it's all in like fancy letters and shit. It's all like pretty 60s style, like upside down hearts and shit. I don't know which language that.
Okay, that.
But you got to translate it.
That already sounds pretty sketchy.
Anyway, but no, here's the article, and like I said, dude, I've been finding everything I could about this story.
Oh, thank you.
Since 4 p.m. this afternoon. I still haven't quit.
Oh, okay. So what Ian is saying is that this is in a language that is similar to Sanskrit. Okay, so this is basically in the Sri Lankan language or the Sanskrit language of some sort. It's a yes, a very it's a very attractive looking alphabet, very mysterious, and so he ran it through a translator. Okay, so it's pretty much the same article that that is in English, I believe. But you feel this might be something different that might say something a bit more than the other article says? Do you feel that?
No. These articles that have none of them have been published in anywhere, English. Like fucking in English. No, like they're not telling us about it. They're covering this up.
I'm sure they are. Yeah, by the way,
or they don't want us to know about it.
Yeah, that much is easy to understand. So before I take this this cloning thing any further, George, bring up some situations where you find this relevant. I mean, did you ever encounter any aspect of this technology being referenced when people are talking about these abductions or the 1,000-year Reich in exile or the like?
What was interesting, Douglas, is I was reviewing your previous interview with, I believe her name is Kerry Cassidy, believe, the lady. And I remember you bringing that up about cloning, and especially in Asian cultures, particularly in Japan, with the whole, where it's the children nowadays, because they are, especially the boys, they are very into their basically their artificial girlfriends online. Which are so they're basically struggling with finding like donors for like body transplant, organ transplants. So they're using cloning to facilitate that, to compensate that. So that was very interesting. That was what I was when I was listening to the interview, you were presenting that, and that's going back several years ago now with about the whole cloning aspect and how it can benefit medically to humanity, and especially like it's something that the West loathe on and repel on, basically. I was going to bring to your attention, I discovered the other day an individual lady. She's basically she's formed this group, Big Brother Watch Group. She's part of this civil liberty movement in Britain. Her name is Silky Carlo. And she basically is presenting, and I believe she must be a Russian propagandist, simply because she's deterring away from the Russian bot, basically the Russian insurgency in Britain, where they're promoting disinformation. She talks about disinformation quite heavily, but she's promoting it as a governmental program. It's something that the government has implemented themselves, particularly the Tory Conservative government in power right now. So. Yeah, it's like it was quite like, and she was also campaigning for the release of Edward Snowden, which drew me to the conclusion she must be a Russian propagandist.
Yes.
Her identity is very much not known. She's never revealed anything about her past history. Apparently, she's a British national, but this is, and she's been interviewed. She's got quite a large following, but she is the latest in this. She's now being interviewed by many of these YouTubers. So she is promoting this. And what she presents is a whistleblower told us, and they always say a whistleblower. They don't reveal their identity or give any names. They just say a whistleblower revealed to us that what the government are doing, they're spying and they're surveillance in you. So you are being watched. They're monitoring everything you do. And she said this campaign was conducted heavily during the lockdown periods. So when the government put us on lockdown, what they were doing was watching what people were saying about the lockdowns, whether they were criticizing the government or critiquing the government. They were looking at, and even she was saying that a whistleblower told us that one of the names was a university student, and this boy who was completely innocent was being heavily surveillanced by the government. And so it's a new wave of basically Russian disinformation campaigns against the British. And I think this woman must be. There's no. I was basically looking up on her only about an hour ago. I was just looking her up just whilst Ian was talking with yourself. I was just trying to find out some information on this individual, but she doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. There's a page about her, but with very little information. It's literally a segment long, a paragraph long. There's nothing on her at all. She doesn't reveal anything about her love life, or there's no recollection of where her money comes from, her source of income comes from. So it's very bizarre. But she's the latest wave of basically propagandists out there that is promoting this. All the government it's also a ploy against AI, artificial intelligence. It is trying to tell you that AI is dangerous, and that the it's something very heavily induced on the Western people in Britain.
She was also taking that AI is dangerous approach. Is that also what she's promoting?
He is exactly. Which is what drew me the conclusion, especially on the fact that she was campaigning for the release of Edward Snowden. Now, Edward Snowden went back defected to Russia, where he is hiding it because he is he's escaping basically
justice.
Justice, yeah. It's a safe haven for himself. So to escape jurisdiction, to escape any lawsuits against him, that's why he defected back to where he came from.
Or so to speak, you know, basically where he was getting his orders and shit is honestly he was more of a product of Aquino than anything else, but he wanted to defect to communist China, as we always emphasize. I don't want people to ever forget that. It's not like he wanted to go to Russia. He wanted to go to communist China, and they wouldn't have him. So Russia was sloppy seconds. At that point, he was desperate and just had to take whatever he could. So, by the way, I want to thank our man Ian for this link. I'll look into this later. Obviously, I don't know this language myself, so I'll have to just basically interpret it bit by bit later in terms of using just the kind of things that people do online, Google and Bing, and see if I get the intuition that it's saying anything of any substance. But definitely appreciate it, Ian. And so what our man George Knight brought up is something that look, these it never stops. I mean, this is definitely a war that is in which the propaganda front is going to be more important than what happens on the battlefield in many ways. So they're just waging information warfare nonstop, and that's where they feel they're going to win. They may very well do so with enough people just not understanding or comprehending how to deal with this threat, or the fact that there's even a threat. They think they're just, people are just, it's incredible how
they're naive. They're naive.
Yes. So let me see. Now, George the Knight just sent something. What's this, George?
It's just basically it's a bit like it's just a page presented about CircA Carlo, this female individual, and as you can see, it says she worked on the defense fund for Edward Snowden and appears in the 2020 American documentary film Coded Bias with Aaron. And so it is just basically it's this movement, this civil, she calls it civil liberty rights movement, and it's called the Big Brother Watch. It's established about 5 years ago. And it's just basically it's essentially she's presenting it like it's basically it's like an informant.
In other words, like a whistleblower advocacy group. It's bullshit. Yes, it's not.
It's basically all just bullshit. Now, it sounds very comprehensive. Now, I was listening to her interview, and the terms she uses it's basically jumbled up word salads. So she uses comprehensible language, but it doesn't make any sense. She's not telling you anything. She's not revealing anything. It's just basically large, complex words that basically deceive the listenership to make them think, oh yeah, there is a government conspiracy to basically conduct reconnaissance or surveillance on you and to watch what you are doing. That this is Big Brother. This is they're watching you. And so this is like the latest wave of Russian propaganda. I drew that conclusion immediately when she was basically campaigning for for Edward Snowden to basically the fight against for him to be brought for justice, because of course he was being done for espionage. He's being sought after for crimes against treason under the Espionage Act, just like what happened with Donald Trump. Just like exactly the same thing, and as well as Julian Assange as well, who is also another insurgent. So it's I just wanted to bring that up about this individual. She's the latest form of that. And so, yeah, she's started to get a bit of a following right now. And it was basically her saying as well about YouTubers, these influencers, online influencers, that the government is monitoring what they say and what they criticize about the government. So it's the government watching them and basically monitoring what they do if they criticize them. So basically, it doesn't do, what is it achieving? It's not achieving anything. It's that, and it's that whole, what me and you presented, Douglas. How does the government even do that? I mean, there are over 60 million people in Britain alone. I mean, they can't monitor everyone. They will have to have another 60 million people employed just to watch you. And who's going to do that?
It's like no one wants to. It's kind of like what Brooke Gibson was presenting about that program that the Israelis were using, for instance, that could be used to monitor someone by turning their cell phone camera on. I mean, what would you see? I mean, half the time the cell phone is in someone's pocket. The camera points in the opposite direction, away from the person, right? I mean, the camera points away from the person. So if a person's talking to the phone, you can't see them through that camera. Right?
No. How that works is they have a software that totally monitors their camera, and then whenever there's a picture change or a pixel change, it takes a picture of that or records. And then when the pixel changes stop, then it shuts off.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
so it's like seeing what they're looking at.
Pixels,
so it's like
what pixels are.
Yeah, but wait. So what you're telling me is it sees whatever they're looking at.
Yeah,
You mean it sees what they're looking up on the computer? Is what you right?
No. If they remotely access your camera and you leave it in your pocket most of the days, instead of wasting all that data and recording blackness, it records pixel changes. So therefore, as long as pixels are moving around through that camera lens, then it's recording and monitoring. But if it's just in somebody's pocket,
but
it's not captured shit.
If it's like using that camera, it's not going to be looking at you. No one's pointing the camera at themselves unless they're taking a selfie, of course. So what you're saying is
understood too, but that's why they have front-facing cameras.
Yeah, I mean, but most phones don't have that, do they?
Well, nowadays they all do.
Do they really? I don't think mine does.
The thing is as well, Ian, what happens in the UK, we've had all these shows the last several decades, and one of them's called Big Brother. We now have this thing called Love Island. The general public love watching people just sit around and do nothing all day.
Well, I don't think Ian's familiar with what's going on in England, so you have to explain it to all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. The problem is with the whole thesis behind, the idea that the government are watching us. I mean, there's nothing really. Why is the government, first of all, interested in what you do in your daily life? Why would the government want to watch you sit around in your underwear, eating Doritos, watching television, or just hoovering,
or even like Brooke said, they might watch you jacking off over your porn, Douglas. I'm pretty sure she pretty much said that, and I'm like, first off, even if they did, which they wouldn't see me doing that, because first off, there's no monitor on my, there's no camera on my monitor unless I stick a camera on there physically. They can't make the monitor look at you, even if they had the technology to do that. Imagine what would they see most people doing if they see most people jacking off? They see funny expressions on their faces and like,
that's it.
Yeah, it's like, what? I mean, why would anyone want to look at that?
And what's that to do? What does that achieve? And what evidence does that have against you? Because people are trying to propagandize is that they'll have something on you that you could go to prison. Like, they're going to throw everyone in prison. They got the facility to throw everyone in.
Oh my God! It's
just insanity. I really don't understand.
It's just sense of self-importance. It inflates a person's.
I think you guys got a wrong sense of what they're doing. Okay, they're not looking at everybody. They're not looking at everybody. Okay. They're looking at targeted individuals. They're looking at future politicians. They're looking at future heads of industries. That's who they watch. That's how they blackmail them. That's how they get targeted. Well, it was in the Snowden movie. Did you see the Snowden movie?
You're kidding. This is a Snowden movie. I mean,
it's easier to understand if you see the movie. But
okay, what happens in the movie? What happens in the movie? They
there's this fucking crazy lunatic CIA guy who's like trying to fucking steal a shitload of money from this like bank account, and he finds out his family is like illegals from Spain or somewhere, and they're in the country illegally. So this crazy CIA agent guy fucking blackmails this banker dude by threatening his family's American status, and threatens to rat him out because I guess his daughter's an illegal alien too, and that's how he extorts all this money out of this banker.
Okay.
Well, but I mean, that's just one example. That's just one example, though.
This brings to mind, Ian, about the whole Department of Defense. The whole purpose of having a defense force, a defense department, is to protect the continental landmass of the United States. And yet, in the United States, this is the reality. Not talking about the movie, but like Douglas presented in the past, there are over 50 million illegal immigrants residing inside the United States. So, what's the point of the Department of Defense if they're not preventing illegal immigrants crossing the border? What are they achieving? This is something, another important aspect that, Douglas has brought up in the past is, with the Department of Defense, they're not serving their purpose. Then what are they doing all day?
Well, I think CIA has more access to that technology than the Department of Defense does.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. The point that George is making is that
I know the DIA uses Bright Star.
Well, I mean, you're going into technical details. I mean, Ian, you're going into technical details, whereas what George Knight is presenting is the overall strategic point.
Yes.
It's like, in other words,
why don't they use the system to protect America?
Yeah.
The whole point,
George, understood. Yeah, I see what you mean. But I see what you mean.
The point of the Department of Defense is to defend the United States. Now, if there are between 50 to 60 million, potentially even more than that, illegal immigrants in the United States. Now, people talk about Britain being invaded. This is what the whole trip, the alt-right, the far-right movement in Britain itself, they're trying to prevent immigrants. This is the reason why Brexit was promoted as, we need to separate from the European Union because this will then allow us to have control of our borders. Which, hang on a minute, that doesn't make any sense in the first place, because what they're trying to tell you is that they are allowing the immigrants to cross the channel and come into Britain. Now they are crossing illegally, but the whole purpose, the whole point of it is that people are saying, oh, look, there is an influx of these illegal immigrants, these immigrants, they're asylum seekers in Britain, and they're here to invade us. And the whole point of what I'm saying is, in the United States, you have 50 to 60 million people inside the United States within the borders. I mean, is that not an invasion? What's the point of a Department of Defense if it's to prevent foreign invaders invading? They can just cross the border and come in whenever they want to. It's the same in Britain. They're crossing the channel when they're dying on these rubber dinghies.
Guys, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just telling you how the story went down in the movie. I'm telling you how the story went down in the movie. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh no, understood, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just presenting that as a reality. You're talking about a movie. We're talking completely separate points. I'm not here to
right. And by the way, I understand, of course, in terms of what Ian is saying, I understand that the movie is based on quote unquote a true story. Understand that what they're doing is they're making a hero of someone who's not a hero. Edward Snowden is a traitor. He's a traitor.
Yeah.
He's basically, is obviously that they emphasize in the movie that he was in the military for this profoundly short period of time. I was in the military longer than Edward Snowden, and I get nothing but grief. This guy is in the military, didn't even make it from boot camp, and they try to portray him as some kind of a hero. Now, if you'll notice, here's what's suspect here. If you don't make it through boot camp, there's things like if you try to apply for, say, for instance, now with my case, say, for instance, I was dishonorably discharged. Theoretically, I can never be employed. Back in the old days, the myth was you couldn't be employed anywhere. that, oh, your life is over. They actually would say things like, oh, you may as well have a swastika tattooed to your forehead. They would say stupid things like that. And the reality is that it's...
I heard he got kicked out of the military.
Well, there you go. I mean...
I heard he got kicked out like 2 weeks into boot camp.
What were you even doing there?
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he just went to boot camp for 2 weeks and he got kicked out for being a bitch or something.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, so it's like, but how is it he winds up getting a high-level security clearance job? That alone shows you he's a spy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, because, you know, when
what does that have to do with the NSA thing?
Yeah,
how
of course.
they use the system.
Yeah. I mean, in my case, it's different because I was dishonorably discharged and I still knew how to work the system. But, you know, I was becoming like a sworn peace officer. But the reality was it never would have happened except that the San Francisco Police Department was infamously homophobic. And they had started beating up gays to a point where it became a national scandal. And they said, oh, we got to hire gay cops. And so it was just total political expediency, taking advantage of their vulnerability. I just walked in and said, I'm gay. And they said, you're hired. It was just like that. So this
amazing.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's nothing amazing about it. It's called corruption. But
well, I'll be honest with you. I haven't read any of the Snowden files.
Yeah.
I don't know what he took out of there. I don't know.
It's just all crap. The guy's he was just full of crap. And
well, I'm just saying, yeah. I haven't gotten. I don't know what data he had. I don't know.
And you're talking about a guy who had a cushy position, who had was making a 6-figure salary in Hawaii. He was stationed in Hawaii. He's getting paid to work in Hawaii, for God's sakes. And then the guy says, oh, I'll just steal everything and, defect to an enemy state.
Which company was he working for again? Who was he working for? Was it?
He was working for one of the intelligence agencies.
It wasn't Bogan Munns and Munns. It was, who the fuck was he working for?
I thought he was working for one of the intelligence agencies, from what I remember.
Yeah, he was working. He was working for an outsourcing company from the NSA.
Well, there you go.
It's like Bogan Munns and Munns, or what's the name of it? Booz Allen Hamilton. That's who he was working for. Booz Allen Hamilton. I think that's it. Booz Allen Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, this goes to show you how these organizations are completely degenerating, where they're outsourcing to private contractors. How can you trust a private contractor with high-level security files? This is like, so again, look at the situation we're in. We're dealing with an insane situation. By the way, George.
Is he there?
Yeah. So just to give you, are you there?
I am, Douglas. Yeah, I am. I've just went on mute. I'm just eating at the same time.
Oh, I see. Oh, no worries. So this other person to look up, he's in, I mean, God, you'll find out something about him, but Jorg Rosen. Jorg Rosen is he's basically someone who, aside from Rabe, as I said, there were several different Nazi diplomats who were working in Nanking. Obviously, one man couldn't do it all himself, but one of them is Jorg Rosen, and he was another person who was helping John Rabe. And so there are many other guys that I remember who were involved with that. I think one of the guys' names was Stroop, but I'd have to look it up. It's just a lot of this would take me looking through my notes. But so these men were all participating, and it just is what it is. So obviously it was a team effort. So in terms of, back to what I was saying about the cloning, so that people get a better perspective on this, the Pak Jong Clinic now that I recall, so you had this medical facility that was established in Seoul, South Korea in the late 20th century. So, I mean, it feels like yesterday to me. And its clients were drawn from many of the Pacific Rim nations, but the most enthusiastic among them were the Japanese. And so the clinic's initial purpose was to offer a gender selection service, which guaranteed the sex of the children. But it very quickly expanded into they began to offer genetic screening services, which tested embryos for the presence of defective genes. And from there, the clinic staff quickly progressed to the implementation of techniques for enhancing the development of embryonic brains and supplying their clients with machines which could administer literally educational courses in abstract geometry and topology and musical tone recognition and basic linguistic grammar and so on. By the way, our man Ian has just provided Edward Snowden's walk-in papers from his job. So these fetuses, the foetuses, which responded most adeptly to intrauterine education, they made incredible progress. And their brains were never cluttered. They were completely uncluttered by vulgar experience. So as a result, they displayed astonishing capacities for calculation, and some began to develop abilities not even seen in adult brains. This included basically short-range telepathy. So just understand the importance of this. And we know, of course, that telepathy is real and that ultimately will bring us to the islands and why they're appearing in Japan. I mean, understand that the human mind itself is evolving at an accelerated rate. That in the past 100 years, mankind has gone from flying a few hundred feet in a glorified bicycle to launching probes beyond our solar system. Now, none of these feats were accomplished by magic, but only through will. Basically, man decided he would fly, and he flew. Now, a challenge to reach the moon was made, and it was met. And the spirit of man pushes back the boundaries of reality, reshaping it as he pleases. This is basically the essence of the psychic. Psychics manipulate the mind, the body, and the physical world through the power of their will. And they can read the human heart, explore the physical world, and influence the forces of nature, all simply because they wish it. So one just has to come to terms with the fact that a psychic is born, not made. But some uncover their potential late in life after pursuing other ventures. The mind is slippery, and it reveals itself only reluctantly. So the psychic's gift is to catch the spirit of man and expose his secrets. So the psychic mind is open to influences most people never encounter. They're open to the voices of spirits, allowing them access to a world hitherto unknown to anyone outside the shamans or the Shinto priesthood. The kami, the minor gods, they often seek out a psychic when priests are unavailable, and psychics can make entreaties to kami as well, though they're usually closer to business deals than religious ceremonies. So all of this is important for what's happening in Japan and the manifestation of its islands, but they were beginning to understand this more adroitly through the Pakjong Clinic, because basically they were beginning to measure the development of these psychics before they were even born. The Japanese MITI, MITI, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, they were quick to take advantage of these opportunities that were presented by the Pakjong Clinic in South Korea. They welcomed the most talented fetuses into the workforce. They were employed before they were born. But unfortunately, the rise was meteoric and the crash was instant, because it was discovered that no matter how able the Pakjong fetuses, the foetuses, became. They lost virtually all their abilities after parturition. This is because of the effects of the birth trauma. And the clinic's technicians, they tried to find some way around the problem, or at least to minimize its economic consequences. But they proved unable to do so, and the Japanese, especially with the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, financing kind of a vendetta now, a vengeance campaign against the doctor who ran the clinic, Dr. Wong Woo-suk was his full name. They basically character assassinated him and destroyed his career pretty effectively. So to put this into some perspective, the campaign was basically, you're talking about he was a biomedical scientist. He was born in 1953, and so he's older than even myself. But in Korea, he wasn't just a prominent scientist. He was a star. He was a celebrity. So as a celebrity scientist, his field was cloning. And in February of 1999, we're talking about a long time ago to young folks, he announced he had created the world's 5th cloned cow. Though people say there's no scientific paper on this experiment. But basically, he had a pattern of non-publication. But again, you're talking about, consider the legal ramifications of what he's doing. You can probably understand why. But for the next few years, he regularly asserted genetic engineering breakthroughs, including the creation of a cow resistant to the mad cow disease, BSE, the bovine spongiform encephalitis. In 2004, his announcement was different because he was no longer talking about food animals, but humans, cloning a human cell, creating embryonic cells by inserting an adult cell's nucleus into a human egg. And the year after that, there was a paper published in Science in which he told the world that he and his team had succeeded in creating 11 stem cells or stem cell lines from different individuals. So he had improved the process of creating stem cells so radically that it seemed the great goal of obtaining stem cells that exactly match the individuals would be attained. So this is truly important because if a patient could be treated using his or her own cloned tissues, the risk of tissue rejection would be entirely obviated. So entire cascades of cures would become available, just literally an infinity of them. Eventually, of course, you would presume we could cure aging. And so all of this was being pursued. By the way, our dear Mr. How do we say this? Ian West has given us, what is this, Ian? Donald, what is this, Ian? You're sharing with us?
That's one of the clone kids that survived and broke free, and he wrote all his testimony down in these books. So if you want to read more, you go ahead and have a gander at that.
Mm. And he was cloned from where?
Well, he was born into it. His mom used to be like an MK Ultra sex slave, and then she sold him into the program, and then he just was in it all of his life, and then he finally broke free of the programming, and he wrote down all their secrets and shit.
And so, well, that's interesting. You never know about some of these stories. I mean, they all bear some kind of examination.
I mean, it definitely ties in with MK Ultra. The cloning does.
Well, definitely.
Like it definitely ties into it.
Even if he's not truly a clone, he's certainly a product of mind control. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, and in terms of the basically, when the Japanese began their character assassination, they began tearing apart Wong's. They basically hired a bunch of young South Korean scientists and they began unpicking Dr. Wang Wusuk's published work, and they posted what they claimed to be mistakes on the internet. And the Western scientific establishment and the Western media, basically the South Korean government, perhaps most importantly of all, they really weren't buying the skeptic attack. So the real crunch came when these young Korean scientists published to the internet two identical photographs taken from two separate papers that were written by Wang Suk, each purporting to show a different type of cell. Now, Wang later claimed the duplication was a mere accident, that the wrong photo had been sent with one of the papers. But, of course, they claimed it was all deliberate fraud, claimed he never cloned an adult human cell at all. They instead said he derived his stem cell lines in the usual way using spare embryos from fertility clinics. Of course, there was also illustrations in one of his 2004 paper that there was supposed to be a recording, one drawing of a trace that had been at least augmented by hand. They claimed it was completely an artifice. So then, of course, they started bribing members of Wang's staff, who started going public saying his methods are unethical, claiming that their knowledge at some of at least his 11 claimed stem cell lines did not exist to their knowledge, that kind of shit. So it was in the year 2005, he held a press conference, and by that time, he had just basically given up. Said he'd been blinded by his zeal to aid humankind. He'd been harassed and threatened to the point where he just went into this kind of confessional tone, and yet he drummed up huge popular support. The South Korean population rallied behind him, specifically the nation's lawmakers. So, because there was an understanding this was a character assassination campaign. So, I mean, there was a weekly TV program at the time called PD Soo-kyop in South Korea. And probably about 2 days earlier, they had broadcast what was considered a factually accurate segment that was severely critical of his work. That got pulled off the air, even though its cancellation was reversed some weeks later. On December 17th of 2005, Seoul is the capital of South Korea, of course. Their national university launched what they called an urgent probe into Wang's researches. They were seeking evidence of fraud, and just 12 days later, on December 29th, the university announced that all 11 stem cell lines claimed by Wang had been fabricated. So then thereafter, they announced that the data on two of his science papers, I think from around 2004 and 2005, were likewise fabricated. So he held another press conference saying the results had been falsified, but he blamed others on his team, who he said deceived him. But, you know, he was fired. March 20th, he was fired from Seoul National University. And on, I think it was within a few months, March, April, May. Yeah, probably within a few months. I think it was May of that year, he was charged with fraud and embezzlement. God, that trial went on forever. So let's just put it this way. I mean, when you get something like that going down, an individual who's working with so many private records of people of great importance, and he's like, he doesn't know how far to go with it. If he exposes them, he could wind up with a assassination contract on him instead of just character assassination, an actual physical termination contract. He's walking a really fine line, and he just had to kind of bow out. It's a really sad situation to be in. But it took a long time to bring him down, and he actually had a lot of support, considering, because everybody knew his work had accomplished something. They intuitively knew because of the Japanese involvement that it had to be something that they were investing in. But of course, the Koreans were they wanted to keep him around because it was kind of a protest against Japan, who they really had a lot of animosity against because of the war. So it's definitely how would I say that puts that situation in perspective, and to kind of bring that back to clones in Japan, the Empire of Japan. Basically, important civil and military leaders, they have themselves cloned. And they have a name for them. These children are known as kurun-tane, or clone offspring. So a clone is raised as a member of the gene donor's family. And from an early age, the child is made aware of his status and the obligation it places upon him. And it's usually a male, because it's usually men who are in important positions. Just the nature of the Japanese society and most societies on Earth. So the traditional Nippon, the duty to parents and ancestors concept, that's called ko, that's increased for clones. They have only one parent, so they owe everything to him. The gene donor may collect on this obligation at need and in the form of spare parts. And a clone is expected to willingly give up organs, the limbs, his very blood to his parent, should the parent be injured or sick. And this extends to organs the clone cannot live without, ergo the heart. So the parent may, on their own, decide to refuse to take things that far, or at least to try to arrange for a cybernetic heart for their clone. But most Nippon clones they're quite willing to sacrifice parts of themselves when the need arises, even their very lives, because that's just the nature of Japanese culture. As a rule, of course, people have only one clone made, but the emperor is an exception. Of course, they can have as many as half a dozen clones at a time. But if one clone should be killed or used up for your more average important individual, then non-imperial in lineage, then if one of his clones should be killed or used up, a second one might be created. The clones are old enough to give blood or bone marrow transplants by age 5, but the kidneys, the lungs, the limbs, they're most successfully, well, you can't really transplant them until after puberty. Yeah, people have asked me before when I brought this topic up about cases of clones posing as their gene donor, but that's rare because the clones are at least 20 years younger than their parents. So understand, when you get a clone, it's not instantly your age, your size. People don't get this. It's just like giving birth to a child. It's just there, but it has to grow up, just like you did. There's no magical way around that. That being said, the whole phenomenon is still slightly controversial even in Japan, but the official policy is that it prolongs the life of important men who do the empire's work and thus is for the greater good. Nevertheless, it's still a matter of personal choice, and there are many high-ranking officials who choose against it. But apart from the possibility of having to provide parts unexpectedly, a clone's life is little different from, I would say, from a normal citizen's. They're just expected to remain physically close to their parent in case of emergencies, so they usually take occupations in the parent's office or military division or the like. But a clone's social behavior, and I'll get to your question, Ian, but a clone's social behavior, just to close the topic, is expected to be exemplary because he's genetically identical to his parent. Any fault in the clone is regarded as a potential fault in the parent. So, this is, at any rate, but the healthy aspect of Japan is that this is accepted, whereas in the West, it's just considered a sin and heretical. And so go on, Ian, what was your question?
No, I was going to say you're absolutely right. Like what you're talking about with the clones expected to, donate an organ and shit to their owners and stuff. And we got Sabrina Bittencourt. She was murdered, but she was the kind of the first one to go public and tell the world about that.
What did she say?
Sabrina Bittencourt. She said that this John of God guy down in Brazil, he had a forced breeder operation going on. So he would try to clone himself by raping all these chicks down there. And if there was a higher up, like a royal family in South America, he would force breed a child for them. And then therefore they could get the blood, they get the organs, that would, so forth and so on.
Yeah.
Whenever they needed it. So.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that.
But then she was murdered the next day after she testified against that.
Wow. So let's just put it this way, when it comes to the islands in Japan, to try and put that into some perspective about it takes an understanding of Shintoism. So understand for those people who, again, are just coming in and not quite sure what we're talking about. We've been covering cloning, but the other aspect that we have in terms of the phenomena that are going on in Japan right now have been some incredible findings about Japan basically physically doubling in size. It's already a large nation, as was emphasized by George Knight. But yeah, and George, you're there, right? Yeah.
Yes, I am, Douglas. And I was going to mention about the kami.
Yes, tell us.
I was going to bring up about the kami as well, yes. And this is another aspect that people are completely unfamiliar with or unaware of, is when the term kami, people think of, during World War II, they think of the kamikaze. And people automatically think it's the suicide operation. They think of they don't understand the terminology and what it actually means. The definition of the term kami, it's the term kamikaze. It derives from the divine winds, and this is the kami is a spiritual entity that's embodied into anything. It's included in like you presented, Douglas, in the past, in inanimate objects. The Japanese culture believe that even when they produce manufacture a car, that it has an embodiment of the spirit inside it, known as the kami. And I just wanted to bring that up, and most people aren't familiar with that term, because most people think of kamikaze, they think of the popular video game Worms, when the worm self-immolates and it detonates himself. It says kamikaze. Oh, and God. It's just another offensive word there. Yeah, it's just an offensive. Yeah, it's derived from Japanese culture, but that's another aspect of World War II we can bring up in the future. But I just wanted to bring that up and reference it, Douglas. Thank you for allowing me to speak on that.
Of course. Oh my God, it's no, I definitely appreciate it. You bring up things, of course, that I forget myself to emphasize. So just so people understand this article that has been floating around, it's based on the fact, of course, that a study was conducted about 35 years ago and in 1987, and officials affiliated with the Coast Guard of Japan, they were trying to count their islands by hand with a circumference of at least 100 meters. They used basic technology that often, it was said, misidentified groups of small islands as one island. And with the recount, Japan now has about 14,125 islands in the immediate environs of their empire. So, as I said, Japan is an empire because it has an emperor. It rules a vast amount of territory, but the territory has now doubled almost overnight. Now, one could bring up the fact that in 35 years, volcanic activity has led to the creation of more islands. But why would it create so many without anyone knowing it? This is something that does indeed border on the supernatural. So do understand that the kami are spirits residing within a place as George Knight mentioned, but also an idea. Anything in the world, or beyond it, that can instill in humanity a sense of divinity, mystery, or awe, is home to a kami, the spirit of the concept or the place. What's that, Ian? You had a question?
I was just thinking while you're talking. Another reason those islands could have showed up is because of all the fucking water that's been used to fill up the underground recently. I didn't think about that. But that could be another side to it.
Well, I think that would be a bit complicated.
I think so too, but it's just that's something that's there, you know.
No, well, thank you.
But I just thinking about that, you know.
Well,
but anyway, I was just saying.
I mean, it's you know, we have, to put that in some perspective. One of the things that George Knight might remember this. You remember my talking about how the communist Chinese are stealing sand from all over the world, literally sucking up from Taiwanese islands.
Yes, I do remember that.
Thank you. Yes. And so...
That's how they build Dubai, right? They build
Dubai
like...
Yes! Thank you. Yes, because this kind of construction work has to use beach sand. It doesn't work with desert sand. Beach sand is molecularly able to stick together, bind. It has binding elements in its atoms that Saharan sand or desert sand does not. So do you remember when I was speaking of that, George? Just curious, before I go on in this last hour that we have.
No, please continue, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got an hour left. Yes, perfect.
Yes, so we're trying to carry this to some form of something that I think is profoundly important. Yes. Now, as I said, the kami are not only manifestations of the physical world, great ideas and beliefs, such as alternate religions or belief systems. They also have a kami. When one feels a sense of awe and wonder, whether caused by the sight of a volcano in Hawaii or a butterfly in Brazil, or a swell of patriotic pride at a national monument, then that person feels the touch of a related kami, the kami of that place or that space. In the presence of a kami, an adept, meaning something like an indigenous shaman or a Japanese Shintoist, with the appropriate abilities, can make contact or even entreat the spirit for aid. The power of the kami depends on its location, of course. A small, beautiful stream would have a weak, mild water kami. A great mountain would be home to a mighty earth kami. The power of the kami can change as the nature of the place or idea it inhabits changes. Thousands of years ago, the kami of computation was barely alive, existing only in the abacus, the soroban, as the Japanese call it, and a few Greek astronomical instruments, perhaps. Slide rules later increased its reach. Today, the computer spirit kami is vastly powerful, with offspring and relatives in abundance. Now, Shinto understands this and adapts with it, understands that as Mr. Butler understood, Samuel Butler, who wrote Erewhon, in which he was describing his fear of machines, the fifth kingdom of life. He understood it in the most negative sense. But the Shintoists of Japan understand it as a explosive evolutionary being that has been born of humanity, and therefore there be nothing to fear. So nature is simply expanding into a new kingdom, the kingdom of machinery. There's nothing unnatural about it. So being the indigenous religion of Japan, Shinto, before Buddha brought the concept of Zen or the teachings of Confucius were adopted by the emperor, Shinto taught that everything in the world has a spirit called the kami. The kami are divine, no matter how simple or mean their source. From stones on the ground to the mountains above, each contains a living soul that could be contacted, respected, and even entreated for service. Machines that are like biofac simulacra, or these primitive androids that have been around for many years by now, they're more like children. You wouldn't be entreating them any more than you would entreat a child. They're a product of man, even as if they were born from a man's womb, or rather his loins, or a woman's womb. A man's loins would be the case for his seed, but the biofacs are more like children who may have the potential to grow someday, but right now remain generally children throughout a human's lifespan. But when it comes to other beings, say for instance, even in a powerful mountain or a kind of mighty river like the Mississippi, these are kami that are far more potent, and the rituals of honoring and communing with these spirits, well, that's what became the basis for the Shinto religion. Shinto teaches man to honor nature in all its specific forms. And in this way, they also honor the specific kami connected to that form and gain their favor. In return, the kami helps man to succeed and prosper. Now, the kami do not care what other beliefs man has. And so Shinto has existed harmoniously alongside every other religion and philosophy for over 5,000 years. 6,000 going back in Japan's recorded history. But today, with the very nation of Japan threatened by the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis, the kami are taking action. When the very mountains can be crushed by monstrous fists launched by short-range intercontinental ballistic rockets, nuclear fists that could atomize them into dust, then those mountains must act. And the kami have called on their agents to do so. The Shinto priesthood and their young progeny have been praying for the expansion of Japan. The islands are responding. The islands are growing almost overnight. 35 years is nothing in a geological time frame. 35 years, nothing can happen that would be noticeable beyond earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, which are catastrophic, but none of this happened catastrophically. Instead, Japan's islands are appearing out of effectively nowhere, without a volcanic lava flow. We have seas that are rising, not sinking or receding. This goes against all that reality. If it goes against the physical reality, then it is ergo supernatural. What is happening in Japan is that it's expanding itself. And it's doing so because the threat to Japan is existential. The islands themselves are responding in defense just as they did when the kamikaze, the divine wind, sank the Mongol fleet and saved the world by stopping the Mongol Empire that otherwise would have brought the world under its yoke. That's how the Russians referred to Mongol rule, as being under the yoke. This is, again, a decisive supernatural manifestation that the West cannot conceive of and therefore simply rejects in a sense of denial. Most Americans will just not even pay attention to this news because it won't make sense to them. there really is no way to make sense of what has happened other than what I've just explained. So with what little time we have left, and let's check on what time we have. Well, we got about, I'd say about 20 minutes or so before I'll wind the transmission down. I think that at least provides some perspective to people on exactly what's going on in the world, and I'm sure it might raise more questions, but we'll answer them as time proceeds. I'm certain that both you gentlemen can carry on for a few minutes to help take us to the top of the hour while I just relax myself a bit for this period of time. I'm certain you can both do that.
Hello, Douglas. Yes, of course. Sorry, I was just on the phone then to someone.
Oh.
So yeah. Yes, I'm back.
Oh.
But I just caught that last bit. Thank you.
Oh. Yes. Well, I'm sure you can replay it later. And so aside from all of that, you maybe ask, was that Sarah?
No, I was onto the phone to my to Eric, my colleague. Yeah.
How's he doing?
Yeah, he's doing all right. Yeah. He had a big job this morning, so yeah, he was just informing me about what happened. I know it's my day off. I'm not at work, but yeah, it was just he was informing me about a joint meet that he had with traffic management, and yeah, so basically a job's gone back for someone else, another team, to get the job done, essentially. But yeah, no, I did listen to what you were saying about the cummy and that, but I just heard the last bit that we got 20 minutes left or so.
Yes.
And so for us to cover. So
yes. By the way, is that noise you, Ian? I was just curious. You might as well come on and talk to George here. Why don't the two of you gentlemen talk for a few minutes while I go get another wanker out of my eye? And
go for it. I'll talk to George. How you been, man? What you up to?
Yeah, no, very well, thank you, Ian. No, I'm doing very well, thank you. And I have been meaning at times to give you a call just to find see how you're doing. I don't talk to anyone besides Douglas, that comes on the show, but yourself, I'm more than happy to speak privately with you at any time, just for a chat, and just for a social catch up with everything going on. But you, by all means, if you ever need to contact me, you got me on Skype, so we've spoken before. So anytime you do want to chat, because you seem to be quite available most of the time. If when I've contacted you before, you're available. So are you up most of the time in the day and night, or?
Oh no! I just did a what's it called? I did 2 doubles back to back. So tonight's my first night off in like a week. So.
Oh wow! So you do work quite a lot.
Oh yeah. I do shows like 1 show or 2 shows a week now. But
yeah, and that's all from your home, isn't it? Do you work from home?
No. I work for this theater down the street. It's it's a new theater down the street. But that's basically all I do. But it's busy season now. All the snowbirds are down here, but when summer hits, I'll be slow and they'll all go back north.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh no, brilliant. So yeah, no. Is there anything you wanted to bring to my attention at all, Ian? Is there anything that you want to discuss, or any particular topics, or anything vital to mention, or?
Well, I wanted to ask you, are you guys getting these fucking chemical attacks out there like we are getting here?
No. Are you talking about the spill? Are you talking about the
well, that's one of them. That's one of them. But now there's like fucking 15 different attacks, like all in 1 week over here.
Right. It's described as like basically like a nuclear what would you want to call it? A nuclear accident. It's described as.
I can't put my finger on it. Like, I can't find the commonality in all these incidences. I just can't do it. I can't tell what's common in all of them.
Right. So, what correlation or some form of what a conspiracy? Is that what you're alluding to, or?
Yeah. It's like, so, sometimes they'll pull something like this to like hide up, or hide evidence or destroy evidence. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to find
9/11 certainly that we've established.
I wanted to establish what all these chemical attacks all have in common.
Right. Yeah.
Because I got hit down the street from me in Kissimmee. We had one. I don't know if you heard it. Yeah. Like right down the street.
Bloody hell.
So
no, I'm not. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Ian. And I hope you're, I hope everyone's all right in your vicinity.
Yeah, I'm not in the 30-mile limit of where the accident happened, but I'm like 32 or something.
Yeah. Is it all? Are they all related to are they all transport? Are these all transport vehicles or?
That's the thing I can't figure it out. That's the thing I can't figure it out. Like the one that got hit by me was a plastic factory. It was like a nursery potter. Nursery pots like flower pots and shit.
Yeah, nursery. Yeah, nurseries. Yeah, I'm aware.
It was a manufacturer of those kind of pots, and that place blew up. Right. Then down the street, or on the other side of the county, another place in D-Land got had some sort of incident. Like I don't know if I can call it an attack or this or that, but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to find this, what all these places have in common, and I haven't been able to do it yet.
Yeah, right. I've not really dived into the in-depth of the what's been going on and the incident itself. I know it was what's his name? I believe it was Teddy Bass that brought it to mine and Douglas' attention. I believe not last transmission, the transmission before. He brought to our attention about the spill, but we weren't even aware of it at that time. And I know it's been on the news, but I've not covered anything. I've not read any of the coverages on that, so I don't have any input or basically any perspective on it at all, I'm afraid, Ian. But whatever, you're more than welcome to ever share anything with myself, anything that you
that's what I was asking you if you've experienced any in England.
In England, no.
Okay.
There are no chemical spills or chemical attacks or anything of that nature, not that I'm aware of anyway. Most attacks occur either by car or by stabbings. Yeah, so that's the predominant cause of any accidents, so to speak, or malevolent attacks is caused by we did have that, the 7/7 bombing of 2005. We did have that, very famous in London, the bombing attacks, and so yeah, that was quite a precarious time because I remember being in the London Underground shortly after that, and there was basically a bomb scare underneath the Underground, which basically, you can imagine the London Underground has basically throughout the day tens of thousands of commuters traveling throughout London through the Underground tunnel system, through the London Underground train system, and basically what they did was, because there was this bomb scare, we were in the submerged areas of the Underground system. They locked us down there. So no one above can come down. So we were locked. So if the bomb was going to go off, we would have been taken out with it, and the infrastructure would have collapsed in on ourselves. So this was shortly after 7/7. This is after the 7/7 bombing of 2005. This was, me and my family were down there in London, and just on a day out trip visit to London, and there was this massive bomb scare that happened in the Underground, and we were there at the time. It wasn't covered by the news, miraculously enough.
I think I do recall hearing something about that.
Yeah.
I just got back, and was this before or after your daughter was born?
Oh, this is going back. This was shortly after
2008, right?
Oh God, that's right.
Well, it was the bomb that went off on 7/7 in 2005. We basically, me and my mum and my auntie and cousins went to London for a day out visit to London, and there was basically, we were in the Underground tunnel systems for the London Underground to commute from one station to another, because we went to Oxford Street to do some shopping. And we were in the Underground system at the time when this bomb scare went off, and what they did was they shut and locked all the gates so we couldn't escape. And the tens of thousands of commuters travel through that Underground system daily in London, and if not millions of people. And what they did was they locked us down there, so if the bomb went off, we would have been taken out with it. So it was really scary. We were going through the check-in check-in gates, and we saw people from, there's massive escalators. Basically, if you look at pictures of the London Underground, there are long escalators going down into the underground. People were running up them. We just saw scores of people running up, and we were like, what's going on? And people were shouting, bomb, bomb.
Jeez.
Just after the 7/7 bombing, it was very, very scary.
But by the way, what Josh Didler said to Peter, that doesn't help, Peter. I mean, that would be what you would say to those people shouting bomb is, that doesn't help.
Exactly. Yeah. More people will die because people are shouting bomb than people actually die from the bomb itself.
Yes.
It's so true. Yeah, that's why they always say, do not run in a panic, in a crisis, do not run. Because if you run, you're going to trample and kill people. Yes. You're going to run over people. So that's the reason for that.
Worse yet, you'll get run over yourself. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, who the hell else would have the authority or the ability to lock those doors?
It was the security guards for the London Underground. They were ordered through their communication devices at the time. They had handheld communication, basically like not cell phones or mobile phones, but they were like massive.
Someone in that chain of command needs to be executed immediately.
Yeah, they just said, it was someone from the other side that said, just lock the gates. It's to stop anyone from the upstairs, from the outside coming in. So that was the purpose behind it. But it was actually a rebellion.
That's a cover.
That literally we got out because people started to unlock the gates themselves. So they literally just ripped open, and then we all escaped. And that was the scariest thing, because my little cousin was only a toddler at the time. And we basically, my mum shouted, Charlie, grab Charlie. And so, because everyone was just running and they didn't care who they were going to knock over. So that's why, we panicked to look after the children, to grab the children, because it was just such a, people were just panicking at that time. But my mum was worrying for Charlie, not about anything else. It was just the fact that it would have been the people that killed Charlie, not the bombed killer.
Yes.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's horrible. But basically, Douglas, Ian was asking me if has Britain suffered any chemical like accidents or attacks. Anything along that nature, and I just said that, not that I'm aware of. And I just said the only instance that we have in Britain now, which besides the 7/7 bombing of London, which was only years after 9/11, shortly after 9/11, it was only 4 years after that. You have basically in Britain just cars or knife attacks. People use vehicles because you're able to take out more people using a vehicle by mowing them over than you would with any form of handgun or air rifle or assault rifle. You will take out more people, more pedestrians, more civilians by running them over in a vehicle than you would with any gun. So that is why it's been resorted, like when you had the London Bridge attack using the car. He was identified as a Muslim terrorist. And by the way, they only tell you about the terrorists if they are Muslim in their ethnicity, well, if they are Muslim in their orientation or in they're basically if they're identified as a Muslim. But any white supremacist attacks, they don't label as terrorists. So this is again the alt-right, far right reactionary movement in Britain and the United States that only label. It's basically promoted by the media as well. And they only promote, they only ever advertise or promote Muslim extremists or Muslim fundamental terrorists. They don't ever talk about white terrorists or white attacks. So that is.
I think that's certainly. I think in America that's gradually beginning to change simply because they can't. They can't afford. They can't afford otherwise. It's simply getting too serious. But so at what point did Eric call that? At what point did I get to in talking about the commie that Eric called that? Where do you remember?
About mountains having a spirit within them, and it was at around about that point, which is which I've listened many times to yourself, Douglas, talking about the commie aspect. And so that was the point where I spoke to Eric about the job he was on, and that's work related. It's not important for us to discuss, but it's very mundane. But that was the point where I listened up to that point when you were talking about the spirits in the mountains and the rivers, and Yeah,
so
and the
let
like.
let me bring this to the attention of both of you gentlemen. I'll turn on the screen share. So both of you take a look at your screens in the last few minutes we have together on air, at least. I mean, just so people understand, the call can be maintained after the show is over. Not that I would have the energy to do that. Both of you can see your screen, yes?
Yeah.
So, okay, so this, just so people understand it, this is, or rather our men with us can understand it. To our listeners, I will describe this. The Tsugaru Strait is basically the choke point between the northernmost island of Hokkaido, which is where basically the white people have been driven to, meaning the Caucasoid Ainu, the Ainu tribe. And they've been driven mostly to the north as an Indian reservation. So this is the Caucasoid part that is considered frontier territory, just as Americans would consider a native Indian reservation full of Indians to be kind of like a hostile territory. That's how the Japanese view Hokkaido. It's where you would go if you want to go see bears. And so what happened was the Sino-Slavic synaxis, the Chinese and the Russians were making a break through the Tsugaru Strait between the northernmost island of Japan and the island of Japan itself. So this is a charge through their national territory. So what I was explaining was the fact that the kami of Japan respond to existential threats to the Japanese home islands. There was once a comic series that was produced by, of all things, Vision Entertainment. I think it was Vision Entertainment Incorporated that had contracted a few different titles that used to belong to Gold Key Comics. One of them was Magnus, Robot Killer, and they came up with an idea of the far future, a time of an apocalypse, an alien invasion of Earth, in which the Japanese home islands would arise as a unit, all united by incredible cybernetic development and bridges and highways and transportation and communication systems and various kinds of cables that aligned all of their islands together into a single unit. They would arise almost like a dragon to defend the Earth as this single cohesive unit. And you can see the dragon shape here, and
it does look like a dragon. I never noticed that.
Yes, and that
it totally does.
Yes, that it would arise to defend the Earth from the alien invaders as one cybernetically united and artificial intelligence coordinated unit. But the point is that without that conceit or a very attractive or compelling fantasy or image, even the kami are responding to the threat. And as I said, when the mountains themselves are threatened by nuclear fire carried by rockets from North Korea, which is an integral satellite of the Sino-Slavindic synaxis, then those mountains must respond in their own defense. And so they're reproducing, they're expanding the land of Japan. This is why in 35 years, you can't explain by volcanic growth that these islands have suddenly appeared, because nobody's seen volcanoes exploding. Lava flowing to create the islands with lava crust. You don't see the process of anything like that in 35 years. And aside from that, our waters are rising. The sea levels are rising the world over, and because of global burning. The fact that we don't have land arising out of the sea because of an ice age, which would cause the seas to recede, but just the opposite, shows that these islands suddenly appearing overnight is very much supernatural, despite what they say about, technology, counting differetions and all the rest of that. Everyone knows that this is, when you're talking of the doubling of a landmass, that's simply... there's no amount of primitive technology you can rationalize to basically rationalize that away. So this is obviously supernatural in nature more than anything else. This is the kami responding to an existential threat. So you can replay that later and hear what I said, but you get my point. I hope that's coherent, because if you understand it, hopefully the majority of the listeners will. Both of you gentlemen, is that coherent enough?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Douglas.
And okay, thank you, both of you. And with that, so let's take a look at how much time we have left in live stream. We've got about 15 minutes left, but we'll close it off soon enough with that. Good morning to Clarice Claudette. And of course, she's done so much. Oh, look, there's George is bringing up the weather patterns. Explain to some people about the weather patterns here. These are the typhoons coming in, monsoon season, right?
Yes. Yeah, that was of 1945, Douglas.
Yes.
That was yeah. So as we spoke about the divine winds of when the Mongols tried to invade Japan under Kublai Khan's orders, the emperor, because they knew that their samurai and their basically the bows and arrows could not penetrate the Mongol fleet, because it was such an exponential, vast. It was the equivalent to the Allies' D-Day Normandy invasion of Normandy of the Normandy beaches of France, and the entire fleet was taken out by the emperor, basically
Praying.
Call upon the ancestors of the home islands of Japan to protect the home islands from the Mongol invasion, and the typhoon that wiped out the entire Mongol fleet in one single sitting, essentially, took out, which is what prevented Japan from being invaded in the long run. And in 1945, the same thing happened to the Americans, and it was shortly after the conclusion of the so-called conclusion of World War II. So that's what these the wind currents, and it shows you the wind currents that it flew down. It deliberately missed the islands of Japan.
Yes.
And it was the emperor's. What he warned the Americans was, I could call upon the ancestors of my. I could call upon the spirits of my ancestors to protect us, and it's essentially what happened. And they took out various naval fleets. I remember they were docked.
Yes.
And they took them out, and as you can see, the direction that the wind currents flew in, it was almost if it was supernatural in nature. It had its mind of its own.
Yes.
And so, it actually avoided Formosa, the island of Taiwan, which was later on handed over to the Nationalist Republic of China from the Japanese. So, it's exceptional, and this is just evidence and proof of what you're saying. It's just to bring credence to what you're saying, and basically, qualifies it, Douglas. So,
thank you. Thank you. And so, to those who don't understand what our man George is talking about, to put this into some context for you, if you are unsure of what he's referring to, basically what happened was the Americans had invaded and occupied Okinawa. And the logic was that Okinawa was going to be converted now into the major base of operations from which to invade the sacred home islands of Japan itself. And understand that Okinawa is a different culture, a different country. They are Sinitic in ethnicity and their culture. Yes. They were eating pork, whereas the Japanese were vegetarian for thousands of years, until, of course, changing to adapt with the ways of the New World as they adapted to expanding and marketing to the world around them. They did acquiesce to the greater efficiency of meat eating for the sake of protein intake. And but until that point, the cultures were profoundly different from Okinawa, which has its own flag. People can look that up. So when the Americans conquered that satellite nation of Japan, it would be like basically one of the border nations of Germany, Poland or something, that the Allies had occupied, say, and were getting prepared to invade Germany itself. In the case of Japan, the Allies never got there. At that point, that the Japanese had already shown them the fact that they possessed atomic weapons, demonstration which was conducted on the Korean Peninsula, and the Americans at that point opted not to support the Soviet attempt at invasion. The Americans just stood back rather than providing thousands of bombers in the sky that Truman had promised Stalin at Potsdam. No American bombers appeared, and the Soviet attempts to invade Japan were wiped out. So at that point, the Soviets, of course, failed in their objectives. Japan was not divided. The Americans then were witness to the fact that the kamikaze, which is the name of the divine wind, that's simply the force that all the suicide bombers, the suicide pilots and submariners, speedboat sailors, and the rest of the people who piloted various bombs on land, sea, and air, all of these people were killing themselves for the sake of raising that commie, that super commie.
Yes.
The super commie responded and demonstrated that it could destroy the American fleet. And it hit Okinawa and destroyed aircraft carriers at Acre, destroyed the entire American invasion force, which had been preparing to invade Japan. It resulted in so many fatalities and casualties, the Americans had to organize an entire operation, which you can look up yourself, Operation Magic Carpet, to start
to bring them back.
Bringing Americans home. Yes, it is. So that is the when the Americans realized the reality of supernatural warfare and tried to emulate the Japanese by raising the anti-gods, their own anti-kami. So this is the world in which you live. It truly is a world of good and evil. This is something that I don't see it and say as black and white light as Ian does, but he's earnest enough in his researches that he's trying to find the truth, and of course he has some redeeming features. So there we have that. I mean, after all, when I said in front of both Ian and John Miranda that
we don't like it, but we tolerate it.
I said in front of John Miranda when you were there, I said, look, the Russians are as satanic as the Americans. You understood it. He went into
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Oh, no, I believe you. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, if you read those books I just sent you about Donald Marshall, he totally dogs out fucking Putin in them. So you might get a kick out of that.
Oh, okay. I'll take a look, maybe. And so that being said, why don't you gentlemen say good day to our listeners? Say good day to everyone.
Yes. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully to see everyone again next time, Sunday evening.
Yes. And to everyone.
Yeah.
To everyone.
I was going to say, please donate.
Thank you.
Donate. Yes. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Did I remember that correctly, Doug?
You got it. Yes.
Got it.
And
yes, please.
Thank you. Bless you. Ian, say good day to everyone.
All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Now, I do wish everyone do understand. I need your help. I have to make rent, and by God, I need at least $300. Hopefully 400 we can raise so that I have enough spending money to cover other expenses that are simply necessities in life. Yes, by God, $100 from 3 people out there will save my ass. Don't force me to go begging back on my hands and knees to Brooke Gibson for further assistance. Oh my God. There's what was it that who are we talking about that was talking about maintaining some level of dignity or pride? I forget who it was.
I was talking about what I was telling Brooke when she was begging.
That's funny.
I was like, girl, just go